91 San Francisco. An Odyssey station. Watch 95.7 The Game on Twitch and YouTube.
The Captain Sailor Jimmy G. Look up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. What's that sucker name? Captain Sailor Jimmy May. Let's go.
This is the Bay Area's sports station. 95.7 The Game.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious, progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence, contact SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE and start to enjoy life again.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
It's the bottom of the ninth, the game's on the line, and your small business needs a loan fast. What's your move? Go to OnDeck.com, America's largest online small business lender. With OnDeck, you can apply in minutes, and if approved, get your funds as soon as the same day. Go to OnDeck.com. Your loan is on deck. Depending on certain loan attributes, your business loan may be issued by OnDeck or Celtic Bank, a Utah Chartered Industrial Bank member FDIC. Limited eligibility for same-day funding. OnDeck does not lend in every state. All loans subject to lender approval.
At Right Way Garage Doors, we consider what we do inspired craftsmanship. We see our craftsmen as artists using wood, glass, and metal as their brushes, your home as their canvas, their work inspired by the vision you have for your home's first impression. Right Way Garage Doors has been delivering the highest quality work with the right value and the right customer experience for 42 years. So when inspiration strikes, our design pros are there to help bring your vision to life the right way. Schedule your mobile showroom visit today at rwgaragestores.com.
We're on a journey to make healthcare more accessible and more equitable, to treat the most complex diseases and offer hope where often there is little, to provide better care to more people across the Bay Area. We are more than a hospital, more than a university, beyond science and technology. We are the people of UCSF. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
Hi, this is George with Left Coast Buyers. We buy properties all over California. If you own a house or an apartment building and want to sell it fast at a great price, call us at 925-434-5000. We can pay cash and close in as little as 7 days. We buy properties in any condition, any price range, and can help you in any situation. Do you own a property that is run down and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Are you out of time, money, and energy? Let us help. Are you looking for an easy way to get top dollar for your property and sell on your terms and timeline? Well, call Left Coast Buyers now at 925-434-5000. We can solve any problem. We buy divorce houses, inherited houses. We even buy vacant houses and abandoned houses. Do you have a tenant who hasn't paid rent? Are you behind on property taxes, mortgage payments, or even facing a foreclosure? Even if you're just nervous about capital gains or an upcoming recession, we've seen it all. So if you or someone you know owns a property and needs to sell, call Left Coast Buyers at 925-434-5000. That's 925-434-5000.
Is there a calculator that can't compute in your kitchen drawer? Recycle it at Staples. A shredder that won't shred under your bed? Or a collection of cables cluttering up your closet? Recycle them now at Staples. With Staples Free Tech Takeback, we'll recycle your old tech free. Plus, rewards members get $5 back in rewards. So if you have modems, mice, and mobile phones making a mess of your home, recycle them now at Staples. Limit 1 reward per month. Redeemable in-store only. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/recycling for details.
How do you make the most of your land? Shaw does it behind the wheel of a John Deere 1025R compact tractor. And he can do just about anything because
I'll make the earth take the shape that I want it to take.
But the Hubbards use their 1025R because
we really are trying to create this homestead.
There are millions of ways to make the most of your land. How will you make the most of yours? Nothing runs like a Deere. Get a 1-Series tractor for just $124 per month at your John Deere dealer today. For additional cost information, please call toll-free 855-633-2315.
Okay, 3 more climbers, 7 loggers.
Ted's sustainably sourced logging company is growing a new branch.
What about truck driver contracts?
Which means a new HR manager will be the first hire to fall.
Then we'll need to staff up the warehouse.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
In San Francisco this morning, partly cloudy skies, highs in the upper 60s.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech. Whether it's the news, the traffic, the weather, or your COVID-19 vaccinations, it's important to stay up to date.
It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast.
Oh, yeah.
Featuring Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
Hey, well, I'm about that action, boss.
Take it out! This is the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Good morning, everybody out there getting off their graveyard shifts and getting ready for work. If you're at work, what is happening? Drive safely on those roadways. A lot more traffic coming in these days. And by the way, did you see the gas prices go back over? They're over $6 again. $6 a gallon. But anyway, we won't complain about that today on the Morning Roast. Good morning to you, Shasky, Spadoni. We got Lubbock. We got Craig Mack in the building. Craig Mack working on the graphics. We got Lubbock out here not rocking any Miami Hurricanes gear this week because they stink. And Spadoni, you know, he's just in a bad mood because the Raiders stink.
Did you know that Miami, and I'll just quick aside here, college football, Miami hired the assistant coach of the year to put on that staff with Mario Cristobal.
The guy from Michigan?
Yes.
Offensive coordinator,
yes.
What's his name?
Josh Gaddis.
Josh Gaddis.
I call him the Kyle Shanahan of the ACC.
Oh, don't you start. Don't you start. Bomani Jones going to join us at 7:30. He'll have takes on.
I didn't even know they had an assistant coach of the year.
Assistant coach of the year.
That graphic,
they have that in the NFL now.
I didn't know. That graphic flashed up on the on during the Miami game maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago, and I was like, what?
No, they've got that in the NFL now.
I didn't even know that existed.
Shanahan won the assistant coach of the year when he was with the Falcons as the offensive coordinator.
Oh.
Yeah, no, Shanahan's got some hardware,
That must have been done before the Super Bowl.
It was voted out before the Super Bowl, yes. Bomani Jones will join us at 7:30.
Did you hear who's coming back?
Who?
You didn't hear?
Who's coming back?
Dude, this is a monumental day. You didn't hear about this?
No.
Probably one of the greatest characters in all of the land.
Oh, Deadpool? Wolverine? Yeah, I saw that.
Wolverine is returning.
I saw that.
Can't wait.
Oh, you guys are going crazy over there.
Of course.
I mean, that's cool. Deadpool's a good movie. The series of Deadpool is very, very good.
It's hilarious. Ryan Reynolds.
So it's going to be Wolverine and Deadpool.
Well, so in the comics, they kind of like were not enemies per se, but like they would always cross paths. Right. And there would be these crossover episodes in the comics. Sometimes they would be together. Sometimes they'd be kind of against each other. Depends on, which volume you're looking at. Dude,
I can get with that.
Okay, so
I like Deadpool. I like Wolverine. I like Spider-Man. I like some of the Avengers.
Yeah.
Oh, you lose me when you talk Star Wars.
No, that's okay. That's okay.
So Lord of the Rings,
question that I was asking the boys, and I'll ask you this, and it's just something fun on the side for the first hour.
You know why? You know why we need fun? Because a lot of people say we're not having fun.
Oh, I'm having a lot of fun today. I've got some solutions.
No, I'm not today. I'm talking about the last 2 weeks.
What about this show does not sound fun lately?
Well,
I mean, seriously.
It's been a blast.
People are like, these guys need to laugh. Somebody tweeted at me, you guys need to laugh a little bit when you talk 49ers.
People that do that, I'm Big Sean. All right? So don't worry about it. Here's what I would say.
That was
bad. It was
was really bad.
It was bad.
I don't F with you. You can say it. It's not the whole thing. You can say F. I guess I got to take the bullets here. Jeez.
So I want to ask this question. When I think of Mark Hamill, I only can think of him as Luke Skywalker. Okay?
Okay.
When I think of Hugh Jackman, he's been in so many other movies.
Right.
I synonymously associate him with Wolverine.
Okay.
Who else in pop culture do you think of as one specific character?
Wow,
like
that's a great
Sean
question.
Penn, for example.
He's
been in a million movies. Color's one of my favorite movies of all time.
Right.
But he's Spicoli.
Right.
He's
right.
gonna always be Spicoli to me.
Yeah, Al Pacino's always going to be Michael Corleone.
Okay.
Or Scarface.
But that's what I'm saying. He's been in so many movies.
But like Denzel Washington, right? I see him as Coach Boone, but then I see him as like
Training
the
Day.
dirty cop,
But he's in too many good movies.
All right.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Hugh Jackman, when I think of Hugh Jackman, I instantaneously only think of Wolverine.
Yeah.
When you think of Mark Hamill, you think Luke Skywalker.
Robert Downey Jr., Iron Man.
That's a great one.
Yeah.
That's a great one.
That's all. I don't even remember.
I don't even know the guy's name, but I think of Thor. And I go, oh, that's Thor.
That's Thor.
I don't even know his name, but that's Thor.
Yep. Harry Potter, whoever that character is.
Hey, what's his name? Lubman? You said Chris what?
Chris Hemsworth.
Chris Hemsworth.
Neil Radcliffe for Harry Potter.
Yeah, Harry Potter. There you go.
I'm just not into that one.
I mean,
you want to talk about nerds and Harry Potter. Come on.
Hey, very educational.
That's on the bottom rung of the fantasy section.
You just came out and said you were so excited for Hugh Jackman becomes Wolverine. You're talking about Harry Potter fans. It's all the same.
But listen, Harry Potter, I got to say, man, I didn't know it was a thing.
Oh, it's humongous.
I was working at UPS, and we had a special day of like, oh, it's Harry Potter Day, where all these trailers come in with nothing but Harry Potter books. It was all Harry Potter. I mean, like, we got extra hours for it. I was like, damn, Harry Potter's a big deal.
Yeah,
it was like 54-foot trailers, multiple of just Harry Potter books filled to the brim.
Wow.
It's like Harry Potter's a big thing.
Yeah.
Or it was a big thing.
And we're going to get into sports. Believe me, I've got some solutions.
Yeah, Sly, Rocky, 408, Comcast
You know what?
Business
That's
Text
a
Line.
good one.
That is
Sylvester
good.
Stallone.
Rambo.
Yeah, but he is Rambo too.
Yeah, but I see him as Rocky, though. I see him more as
You don't
Rocky.
see him as Rambo? You better get some body bags because
Yeah,
if you're going to go after John Rambo out there in the middle of nowhere.
Could you release Rambo today?
No. The fourth one, he goes to Afghanistan and he's tied to a bed. It's one of my favorite ones of all time. He's tied to a bed and he like rips the bed off, takes the microphone from the guy and smashes him in the head.
You know what? He has been in so many movies, so like Cliffhanger,
What's the one
Demolition
where they're all
Man.
old? What's the one where they're old? They're all old. It's not the Avengers. It's the old timers. What is it called?
Oh,
the Expendables.
The Expendables. Yeah. The
So
Expendables.
bad.
No, you can't see that. Jack Nicholson, can you just see him as the Joker?
No, because to me, he's also The Shining.
Yeah.
You know, he's a lot of different things, but like, see,
I can't just see Arnold Schwarzenegger as Terminator. Because Kindergarten Cop. What about him in Kindergarten Cop?
Last Action Hero.
Predator.
Eraser. What about Eraser?
Yeah.
Total Recall. Running Man.
Anyway, so we're just having fun here. That's what I'm saying. You have to be. Hugh Jackman is Wolverine. Give me somebody like Macaulay Culkin is one that people put on the text line.
Home Alone.
I think of Home Alone.
Home Alone.
I think of Home Alone instantaneously. So anyway, let's have a little fun today.
Yeah, no, Eddie Murphy, he's in too many movies.
Too many,
right?
Too many. 24 hours or whatever, 48 hours, excuse me.
James Earl Jones, too many movies.
See, they were saying James Earl Jones is synonymous with Darth Vader, but I'm like, that's the voice, not the face.
Right.
So
Sandlot, he had his little cameo there.
He was amazing in Sandlot.
He was amazing.
Sandlot's one of my favorite movies of all time.
What about Jamie Foxx? Do you see him as Willie Beeman?
No, I see him as the president in what is it? Something Falls Down. What's that?
Oh, what movie is that?
Come on, where the White House gets
White
exploded.
House Down.
White House Down.
He's been in so many movies.
So many.
So many movies.
And he was excellent as Ray Charles.
Ray Charles, he was great.
He was excellent as Ray
Charles.
Yeah, he was excellent in
Chadwick
that one.
Boseman. A lot of people may say Black Panther, but he was also James Brown.
I know.
You forget how good he was as James
He's a
Brown
great
and
actor.
Jackie Robinson.
Yeah.
Rest in peace to Chadwick Boseman.
So we're now a pop culture show.
We are for like 14 minutes.
Heath Ledger, the Joker. It's another one.
So, you know what?
But he's also in Brokeback Mountain.
But I never watched Brokeback Mountain.
Oh, okay.
I never watched Brokeback
I'm
Mountain.
securing my masculinity.
No, I never watched it. I didn't. I didn't, Did you watch Brokeback Mountain?
I've seen it, yes.
How I say it like that?
Well, because everybody's seen it.
I've never seen it.
Okay. Well.
So I know Heath Ledger is the Joker.
Okay.
He's great. All right, with that said, let's move on. That's right. Satchky's giving me the look. He's giving me the look. Hey, the Giants wasn't playing yesterday. We're all wearing Giants gear.
I know.
They win.
Did you hear about this? If the Giants win out, they could get to 84 wins.
I know. How crazy would that be?
84 wins.
How crazy would that be?
Can we be real? Of all the horrible things that have happened this year, Jock Peterson has been fun. I know he's not a perfect player. He's been fun.
The leadoff home run was cool.
All right. Joey Bart quietly has developed.
Yes.
Okay? Now, no one is sitting here saying he's Buster Posey 2.0.
Real quick.
But he's not a bust.
Can I say something? So I was talking to Lubman yesterday on a show call around 6 o'clock. And I said, hey, Lubman, don't think I don't notice when you throw the Giants on the rundown. He throws it on the first block every single day. And yesterday, I was ready to rip him to shreds for doing it. And I forgot. But like, he sneaks it in every single day. 605, 627, The Open. I'm taking everybody behind the scenes. YouTube, Twitch, Comcast Business Text Line. We have our little rundown, right? We talk about what we're talking about. We're not scripted. It's just little bullet points for us. But every single day from 605 to 627. Yeah, we're not Colin Coward in that.
Dude.
Oh, my God. What a bad take he had the other day. Jeez, he just gets worse and worse and worse.
He has become Skip Bayless.
Yeah, he's awful. He's awful.
You were right. I was wrong. I will back off of Coward.
Well, no. At the time, I got it. And
it's gone total heel.
He signed, he said, hey, how come we give Brady and Stafford a pass and we don't give Jimmy Garoppolo a pass? Let me think. Because Garoppolo's not Matthew Stafford.
Yeah, exactly.
Tom Brady.
Although Stafford will throw him up.
He will, and he's going to throw him up on Monday night.
Yeah.
He will throw him up to the 49ers. I like the Niners this Monday. 605 to 627, The Open. Giants beat the Rockies 5-2. They finished 9-4 in the City Connect jerseys. 17-5 all time since unveiling the City Connects July 9th. 9-4 this year, the City Connects. Maybe we need to wear the City Connects every single day.
You know what the City Connect jersey is? I'm a transplant. That's what that is. That is a flag to tell me you're not from here.
So the hats are pretty cool, though.
See, there you go. Look, have won 7 of 8.
Where was this? Congratulations.
Look at the Tennessee Volunteers now with that shade of orange. Like, get out of here with that.
It is a totally different shade of orange.
Oh, we're the smoky top Giants.
I don't know what was going on back there. Have won 7 of 8. Where was this earlier in the season? Lubman asked on the rundown.
Well, it's because we didn't have the Rockies on the schedule and the Diamondbacks.
I know. Future face of the franchise, Logan Webb, lowers his ERA to 2.9. Set a career high with 163 strikeouts last night.
Yes.
At 192 innings, and I know he got pulled, after the 5th yesterday?
Yeah.
Well, falls just short of a preseason goal of 200. That's it. That's our Giants talk. Listen to Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys for more Giants talk. This is on the rundown.
I know.
This is why Sam Lubman might be producer of the year.
Quick aside on the Giants, and we'll laugh a little and we'll get out.
Yeah, let's laugh.
I told you that I really do like the quiet development of Joey Bart. Again, he's not going to be Buster Posey. That guy is a Hall of Famer. Joey Bart is an everyday player. Bare minimum, okay? So there's something there. They found something there. The biggest development for this year, on top of Logan Webb, basically cementing himself as a legitimate top-of-the-rotation type of... I don't know if he's an ace. We throw the ace word around. I don't know. Like, Rodon's giving me ace out. Not that Logan Webb's numbers aren't great. Ideally, I'd like him to be at 2, and maybe you have somebody a little more electric as your number 1, but that's neither here nor there.
Right.
The biggest development... Camilo Duvall is approaching 30 saves.
Yeah.
He has had a monster season, given how bad this team has been, given how bad the bullpen is, and how upset all of the rotation was throughout the year with all the injuries. For him to right the ship midseason, add another pitch. Now he's got the cutter, the sinker, the slider. Obviously has the straight fastball, but he's kind of backed away from that. He's having a really good breakout season.
So the Giants are in a situation to where they just got to find a guy for the 7th and 8th and hope your pitchers get through 6. Because the 9th is locked down.
100%.
Just name him your closer. He's your future closer. You go through the ups and downs with Camilo Duvall. He had his little slump, and then he bounced back in a major way.
This is his first full season.
First full season. 9th inning, Camilo Duvall.
He's legit.
So how do I figure out who pitches the 8th and who pitches the 7th?
That's where
I think that's an investment.
Yeah, I'm with you there.
You got to invest in the 7th and 8th innings, and maybe even the 6th, in case you get pitchers going 5 innings like Farhan likes to do, right? You get an Alex Wood up there. Okay, high alert. We need a bullpen arm for the 6th inning, maybe even the 5th. So focus on, I think, in the offseason, that's one of the 2 goals for me, is get a 7th and 8th inning guy.
Yeah,
to lock things down. And now you build this bullpen. So now you put less stress on your starters that go 7 innings or 8 innings like Rodon and Webb has done all season.
So, the other thing that I keep coming back to is, we're waiting for all these young players to come through the system, and we're excited and we're optimistic. And it does feel like, quietly, after all our ranting and raving, it does feel like the farm is starting to produce the last month or so of the season. But here's where I get a little frustrated, because guys like Yaz are starting to come around at the end of the year, and I'm like, don't fall for the banana in the tailpipe.
Well, they are.
Like, do not believe that this is who he is. Oh, he just struggled for 6 months, and the final 2 weeks is who he is.
He only batted 160 for June, July, and August.
Not true.
Yeah, no.
Not true. And I don't know if you saw this, but a graphic popped up on the telecast last night. And Bayshawn, who's your buddy Sean Jordan from Bleacher Report, screen capped it, and I'm glad he did because I couldn't rewind it fast enough. I think we have misremembered how freaking incredible Tim Lincecum is. How many times have you and I had the conversation with people, Mad Bummer Lincecum, Mad Bummer Lincecum? Now, I know what Mad Bum did in the playoffs in 2014 is legendary, and I'm not taking that away from him. I think we have forgotten how gosh darn great Tim Lincecum was.
Why do you say that?
This is the number. I'm going to show you.
Why do you say that, though?
Because I feel like we only remember 2010 and 2008 and 2009. He carried this organization.
Do you think people it's just been so much time that we moved on from Lincecum that we kind of, like, you could say the same thing about Joe Montana. You could say the same thing about Steve Young. You could say the same thing about Roddy Lott.
We talk about Sandy Koufax's little short window. And I'm not saying
his 5-year window, which came on the back end of his career because the first 5 years he struggled.
Like Nolan Ryan, couldn't find the strike zone. And so I look at Lincecum, I'm telling you, the first 4 or 5 years of Lincecum are the greatest pitching seasons I've ever seen with my 2 eyes. And I saw Jason Schmidt have some dominant years.
For the Giants. You're saying for the Giants.
For the Giants.
Yeah.
For the Giants. Let me give you these stats. I just want to, through the first 79 games of a guy's career with the Giants, all right, Logan Webb has 390 strikeouts. Yep. That's a lot.
That's a lot.
Right? It's top 5. Bumgarner, 408. Matt Cain, 414. This is through the first 79 starts. John Montefusco, the count, 417. Okay, those are all the 400s, basically. Tim Lincecum, 598. 600 strikeouts through his first 79 starts. I really do think that we have misremembered how freaking great he is.
I don't know if we have. I think we know how great he is. We talk about it all the time.
You and I do. Do you think the young people do? Like our producer, one of the biggest Giants fans I know.
What does Lubman think? Lubman, get on here.
In your mind,
get on here.
Is
let him speak. I would just see he's been listening.
Yeah, what do you think of Lincecum?
Oh yeah, I know he was one of the greatest shows in Bay Area sports history. I mean, the guy would sneeze and strike out 10 guys. It was every night was a thrill to watch.
Yeah, so I don't know if people had forgot. I think Lincecum's a god.
I think he's a statue.
I think we want more. Well, here you go with the statues. You want to give everybody a statue.
He's got one of the most unique pitching styles.
We won't have any room to walk on the sidewalk.
But he deserves
one.
He hung the first banner in San Francisco.
There's no doubt he did. There's no doubt. And he was on the cover of the video games. He had the commercials when the Giants were coming back and they were becoming relevant again. He was the face of the franchise. I don't think anybody's forgotten about him. No, we just get reminded from time to time. It was like, damn, he really was special.
When I watch those old highlights and him and his windup, dude, Timmy was so sick.
Great. No, but I don't. Yeah, no, he was great. All time great.
I love Logan Webb. I'm not trying to compare and contrast Logan Webb.
There's only one Lincecum.
That's what I'm saying.
There's only one Lincecum.
That's what I'm saying.
There's only one Timmy, and I don't think we'll ever forget that. That's why when he came back when Bruce Bochy's last game,
it was incredible.
Who did Bruce Bochy want to talk to? Who did Bruce Bochy want to talk to?
Lincecum.
And they talked for 45 to an hour, just them two. He was so thrilled that Timmy came back. And remember, there was always some murmurs like, oh, Bochy doesn't really like Timmy or yada, yada, yada. And I never believed that stuff. I never believed that stuff because Timmy was so cool. He was so cool. He was the people's champ, dude. I miss Timmy, man. I hope he's going. I hope he's doing well.
He really picked up on the vibe of the city. Like at that time, like when you think about what the city represented at that time.
He was the city.
Oh, dude, he
was the city.
Perfectly fit into it. Let Timmy smoke at a time when weed was still a little taboo.
So I was cleaning out.
I miss Timmy.
I was cleaning out my. We're always donating clothes and stuff, right? And we're always trying to spring clean and stuff like that. And I've had this Timmy shirt. The one that's. It's orange. It says it's got the F-U-C-K.
Oh yeah. F yeah. Because he said that after
he said that
after they interviewed him on the field after they won the first one.
Yep. So I had that T-shirt. Bought it right before a Giants game, before Game 2 of the 2012 World Series, and I refused to throw it away. I refuse. It is done. It's dingy. You can barely see the F. I'm like, and it's like, get rid of it. I was like, I can't. I just can't. This is my one piece of Lincecum gear, and I can't let it go. This guy was special. When you wear that shirt anywhere, or the Let Timmy Smoke
55?
shirt, people know. They just know. So I don't think anybody's forgotten about him. I think you just want him. You want him to get his due with the Giants. And in due time, he will.
I want him to get. Okay, look at.
I will say this, though. And look, we just had Hunter Pence here in studio. Yeah. We will have Hunter Pence. Lincecum. come on, man. We got to take care of this guy.
No, that's my point.
We can't. We took care of 100 pence.
55 needs to be retired. No one should wear 55 again. When you're the guy that hung the first banner, I don't think that first playoff game against Tim Hudson was one of the greatest pitching games I've ever seen in my life. It may have been
better than Holiday's no-hitter that day.
Which was the same day.
I watched that in the airport. I was like, damn, Holiday's throwing a no-hitter. And then you see Lincecum follow it up that night, and you're like, oh, that's special.
Well, and what's crazy was 2010 was kind of an off year for him.
Right.
Like 2008, 2009, he was dominant. Like just unbelievably dominant. No run support. He was the man. The way I'm going at this is like I want him to get his just due. We need a Timmy Day. I don't know when. Maybe it's 420 every year. Maybe it's April 20th. We need a Timmy Day. I want 55 retired. I want the statue. And B, I know Joe, everyone should. He deserves a statue. What he represented post Barry Bonds, I can't encapsulate it into words.
Is he on a Wall of Fame yet?
I don't think he had the 10 years. I don't know if he got the 10-year minimum, which is another thing. It's
Wait, 10-year minimum MLB requirement?
No, giant requirement for the Wall of Fame.
I
think there's a secondary requirement that if you were part of a World Series championship team, you get to go on the Wall of Fame.
Hunter Pitts is on a Wall of Fame. He didn't play 10 years with the Giants.
No, I know that. But I thought it was a 10-year minimum requirement because that's why Jeff Kent for a long time wasn't on there.
So if Hunter Pitts is getting, and there's no shit, this is no shit at Hunter Pitts. He was kind enough to come to the studio, join Damon Ratto.
In the hierarchy of San Francisco Giants all time,
it's Tim Lincecum way up here over Tim. Come on, it's not even close.
Since Juan Marichal, he's the best Giants pitcher in my mind in terms of regular season plus postseason success.
Bumgarner has an argument.
Bumgarner's right behind him.
Bumgarner has an argument because his numbers with the Giants are sick.
Incredible. I'm not taking, a Lincecum guy. I'm not taking anything away from Bumgarner. If you're asking me to choose, I'm taking Lincecum because he resonated more with me.
P-Rock on YouTube. We need a Let JG Tin Cook shirt. We need a. Oh, I should have read that first. We need a Jimmy Garoppolo Cook shirt. Let Jimmy cook.
I mean, is that
Jimmy
like
cook.
Pouring milk into cereal? Is that what his microwaving some Eggo waffles? Like, what are we allowing this guy to cook?
Let's get into the 49ers shirt. By the way, I want to bring something up about the Phoenix Suns. You see DeAndre Ayton in his presser yesterday?
No,
oh my gosh.
I must have been oblivious to
Warriors,
that.
by the way, landed in Japan about 6 hours ago.
The Eagle has landed?
The Eagle has landed.
Put the turkey in the oven?
Warriors
execute stage 2?
Listen to the game.
Okay, Max, right?
Live, 3 a.m. on 95.7 The Game. That's what's coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bake, full service baking, no compromises.
To Crick with BetQL. You want to beat the books? New England and Green Bay are two of the NFL's elite franchises, and when they play, it's must-see TV. But here's a tip on how to bet this weekend's game. 5 of the last 6 times these teams have played, the total has gone under. Add that to the fact that all 3 of Green Bay and 2 of the 3 games that the Patriots have played have gone under this year. That 40-point total looks like it might be just too many. I'm Trista Crick, helping you beat the books.
Is there a calculator that can't compute in your kitchen drawer? Recycle it at Staples. A shredder that won't shred under your bed? Or a collection of cables cluttering up your closet? Recycle them now at Staples. With Staples Free Tech Takeback, we'll recycle your old tech free. Plus, rewards members get $5 back in rewards. So if you have modems, mice, and mobile phones making a mess of your home, recycle them now at Staples. Limit 1 reward per month. Redeemable in-store only. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/recycling for details.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same. But at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high commission investment products, right?
No. Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we have one transparent management fee, structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
This football season, adopt a new tradition that's sure to turn fans into family. The Jim Beam Highball. That's beam and soda over ice with a lemon slice. Share one at the stadium or make one at home. Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume. Copyright 2022, James B. Beam Distilling Company, Claremont, Kentucky. Drink smart.
Have you ever hired a commercial painting company, then been stuck managing your own project? Hi, this is Matt Jesse, president of MB Jesse Painting. We know how busy you are and that you need professional painters who are actually professionals. My team has the experience, training, and credentials to get the job done. If you've been waiting for the right time to paint, this is it. Call 855-MB-JESSE today or visit us online at mbjesse.com.
MB-JESSE. Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Remember when you were told bigger is better? Well, that's just simply not the case. Do you want a big bill? No. A big burden? No. What about a big bulky tank water heater taking up space in your basement? No, I didn't think so. What you do want is to make all of those things smaller. Navien tankless water heaters are more efficient and take up less space than outdated bulky tanks, with cutting-edge features that improve safety, simplify processes, and increase capabilities. Once you go Navien, you'll never go back. Learn more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
Hockey season is here, and 95.7 The Game has your shot at tickets to check out the San Jose Sharks in their home opener against Carolina on October 14th. Listen to Willard and Dibs around 10:30 for your chance to win.
This is Stephen Curry, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and The Butcher on 95.7 The Game.
Steph?
Oh, Steph. Call him Tokyo Steph. Tokyo Warriors. They're in Japan to play the Wizards for 2 games. Then they'll be back on the homeland. The Warriors arrived in Japan 6 hours ago. And look, man, the Warriors make me happy. The Niners, we rant and rave. We lose our minds. We get emotional. The Warriors, it's just all good in the hood. It's all good, baby.
I got to ask you some questions.
What's that?
So you were at Media Day on Sunday.
I was at Media Day on Sunday.
Okay. And you were shooting commercials for NBC?
Yeah, we're doing some commercials, doing some scripts, doing some promos.
Did my name get brought up at all? You're supposed to go with the Tim Hardaway. Mully don't really talk about him that
I was
much.
trying to think, nobody really talks about you at Media Day. Slater didn't bring you up. Marcus Thompson didn't bring you up. Pilo didn't bring you up. Bobby Fitzgerald, who joined us at 8 o'clock, didn't bring you up. Pookie didn't bring you up. Nobody in NBC brought you up.
Did Bob say hi to me?
Logan Murdoch didn't bring you up. Bob didn't say hi.
Was Bob there?
Bob was there.
Bob Myers was there?
Oh, no. Oh, not Bob. He was somewhere. I didn't see Bob Myers, though.
And see, if I was there, he'd have made an appearance.
He was upstairs.
He'd have made sure to say what up.
Steve Kerr didn't say what's up to you. Jimbo James Kincaid didn't say what's up to you.
That one hurts.
That does hurt. That's got to hurt. That's got to hurt big time. Yeah. Sharky, who works in the Warriors PR department, didn't say hi.
So explain to me what happened at Media Day, because it's been a couple of days, and we all are fired up for Warrior basketball.
No, we are fired up, man. And if people say I'm salty, why am I salty?
What was your biggest takeaway from Media Day?
Just how loose everybody was. James Wiseman, very loose. Had a couple jokey jokes. Felt he was in a good space.
Did he look bigger?
Oh, he looks great. He looks like he's in great shape. And all he's been doing is playing.
Okay.
Looney looks like he's in great shape. Draymond was in a great mood. He was asking about the pre- and post-game show.
Oh, nice.
Asking about Darrell Wright's role out of these coach of the Kanye West team, Donda.
He didn't reference the 58 times we've traded him in the last 2 years.
He dapped me up and he actually shot a promo with me, and one thing I was worried about was I made sure to say, hey, Draymond, man, the podcast was rolling,
Don't bring up Ben Simmons and me driving you to Philadelphia.
Don't click on the video where we constructed a three-team trade.
This is what I'll give the Warriors. No, I mean this sincerely. We have talked so much about Warriors basketball because we care so much about
the flagship of the Warriors.
But the one thing I will give the Warriors is they understand us, me and you, fans, everyone at this station. When we throw out different scenarios, play this guy, play that guy, acquire this dude, get rid of that guy, it's because we want to keep winning. Right? And they understand that's part of the business. They all say, the basketball's part of the business. They don't take it personal.
No, they don't.
They really don't. And how many times have we crushed 4-time champion Steve Kerr?
I know. Bob Myers.
Anderson Varejao. You bring Anderson Varejao's name up, someone somewhere's head explodes.
Triggered.
Because Steve Kerr kept him in too long.
Triggered.
Right?
Triggered.
So, and Draymond Green, I don't think we can talk enough about the finals. He played outstanding in the last quarter of Game 4.
And then 5, and then 6. Because 5, he was
he was unplayable for 3.5 quarters.
Remember Game 2, he went just completely psycho?
I still have videos on my phone of me in the upper bowl.
Right.
And the screw you Draymond chants that were way more explicit than that.
Jordan Poole, great mood. I mean, just absolute great mood.
Did you see what he did? He signed with Dockers.
Yeah, I saw that.
He's a new Docker
guy. He looks
my
good.
Wife's got the insights over there at Levi's and Dockers, and he's one of the new people. It's a perfect brand for him to be paired with.
So, they were doing some social stuff for NBC Sports Bay Area where where players had to pick between the A's and Giants.
Okay.
And Jordan Poole's like, oh, no. I'm Bay Area through and through. And he put both hats on.
Oh, so Kozimor somewhere got his
I said, JP, you can't do that, man. Split captain goes, no. This is setup. You're not going to get me in hot water with the East Bay fans or the West Bay fans.
So who chose the A's?
Moses Moody chose A's. I did see him, and I booed him. I said, boo. But they were just in a great mood. They were light and
Are they saying boo or boo earns? Simpsons?
Yeah, I remember that. But what was the dance when Homer Simpson became the mascot and he went to the big league club?
Oh, I forget what it was.
The Isotopes. The Isotopes.
What a great name.
What a great name. Topes win. Yeah. Topes win. But Dancing Homer is what his name. And they booed him. They didn't even like him. They were like, get this guy out of here. But no, they were all in a great mood, man. And it's funny you mentioned Draymond Green. That's all I think about. I was like, he's coming to me. Oh, he's going to ask me about the Ben Simmons 3-team trade that had everybody saying, this could actually work. And
86,000 views.
86,000 callers said, we'll drive him to the airport for Ben Simmons. Would we do that now? Hell no. We wouldn't do that now.
Was he looking spry? Because I am worried about that back.
He looked really good.
Okay.
He looked really healthy.
It's not him running around,
It's not him running around, but he looked good. He looked like he's in great shape. That's been the thing with Draymond Green coming in a little overweight. Last year, he didn't come to the start of training camp. He looks ready to roll.
Well, I do have this just overall sentiment that the team's going to look a lot different moving forward after this year. This feels like to me, maybe I'm getting too ahead of myself.
Who knows?
But I really want to sink into whatever this year is.
Right.
Because I don't know what the future holds, but it feels like one last great ride.
But you know what? I got to say, they all feel like they want to stay. Like Andrew Wiggins, for example, low-key funny. He's doing his media shoot. I'm standing there with Marcus Thompson and Pilo. And then Wiggins is like, oh, man, I'm tired. And it's just, he's so funny. And he's so at ease here with the Golden State Warriors. And we're like, man, what you so tired from? Man, I've been here since 9 o'clock, man. I got to be here till 5. Then I got to go home. My 2 girls going to be running to me. But he's just, Andrew Wiggins is so chill. And you just talked about how Lincecum embraced the city and the culture and the vibe. I feel like Wiggins has done that too.
Well, and I noticed that his wife really loves it out here as well. I've seen some of her social media posts. I don't follow her, but you know when other people follow and it like floats onto your timeline? It seems like she not only loves the team and the organization, but they love the area.
They love the area.
Yeah.
Love it. So, Spadoni, we're airing the Warriors game,
so
correct?
3 a.m.
2 minutes.
Oh, I was like, okay.
2-minute warning.
3 a.m. the game is going to be telecast.
3 a.m. on 95.7 the game.
On 95.7 the game.
So everybody, if you listen to it, and I'm sure they're probably going to show it on NBA TV.
And we're going to replay it at 6 p.m.
Oh, I like that. Little double dose of dubs. I like it. Dubs are back. And see how happy we are talking Warriors basketball? We're so happy, smiling. There's no worries. They're champs. And then we have the 49ers. Oh, Jimmy, you want to ask about Jimmy? Oh, listen. Hold on that. DiVincenzo. He looks like Bob Fitzgerald. I seen him. He was like, Fitz is just looking at Dante DiVincenzo. He goes, he's the perfect fit for this roster. He's going to be so
good. Was Fitz in his bag?
Oh, Fitz was in his bag.
Yeah.
Oh, we're talking Notre Dame.
Mid-season form?
We're talking football.
Let's be real. I love Notre Dame. Freeman, oh boy.
Oh. No, he thinks he's the perfect coach. He goes, Freeman's going to get his quarterback.
To lose to Marshall? What is he the perfect coach for?
Hey, they beat North Carolina. They've won 2 in a row.
Whoop-de-doo. You beat North Carolina.
They beat 2 in a row. They're 2-2.
I never thought I'd say this. Boy, I miss Brian Kelly.
No, you don't. Come on, you can't do that after 4 games.
I'm teasing.
Yes, you're not.
They look horrible, B.
Brian Kelly, he ain't doing much better at LSU.
Oh, no, he stinks, but he was perfect fit at Notre Dame.
All right.
Arrogant.
All right. I guess the 2-minute warning is up. What's coming up? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. A little more dubs. We'll talk about the return of Andre Iguodala, what that means for the roster, and then we will pivot to the 49ers. But Shasky's got some special stuff.
I have a solution for the Niners.
He has a solution. He's going to put on his offensive coordinator hat.
Yeah.
And figure out how to get this offense rolling for Monday Night Football against the LA Rams. That's coming up, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Watch 95.7 The Game on Twitch and YouTube.
Jimmy can't cook. He can barely boil water.
I agree with you.
He'll never be able to cook.
I agree with you.
Let Fumo eat. You know how people be like, you can't waste Steph Curry's prime. Our defense is at a prime right now.
Yeah.
We can't let that go to waste, man.
This is
for real.
This is the Bay Area's sports station. 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New gigabit extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well,
trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
It's Joe Shasky from the Morning Roast. And if you're an independent restaurateur or are starting a brand new business, then you gotta know about my friends at Trimark. Trimark, making independent restaurateurs' dreams come true in Northern California for over 55 years. Whether you're designing your next restaurant or you need equipment and supplies, this is where Trimark comes in. They do it all. And what's most important to them is being a partner to their business customers. Visit TrimarkWest.com. That's TrimarkWest.com.
Why does Comcast Business power more businesses than any other provider? It has technology solutions that put you ahead, like the fastest, reliable network and serious savings. Whether your small business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security. Together for just $69.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. New 50 megabits per second internet. Security edge customers only. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable based on RootMetrics US report. Results vary. Not an endorsement.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults, amateurs to elite professionals. As one of the best orthopedic programs in the nation, UCSF has programs to optimize an athlete's performance and the latest advancements to treat the most complex sports injuries. With locations throughout the Bay Area, now including Marin, Walnut Creek, and Redwood Shores, it's even easier to make an appointment today. Visit ucsfhealth.org so you can get cleared to play. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
Hey everybody, Damon Roberts from Sports Investors Weekly letting you know that Paul Nolan, Jimmy Taggs, and myself will be here every Saturday and Sunday morning at 8 a.m. to break down all the best bets in college and pro football. Want to get involved right now? Text NFL to 313131 and get today's best bet absolutely free. That's text NFL to 313131 right now and get today's best bet absolutely free. And make sure you join us every Saturday and Sunday for Sports Investors Weekly.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC part solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Chris Cuomo is back with a new show on a new network. Cuomo premieres on News Nation Monday, October 3rd at 5 p.m. Pacific. To find News Nation on your television provider, go to newsnationnow.com/join us.
Breaking news on 95.7 The Game is brought to you by Beat the Street. For tips to win a $5.6 million prize. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Oh my God!
Captain Saman Jimmy G.
Now, back to the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Shout out to Philmo Mike. Shout out to Wu-Tang. Cash rules everything around me. Cream, it's the money. $1 bill, y'all. Song's classic.
It's
what about the Triumph?
ridiculous.
Though? The Triumph is the one.
I think the Wu-Tang the Second, the double album.
Yeah.
And they said it in the album. This is 10 years ahead of
its time.
And
Yeah.
it is.
And it was.
It was. And they, as he said, don't go to summer school. Don't go get your GED. Cop you a new Wu-Tang album.
It was great.
Ghostface Killah, I didn't really feel him for a long time until I got a little older.
Right.
And then I realized, he's on some like next level stuff. RZA too.
He had a versus. Who do you have a versus with? It was Ghostface Killah.
Him and Raekwon were
that's who it was.
They were like enemies, but then they were also like together, and then they did
the verses together. Raekwon and Ghostface Killah.
Well, they got albums together too.
And I was just like, the bars they both were spitting.
Ridiculous, bro.
I was like, oh my gosh.
I
forgot how good they were.
One of the greatest hip hop songs of all hip hop. If we're just going to overall hip hop, the MGM.
Yep.
By Ghostface and Raekwon.
Yep.
I think it's one of the sickest songs. It's a story, essentially.
Yep.
I love story raps. Those are like my favorite raps. And so if you bust that one out, it's on the second album that Wu-Tang did. And then, of course, ODB is just like a legendary character.
Rest in peace, ODB. What was it on MTV where they followed him around with the cameras?
Well, he had the welfare check.
He had the welfare check. He went to the check cashing spot.
And then the IRS came calling because he was literally cashing in on millions.
Cashing in on millions.
I mean,
going to welfare
him
checks.
on TRL was one of the funniest segments I've ever seen in my life.
All time,
unbelievable.
Right?
All time.
And he got hits though.
He got hits.
He only got a couple albums and he got hitters.
What movie was it in where he was flipping the burgers and he was like touching his nose and stuff? What movie? He had a cameo in the movie. Find it up, Spinoni. He had a cameo where he's like, he wiped his nose and he's like, oh, you want a cheeseburger? All right, that's coming right up. And he wipes it. It was terrible.
It Keenan and Kel?
No, it was Not Good Burger.
Not Good Burger. Welcome to Good Burger.
It was I want to say it was Belly or something. I don't know. We'll figure it out in a second.
Where Method Man goes out shooting?
Wasn't Belly. What movie was that? He was flipping burgers, man. It was like a real quick cameo. This is going to bother me. Text line, come through. Come through, text line for me. Comcast Business text line. What movie was that? I'm not going to read that one. So, last thing on the Warriors, because we got Bobby Fitz coming in at 8 o'clock. I'm not going to read that. Sorry, 925. Not going to get that text read.
I think it was State Property is what it was called.
Boom.
With Beanie
State
Siegel.
Property, Beanie Siegel. That's what it was.
And
Told
Freeway.
You. Yep. And he just had the Chevy quick cameo.
Rock the mic
he's like
right.
wiping snot off his nose, and he's like making burgers and we're not going to eat that burger.
State Property. SP.
1 and 2. They had 2 of them. 1 and 2. Noriega. Remember him? Yes. Dave Dash.
Yes. Jay-Z.
Great movies.
Nori.
He
got that podcast going pretty good now.
Drink Champs.
Yeah.
Drink Champs. They sat up there and smoked weed and drink for like 3 hours. The DMX one is so long. Like 2.5 hours an hour. We go riffing off of DMX. Like
I play that video clip that you were talking about all the time.
With the freestyling dog?
Yes.
Yeah, so DMX.
And then my dog gonna get you.
Right. Well, the guy said, I swear DMX's dog was ad-libbing on the freestyle. Word to my mother. I was like, whoa. Damn it. He had a legendary performance on Drink Champs.
Yes.
Legendary. He also had a rapper, and he said, man, DMX took my girl for the night. He just came out of the hotel room and said, come here. And she went into his room, and the guy was like, I was a virgin. And he took my girl. And DMX on the podcast goes, well, if I would have known when he was virgin, then, maybe I would have, but dogs got to eat. I was like, all right, DMX.
I come to you quiet. I come to you hungry. When he would do his prayers?
Yeah, his little prayers. He was great, dude.
Are we going to get into some sports today or what?
I don't know, man. Do we want to? Do we just want to go 3 hours of straight pop culture?
I'm ready for that, but I don't know if the audience is, but I'll give you this.
Right.
I have a solution for the 49ers.
All right, real quick. Andre Iguodala being back, that mean anything to you?
Sure.
Coach, mentor role.
I didn't realize how many people are triggered by Andre Iguodala because I don't forget a couple different people. My buddy Will Lucy, who's a big, I think he's a 24-time CYO champion, was like, dude, this guy should just be coaching. Why is he a player? And this is what I would say to people. And I heard this regarding the Heat. So
Udonis Haslem.
Exactly. And so they were like, hey, Udonis Haslem has been a Heat player forever, and everyone's like, why doesn't he just become a coach? Now, again, I don't pretend to know the intricacies of the player-coach dynamic, but my understanding is the reason why Eric Spoelstra continues to keep Udonis Haslem around is because once you become a coach, you are not considered one of the people behind the lines. You are considered management to the players. And there is a line. There's like a demarcation.
In their minds, mentally, it's like, okay, he's
management.
Coaches. You're right.
He's management on some level. And so, when Spoelstra is screaming and yelling in the huddle during the playoffs last year, and then you get Udonis Haslem jumping up, ready to defend the coach and putting Jimmy Butler back in his place, it hits different than if Udonis Haslem is just the coach. Now, most people will be like, Joe, you're absurd there. But that's what the explanation is. Now, whether you buy it or not is up to you. So part of why they bring Iggy back, clearly Steph likes golfing with him. That's number one.
Doubt.
Okay, let's just call it what it is. And number two is, I do believe there's some wisdom that Iggy can impart on a lot of the youngsters.
Well, they're looking at Kuminga, they're looking at Wiseman, even Looney. You see Looney sitting next to Iguodala a lot on the bench, and then, of course, Moses Moody. He is there to put a foot in JK's butt because they realize the potential that Jonathan Kuminga has.
Yes.
Jonathan Kuminga can be a very special player in this league. Defensively, he has potential to be a DPOY.
Agreed.
I think he is that good.
But
now,
he's
there's
still
a lot
in the
of
incubation stage.
Yeah, no doubt. No, he is so raw. It's not even funny. Can't drink. Can't illegally drink.
That's crazy.
But seeing JK walk around, what's up, man? What's up, man? And he's like happy. And I'm like, damn, JK looks like he's in great shape. Iguodala being on the end of the bench is not the worst thing in the world. And there is something there. There is something there to helping the youngsters and seeing things on the bench. So when they do get into the game, like Jordan Poole, they had the game on yesterday, Game 5 of the NBA Finals. I was watching it last night, Celtics-Warriors. They were replaying the game, and Jordan Poole had a terrible stretch in the second quarter. And Iguodala was on the floor, and he's like, every possession, talking to Poole like, looking at him, and then when they get to the bench, it's like, hey, you got to see this. This is why I do this, and you got to do this. And then later on in that game, what happened? He had the third quarter explosion, carried over into the fourth quarter. Warriors win Game 5. They go 3-2 and seal the deal at 6. So I like Iguodala being back. I have no problem with it.
No, I don't have a problem with it. And the only thing I would say to Iguodala is just, dude, don't bring up the money thing.
Well, that's always going to happen.
Yeah, but that's triggering to people, and I feel like it's just a little condensate.
You just got to take it as a joke.
No,
Iguodala's got it.
I do, but I think a lot of the average fans, the consumers, they're struggling to be able to afford a ticket to a Warrior game.
No doubt.
Right? And so when you talk about money and stuff in these particular times, I do think it hits people a little different. That's all. No one's everybody likes the guy. Everybody likes the player. They know that he's probably limited. He's only got a couple of minutes throughout a month, let alone a season left in his game. But that's one thing I did notice, when I was at the games in Boston, is that everyone's going crazy, right? Frenetic at these timeouts because, the crowd's going nuts and they're on the road. Iggy's the first guy off the bench going toward the players that are coming off the court, and he's putting his arm around some of the younger players, and he's talking to them, and I'm saying, look, this guy's been in so many big-time games. They have to listen to him and have to respect him. So I think it's a great move for the organization.
It's a great move for the organization, and I can't wait to have the Dubs back again. You can listen to the game live on 95.7 The Game at 3 a.m. Friday morning. We'll replay it Friday night at 6 p.m. Warriors and Wizards, their first preseason game, first action. So we'll see a little bit of everybody. PBJ is out there. A lot of people like it. PBJ. Rollins is going to play. So it's going to be a lot of fun.
Like PBJ?
Yeah, I mean, everybody likes PBJ.
You got to have milk with it, though.
You do. Or juice. You can go
juice with peanut butter and jelly?
I like
Are you serious?
I like apple juice with peanut butter and jelly. I do.
That might be the worst take you've ever had.
It's great to try apple juice.
Put that on the poll right now.
You could go apple juice
with peanut butter and jelly. Yes or no?
It's whole milk only.
No. You can't do whole milk. You could do apple juice. You could do orange juice. You could do Capri Suns.
Is this a safe space?
You could do Capri Suns. I'm telling you.
Is this a safe space?
Yeah.
I cut real milk out of my life a couple years ago.
Oh yeah, I've gone almond milk.
Yeah, I'm almond and soy. It depends which. I'm now reading labels, and so I look for.
I'm now reading labels.
I'm being honest for gut health, and I'm trying to have whichever brand has the least amount of gums in them.
Right.
I think it's like xanthium gum or whatever. That's the one that I will choose at the grocery store because it seems like the almond and soy selections tend to be erratic at most places. Right. They switch up a lot.
So this is where I'm at. Yeah, no, orange juice, but no, oat milk, almond milk, soy milk. I've been doing that for like 3-4 years.
Yeah.
It's in my life. But yeah, juice and crank back. Come on, man. Come on.
Juice?
Yeah. Put it on the poll. What's YouTube saying? What's YouTube saying? You can't do that? Yeah, Juice is valid. Bryce on YouTube. Juice is valid with PBJ.
The one other person.
Yes. Let me see. Immediate toilet action after eating that with apple juice or orange juice. Yeah. Juice is good.
Bonta, you are nobody, my dude.
Oh, come on, Dan.
You can hear how far down the text line he has to scroll to find someone who agrees with him.
No, it was actually the first thing I saw.
Sam, you have learned radio. You come in, shots firing now. Let's go.
We've broken the bib quite well here on the Morning Roast.
I am really excited for Warrior basketball this year.
Yeah, I am.
I'm ready to see what the 4-time champs have in store. Look, I know. You're a homer. I really think they can repeat.
Oh,
I really do. And that would just be, if they repeated, that's like the cherry on top of the dynasty.
5 rings for Steph, Clay,
when we thought
and
they'd
Draymond.
never get another one.
So they've been doing these 10-year challenges, Clay and Steph.
Oh, that's
and like
cool.
Clay did it when he first got drafted.
Yeah,
and then
that's
10
pretty
years later, he's got 4 championships.
That's pretty
4
cool.
Larrys.
Yeah.
And then you see Steph,
4
10
Larrys,
years,
huh?
4 Larrys. That's what we're calling
You
them.
sound like goo.
4 Larrys.
Chips and offs.
Well, I've been saying that. You forget I have slang in my vocab too, but I went to journalism path, so I throw a little extra in there. But the offs, I'm not mad at that. Anybody get triggered by the playoffs or Guru saying the offs?
I had just never heard the offs ever.
Yeah, you know what? I haven't heard.
I think it was something he made up and
probably.
just is stuck with.
Lay off. But
like
the
the rat on the table thing. I know he said a boss gave it to him. I still don't believe him.
I still believe he took the lab from me. He stole it from me when I first got here.
Not JT the Bigger Figure, who had Dwelling in the Lab as the name of his album cover, one of the greatest names of all time.
Because now all of a sudden it's all about Guru's Lab. I was like, when I used to do Facebook Lives, it'd be like, live from the lab.
How many explosions has he had in that lab, mixing 2 takes that have nothing to do with each other?
Stay off of my timeline.
By the way, real quick.
How can he be in on Jimmy and out on Kyle simultaneously? The whole thing made no sense.
He is out of control.
I love
right?
the guy.
He's out of control.
And I know he's listening right now.
Right now. Let me tell you how else he's out of control. You notice, Guru. You notice that Guru, ever since YouTube has been fired up and Twitch, he's starting to come in with the Hawaiian shirts and nice button-ups.
Steiny too.
The watches. Oh, Steiny's wearing nice shirts.
I mean, he wore a white shirt that was wrinkled for months on end.
I mean, these guys are trying to dress up now for YouTube from 12 to 3.
He keeps getting those $140 haircuts.
Hey.
Steiny.
Spadoni knows. There's a lot of DTs going on with Steiny and Guru. A lot of diva tendencies going on from 12 to 3. We're watching and we're listening. A lot of DTs between Steiny and Guru.
I got caught up in Garoppolo mania.
Oh, did you? Again? Again? That may have been.
What's his record this year on gambling? Wasn't he like 4-23?
Oh, yeah. It was like, don't liquidate all assets. You will be homeless. And people can't they follow our picks.
Shoot or shoot, though.
Who you got this week, Bonte? I was like, I'm not giving you a pick, so if you lose money, you come back down my road saying I'm an idiot sports broadcaster. I'm not doing it.
I ain't toot my own horn, but I am honk honk.
There's a drop for everything.
You are listening to
He's the unofficial third host.
7 the game. KGMCF in HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 the game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And don't forget that you can also watch us every day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 the game. Last
They
on
said he's dwelling in the labyrinth, not the lab. Lost.
Remember,
What's the highlights?
Highlights. Remember, we all 3 did a show, and the boss said it may have been too much energy. I've never heard that before. It was too much.
Danny Fry, you're talking too much rap.
It's just too much energy. You and Butch, we got to break it up a little bit. What do you mean break it up?
He's been in the lab.
Yeah, he's out on Shanahan. I can't keep up with his takes. I can't keep up. And he was ticked off about being on the cue card.
Are you shocked?
I said, Guru, rewind your shows. The streets talk. By the way, download the Odyssey app. 95.7 the game, thousands of other stations, and millions of podcasts are free on the Odyssey app. Sports talk, music, news, podcasts, all available completely free. Follow your favorite team, stations, radio shows, and podcasts now by downloading the free Odyssey app. Bomani Jones, ESPN 730. Bob Fitzgerald, voice of the Golden State Warriors, 8 o'clock. We're doing it all today. Talking to the Warriors and Niners. And I want to start off with this because I know you've been waiting on this.
Yeah.
You have some very interesting things.
I have a solution for the Niners.
You have a solution. Because this is what Baldy said yesterday on the Morning Roast about the 49ers offense without Mike McDaniel.
I mean, I thought they would miss him, and I think they are. It just looks very beige, this offense. You know, I mean, if you had to put a color to it, it's just flat. I think Mike McDaniels is a big loss because what Mike does, nobody's really willing to, even if you're willing to put the time in, you don't know really what you're looking at. He just has that skill. And I thought you can replace a running back coach, you can replace a run game coordinator. I mean, they get replaced all the time. But not somebody that is willing to do what Mike did. And so I thought it would show up, and look, you had one explosive run by Wilson. You're on your third running back. We understand that. One explosive run. Otherwise, I mean, they were struggling to get 2 yards of carry. And so it has looked like that for much of the season so far.
So, with that said, and by the way, the poll is up on Morning Roast 95.7 The Game, at Morning Roast 957. Apple juice with a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. So far, yes is leading the way. It's only 9 votes in. But yes, it's leading away. 56%.
Anna, get online and vote.
I'm actually texting. I've got the group chat. Hey, vote yes.
All right,
please.
so the Niners offense clearly looks stale right now, and people are going to say, Jimmy needs to play better. Kyle needs to call better plays. Got it. All right, got it. I'm kind of tired going backwards and just ripping and crushing. And let's pivot forward.
Yeah, let's not be negative.
All right,
let's not be negative.
If you were to pose to me this question, Joe, what should Kyle Shanahan do to resurrect the season? Last year, they evolved and they developed the wide back. And, you know, whether it was just a gimmick or it's sustainable, we can argue till we're blue in the face.
Speaking of wide back, breaking news. Deebo Samuel has just signed with the Jordan brand.
Oh, has he?
Yeah, breaking news 3 minutes ago. Speaking of the wide back, Deebo Samuel now with Jordan.
That's cool.
So we got Jordan Poole with Dockers.
Wow.
Deebo Samuel with Jordan.
Good for Deebo.
Good for Deebo.
Wow, that's a good brand for him to be associated with.
Yeah, get all the J's.
Yeah, tackle man instead of airman, you know, or I don't know, touchdown man.
Right.
But like, here's what I would do. Like, if you're asking me, Joe, what would you suggest? You're an assistant on Kyle Shanahan's staff, and I'll pose this to the audience as well. You're an assistant on Shanahan's staff. He turns to you and he says, I don't even know what to do. What should we do? What is your suggestion? And this is exactly what I would say, and I'm glad you brought up Deebo. Right. Stop using Deebo on the jet sweeps and the end arounds and all the stuff where he's not a legitimate running back. This is what I want him to do. I'll let you get in a second. Just use him at running back. Just use him at running back, and here's why. I'll let you finish.
Yeah, all right.
All right. Put him at running back because when he goes in motion, when he's in the backfield, 99.9% of the time, everyone knows the ball's going to him. If I put him at traditional running back, I can at least run play action where he can be a decoy and I can open up the field for others down the field, right? And now the defense, instead of knowing anytime Deebo's in motion, alert, we have to stay on him, I at least can give, a basic offense where I have Juszczyk out there, Deebo in the backfield, and then it gets Danny Gray out onto the field. Right. I want Danny Gray out on the field because I need some speed. This is a team that needs some game-breaking speed. Yeah. Whether Jimmy could throw deep or not is not the point. It's you have to honor the speed traditionally. The other thing that I would do, I want to see some no-huddle. I'm not saying you run it exclusively. I'm saying maybe every other series, maybe every other possession, I'm running no-huddle with Jimmy G. He's at his best when I think it's kind of frenetic and freestyle-y, okay? I want to also try to get him out of the pistol and into shotgun. I think he's better in the shotgun. He can see things. It gives him time to get rid of the ball quicker because you know that this offensive line is going to struggle with Trent Williams out. And then the last thing that I would like to see, even though I know you want to keep George Kittle into block, you got to move him out 12-plus times as a wide receiver. Split him out and try to force teams to match up with him. Those are the things that I think that they need to do to kickstart this offense. I cannot just keep force-feeding Jeff Wilson Jr. He needs to be my change of pace guy. I'm trying to maximize this year. It's winnable. They could win the West this year still. As bad as it's been, B, you win against the Rams, you just look a little forward. I'm not saying I want to do schedule talk, but it's like, you know what? The ball gets rolling here. They could win the West.
Well, 9 games may win the West this year.
That's what I'm saying.
9 games may win the West this year. 9 wins. I want to start with Deebo. Let's pick up there. The problem with having Deebo lined up predominantly as a running back is that Now all of a sudden I have Brandon Ayuk at wide receiver, and I have a bunch of question marks.
Agreed.
Jawan Jennings.
Can't get separation.
Danny Gray, we don't know nothing about him, and I don't know if the quarterback can get Danny Gray the ball. And then you have Ray McLeod there. That's not enough for me. I need Deebo Samuel to play wide receiver.
But he's not really doing anything as a wide receiver
Well,
right
he
now.
hasn't got the ball. You got to get him in routes. You got to get him outside. So
I know.
Coach Yak on Twitter posted the last 2 minutes of the Week 18 game between the Niners and the Rams. When the Niners are down 24-17, they had to go down on the drive. Deebo had one of the signature catches on that drive, deep down the field. Use him as a wide receiver. You know, the whole running back jet sweep thing, that was a change of pace. Like, all right, cool, you do that 2 or 3 times a game.
It was a wrinkle.
Keep the team,
but now it seems very predictable.
Yeah, and it's predictable. It's way too predictable. I need Deebo to play wide receiver because if I take him away from the wide receiver position, then what do I have?
You have a third-round pick that you invested a lot of money in who actually has game-breaking speed on a team where it feels like they don't have game breakers.
But you don't have a quarterback who could get him the ball down the field.
That's why I'm paying Shanahan. I'm expecting him to open it up somehow. That's what I meant.
But if the quarterback can't deliver the ball,
you got to try something.
So like I got to have Deebo at wide receiver. I've got to have him running slants, posts, digs, crossers, all that good stuff, right? So I need that. Maybe a little more jet sweep to Brandon Ayuk. Figure out a way to get him the ball more because he's got game-breaking potential. He has speed. He has the ability
Surtain had him completely evaporated.
That's why I need Deebo to play wide receiver. So if Brandon Ayuk is getting covered by Patrick Surtain, because I didn't even care about Deebo.
They got Jalen this week, and Jalen. But that's what. See, the reason why I like Deebo out of the backfield. Think of what the league has evolved into. Saquon, you were talking about. Right. Saquon catches it out of the backfield, left and right. Kamara, McCaffrey, and that's where Deebo could still catch balls out of the backfield.
They're on Deebo. They're on that. You need Deebo at wide receiver, but you just brought up running back. I've been yelling this for years. I need special talent at the running back spot. I need a guy who could be a threat out in the backfield and a threat to where defenses are saying, alert, alert, alert. This guy's in the backfield. Let's pick this conversation up on the other side. Plus Bomani Jones at 7:30. We'll do that coming up. Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking. No compromises.
Steiny and Guru. Weekdays from noon to 3.
Has Jimmy gotten any better in 5 years? No. Okay, whose fault is that? You only are good as what you're working with. He got him to a Super Bowl in the NFC Championship game. Maybe that was it. They had their chance. Maybe. And that's why he said, night-night, bye-bye. So we know how Kyle feels. He divorced this guy.
This is the Bay Area's sports station. 95.7 The Game.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New gigabit extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
1-877 Cars for Kids.
K-A-R-S, Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S, Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title? No problem. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go online at carsforkids.org to donate today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S, Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
When you can't stop, there's Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub sends powerful medicated Vicks vapors right to the source of your... so you can experience cough relief and breathe easier. Generations of families have trusted Vicks VapoRub to help relieve the worst cold symptoms. So next time you have a cough, reach for the Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub. Cough relieving is believing.
Hurry into the Energy Savings Event at Lowe's. Save energy and save money on select major appliances, including Whirlpool energy efficient appliances. You can also use less water with WaterSense bathroom faucets, starting at just $19.98. Plus, find other great energy saving items throughout the store and check your eligibility for rebates in your area to save even more. Don't miss the Energy Savings Event at Lowe's. Selection varies by location. Exclusions apply. Visit Lowe's.com for details. Valid through 9/28.
Hockey season is here, and 95.7 The Game has your shot at tickets to check out the San Jose Sharks in their home opener against Carolina on October 14th. Listen to Willard and Dibs around 10:30 for your chance to win.
This is Steve Kerr, and you're listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Happy belated birthday to Steve Kerr.
Oh.
Happy belated birthday.
Happy birthday.
Yeah, coach.
Greatest coach in Warrior history.
No doubt.
And as much as I want to say Al Attles and
Don Nelson.
I mean, Kerr's the man.
He's the man. 4 championships
Come
with
on.
the Warriors. 3 with the Bulls, 2 with the Spurs.
Brian Winters.
Now he's looking for one. Brian Winters. Now he's looking for one for the thumb. One for the thumb for Steve Kerr. Actually, he's already got one on one thumb, 2 thumbs.
Nice.
You know, 10 rings. Could you believe that?
I know.
Could get 10 rings this year. We're talking about the 49ers and the offense. And look, you were talking about the 3-by-1 formation yesterday. Trips on one side, one receiver on the other. You know, do they do a lot of those combinations? I would love to see Kittle, Ayuk and Debo all on one side together, putting stress on the defense.
I don't think I've seen that formation one time.
Maybe it's
out there, but I don't remember it.
I don't recall it.
Yeah, I don't either.
Imagine that, putting them on one side together, putting all that stress on the defense.
And it forces, like, how many DBs can get up and press in that situation when they're all running rub routes and things like that?
Can't.
No, and so you have to back off a little. It just allows for a quick, easy hitter for Jimmy Garoppolo, especially when you know your offensive line is going to be poor. It's like this whole, because Trent's out, you're going to have to keep Kittle in more often. Yeah, on certain plays, but you also, I think, could spread it out a little more and put Jimmy in the shotgun and just, boom, try to get rid of it as fast as you can.
Well, he does that anyway. And
I know.
But here's the deal. If Kittle stays in the block and Debo's playing running back, I've got one legit threat outside in Brandon Ayuk.
Well, I'm not saying
one legit threat.
Debo may not have to stay in to block. I would want to use him on the leak outs and get him out on the edge and the perimeter, because him versus a DB, he's going to run that DB over.
Yeah.
And then him versus a linebacker, he's faster than most of the linebackers.
And there was a touchdown to be had there. Jimmy Garoppolo, wasn't his best ball thrown on Sunday. It would have been probably would have been a touchdown. But we're going to move on. Yeah. We're going to move on. We keep talking about running backs, right? And Willard comes in. We always have this discussion. And I'm saying I would like a running back who can get me 20 to 25 touches a game.
Yeah, philosophically, I think you and I think similarly in that.
Right.
I believe in bell cows.
I believe in them.
Do I believe in having a bullpen or a change of pace guy? Absolutely.
You got to have two guys.
Exactly.
But it helps to have a guy.
Yeah.
It helps to have a guy. And I'm looking at Saquon Barkley, who's in the last year of his contract. He's making $7 million this year. He's going to be an unrestricted free agent. He's played 86% of the snaps. And I get his injury history and whatnot, but you think about Mike Shanahan and having Terrell Davis, and they win those back-to-back Super Bowls in the late 90s, having just special running backs, special backs. Alfred Morris ran for $1,600 a year to Washington. Washington made the playoffs with RG3. Alfred Morris was incredible, and he was a serviceable back. He was really good. This team has been swinging and missing our running backs forever. Whether it's Jerick McKinnon, whether it's Trey Sermon, and we'll see about TDP, who's out with the high ankle. Jeff Wilson Jr. is a solid back, but he can't be your starter. He doesn't fear. I don't think he puts the fear in defenses like a Saquon, like a Najee Harris, like a Joe Mixon. We could go on and on and on.
He's a 5 or less carry a game guy.
Yeah, let's just call it what it is.
I'm not trying to rip the guy, but there's a reason he's your number 3 or 4.
So we'll see Saquon in the contract year, and he's balling right now. Balling because he's got to get paid.
I would take Saquon Barkley on this team all day. How many mid-round draft picks have they allocated to running back?
That's what I'm just saying. Trey Sermon, TDP.
Joe Williams,
who retired, didn't even make it past his first ever training camp.
They took Elijah in the 6th round. They picked up the undrafted free agent in Matt Breida
Matt Breida came and gone.
Exactly.
He came and went.
If you told me, Joe, for a 2nd and 3rd round pick, whether it's, this year, next year, moving forward, I would do it in a heartbeat. Because I know Saquon Barkley is a butt kicker, and that, to me, is a Rams kind of a move.
Right.
The Rams make moves like that.
Right. That would be a big-time move.
And I'm not saying that you have to build through the draft every year, but right now, this team needs a little pop.
Right.
And I think that this is the kind of guy that can do it. And with the salary cap expanding, okay?
And the money they just restructured with Trent Williams.
Exactly.
And you just restructured it with Jimmy Garoppolo.
I'm with you.
There's some money there.
He's a 3-down back. There's no denying it.
You have no 3-down backs. And if you put him out there in the slot, if you run him up in the backfield, line him up in the backfield, and he's on the linebacker, Bobby Wagner cannot guard Saquon Barkley. No. Most linebackers cannot guard Saquon Barkley. And having that threat to where defense said, okay, now we have to really account for this guy, and now I could play Debo back at wide receiver. Now I could move Debo around in the slot, and now we don't look so predictable. Imagine the backfield with Saquon and Debo with it. Now we're playing Madden here, right? It's fantasy. But, according to the team's play-by-play announcer, he heard murmurs that Saquon could be on the move.
I would love to
keep an eye on the New York Giants.
Yeah.
Let's see where they go.
Brian Daboll looks pretty good.
He does look pretty good.
I don't like Daniel Jones at all. I feel like they found a good coach there. Now, it's early. We'll see what the year looks like.
What are they going to do with Saquon?
They're outplaying what I thought them to be. Let's say they don't get Saquon. They don't do anything. They just stay with this particular team. I want to see Deebo Samuel just play the running back position. And
you want to be a full-time running back?
At this point, I'm trying to make the most of the roster.
What about the wide receiver position?
Right now, I have a 3rd-round pick in Danny Gray, who I believe to be better. I think he has the potential to be better than whatever the potential is for Jeff Wilson to be better.
Okay.
If we're ranking them that way. And
So
I'm trying to make
ideally-
the most of the roster that I have. And I hear what you're saying, and I get your point. You can't just use Debo because I don't have a great wide receiver. I'm trying to maximize Debo.
Right.
And I'm trying to get linebackers to cover him in space.
We forget how good he is as a wide receiver.
I know.
You know, this guy's going to get drilled playing running back full time.
I
And
don't
he's not
love
going to
it.
last it.
Bonte,
he's
I
not
don't
going to
love
last
it.
this season.
I don't love it. So you're saying to me that you don't think that Danny Gray can do anything? And even like
I'm high on Danny Gray, you know that. But I just don't know about him. Can he run an out route? Can he run slants? Can he get off a bump and run? You know, can he play 50 snaps out of 56? You know, can he move around? Is he going to know the play? Is he going to know to adjust? What's the rapport like with Danny Gray and Jimmy Garoppolo? They haven't had reps together.
I know.
They haven't had any reps together. And then you have Jawan Jennings. And then I have Brandon Ayuk, and the defense is going to say, okay, if Debo's in the backfield, we're going to roll coverage on Brandon Ayuk, and we'll take our chances with Danny Gray and Jawan Jennings and force them to beat us. Would you coach against the Niners like that?
Well, yeah, and Danny Gray, and when I watched him in practice, he couldn't get off the press. Just that just couldn't happen. But when I watched Jimmy Garoppolo through 5 years, and people think this is a knock, this is just how he plays quarterback. He will not throw it unless he sees it open.
Yeah.
And when I look at a team that doesn't get a lot of separation at wide receiver, Jawan Jennings, although he's a good chain mover and a possession receiver, he gets very little separation. Yeah. And maybe if you get Danny out there, we're not even talking about 12 targets. I'm talking about like a couple targets.
Right. No
because
doubt.
if you force a safety to at least honor that multiple times in a drive, it does open up the underneath stuff.
Yeah,
and we
no
need
doubt.
to open the middle of the field up right now.
That's why I can't play Debo primarily at running back, because I understand what you're saying. You want to maximize the contract. You want to give him the touches. But when you line him up in the backfield, what do you have? 5 carries last week for 6 yards?
Oh, Debo?
And he's running east and west.
Yes.
But then I don't want him running up A gaps and B gaps all the time.
This is why I think I have him in the shotgun, and I'm running gun runs, and I'm trying to get him on the outside of the tackles. Look, we're getting really deep inside in terms of formations and things. The point that I'm going at is, they can win the West. They just need to kickstart the offense. This defense is so good. If I were just ranking defenses in the league, even a non-49er fan would say the Niners have a top 5 defense, right? And so if you have a top 5 defense, I just need my offense to be 20th. Just be 20th.
Score 22, 23 a game.
Right now, I would take 14.
Wow, that's how bad it is.
But they haven't. They've shown no proficiency to be explosive.
And then with this offensive line, without Trent Williams, I do think they could get by. Oh, this is going to be tough.
And this is why I bring up Danny Gray. And again, I don't even think he's a savior. But one play, when your offense is so limited, one play that's 35 or 40, it's a field flipper.
It could change a game.
I mean, it's a field flipper. And on a team that's lacking explosion right now, I got to try something.
Yeah, no doubt.
I got to try something. And look, this is my idea. What would the audience do? I would love to know. If you just say, Joe, you can't go no huddle for this reason. You can't have Kittle line. Well then what is your solution?
Well, you want to go no huddle with Jimmy Garoppolo after that performance. Jimmy Garoppolo said not having OTAs and training camp hurt him. Now, a week before he said it was like riding a bike, right? But
they just need Jimmy to be better. Right now they have no other option but to see if Jimmy can do anything. And right now you need a jump start. So we can't go backwards.
Well, Bomani Jones is going to join us in 3 minutes. Bomani Jones, ESPN. He's got some thoughts on Shanahan, the offense. It'd be very interesting to see how people think outside of the Bay Area about the 49ers and Kyle Shanahan. Bob Fitzgerald's going to join us at 8 o'clock. He'll have thoughts on the Warriors and, of course, the 49ers as well, because he's called Niner games. He knows the Niners inside and out. I hear you, Shasky, trying to find a solution.
Well, maybe it's Jordan Mason with 6 or 7 touches as opposed to 1.
Can I see what Jordan Mason has?
Just see him a couple times.
Can I see what Jordan Mason has? 1 carry against the Denver Broncos. Now, maybe there's a reason. Maybe there's a reason why Tevin Coleman's back. There's a reason why Marlon Mack is here.
Tevin Coleman's a nice guy. Come on, Tevin Coleman. He got the year in 2019 that everyone points to. He had 350 yards. He had 1 good game. It was against Minnesota. It was in the divisional round.
He had a cook. That's not fair. He had a big Carolina
When
game.
you run for 340 in a season, that's not a good year.
Over 500. He ran for over 500. He did.
Tevin Coleman is scaring no one at this point in his career.
At this point, he's not scared anybody. I didn't say that.
You know?
But we can't go back and take away what he did in 2019.
If we're going all the way down to like the Tevin Coleman rung on the ladder, might as well see what Danny Gray's got or Jordan Mason's got. Like, let's see some of these other guys. You invested a third-round pick in the kid, and you can say, Joe, he was drafted specifically for Trey Lance. Great. Make it work with Jimmy. Like, you have to. They have no other option.
I hear you, man. I hear you. I
mean, they got Colton McKivitz starting at left tackle. You better be creative.
That's why you have to be creative, but that's why you may be limited. And George Kittle, you look at his 51 and 56 snaps, and yes, I would love to see Kittle line up wide. He lined up in line 38 times, and in line means on the line of scrimmage next to a tackle. 8 times in the slot, 4 times out wide, 1 time in the backfield. Maybe it's 15 times in the slot. Maybe it's 7 times out wide. Can you get a linebacker on him out wide to where you can run? Like if Bobby Wagner's matched up on George Kittle, Jimmy Garoppolo and Shanahan, I would love for them to identify that matchup, isolate Bobby Wagner on George Kittle, and attack him.
I know.
And attack him. That's what I want to see this week. You have to take advantage of matchups when you get them. Let's go to Jose in Oakland real quick. He's got some thoughts. He's listening on the Odyssey app. What's happening, Jose? You're on the Morning Roast. You're on 95.7
Hey, guys.
Game.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I think these limitations with the Niners offense goes back to Kyle Shanahan and his usage of some of his players. Yesterday, by chance, I started watching some of the, a little bit of the 2019 game between the Niners and the Saints. They scored 45 points with the same quarterback, basically just about the same players. The only player that was different there was Emmanuel Sanders. How can they score 45 points on one game? And now they can even score 14 points. It all goes back to Shanahan's insistence on using, the running game. Like I said, I know that's his bread and butter, but he needs to change it. It seems like every team now knows they're going to run it once, and that's when they're going to throw it. I think that's where Jimmy G's frustration is coming from. And having Josh Kittle on the team and not using him and using him mainly for blocking is like you buying a Ferrari and you're going to use it just to go buy groceries, at your local, supermarket store. You're not using it for what you got him. You got him as a receiver. I get it that he's one of the best, blockers, but yeah, they need to use.
Look, I love Debo. Let me cut you off here, and thank you for the call. I love Debo. If we were ranking just wide receivers, he's not even anywhere near the top 10.
No,
football players, different question. But to me, he needs to be utilized. I'm not saying he's Marshall Faulk, but in the way that Roger Craig and Marshall Faulk were such dual threats, you're trying to get them matched up in space on a linebacker. That's why he's running so many routes out of the backfield.
But you run the ball with him between the tackles. This man's going to break down.
You just got to mix it up.
This man's going to break down. Let's get to Bomani Jones, ESPN, the right time. Of course, he's been doing this podcast a long, long time. He's been all over the ESPN platforms, as well as HBO with this Game Theory show on HBO. Really fun show, which debuted back on March 13th. Bomani, welcome to the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game out in the Bay Area. Bonte Hill, Joe Shasky the Butcher, and we wanted to get you on because we've been in this Bay Area bubble looking at Shanahan for 6 years, and we're looking at this offense, and it just looks stale. It looks predictable. And you had a tweet the other day, which we really wanted to get into, and just kind of get your perspective on what Shanahan has been doing with the 49ers. And you just said the offense just feels weird. It looks weird. Can you expand on that? And what's your thoughts on the 49ers offense so far in 2022?
Well, what I said specifically that was weird to me is I don't understand what Kyle Shanahan is into when it comes to quarterbacks. The man who passed up on Deshaun Watson and Patrick Mahomes, and to be fair, he passed up on Trubisky too to draft Solomon Thomas, eventually becomes the man who drafts Trey Lance, and then, as he did with Robert Griffin, just because you can run don't mean you're a running back, right? And so, I find him confusing on that level. With regard to the offense, I think the thing that's probably happened as much as anything else is what happens to just about anybody who blows the world away with their offense at first. Everybody else starts running it, and also everybody else has a lot more time to pay attention to what it is, and they start figuring out ways to get around it. Now, to me, and I could be wrong here, I don't know if there's something wrong with the offense as much as your quarterback just isn't good. And I know that people have a bit of an emotional attachment to Jimmy Garoppolo that I find to be peculiar, but he just ain't it, and he hasn't been it, and every sign that the world gives us that he's not it, you got people that jump up and try to be like, oh, no, but Jimmy's a winner. That's not how things work, man. Like, the dude who closes his eyes and throws an interception in the Super Bowl, that ain't what winners do. The dude that runs out the back of the end zone, that's not what winners do. And so I have just found a lot of his decisions, less as coach than personnel man, to be absolutely like maddening and confusing. Like, I think he's put together an incredible roster and has done a great job with that. And I do think he's got an offense that, by and large, has a very high floor. But this team ain't going to get it done with the backup quarterback. But can you blame a head coach for not being able to get it done with the backup quarterback, even if the backup was your starter before?
That's a great question. I mean, you're kind of preaching to the choir on the Jimmy G thing. Me and B have been screaming to the high heavens for multiple years now. But what about this defense? Like, I know, look, the quarterback play is bad right now, and maybe he bounces back this week. They're 7-1 after a loss when Jimmy and Kyle are together. So maybe they bounce back this year. But I'm looking at the defense. I feel like they have a top-tier defense. Can they still get into the playoffs with this kind of a defense when you look around the NFC?
Oh, yeah, I definitely think that they can. For one, that's not a very strong division that they're in, right? Like, the Seahawks are, okay. The Cardinals, okay. The Rams, let's see how this goes with Stafford, as we were coming into the season worried about his elbow. That ain't going to get better as the season goes on. So, yeah, I think they can still make the playoffs, especially in a world now where 7 teams in each conference wind up making the playoffs. But is this a team that can win a Super Bowl? No, I have no reservations about saying that ain't something they can do.
Bomani Jones, ESPN here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 again. I want to get back to Shanahan for a second because you mentioned all those quarterbacks he passed up, and I've been basically the only one. Like, it feels weird out here, Bomani, because people are really hesitant to really criticize Shanahan because of his offensive philosophy and the play calling or whatnot. They've called him a genius, and I'm like, well, let's pump the brakes here. This is the land of Bill Walsh. All right, we've seen Bill Walsh, we've seen Mike Holmgren. Heck, Mike Shanahan was a great offensive play caller for the 49ers, but with all the quarterbacks that he's passed up on, and even Tom Brady, and then missing out on Matthew Stafford, and then saying, you know what, I'm going to go up and move up in the draft and go select Trey Lance, and then I'm going to use Trey Lance like a fullback. How much leash should Kyle Shanahan be getting? Because this is year 6 of the Shanahan movement, and we still don't know what quarterback he wants.
While I think that's a fair point, I also think you guys are being kind of greedy here. It's been year 6, and you've been to 2 NFC championship games. You've been to 1 Super Bowl, and even with the eyes closed interception, almost managed to win that one. Like, I am intrigued by the idea that in the Bay, the question is, I don't know if this guy is the guy. You ain't going to go out there and get a much better coach than Shanahan, but what he's not is a genius beyond criticism. And so what I thought was so interesting when they traded up to get that pick last year, and look, the trade was bad. There's no way around that. And the reason I say that the trade is bad and there's no way around it is if you give up that much for a guy, no matter who the guy is, he's supposed to be able to start day 1. And it's not supposed to be somebody that you get into year 2 and you're like, hey, we're not sure about that. Like, if you're that sure about a guy and give up all of that, like, Robert Griffin was way more ready to play off the rip than Trey Lance was. And as I recall, they gave up more to get Trey Lance than they gave up to get Robert Griffin. Like, that trade was not a good one, even if it turns out that Trey Lance is a franchise quarterback down the line. They had a win-now roster, and they made a win-later move, and we don't know if they're ultimately going to win later. Like, there's room to criticize Shanahan, but I think that given that he's gotten that genius tag for so long, that people then go all the way in the other direction and start thinking that the guy's a bum. And that I don't think.
Yeah, it's somewhere in between. I think he's really good, and I think there's some time management stuff. I think his early on success reminds me a lot of Andy Reid, where it's going to take time to iron out some of the game situations. There's certain 4th and 1s and 2s and situations and spots on the field where he's punting, and that I think that comes with a lot of time. I want your impression of the narrative nationally when it comes to Trey Lance, because it feels so unfair. I get the win now thing, I truly do. We've seen 5 years of Jimmy G, right, and I think he's mediocre. You know,
who he is.
He's an average player. I'm not trying to rip him. He's a B minus on a great day. You know, we couldn't even go 5 quarters of Trey Lance without everyone coming over the top rope from the high heavens to crush this kid, and I just think it's so unfair.
Yeah, but I mean, we've all been living in this world for a while now, right? There's a reason why Baltimore keeps black backup quarterbacks behind Lamar Jackson. It calms the locals down. This is a thing, and it's been a thing in the league for a very, very long time. You can't discount that when you start trying to get an understanding of what it is and why it is that people are just immediately coming down on the dude. Like, normally people are so excited about a young quarterback that they talk themselves into it. That is not what I've seen happen with Trey Lance, and I find it to be strange for two reasons. One, his talent is undeniable, right? Number two, and I guess you guys probably have more familiarity with this being around, but I remember the first time I saw an interview with that dude, and I was like, oh, look at that maturity. Like, I'm in my 40s now.
Bomani.
In their 20s in that way.
His number one attribute when me and Bonte have been around, intelligence. And yet no one has talked about how just the brain and the maturity, the emotional maturity of the kid and the smarts and the IQ, and yet a mobile quarterback. It drives me crazy.
Yeah, like I think I'm in on the optimism around Trey Lance, right? Like, I see why they did that. I thought it was so funny. And this, to me, was when I realized that everybody was just so over the top and never questioning Kyle Shanahan, is when Chris Sims, who, by the way, has Kyle Shanahan's initials tattooed on him. Yeah.
It's odd.
When Chris Sims said, hey, if he's making this trade, I think it's to get Mac Jones, the entire NFL press corps talked themselves into the idea of Mac Jones as number 3 pick when not a soul ever thought that dude was the number 3 pick. But that was how far people were willing to go to talk themselves into the genius of Kyle Shanahan, because they believed that Kyle Shanahan was doing it, then it must have been the right thing. No, you make that move as they did, it's to get a guy with the ceiling that you have with someone like Trey Lance. Now, to be fair to fans, if you think you got a win now roster and you think this guy is a win later player, then yeah, maybe you're saying go get Jimmy Garoppolo. I'm just here to tell you, nobody's trading all those assets if they think the guy they have is good. And it's interesting that the time that people want to start questioning the genius of Kyle Shanahan is when he made what was most obviously the decision that had to be made, which is we got to go get a different quarterback.
Mm-hmm. No doubt. Bomani Jones on the morning roast around 95.7 The Game. And here we are, because Shanahan has told us ever since, heck, the week of Super Bowl 54, Bomani, he was talking about Kirk Cousins, how his master players, let's go get, trust me, it drives us crazy. And we're happy that's happened out here. No doubt. But he's tried to dump Jimmy Garoppolo for 3 years. Now, this entire offseason, he gets the surgery, Jimmy Garoppolo, that is, and you can't trade him, you can't move him because nobody wants him, and he's back in this locker room. What did you think about some of the players and coaches talking to Michael Silver of the SF Chronicle after the Seahawks game saying, we think Jimmy gives us a better chance to win, and then they go out there on Sunday Night Football and score 10 points and look decrepit offensively?
Well, yeah, they think that Garoppolo gives them a better chance to win because they've won with Jimmy Garoppolo, right? There's a matter of familiarity, and also, I don't want to say superstitious because I think that feels dismissive, but football players tend to ride with correlation. Like, correlation versus causation is not something that football players necessarily get. And so you've got the quarterback. He's the leader. They're indoctrinated in this idea that the quarterback is the straw that stirs the drink. And so, yeah, they feel like they would have a better chance to win with Jimmy Garoppolo, or at least they would say that after that one game. Let's see how they sound after a month, right? Maybe Jimmy picks it up. Maybe Kyle Shanahan figures something out with the offense, to flip these things up a little bit and then go from there. I'm not sure, but I have an impossible time believing that these guys, actual football players, look at Jimmy and be like, oh, yeah, that dude's dope. They can't. Like, if they were playing against Jimmy, I can't imagine how excited they would be. The dude closed his eyes in the Super Bowl and threw an interception. I know I've said that like 3 times in the course of this, but how was that not the craziest thing you've ever seen?
Yeah, because the craziest thing I ever saw was him stepping out of bounds from the one.
And then throwing the pick six, Bomani. He tried to throw a pick six.
It was the best of the 3 things that happened on that play. Trent Williams is out for the year. He threw a pick 6.
4 to 6
and
weeks.
The safety was, Bonte's calling it a pick 8.
I'm calling it a pick 8, Bomani. I've never seen anything like it. And this is a 9-year veteran quarterback, and players a week ago, and certain media members around here, which drove us all crazy. Jimmy gives him the best chance. Offense looked better. We're like, how? We seen Trey Lance for 5 quarters. 5 quarters. Go ahead,
let me ask this question, okay? In that final drive against the Rams in the NFC Championship game, did you think they had any chance to win?
Okay,
Absolutely.
We're at SoFi,
We're
the 2
both
of us.
there.
My dad is sitting next to me, biggest Niner fans of all time. We're both in Joe Montana jerseys.
Right.
And I go, Dad, this is his moment. And I'm trying to be optimistic. My dad goes, it's Jimmy G, and started packing up his bag before the drive ended. The game gets over. Donald, rips Jimmy G to the ground. He throws a game-losing pick. I look over. My dad's got his entire bag ready to go. He goes, let's go. I told you it was going to happen.
Bomani, let me tell you something. The third play of the game for the Niners offensively, Jimmy missed George Kittle wide open, and we said, we've got bad Jimmy today. And then if you go back to the broadcast, Troy Aikman, when the game was tied at 17, he's on the broadcast for Fox. Troy Aikman says, the Rams have done a good job of shutting down the running game, and I'm afraid it's going to come down to Jimmy Garoppolo. Now, Troy, I was like, wow. When you watch the broadcast, so no, Bo, we had no faith whatsoever in number 10 leading us down the field and go to the Super Bowl.
Well, what I find strange, at least in terms of the way that Jimmy is received off of those things is, and you tell me if I'm wrong here, he be looking like he don't care when that stuff happens, right?
Well,
he's like, ho, hum.
But
right?
do you blame him, Bomani? Do you blame him? The quarterbacks tried to dump him multiple times.
Coach.
And now he's back to coach.
Yeah.
And now he's back, and it's like, wait, now you need me? So Jimmy's kind of in this FU mode where he's like, I'm out here trying to get a new contract. Y'all had me on the side field, on the little kiddie field, throwing to some water boys while Trey Lance is running with the playbook. I kind of don't blame Jimmy. Even though he's a mid-quarterback, he's very mediocre. I don't blame him, Bo.
Yeah, but he looked like that after he threw that pick in the NFC Championship game, too. Like, one thing I feel like you ain't got to worry about, and this isn't the worst thing in the world necessarily, but it is of note. That ain't no dude that's going to be breaking the iPad.
No.
After things go badly, right? And maybe there's something to the idea of you have a guy that stays composed in bad moments, and that's what you want, right? Yeah. I think that there's something to be said for that in having that guy.
Yeah.
Got you. But, man, he just isn't it. And I don't know why people are so insistent upon trying to talk themselves into it.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll take it another level. I can't believe Bill Belichick was so certain that this guy could be the one to take. I see why Tom Brady was furious.
Hey, Bomani, before you get on out of here, this is the Bay Area, and there's, Joe Montana, Barry Bonds, Steph Curry, or some semblance, Jerry Rice, Ricky Henderson. There are certain people that are at the top of the mountain looking down at everyone else, and Steph Curry's one of those guys. I mean, godlike figure. He wins his 4th championship. It's just an incredible season last year. And everybody knows in the Bay Area, you've said some things about Steph Curry over the years. Where are you at on Steph Curry now, out of curiosity?
I mean, basically, any measure of skepticism that I have had about Steph Curry at various points, he's just wiped his ass with every single one of them and put it right in my face. And like, hey, smell that, right? Like, that's what it was last year. And so, I think you guys are a little delicate up there when it comes to Steph, to be perfectly honest.
Hey, our fan base is wild, man. Trust me, I do the pre- and post-game show for the Warriors, and our fan base is different, and I love them. They're passionate. They are passionate. You better not come at Steph.
Well, they're passionate, and you guys have a disproportionate number of fans who, I mean, I don't know how much basketball they watch as much as they love Steph, right? Like, that happens, and Steph is that guy, and he's the sort of dude where, like, because he seems so, like, cherubic is the word that you would use, like almost childlike when he was younger, people pop up to defend him because why would you ever pick on Steph Curry, right?
Yeah, he's too perfect.
Something critical. It's like, why in the world would you pick on Steph Curry? I'll tell you this. I think it was game 4 against the Celtics. Mm-hmm. It was one of those games in Boston, and it was early, and he did something, and he did one of those flexes, and I was like, I've never seen it come out of him like that. Like, hey, guys, jump on my back, boys, and we going to get this done because I have to get this done, was something that I hadn't seen. Not to say, of course, that he couldn't carry the team before, but it's a little different when you walk in the building and you're like, hey, if I don't get this done, we don't have any chance. It's not just a matter of, hey, am I making shots today or not? No, he did that, and I was like, oh, buddy. I ain't got really nothing bad to say. And I don't even think the things I had to say about him were necessarily as bad as a lot of people thought they were.
No.
But he's all-time. I mean, what he did to close out last year is one of those, I have nothing left to do or to say to you guys. Right. And where this will get fun to me, if the Warriors win a championship this year, and I think their roster is basically they have too many good players.
Right.
And I know that sounds strange, but basketball team can really only play 8 dudes. They got like 9 or 10. Somebody kind of needs to go in order to really make this happen, unless you want Kuminga over there on the bench folding his arms, looking salty all year.
Right.
But you know what I'm saying? Like, where is it that he plays? Like, where is Moses Moody supposed to play? When is Wiseman supposed to play? All those questions. But if Steph wins a championship this year, and somebody says he had a better career than LeBron James, what's your argument against it?
Wow.
You know what I mean? And I'm not sure I have the answer to that definitively, but I'm saying if I'm talking strictly in fairness, if it is 5-time NBA champion Steph Curry, who was responsible and the centerpiece of the best dynastic sort of run of basketball that I think we've seen post Michael Jordan. If that happens, what can you say about the dude that, like, how can you say somebody else is the player of his era? That becomes a fascinating question that has to be answered. But no, man, he's that dude, period. Like, I still got some questions about the other dudes on the team. Like, I think Klay Thompson's on one leg, and I think Draymond is old and might be done so. But Steph, nah, man, you've done it. I don't even want to talk about that dude no more because I feel like I'm just going to make, like, I feel like I actually should just get out here and say something critical about Steph so that he can come out and average 40 points a game.
No, Steph is incredible, and Warrior fans do ride for number 30, no doubt about that, especially this franchise. That I'm sure, Bomani, when you were growing up, you're like, the Warriors, where they play? Nobody knew about the Golden State Warriors. This franchise was terrible. They were awful.
No, they were in between. They'd either be really fun or really bad.
Yeah. Right. Yep.
But there's no in between. Really fun or really bad, or, you know, sometimes you got to yoke your coach up by the neck.
Yeah, sometimes you got to do it. Let me ask you real quick before you get out of here. Now, we do appreciate the time. Bomani Jones, great. ESPN, of course, HBO as well. Kevin Durant. There was rumors about Kevin Durant, whether or not the Warriors would go down that path again with Kevin Durant. What's your overall perspective of what Kevin Durant's about to go through with the Brooklyn Nets alongside Kyrie Irving and that entire organization?
Man, I have no idea what's going to happen with the Nets this year. One, how much Ben Simmons are we going to get is the real question.
Great question.
And I don't have an answer for that because I think even with him now talking a little bit more, the circumstances surrounding his last 12 months, I really still feel like are a bit murky. And so I don't know what all went into last year and why he did not play and all of those things. So I don't know. And because I don't know what those things were, I don't know where he's going to be this year because I don't know exactly what it takes to overcome where he was last year. And all of us around the NBA, we hear things, right? Mm-hmm. Nothing I heard was encouraging. Like, I'm at the point where I will believe that Ben Simmons is going to play basketball when I see him play basketball. With Durant, he made a gross miscalculation of what his leverage with the Nets truly was. And he thought, and understandably, because normally when the superstar wants to go, the superstar goes. James Harden had a lot of time on his deal when he decided that he wanted to go, and Durant thought that he wanted to go. The issue is all that dude really wants to do is play basketball, and it doesn't work that way when you're at the top of the food chain, and your success depends on Kyrie Irving. And none of us know what the reason is that Kyrie's not going to play this year. Yeah, I just feel confident that he's going to be a reason.
You think Kevin Durant's regretting leaving the Warriors? How salty was he watching those finals, watching Steph Curry win his fourth ring without himself on the Golden State Warriors?
I mean, I think he might have been salty about it, but the truth is it was time for him to go. It was time for him to go for the Warriors' sake. It was time for him to go for his own sake. And I think the part in this that we have to keep in mind for him is, and I get this with Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant won the MVP in 2014, and he was unequivocally the best player in the NBA in 2014. This wasn't one of those where there was voter fatigue and they were just tired of giving the MVP to LeBron. He outplayed LeBron that season. I don't think, and you go back and look at the numbers and look at everything else, I don't think there's any way around that. So he's in Oklahoma City, he gets hurt the next year, and in 2016 he plays very well, but that's the year LeBron goes superhuman in the finals, right? Kevin Durant thought, I can go to Golden State where I will be the best player, and he was the best player, and we will win a championship, and finally the world will have to say, I am the best player in the world. He won a championship hitting a shot in LeBron's eye, and he was the best player on one of the best teams that we have ever seen. But because LeBron went superhuman in 2016, not one of us ever said Kevin Durant was the best player in the NBA. And the way it normally goes is you win the championship, you're the best player, you hit a shot like that, you are that guy. And we never gave him that. And so then he looks around in Golden State and he's like, not only am I the best player in the NBA and nobody wants to acknowledge it, I can't even be the man on my own team because of what Steph is. And that's not a knock to Steph, but he means something different to that city. Johnny Bench and Pete Rose went through the same thing with the Cincinnati Reds in the 1970s, where Johnny Bench was a bigger national star, Pete Rose was a bigger local star, and they each resented each other for it. Not to say that these guys resented each other, but you get my point.
Yep.
So for him, staying in Golden State was never going to give him what it was that he was looking for. And I think that he was a dude that was looking for a situation that would ultimately make him happy. and playing for the Warriors didn't make him happy. The mistake was not leaving Golden State. The mistake is hitching your wagon to somebody as unreliable as Kyrie Irving. He ain't going to carry you to nothing other than heartache.
With that said, we're going to let you go, Bomani. Great stuff. We appreciate it. Best of luck on your HBO show, The Game Theory, the Right Time podcast. We've been listening for years on ESPN. Keep doing your thing, Bo. Thanks for the time today.
Hey, no problem, man. Y'all, that'd be good.
You too. Bomani Jones here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Really insightful stuff. Really fun stuff. We get him, and then we get Bobby Fitzgerald. That's a nice little back-to-back.
I'm so fired up for Warrior basketball.
That's got you fired up for Warriors basketball.
It's a palate cleanser. I'm not going to lie.
It is. Steph is back.
It's a palate cleanser.
Kuminga, Wiseman. This year's going to be wild.
It is interesting. It is very interesting, like how we talk about Jimmy around here versus how everyone else in the country looks at Jimmy Garoppolo. It's just interesting to me.
And he basically said it. We don't get what everybody's so in love with Jimmy for. Yeah. Don't get it. That's the national perspective. And here we are in our bubble trying to talk ourselves into saying this team is better with Jimmy Garoppolo at quarterback. Wow. We need him to be.
Sometimes trauma causes irrational behavior. Are you ready for some injuries?
More injuries?
It's time for the Injury Report.
That really hurts.
Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Good news with the Injury Report. We got good news, Shasky and Roasters. Kyle Shanahan said yesterday that he expects cornerback Jason Verrett and safety Jimmy Ward to be able to practice next week ahead of the Niners' Week 5 matchup against the Carolina Panthers. Verrett has been out since last year when he suffered a torn ACL in Week 1 against the Lions. Remember that, Shasky? That was a tough one when the Niners were up big against the Detroit Lions. Jimmy Ward, he's been working his way back from an injured hamstring. Both would be welcome additions to a 49ers defense that has already been a stout unit, shutting down the Broncos, shutting down the Seahawks, and shutting down, for the most part, the Chicago Bears through 3/4 of that football game. The Injury Report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. From Bomani Jones to Bob Fitzgerald, the longtime voice of the Golden State Warriors. He joins us next to talk a little Dubs and Niners on the roast.
Damon and Ratto, live on Twitch and YouTube.
I want to talk about this defense. This is a defense that you absolutely want to buy stock in right now, and the season is basically now in the hands of this defense. That's it. Boys, it's on you. And there is absolutely no doubt that all of the frustration that the 49ers have given us this year have been on Kyle's side of the ball.
Just go to Twitch or YouTube and search 957 The Game.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to GetRefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
We're on a journey to make healthcare more accessible and more equitable, to treat the most complex diseases and offer hope where often there is little, to provide better care to more people across the Bay Area. We are more than a hospital, more than a university, beyond science and technology. We are the people of UCSF. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
Elise and Carl's Bakery needed a small business loan fast, but instead of going to On Deck, Carl called
Lone Falcon!
Really? Carl?
There's a better way to get a fast small business loan. Go to OnDeck.com. And if approved, get your loan as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck. Depending on certain loan attributes, your business loan may be issued by OnDeck or Celtic Bank, a Utah Chartered Industrial Bank member FDIC. Limited eligibility for same-day funding. OnDeck does not lend in every state. All loans subject to lender approval.
Why does Comcast Business power more businesses than any other provider? It has technology solutions that put you ahead, like the fastest, reliable network and serious savings. Whether your small business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security. Together for just $69.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. New 50 megabits per second internet and security edge customers only. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable based on RootMetrics US report. Results vary, not an endorsement.
Have you ever hired a commercial painting company, then been stuck managing your own project? Hi, this is Matt Jesse, president of MB Jesse Painting. We know how busy you are and that you need professional painters who are actually professionals. My team has the experience, training, and credentials to get the job done. If you've been waiting for the right time to paint, this is it. Call 855-MB-JESSE today or visit us online at mbjesse.com.
MB Jesse!
Hey, I'm Ben Kaspick, host of the Locked On Giants podcast, a daily podcast covering your favorite team. The Giants are all in on analytics, and on this show, we talk about the Giants in a way that's data-driven and rational, but also simple, passionate, and accessible to all. We understand sabermetrics, but we also understand what it's like to play this game. Listen to the Locked On Giants podcast every day on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
You could save big when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive, but when we just come out and say it, it feels like it falls a bit flat. So instead, we're going to hire a professional voice actor and pay him absurd amounts of money to say,
I like this product.
Not sure why that was better. I mean, I'm a professional too, but we didn't pay him to say the business part, so back to me. Save big when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive. Sorry, I know hearing me say it was a bit of a letdown. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Discount not available in all states or situations.
Are you kidding me? Gas prices are up again? Somebody has to do something.
Well, someone did. That's why I use Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that pays you back real money for every gallon of gas or diesel you buy. I just earned 25 cents back on every gallon of this tank.
Hold on. So the Upside app is free and you actually get cash back every time you use it? No strings attached?
Yep, it's awesome. Check it out. It only takes a couple of minutes to sign up.
Instead of just watching your dollars go into your tank, start putting money back into your wallet with the free app from Upside. With the price of gas today, it's big news and big money. To cash out of your Upside cash, just transfer it to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card. Upside users have already earned over $200 million. Now it's your turn. Download the free Upside app and get cash back on every gallon of gas. Use promo code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's code GOLF. Use code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon back in your first fill-up. Cashback's not available in gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast.
Oh, yeah.
Featuring Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
And well, I'm about that action, boss.
Take it out! This is the morning roast on 95.7 The Game.
Man, a lot of fun this morning on the morning roast. Already 2 hours down. We talk a little Niners, a little Warriors. We're in a good mood on a Wednesday. Good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shifts. If you're at work, good morning to you. If you're getting ready for work and you're on the roadways, good morning to everybody out there. Lutman, Craig, Max, Spinoni, and you, Shasky. Good morning to all our YouTubers, Twitchers, Comcast Business Text Line. Been a lot of fun today.
So we're going to do something a little different at some point. We're doing what we call the sideshow. It's going to be
sideshow.
An extra little episode that you can only get from us where we go talk about shenanigans and things like that. Getting groceries, for example. Bonte's trip to go get some gas. And it's going to be only available on our iTunes, Apple feed,
Odyssey,
whatever it's called. The
Odyssey app.
Yeah, you can only catch it in one spot. But to take people behind the scenes, just to give you a tiny little taste, there's a thing called the bat signal. Commissioner Gordon would put it out there, and you'd see the little bat thing up in the sky. If you mention Guru's name on air at any time at 95.7 The Game, the Guru signal goes up, and you get about 7 or 8 texts, and it's a wild morning when Guru's defending himself wildly in the text messages right now.
Guru's up at 5:30 in the morning listening to Spadoni. I mean, Guru, get a life.
He's in the lab.
His kid is at Santa Clara now. His kid is now team manager for the Santa Clara University basketball team.
Oh, no way.
He's going to be able to travel. So
That's
little
cool.
Daryl's got a little gig. So
Cool.
So Guru's got a little more time on his hands.
I know Bonte.
Yeah, and Bob Fitzgerald did make the trip to Japan. He's got some time on his hands. And he's got time for us today, Shasky.
Nice. I'm ready. Warrior basketball, what a palate cleanser.
So Bob Fitzgerald joins us. Good morning, Fitz, to you, and welcome back to the show. And what year is this for you? I already forgot. We're talking at Media Day. What year is this? 25, 26, 27, 28, 29?
30.
30.
30?
I wanted him to drop that.
First Warrior game was February 18th, 1993. So when we hit February 18th, 2023, it'll be 30. That's how long David Stern was in the league. So.
That was Weber's first game?
No. That was pre-Weber. That was when they were exerting a little less effort to get a better draft pick.
Yes.
Wow. So Latrell was the 92 draft?
93 was Latrell.
Freewell wasn't even there yet.
Wow.
Wow, that's insane. That's insane.
Wow.
So 30 years ago, you called your first Warriors game. And now you look at where the team is at. Did you ever imagine this would be the IT team where they're going to Japan representing the league, and all these fans are waiting at the airport for Steph or Jordan Poole?
Yeah, but see, that's the thing. You guys are good with it, but I try to tell people 17 of the first 18 years I did games, they made the playoffs one time.
I know.
One time. That was We Believe. And then when Lincecum and Peter Guber bought the team, and I always tease Joe and Peter about this, you remember they stood courtside and, time out during the game and pointed and said, that 75 banner, that's a lonely banner. We're going to get another one. I'm like, how about a winning season? How about an 8th seed? What do you mean we're going to win a title? And then, to see 4 titles in 8 years and see the 73-win season and see Chase Center being built, it really is an incredible arc. And if, Peter was doing a movie about the Warriors, no one would ever believe it because it's kind of the Rocky Balboa story, down and out, and then all of a sudden you're the champion, and that people love that story. But we've all got to live it. It's been a lot of fun, and I said, when they won the championship, filling in for Tim Roy, the run is not done because look at the group of young players in addition to the Hall of Famers they have, and who knows what the next couple years look like.
Well, I want to go back just a little bit. Game 4. I went to both of the games in Boston, 3 and 4. I didn't go to the end up clincher one, but 3 and 4. And Game 4, it's a Friday night in Boston. I just want to take people back. The games don't start till 9 o'clock on the East Coast. That is a liquored up, ready to go, just salivating crowd, and I think that Steph Curry had his finest moment in the NBA. It was one of the signature, we think of Larry Bird and Michael Jordan and Magic Johnson, these seminal moments that they have in their career, and we don't know what the rest of his career is going to play out, but to have that game, not that he didn't have games before, because you and I both know he did, it's one of the all-time great moments in NBA history, let alone Warrior history, let alone Curry history. I don't think we could talk enough about that Game 4.
No, I agree with you. I don't think it has been talked about enough. It is the single best game Steph has ever played, and it was needed more than ever, and that was the series. If Boston goes up 3-1, the math is working against you, particularly since the Warriors had kicked away that Game 1 when they had the 12-point lead in the fourth quarter.
Yep.
When you lose a game like that in a 7-game series, that means you essentially have to beat a team 5 times. So, to me, in that moment, what they needed, as close as the game was, as well as Boston played, on the road, in the finals, Steph, the 43 ball, to make that series 2-2. And remember, Boston then made a big shift in Game 5 and held Steph 0 for 9 of threes and shackled him back at Chase Center. You know, I don't know why Boston didn't play that Steph against the world defense all series. But remember, they would give him space. So he's not going to shoot it at 26 feet or 27 feet or whatever, but you saw the greatest distance shooter in the history of the game just win a finals game, put a team completely on his shoulders, equal that series at 2-2, and then they ran the table to win it 4-2 and win the championship. That was the single best game he's ever played.
Wow.
I don't know if it's the best game he'll ever play, like you said, because he's not done, but my goodness, that was anything that Bird or Michael or Magic or anybody would have ever done. That's the Steph Curry resume game for sure.
There's no doubt about that. And you brought up Game 5, Fitz, and we're talking about Fitzgerald, longtime voice of the Golden State Warriors here on the Morning Roast. Game 5, Steph doesn't hit a 3. Everybody would have put their money down and say, yeah, Warriors lose that game. They're going back to Boston down 3-2. But Andrew Wiggins steps up. And can you talk about the season that Andrew Wiggins has where he elevated his game in the postseason? And outside of Curry, you could make the argument that him and Looney was the most consistent Golden State Warrior in that postseason run, 26-13 in Game 5, the defense on Tatum, the posters on Luka Doncic. How much confidence does Wiggins have now? Because he seems like he's at ease in the year that he's going to have here, contract year 2. I mean, I'm blown away by Andrew Wiggins, and nobody is talking enough about him.
Well, Bonte, you're so on top of it, is that you look at Wiggins makes the All-Star team in February, then he scuffled a little bit for a couple months after. Now, granted, Steph's out of the lineup, Clay's coming back, Draymond was out of the lineup, so they weren't really the Warriors. But then you get to the playoffs. Oh, an 11-rebound game. Had he ever done that? No. A 13-rebound game. Had he ever done that? No. Had he done the 20 and 10? No. Like, he's doing unprecedented things when it matters most. And then, guard Luka Doncic, go guard Tatum. And to see what Andrew did, now you watch him in training camp at the very beginning, it's like a golfer that's birdied 3 holes he never birdied before. Now Wiggins is like, I can get double-digit rebounds? You know, I can get 8, 7. He averaged 4 rebounds a game. You know, so what happens now if Wiggins is a 18, 19, 20-point scorer with that elite defense, with 8, 9 rebounds a game? I mean, this becomes another chapter in how good he can be. And I think, you talk to him, and he's so, I just say he's so Canadian is the easiest way to say it. He's so polite and so nice and such a good dude. He's like, Andrew, what was the deal with rebounding? Like, my goodness, like, you've never done this before. He's like, I just realized how easy it was. Like, if I just go in and get offensive rebounds, or if I get on the glass, like, I'm really athletic. I can grab a lot of rebounds. It's like, yes, you can. Like, this is awesome that you figured this out, and I'm anxious to see what his season looks like, because the confidence he has now, the fit he has with Steph, Clay, and Draymond and Looney. This is exciting to see where Wiggins is able to take his game, too.
Yeah, and on a personal level, to see a guy who was just so criticized so early on in his career become a fan favorite, just on a human level, it's just a great story. I mean, I feel so good for the man, but I'm looking at this team as a whole, Bob, and I'm saying to myself, like, wow, they've got an embarrassment of riches. No, they really do. Like, they've got the 3 old wise men. They bring back, obviously, Andre Iguodala. Looney's a year old. They've got so much. They got all the young players. How does this play out for them early on in the season? Like, what's the strategy here? Is it you're going to try to throw the kids into the deep end? Or are you trying to ease them in here? Like, how are they working this bad boy? I don't want to say that they have too many people, but there is sort of a delicate balancing act that they're going to have to do early on here, right?
Well, I think the first thing is, you've got the Hall of Famers and then you got the puppies. And so Steve Kerr's going to have to balance that. And then also, they won 53 games and won the title, so they're not going to be crushing guys during the regular season on a short off season, on back-to-backs and things like that. So what you're going to see is, I think people feel good about Steph, Clay, Wiggins, Draymond, and Looney. People feel pretty good about that unit, and they probably should. So keep them healthy, keep them right, let them talk to the performance staff about where their bodies are and things like that. But the intriguing thing is the second unit now. Jordan Poole, DiVincenzo, Moody, Kuminga, Wiseman, and then you also have JaMychal Green. I love that group.
Forgot about JaMychal Green.
Yeah. Jordan is already taking a nice leap. Where does he go? Can he unlock on the pick and roll a healthy Wiseman? Moody, I think, is plug and play. This guy is, 20 going on 35. I think he's been in the league for 10 years. He's such a mature, great young man. I think Dante DiVincenzo has a lot to prove and will fit in the system well. And then where's Kuminga? I mean, Kuminga, every game he plays, he has that wow moment where you're like, oh, my God, this guy has ability like I've never seen. But what did Kuminga and Wiseman do together? So all that becomes really intriguing, and it gives that second unit a lot of juice. And then you've got, the old head in Andre Iguodala.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you, Fitz, what does it mean?
As to what their role is and how to best work together. But that's a brand-new unit. We've never seen Jordan DiVincenzo with Moody, Kuminga, Wiseman. We've never seen that. Well, so that's like the Christmas present that you get to unwrap this season and see what we got.
Well, I was going to ask you, Fitz, what does it mean to have Andre Iguodala back on the sidelines? We know he's not going to play much, but as a mentor to the Kumingas, to the Moodys, and to the Pools, what does it mean to have him back on that bench for the fan who just says, you could use that roster spot on somebody else?
Well, let me ask you this, Monte, just to relate to someone's life here. If you've got your boss telling you something and you've got your buddies telling you something versus you have Shasky telling you something, someone that you work with every day, that's going to matter. And if you tell Joe something, that's going to matter to him. So Steve can say stuff or Bob Myers can say stuff. When Andre says something to Draymond or Andre says something to Steph or Andre says something to Moody or Kuminga, the weight that carries matters so much. And to have that person with, by the way, this is my 19th year in the NBA. I have 4 championships. I have gold medals. I've been a finals MVP. When he speaks, that carries so much. And I think the outside world doesn't quite get, if Andre tells Klay Thompson, dude, I don't see that defensive effort tonight. Like, what are you doing? Like, that lands like a ton of bricks rather than a coach like, hey, get back on defense, And it's not to diminish other people's words. It's just what a peer says to you, that hits home, man. And they can, I call them courageous conversations. Everyone can slap everybody on the back and say how great things are. When things are going sideways, you need someone to look you in the eye and go, hey, this ain't good enough, or this isn't us, or this isn't the standard we play to. And I think Iguodala brings that in a huge way. I'm beyond excited that he elected to come back for this year.
All right, Bob, let's have a little fun here. Have you watched the Infinity Wars or Thanos or any of those things? Because I'm now imagining you with the gold little arm gauntlet thing that he has, trying to get that 5th ring so you can get that 5th gemstone so you can complete world domination as the Warrior play-by-play guy. What do you think?
Well, here's the thing about that. When they had 15 wins and they were all banged up and people like, they're done. They'll never be back. And I always felt like they're going to win another one. Like at some point, they're going to win another one. Like they're going to get right together. There's too much championship DNA. They're going to win another one. I never thought it would be last year. So that's the thing to me is like, I'm waiting for that other championship.
Right.
But last year was the unexpected one.
Nope.
That was the unexpected one. So I'm like, here is a full season for Klay. Here is Steph still rolling. Here is Draymond. And I'm waiting, as you guys know, I'm the Wiseman guy.
Yeah.
I'm going to be the last person on Wiseman Island.
I'm with you on Wiseman.
Hey,
no, hey, Fitz,
we're on this raft with you. This is not Titanic.
Yeah,
we can all fit on this raft.
We've never wavered off of James Wiseman. We love Wiseman. He averaged 11 and 6 and had no idea what he was doing on the NBA floor in 39 games.
Thank you. People have to go back, look at 11 and 6 for a 19-year-old big man, and tell me where that stacks up in NBA history. I've never seen a kid, and you know what? It's maybe the Wiggins thing in Minnesota. People have been so down on Wiseman. My God, like re-racked all the articles about Steph Curry's ankles when people wanted to write him off too. Like,
what about Looney? They wrote off Looney.
Same thing. Hip surgery, left side, hip surgery, right side. 7 years later, playing in 104 games, Mr. Indestructible. Like, have some patience, man. Like, hang in there for a little bit. So, to me, last year was the unexpected one, and a credit to just who these guys are. But let's see what they got left, man, because this year, the next couple years, I'm just excited to see it. So the fifth gemstone, that thumb's lonely, baby.
Yeah.
Look at Bobby Fitz.
Here's the line.
Let's see if they can get that done.
Here's the line for you. It's like Thanos. You got to have the hand out with all the rings on it, and you go, I am inevitable.
That's pretty good.
Well, the only thing about inevitable is Clippers are healthy. Denver is healthy.
Bring them on.
One of these years, LeBron and Anthony Davis are going to stay fully healthy. Dallas added Christian Wood and JaVale. Like the West is spicy, man. The West is spicy. Memphis is coming. Like, you know, Milwaukee's fully rebuilt and ready to roll on the other side. Brooklyn may have gotten some things together. Like, to win a title this year, whoever comes out of it in the NBA, this is going to be one heck of an NBA year. Phoenix is still amazing.
I was going to say, you didn't mention Phoenix.
This is 7-8 teams that have a shot at it this year.
Well, I was going to just say, you didn't mention Phoenix. You did at the last part of that bit there, Fitz. But did you see Ayton yesterday at Media Day? Boy.
Yeah, you have all kinds of dynamics on a team, and unless you really know what's going on, and I don't pretend to within Phoenix, the media gets a glimpse of it. I'm more curious as to what are the real conversations behind closed doors. But, Ayton, if he was unhappy last year, still averaged 17 and 10.
Yeah, he's so big.
He's awfully good. So maybe you want him a little spicy.
Got that Otis Thorpe old man strength Ayton does. I'm telling you.
He does. No, he's nice.
Bobby Fitz, you're in your bag.
You're in your bag. We want to ask you one last one about the Niners. What's your overall thoughts about the Niners and what you saw Sunday night against the Denver Broncos? I know you're hanging out at Media Day. We're all having fun there, but boy, what a stinker. And we got to get Shanahan and Garoppolo on the same page here.
Yeah, I think the thing with the Niners is, I looked at that. First of all, defensively, they're going to be good.
Elite.
Do we have any doubts about that?
No, elite.
You've seen the Bear game, the Seattle game, the Denver game. Like, this Niner defense is excellent. So that's good. But when you allow 11 points, you should win every game. Like, that's in the NFL, you allow 10, 11 points, you got to win. So that's a missed opportunity. They have 14 more games left. Like, there's still so much football to be played. And I look at that offense, and I see it was Kittle's first game, but I see Kittle and Debo and an improved Ayuk, and I see an O-line that's coming together, and I'm like, come on, man. The Niners, they're going to be a very, very good team. Having said that, the Rams come at a perfect time. You want to prove that the Denver game was just a one-off and just kind of an ugly game. You got Monday night, and you got the Rams. Like, let's see what that looks like. But I do think that they're missing Elijah at tailback. I think that Jeff Wilson's a good player, but I think Shanahan likes to rotate tailback. So that, to me, is a little bit of a ding. But Garoppolo, when he talks about rhythm and practicing, the one thing he's not saying is he's recovering from shoulder surgery. He had no training camp. He had no preseason. He had, hey, go into the Seattle game and start playing, and he played well. But to me, he just looked like a guy missing throws, behind guys, just not quite as sharp as he needed to be against a pretty good Denver defense. So I still think, they're out of 17 games, they're still a 11-6 team, probably, at worst. Maybe, 11-6, 12-5, and they'll be heard from, and if they're peaking at the right time like last year, with that defense, they have a chance to beat anybody.
All right, Fitz, good to hear from you. Warrior season is around the corner, October 18th, ring night at Shea Center against the LA Lakers. But right now, they have some things to do in Tokyo, Japan. We'll see the full roster play against the Wizards starting Friday at 3 a.m., a game you can listen to right here on 95.7 The Game.
Now, wait a minute. October 9th, Lakers, 5:30 Sunday, preseason opener, NBC Bay Area. Let's go.
My bad, Fitz. I was talking about the Wizards game Friday. But, yeah, we know about October 9th. That's right. Preseason against the Lakes showed in. It gets real fun on October 18th. Don't ring night, banner going up at Shea Center.
I always have to MC that thing. That's always kind of fun. I'll give you one little insight for ring night. I do it every time. I do it just for myself, and maybe about 6 people notice. When I do Steve Kerr, I do it like they did at Arizona when he played.
Oh.
Steve Kerr! Like, that's but I announce his name, I would just like he did as a player.
Like you're in Tucson, Arizona.
Absolutely. I do it. Hey, you got to do things to amuse yourself sometimes.
October 9th, preseason opener on NBC Sports Bay Area. Bob Fitzgerald on the call.
Bob.
Thanks, Bob.
All right, be good.
All right, Fitz here on the Morning Roast. Well, fun show, man. That was the last 1 hour. Bomani Jones and Fitz is in his bag. I told you Fitz was in his bag. Media day, I was like, oh, Fitz is already ready for the regular season. He's ready. He's ready to roll. Why are you looking at me like that?
I'm just imagining him and Joe Lacob. They've got so you got the Thanos.
Thanos,
I don't even know what that thing's called, but actually
the Infinity Gauntlet.
Yeah, is that what it's called? The Gauntlet?
Okay.
Yes, it's called the Infinity Gauntlet.
That's Sam Lubman, everybody. Stuff. Our producer, Sam Lubman. That's Sam Lubman.
I don't know if you know this, but Raekwon wore basically a gauntlet with an eagle on it for a long time.
Oh, yeah.
With the eagle. But imagine the gauntlet thing that goes over the wrist, if you will, and it's got the gemstones. And so you've got the 4 championships now. The 5th one completes the entire gauntlet.
Right.
All right, and that's when Thanos in the Marvel movies, against the Avengers, that's when he says, I am inevitable.
Right.
And so I'm imagining Joe Lacob and Fitz standing there at half court, and they got that 5th one, and then you just hear Lacob like, I told you I was going to do this.
Fitz is on a roll, huh? He was on a roll, man.
The fact that he was doing Steve Kerr going back to Arizona, I mean, the guy's preparation is second to none.
No doubt about it. We could take some notes from that, right? Jeez.
I mean, man.
30 years on the Warriors as one of the voices of the Golden State Warriors. 30 years, man. We got it lucky, man. We got it good out here. Fitz, Tim Roy, JB, Tolbert, Bookie's coming into his own.
Shasky waking you up in the morning.
Shasky waking me up. Life is good right now.
Throw myself in there.
I saw somebody on YouTube. Shout out to everybody on YouTube, Twitch, and Concott's Business Text Line. They said, oh, we have Happy Bonte. We must be talking Dubs.
Yeah.
Look how happy he is.
Is Max McClung on the team?
He's on the training camp roster.
Oh, my goodness.
I think he's in Japan, too. I saw him walking around Media Day. Little Mac McClung.
Yeah.
JaMychal Green.
I forgot about JaMychal Green. I think that's going to be a fun player.
Yep. Very good fit.
Yeah,
it's going to be Otto Porter. Otto Porter Jr., you lose him, you bring in JaMychal Green.
Yeah.
Now, how do they replace Gary Payton II? That's going to be intriguing because we forget Gary Payton II picking up full court, coming up with steals. Some of the top 10 highlights.
A Truly?
Yeah, drinking Trulies. Dude, he was up there.
No,
he probably had like 3 highlights, 3 of the top 10 highlights of the season. So now he's in Portland. So DiVincenzo comes in to replace him. It's going to be a loss, though. Gary Payton II was a fan. People were going crazy when he signed with Portland.
He's an elite defender, but you're hoping that you can get the same kind of baseline penetration and the way he dives to the basket, come baseline and into the paint. You're hoping to get that from Moody with some more shooting. Mm-hmm. You're hoping to get maybe a little more length, even though I think that GP2 at this point in his career is a better ball hawking defender on the smaller guards. Moody gives you a little more versatility, and you're hoping that he can evolve into a more complete player.
888-957-9570. I agree with your point. Let's go to Jonathan in the city real quick. He's listening on the radio.
Where have you been, Jonathan?
Name for Steph. Well, he's been depressed because of the 49ers losing to the Denver Broncos. But we started talking Warriors, and Jonathan loves the Warriors. Jonathan, where the hell you been?
Hey, man, I just heard Warriors, and I better call up to stop the depression for the 49ers. Hey, you guys were talking about the Game 4 performance by our Steph Curry. I call that the ascension game, man. It's when he ascends with all the greatest of greats, and when he's all said and done, bro, we're never going to talk about LeBron James because this is his era.
The ascension game. I like that. I could play with that.
That's a religious term as well.
Is it?
Yeah, Ascension Day. You don't know about Ascension Day?
It wasn't. I didn't really go to church growing up.
Jesus.
Yeah. Bible's not my strong suit.
It's okay. I'm here for you, bud.
Jesus. I mean, what is my strong suit, right?
This is now evolving into a politics and religion show. We're going to alienate everyone.
Bye-bye to those numbers we were bragging about.
And our next interview is Damon. No, I'm just teasing.
957-9570. We can go wherever you guys want to go. How excited are people about the Dubs? We got Monday Night Football, Rams and Niners, L.A. It's L.A. week. We haven't really sunk into that because it's a Monday night game.
Look at McVay.
That NFC Championship game, the last regular season game.
And if they fall to 1-3, 2-2 feels so different from 1-3.
Oh, it feels completely different,
right? I mean, I know that it's a long season. I get it. Everyone's a long season, but in the NFL, that's what you do. You make snap crazy reactions to every single week.
Oh man,
that's what happens.
Oh man,
and then you're gonna get all the stats. Teams that start 1-3 make the playoffs 0.4% of the time. You know how that comes out.
I hate those graphs. I hate it.
I'm ready. I haven't seen.
There's no context whatsoever to those numbers.
Have you seen any of the PFF rankings for the offensive linemen this week? Are they still top in the league?
You know what I did? I muted the word muted the letters PFF.
Oh.
We got to go to break. Love it's getting in my ear. Saying, gotta go to break, gotta go to break, gotta go to break. So we're going to go to break. Sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking. No compromises.
Watch 95.7 The Game on Twitch and YouTube.
The Captain Sailor Jimmy G. Look up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. What's that sucker name? Captain Sailor Jimmy May.
Let's go. This is the Bay Area's sports station. 95.7 The Game.
There's no way Mark knows what that means. All right, Kirby is your driveway mechanic, and they bring the shop to you. Brakes and tire replacements, oil changes, and so much more. And they've just added Kirby's eco-friendly wash. Barely uses any water and makes your car look new. I'm actually going to use it tomorrow. They use all biodegradable products that provide the ultimate shine and protection to both the exterior and interior of your car. Believe me, I need it. All in the ease of my driveway. The ultimate convenience, easy booking, transparent pricing, on-time arrival, service in my driveway, no waiting rooms, no coordinating rides, direct access to my mechanic. Friendly and reliable service, no middlemen, no upsells. Get $50 off the first oil change with the code OIL50. That's OIL50. Check out Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com or call 1-866-KIRBY-1. When doing the $200 giveaways, that's enough for an oil change and an eco-friendly wash. $200 giveaways. Kirby, CURBEE.com.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New Gigabit Extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
Realtors abide by a code of ethics. This is Article 9 in action. Beth, a first-time homebuyer, knew nothing about the home buying process, except that she wanted to buy a home. But her realtor had the expertise to make sure Beth understood every document, even giving her copies to review with her lawyer so Beth could close on her first home with confidence. Complicated things explained in simple terms. The difference between an agent and a realtor is real. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. That's who we are.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
In San Francisco this morning, partly cloudy skies, highs in the upper 60s.
Weather brought to you by Ashley Furniture. Your neighborhood Ashley store has all the styles, selection, and value you'll need to invite fall in this season. Find furniture you'll love by shopping locally or visit ashley.com today.
Score big with Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with the game-changing speed of supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers the field and then some. And blocks billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you protected at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas.
Hockey season is here, and 95.7 The Game has your shot at tickets to check out the San Jose Sharks in their home opener against Carolina on October 14th. Listen to Willard and Dibs around 10:30 for your chance to win.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Oh, the triumph. You hear that?
I bomb atomically. Hey, B, speaking of which, I have to apologize to the MCU fans out there. Look, I know my wheelhouse.
You really screwed up.
I'm a Star Wars guy.
You screwed up.
And I know a lot about comic books, but clearly when it comes to the MCU, I don't know enough. Marvels, that's Marvels, all right? Joe, your knowledge of the MCU is so bad, you need to STOP. It's a total of 6 stones, not 5.
Oh, you really blew that.
I'm sorry.
You really blew that.
I thought it was 5.
So, Jordan, not 5.
Yeah, I was wrong, and
not
I
Tim
apologize.
Duncan, not Kobe.
I apologize.
Not Magic.
Not 5.
You blew it.
Belichick's got 6.
Belichick's got 6 with the Patriots.
Yeah.
2 with the New York Giants.
Yeah, well,
it's an 8.
Still to the side. We don't count Seiferd's ones when he was defensive coordinator.
Counted Mike Holmgren's yesterday.
Well, that's because we were trying to butter him up. Know your audience.
I even threw in the national championship back in 1967.
Let me just, I'll freely admit.
5-knuckle shuffle.
Superman, Batman, those are my jams. I'm not a big Spider-Man guy, though I watch it all.
I'm a big Spider-Man guy. Peter Parker, right? I'm kidding.
Point being, I apologize to the Marvel comic universe, and I apologize to people out there that I offended with my 5 gemstone comment.
With great power comes great responsibility, Joe.
Thank you, Radnich.
Come on.
Damn, just might want to sit this one out. Let's just go to Adam in the city. Adam in the city, listen on the radio. You need a timeout. Adam in the city, what's happening, man? You're in the roast. Long time no hear.
Yeah, it's been a while, but when you start talking Warriors, it gets me excited. So, no, this year's going to be something great. I think, honestly, moving forward, it's kind of like playing with house money after you've won big at the casino, right? Like last year, that championship was kind of unexpected, but it was like the greatest one that they had achieved. And honestly, anything after this is just kind of a cherry on the top. But you see how much better the team got, how much more cohesion there's going to be this year. I mean, maybe 5 or 6 rings. Hopefully that'd be awesome. But if they don't win again, which I don't see that not happening, but it's just great to see how far this team has come and where they're going to go moving forward.
How are you feeling about the Niners right now? How's your mood change when you talk about the 49ers?
Man, well, I was in Mexico when the Jimmy G news broke, and I just kind of laughed. I'm like, of course this would happen, and the Niners are dealing with what they sowed, right? Like they brought him back, they brought back this quarterback controversy. Now there's a bunch of finger pointing, and it's just like you guys got to figure your stuff out. Like you guys are too good of a team. This defense is way too good. to be losing games when you're only allowing 10, 11 points. Like, you got to get it together, and it starts with the head coach and then the quarterback.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Whoa, that was loud.
Sorry. This was an accident.
Whoa.
That scared me.
This is this board. I'm not sure what's going on there. But he just said he just kind of laughed. Adam and SF just kind of laughed. Because now we're back with the Jimmy Garoppolo movement. And something you brought up during the break, a couple breaks ago actually, is the national perspective on Jimmy Garoppolo and the local perspective on Jimmy Garoppolo. There's a lot of people in the Bay Area that believes Jimmy Garoppolo gives this team the best chance to win.
Well, right now,
I also
with no
think
Trey
he's a good
Lance,
quarterback.
I don't think there's...
I'm not ready to go Brock Purdy.
Well,
some people have already gone down that one. I'm not ready to go full Brock Purdy. Not going there. Not even thinking about that. Want Jimmy to be healthy. But just can Shanahan make the game simple for him? I know he's a 9-year veteran, and it's like, wait.
What does that look like? What does that look like? What do you mean
Maybe
by
it's
that?
like pre-snap, if I see a linebacker on Brendan Ayuk, I need to take advantage of that matchup.
Well, shouldn't he already be able to do that?
Maybe he needs help.
I'm asking I don't even know the answer.
At this point, I'm just trying to help him, and I'm trying to win some damn football games.
Pre-snap recognition is what's really, truly separated Josh Allen at this point in his career. He clearly has the physical gifts, but to me, when you look at Josh Allen, I think lost in all the physical gifts is how intelligent he is in terms of his decision-making, and a lot of his decisions he's making pre-snap. For example, he knows I got Diggs with a linebacker on the inside over here, but I'm going to start left, knowing I'm going to work my way to the right to get to Stephon Diggs.
That's all I'm asking
for example.
But Jimmy may need help. At this point, I can't worry about, oh, man, shouldn't he already know this? He's a 9-year veteran. At this point, I'm just trying to win some damn football games. And at this point, I'm saying, hey, look, Ayuk's right there. Look to the left, throw to the right. Maybe he needs to be reminded of that. Maybe he needs to be reminded if Bobby Wagner on Monday Night Football and George Kittle breaks out into the slot and there's Bobby Wagner one-on-one with George Kittle. Hey, Jimmy, you got Kittle matched up with Bobby Wagner. That's where we're going to go. But maybe be a little deceptive there. I have no problem with that. Maybe they're already doing that. I have no idea. But make it simple for him and identify the matchups. I like the matchup with George Kittle on any linebacker in this league. I like the matchup with Deebo Samuel against most corners. I like the matchup with Brendan Ayuk against most corners. Take advantage of it and just make it simple for Jimmy. That's all I'm asking.
It feels like they're in a relationship right now where they're staying together and they need each other to just finish out the school year so that the kids can finish the school year out together in the same household.
Yeah.
Like, that's what it feels like. You know what I mean? When two people have decided they're going to go in separate ways and they're staying together for the kids for the time being until they graduate.
Right,
you know what I mean? Like,
right,
that's
right.
what it feels like with the two of them. But they got to figure it out. I mean, they got to just get on the same page, and both of them need to be better. Both Kyle needs to be better, and clearly Jimmy Garoppolo needs to be better. I mean, right now, they need each other.
Right. They need each other.
I mean, there's no other way around it. Like, if Jimmy wants, Jimmy's going to make a ton of money. Jimmy needs to play well. Yeah. That should be the number one thing in his arsenal right now. Play well, play nice with Kyle. Kyle needs to play nice with him, because right now, that's all they have for each other. Now, if we get to Brock Purdy, we get to Brock Purdy.
No,
I'm not ready to go there.
I'm not really. So,
but I'm also not dismissing it.
I'm not willing to go.
I'm not dismissing.
I'm not willing to go there. Now,
Who
a
knows?
lot of people made a big deal of the little clip yesterday that floated on the internet on Twitter about Jimmy Garoppolo, and some people were lip reading, said all your plays suck, man. I have no idea what Jimmy said. We didn't really talk about it. We just kind of laughed it off and said, all right, whatever. Jimmy's a little angry. Play angry. I do not care. But there is something to Kyle and Jimmy just saying, hey, look, let's let bygones be bygones. Like you just said, the best thing for both of these guys is to just win in 2022. I don't want to talk about firing Kyle Shanahan. I don't want to talk about whether or not his seat is hot. I don't want to talk about Jimmy Garoppolo being a mediocre quarterback. How can those two guys figure out a way to coexist and just win football games? And maybe Steve Young's been talking about it all season. They need to have a one-on-one talk. Maybe they've already had it, but maybe Garoppolo needs to come into the office and say, hey, look, man, Kyle, I know I played terrible on Sunday. Mm-hmm. How can we simplify this playbook? Right now I need to catch up, because he keeps talking about catching up. I need to catch up. I haven't had a training camp. There's no time to waste. First quarter of the season is about to be done. How long do we have to wait for Jimmy Garoppolo to catch up? So until then, Jimmy needs to go to Kyle, or Kyle needs to go to Jimmy. how can we make this work and make it simple to just win games?
And that's why I go back to the Debo thing. So my solution for at least trying to free up the offense right now, and I don't think it's the perfect answer. I mean, and people are going to disagree with me. You're going to get him hurt. I would put Debo Samuel as a traditional running back and have him take normal, not jet sweeps, not lefts and rights.
I can't do that, Shasky.
Let me finish. And then I would try to get the ball in my playmakers' hands more than not. I need to get the best offensive players on the field. To me, Jeff Wilson's not one of their best offensive weapons. I want to see what Danny Gray has. And if that means that I got to see him get pressed on the outside at the very minimum for a couple of plays before I go back to the old way, so be it.
I can't have Debo Samuel play full-time running back. I can't do it. I can't do it. He won't last till week 8. By doing that. He's not built to be a running back. He was built to be a baller, but he's not built to, hey, let me take 20 carries out of the backfield.
I'm not saying 20 carries.
But
if I give him 12 to 15, if I give him 12 to 15 unique looks and I'm getting him as a pass catcher out of the backfield, I'm forcing safeties and linebackers to stay with him, and I'm getting him in space. That is the number one thing I'm trying to do.
I don't want that. What I want is Brandon Ayuk, Debo Samuel, George Kittle to be in 3-by-1 formations, trips left, trips right, or I need Debo in the slot. The book is out on Debo Samuel being a full-time running back. This is why when you miss Archer Sermon...
But they haven't used him as a running back. They've used him as a gimmicky wide receiver in motion at the running back position.
Last week they did. They had him in the backfield, and everybody knew what was coming.
But this is why I want him to play more running back, because if you have him back there, every time he's back there, I assume he's getting the ball. If he's back there and you're running some play action and he's a decoy every now and then...
You got one receiver running down the field, and Brandon Ayuk, and he's going to get double-teamed.
Of course he is, and this is why This is why I want Kittle and Juszczyk and Danny Gray to run routes as well.
I don't like that.
You got to use Debo not just as a guy who's only going to touch the ball. Sometimes he's got to be the decoy.
Yeah, but I want him as a decoy in the passing game. In the passing game, not in the backfield.
He gets no separation.
Well, that's on him then. He's got to work on that. Well, he's got to work on that.
We agree. You know? We agree in the sense of I just don't think he's a very perfect wide receiver.
He was in I formation last week. I can't have number 19 in I formation. I can't.
Look,
it's just that just seems like career suicide when you put Debo back there in I formation to say, hey, we're going to run the ball with you. He almost broke down in the playoffs last year. He barely made it to the NFC Championship game.
I'll worry about the playoffs come playoffs. I need to get through this month. I need to get back to winning.
He's not going to last this month if you continue to run this way.
I'm looking at it.
Trey Lance lasted 5 quarters running the way he ran.
Well, they're different players. One guy's a physical football player whose entire brand is running through people, and the other guy's a quarterback.
I need Debo in the passing game because you don't have a lot of threats in the passing game. Well, you've got legit Ayuk and Debo. Do we really think Jawan Jennings is a big-time threat?
Is Kamara, let me ask you this. I'm just hypothetically.
He's a running back.
Is he?
Played running back.
Is he?
Yes, he's a running back.
Where's he best at?
He's a running back.
I think he's best on the edges.
Well, you get him on the edges in their running game.
Well, why can't I use Debo the same way?
Debo doesn't have that speed like Kamara.
Well, I think
Kamara's
he's more physical around the edges. He does have great speed. I don't dismiss that.
You can't even get Debo to the line of scrimmage. By the time he gets to the line of scrimmage, he's getting popped.
But for me, it's all about matching him up against linebackers. Like I'm watching this guy get very little separation at practice.
But teams, when they see Debo, they know, okay, they're trying to get him lined up to a linebacker. They will make the adjustment to make sure a safety's on Debo Samuel. Debo's not going to see a lot of matchups.
That's one less safety that's out in coverage, bracketing Danny Gray and I. Look, I love these schematic arguments. No one knows. No one knows. Right. That's why I want to see him. You invested a 3rd-round pick, and he actually has game-breaking speed. One play makes a huge difference for this. They had one drive. You're telling me one 30-yard play for this offense isn't like a big, leap forward?
Well, again, it goes back to the quarterback not being able to make throws. But again, the quarterback is here because of the coach. So we're all back running in the same circle.
I'm trying to find a creative way to get the best players that I believe can break plays on the offense. And to me right now, Jeff Wilson's fine for 5 or 6 carries. He cannot be a guy that gets more touches than Debo, Ayuk, and Kittle combined.
So here's my thing. One, monitor the New York Giants situation, because I do think you need a special running back.
Agreed. Personnel from outside the room would help.
This team can't draft running backs.
I'm with you there.
Outside of Elijah Mitchell, to go get a running back. All right? Go get a running back. 2, I think, to get creative, line up Debo, Kittle, and Ayuk on one side, and I would run that damn thing all day. 3-by-1. The Rams do it all the time with Cooper Kupp. You could have Debo on the outside. You could have him on the inside. I need them to be together where the defense is like, okay, we have Ayuk, Debo, and Kittle over here. How do we defend this? That may be a creative way of making things happen.
I'm open for whatever. I love that idea. I'm open for whatever. But this thing that Kittle has to stay in to block the entire time.
Well, that you can't have that.
Why do I have use check?
Right.
Why am I paying this fullback? Can the fullback stay in and block a little?
I'm with you there. Kittle,
Kittle
has to catch passes.
And I'm not trying to pick on use check. I'm more like, how do I get my best playmakers out in the open field? That's all I'm trying to do here. And so, look, if you guys think I'm stupid and I'm trying to run Debo into the ground, that's not what I'm just trying to get this offense to pop.
No, I just think it's just too predictable to put Debo at running back. I understand what you're trying to say, and I understand your thought process on trying to get Debo the ball more. But giving Debo the ball out of the backfield, it's not working anymore.
Well, that's where if he is, let's say he takes a couple up the middle runs, right? And then I run that play action. Now everybody's biting and inside, and maybe I can go over the top for a deep crosser. When was the last time Kittle caught a seam route?
It's been a while. It's been a while.
And then maybe Joe, it's there. The quarterback's not throwing it. I'll listen to that, but you got to try something.
Yeah, the seam route was there in the NFC Championship game.
I know.
Alex in Waco, Texas.
I'm
watching
just trying, man. I want to see them win.
Alex,
they can win the West.
Alex, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's up, man? I'm in the belly of the beast out here in Texas in cowboy country. How y'all doing?
What's up, man? We're good, man. Thanks for listening or watching us on YouTube all the way from Waco, Texas. Means a lot.
Absolutely. You already know it. 95.7 is great.
Thank you.
Guys. So I have a couple of things. I've been a Niners fan since 1983. And I'm disappointed in our fan base. And I'm not necessarily disappointed in you guys, maybe a little bit, because there's things that need to be called out that we're not calling out.
Like what?
The Niners used to stand for something, and that was integrity. It was greatness. Kyle Shanahan is not great. I agree with Guru from yesterday. You were very negligent on our franchise quarterback. Not any other position, but the most important position is the position that you need to keep out on the field and develop. And running a halfback power is your way. So he didn't want to develop. We don't call out George Kittle for not playing and coming up with these fake soft tissue injuries.
That's not fair. That's not fair.
Yeah,
please, come on. That's not. How can I know if someone's hurt or not? That's not fair. George Kittle's been a gladiator for this team. He played with a pop. What was it called?
Pop capsule and a kneecap. I still don't know what it is. Anybody figure? I've been trying to figure out what that is in 3 years.
That's not fair.
Yeah, let's go to Tyler in the city watching this on YouTube.
Hey,
what's up, Tyler?
Hey, what's up, y'all? Just tapping in right quick. Chaffee, bro, you cannot put Debo at running back if you want him to finish the season.
Look, I'm trying to come up with a creative way of getting this team to pop on offense. I will listen to anyone's opinion at this point when it comes to opening it up. That's all I'm trying to do. And if you don't agree with it, that's totally fair.
How about it's crazy. We just have the quarterback actually play as a quarterback and be better at throwing the ball down the field. And he skipped an 18-yard pass to Brandon Ayuk last week when he was wide open. He put the first down. He can't even go 18 yards. Oh man! At this point, I really feel like Purdy cannot be that much of a drop off than Jimmy G.
Oh man, we're here. Tyler, I love you, man.
If I had to put $100, look at he's not the only one thinking it.
No, he's not. I'm not
going to laugh at people suggesting it.
I'm not laughing at it either.
Because at this point, and this is like the same thing with my Debo opinion.
My reaction is, gosh, I can't believe we're here with Brock Purdy.
Well, that's what
Jimmy was that bad.
I'm screaming for Debo to play running back.
Right.
You know why? Because they have an opportunity with this kind of a defense to win the West, and they can beat anyone. When you say, I have a defense, that means you can win on the road in any environment.
Any environment.
I just need a little offense.
So you said this in Sacktown, Kenny Caraway, 1320 ESPN is just Texas, the same thing.
What did he say?
They need to get aggressive for Odell Beckham Jr. and have him in the tuck for the second half of the season.
Been saying
get another playmaker.
I've been saying
Well, he's been hanging around the Rams, wearing
yellow pants on the sideline.
Does he still want to play with Jimmy Garoppolo, though? When he watches Jimmy Garoppolo play quarterback, does Odell Beckham want to play with him? He played with Baker Mayfield and couldn't wait to get out of town.
Well, and his dad either.
Yeah, his dad was. You think his dad would go crazy? He went crazy over Baker Mayfield. Imagine Jimmy Garoppolo. I would love Odell Beckham Jr. because what I've been arguing, you need more wide receivers. Now all of a sudden, we look at the wide receiver position, we totally ignored it. If we're going to use Deebo Samuel like a gadget player,
Well, that's
or is it running back?
I feel
Did
like
I need more weapons outside, and they didn't address that.
Just hear me in 1 second. Everyone's mad at the wide back. It worked last year. Now, I'm not saying it's going to work this year because when you call it a gimmick, whatever, it worked, all right? It was a wrinkle, all right? It worked for them. Like, people probably said the same thing about Roger Craig catching so many passes out of the backfield. When something's new, it's a novel idea, people think you're a crackpot or that it's an outlier, all right? And I get that.
And it looks predictable.
I hear you.
Roger Craig was a running back who can make things happen in the passing game, too. Like that. I mean, I don't know if that's a gadget.
Again, but I'm sure that people thought early on, this iPhone, that's a smartphone,
Right.
people thought that was crazy and it wasn't going to catch on.
Right.
Here we are. Now, I'm not saying this is the way of the future for Deebo Samuel. All I'm saying is they have a lack of playmakers. How can I get one of the highest paid, best players on the team the ball in creative ways?
By getting them open downfield. I watched the last 2 minutes of that drive in the last regular season game against the LA Rams, and one of the big plays was Deebo Samuel running a route down the field for damn near 40 yards that got the Niners in position to tie that football game up. Get him down the field in space. I don't need him running against 8-man boxes. Think about where he's running against. The jet sweeps, when he's running in motion. Team's got 8-9 in the box.
I know, but they had Elijah Mitchell at the end of last year as well, and they don't even have that.
They don't have that.
They don't have any juice.
Down the field.
He led the league in 20-yard rushes last year, Elijah Mitchell.
You're with me on getting another running back.
Running back, wide receiver. Like, to me right now, if I look at the Niners, I do think that personnel-wise, if we're just looking at personnel, I don't think they have enough on, which is crazy to say, but I don't think they have enough on offense to get where they want to go, which is get into the playoffs. I would go outside the organization to get something.
Yeah, I would too. I would make some moves.
Or, here's a novel idea. Take a look at the third-round wide receiver that you drafted and try to get him at least to be a threat. No one's saying he's going to catch 9 for 180. I'm saying, like, one. Can I catch one pass?
I honestly...
He's a third-round pick.
If the Giants start losing games, I would kick down the doors for Saquon Barkley. I'm dead serious.
Well, I'm with you there, but
I'm dead serious. They need something in the backfield that can be a threat, that can open up the passing game. Now you don't have a threat in the running. Defenses don't respect Jeff Wilson Jr.
No, well, that's why I'm going back to the Deebo thing. And look, it might be a crackpot. Everyone can laugh at me. That's fine. What's your solution?
I
want to hear what people's solution is.
Do you know who's supposed to come up with the solution? Kyle Shanahan.
Well, that's what I'm trying to throw one out there. And look, it's easy for anyone to. The quarterback needs to play better. Well, duh. I mean, like, duh. Well, but they also need a wrinkle. Clearly, like they need to shake things up. And I want to go no huddle.
That wrinkle that you're talking about has already been played out. We saw that last year, and teams had in the offseason to get ready for the Deebo package.
They did.
The Rams, the Cardinals, everybody had
it. Doesn't feel like he's getting gun run type runs. I would like to see more of that off tackle.
But they know that.
Not in between. I know, but
that's coming. We saw it all last year.
Look, I know the slant's coming in the Shanahan offense, and yet they could still hit slants.
Yeah.
I know it's coming.
Let's go to Danker, Boo Boo, Moose, 30 seconds or less. Rat-a-tat-tat. Danker, you're up. Listening on the radio in San Francisco. What's up, Danker?
What's up, gentlemen? Real quick. The wrinkles won't come week 3. They come like week 7. And Ray's probably part of that. He's an end-around specialist. You can't overuse Deebo. He doesn't have the frame. You saw what happened to Lance. He'll get rolled up on. And thank you, Bomani Jones. The 49ers bought the cheapest insurance possible. Like, how do they look like geniuses? And on top of everything, in the red zone, get me a jumbo package with Bosa who can actually, tow some weight, and let's trade Juice. Because he's overrated and been overrated.
Wow. Thank you for coming in strong there. Boo Boo and Morgan Hill listening on the radio. Boo Boo, what's happening?
What up, Bonte? What up, Chasky? First-time caller here.
What's up?
Thank you.
So I'm going to make it quick. We all know Shanahan's not going to let Jimmy cut it loose and throw it all over the place. We're all complaining why George Kittle isn't getting enough touches. We don't have our left tackle for a few weeks. Why not play George Kittle as the third down back in obvious passing situations? We'll get him a couple extra catches each game just as a security blanket. He'll run all the RB option routes, swing routes. He can pass block. It's just a different look. Stop putting Deebo in the backfield.
I'm open for everything. Look, John Taylor lined up the famous play that Joe Montana threw that touchdown pass.
Up a tight end
because Brent Jones couldn't find his helmet.
Right, yeah.
No one ever talks about that.
But it was an accident.
I know it was an accident, but I'm just saying sometimes out of necessity you have to evolve.
Let's go back. Moose, you'll be our last call
you
of
think
the
wet
day.
Feet just happened out of nowhere? In Waterworld, because the world turned into water, we evolved.
I didn't watch Waterworld.
Kevin Costner.
I didn't watch Waterworld.
It's actually very underrated.
Waterworld was a terrible movie from what I hear. Moose
The
in San
attraction's
Jose.
cool at Universal Studios.
Moose in San Jose. You're listening on the radio.
Hey, Moose.
Morning, fellas. How you doing?
I hate to be the last call on this note, but I got to say, us Warrior fans are a little over emotional, man. We were 3-5 in the first 8 games last year, and we're over here basically riding off Jimmy once again, as we've done for the last 2-3 years in a row. Every time he makes a noodle arms pass, 18-yard pass at the ground, when he's got a defender right in his face. I'm not necessarily making excuses for him, but there's a reason why playing quarterback is the highest paid position. It's also one of the toughest positions to play. So when you got a 6'7", 300-pound, 6'7" defensive end running directly at you or coming from your periphery, and he's got an arm up in his face getting ready to pancake you, and you make a pass that just hits your receiver's feet, it's not entirely that the quarterback is a bust. It's a tough position to play, and I think us as fans, we need to be a little bit more patient. But number two,
Moose, we got to go. Jimmy's been here since 2017. Come on. How much patience do you want to say?
He had a bad game. I mean, it's okay to say it.
He had a bad game.
Steph Curry went 0 for 9 in the finals game. All right, from three-point land. And what will we say? We need more from Steph. And he's one of the greatest athletes in Bay Area sports history.
I mean, come on. Flex my money.
And by the way, quarterbacking's hard.
PBJ is out there. A lot of people like it. PBJ. Rollins is going to play, so it's going to be a lot of fun.
Like PBJ?
Yeah, I mean, everybody likes PBJ.
You got to have milk with it, though.
You do. Or juice. You go
juice with peanut butter and jelly?
I like.
Are you serious?
I like apple juice with peanut butter.
That might be the worst take you've ever had.
It's great. Try apple juice.
Put that on the poll right now.
You could go apple juice
with peanut butter and jelly. Yes or no?
You could go
whole milk only.
No. You can't do whole milk. You could do apple juice. You could do orange juice. You could do Capri Suns.
Is this a safe space?
You could do Capri Suns. I'm telling you.
Is this a safe space?
Yeah.
I cut real milk out of my life a couple years ago.
The Flex of the Show, presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium, free with Xfinity Internet.
So you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMG FM and AC1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app, your favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget that you can also watch us every day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. By the way, the poll on at Morning Roast 957, apple juice with a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. 46% says yes, 54% says hell no. The polls are flipped. You guys doctored the polls. Apple juice is very good.
Apple juice is a no matter what.
I'm out.
Thank you.
I'm out on it, but wait a minute. Why does it need to be a safe space to admit that you've cut milk out?
I'm Irish Catholic. Milk was like one of the three PowerPoint presentation at the birth.
All right.
Foods.
Yeah,
all right?
I know. But
chicken, broccoli, and milk.
Is there milk in the host?
But there's milk toast.
24.
I have breast. Can you milk me?
That's all 24.
I mean, parents.
Juice is good with anything.
Well, that's fine. Apple juice is just a big old jug of sugar, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with sugar, but I don't know. Every 25 years, fair enough. Every 25 years, we know a bunch more than we knew before.
For sure.
Right? So,
we grew up on whole milk.
Right.
Gallons of it. I drink it right out of the gallon.
Right, but when you turn 30, you can't process dairy anymore, and nobody cared about that.
Milk was a bad choice.
I mean, by the time I was 30, I was down to 2%, baby.
By the way,
not fat.
There's milk in this thing that I bring in here every single morning.
Milk? Or soy milk or almond milk.
No, and you have to drink whole
2%,
milk.
not whole.
If you're drinking 2%,
it's 2%.
You're drinking chemicals because how do they get it to 2%?
You're not drinking chemicals. We're all drinking chemicals.
I drink organic, straight from the cow, whole milk.
Yeah, organic 2% milk.
Betsy's in his backyard.
You know
what
they do to make it 2%, right?
I don't really care. Have you ever had a hot dog? I don't want to know.
Only at Costco. Those hot dogs are for real.
I don't know that.
Great bang for your buck.
And by the way,
I'm not trying to say my body's a temple, but don't pretend
your
you're
body's
2%.
a wonderland.
Thank you. That's your boy Liam Gallagher, right?
Yeah, just look. No, it's not.
Is that Bush?
That's John Mayer.
Is that? Oh, it's John Mayer.
It's John Mayer.
I was thinking about.
I thought it was glycerine.
Yeah, that's my water bottle. But
he's gonna do
all three notes of glycerine. This
is a white band from Britain.
Yeah, you guys lost me.
Are you guys still doing Pandora's Box?
Well, because of the music stuff on YouTube. I just watched by the way, 2 great docs that I recommend. Creedence Clearwater. I don't know if you guys have seen. There's a CCR. El Cerrito High. I didn't even know that.
El Cerrito High.
I didn't even know that. It's where the whole band's from.
The old El Cerrito High.
Yeah.
You know, El Cerrito High was completely leveled and rebuilt.
Did not know that.
They took the whole thing, all the schools in the, I guess that's West Contra Costa County. Albany High, they leveled it, rebuilt it. El Cerrito High, completely gone.
Because of the earthquake?
Well, no, because it was a dump. It was asbestos. It was more than asbestos. But
Shout out to the
rebuilt
Gauchos.
and beautiful El Cerrito High.
Yeah.
Shout out to the Gauchos. Their gym is nice.
You know Center Field, the song? Dun, 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 dun. You know the baseball song that everybody plays?
Yeah.
John Fogerty.
Terrible job.
So it's that
I'm like, I know the song Center Field. I don't know what the hell you're doing right now.
Yeah.
So that's that guy.
So I think of
him and his brother, and they were in a band. Anyway,
Shout out
that one.
Marty Larry.
But you also have to check out the Nolan Ryan doc. It's called Facing Nolan. It's not a traditional 17-part doc.
Right.
I love Nolan Ryan, one of my favorites, and I learned so much about him that I'd never seen. And I was sending videos to these guys from the doc. Check it out. It's like an hour and a half.
Where is it?
It's on Netflix.
Okay.
It's called Facing Ryan.
Facing Ryan.
About Nolan Ryan. He is all time.
Facing Ryan or facing Nolan?
Maybe it's Facing Nolan.
Okay, it's one of those.
It's one of the two.
I need a Roger Clemens doc because he was great in 30.
Well, Roger's in the Nolan Ryan
Is
doc
he?
talking about Nolan Ryan. He's
Oh,
like,
boy.
yeah, we used to give guys bow ties. That's the era we came from. Meaning hitting him from the neck up.
Right.
Roger Clemens was great in that captain doc, wasn't he?
Oh,
His little
man.
cameo.
He's a crime boss.
There's nothing little about his cameo. The dude's about 315.
Oh, my God.
He is
He
ripped.
looks like comic book guy from The Simpsons.
yes,
I mean, he's
he does.
gigantic.
I'm so happy for you, Bonte.
Why
I'm
is
so
that?
happy because, man.
Ring night?
No, yeah, you just I'm driving in and I'm like, oh my gosh, the word Warriors came out of your mouth and your whole aura changed.
Dude.
Your entire aura, I'm
turned
like,
into the birdcage.
I haven't heard this Bonte for 4 months at least.
No, that's
your
a lie.
whole aura changed.
You haven't heard this Ponte in 3 weeks.
Since
Because
Trey
the
got
49ers
hurt.
kicked off.
Yeah.
I came back from Europe. For 3 weeks, I was floating coming
I
back
know,
from Europe.
but
and then
give
the
me
Niners
3
kicked off in
days.
Chicago. No, the Chicago trip. Soldier Field. That's when it flipped. And I was
give me
just like,
this.
oh, my Lord.
Give me this, because the Warriors, it's not like they didn't take us on a ride, too. They remember Panic Meter, but
Arrogance meter.
You don't, the Warriors don't get under your skin like the other teams do.
Well, they're proven champions,
don't.
and they've provided us
Well, that's fair.
many
That's fair.
years. Look. In terms of
asking me a
entertainment,
question,
I would say
Sassy.
2016 might be the most entertaining
Well, you guys
team
are
of all
married.
time.
He can answer it for you.
Go ahead, ask us, Ray. Go ahead.
Without me, there wouldn't be a show. Just be you yelling.
That's a 4?
Yeah.
Damn, so sorry.
I'm glad you guys are both wearing Giants uniforms, though, today. You look like Kapler, and you look like Yaz. You guys, full uniform
fall
over
for
here.
it, Yaz.
Sorry, it was the first one I could come up
Just
with.
to let you know, a right-hander's or lefty's going to come in 5th inning, and I'm pulling you.
Well, I'm
okay?
an everyday player. I'm Yas. Even though I'm batting 162
still
over the last
platooning
60.
you. I mean, you're going to bat cleanup.
162?
Well, no, he's actually hot right now. I don't know if you know this.
They're going to finish over 500, everybody.
If they win 5 of the next
See?
8.
And I'm going to be here being like, winning team. Told
Exactly.
Oh, gosh.
No, I won't.
No,
I
gosh.
won't.
Hey,
no, I
just know
won't.
you're batting cleanup today.
There's a Fillmore Mike promo that came out, and I want to play it. I don't know if we
God,
have
it was so good.
It's
And
phenomenal.
you missed the best part of it, though. Captain Save a Jimmy.
I was
No, they
listening
played
live.
it.
Oh, I didn't know that was in there.
They turned it into a promo.
So
No,
you
I heard
know
the
what
promo.
it
I didn't know
means.
that was in there.
You know what it means.
Captain Saber Jimmy G.
He's Captain Save a fill in the blank.
Yes.
Every time
Right.
Phil
That's
Knows
right.
in
That's our thing.
Honestly-
He's been calling me Captain Save a Giant for about 3 months already.
I love
right.
it.
Oh my
Yeah.
gosh.
So
How is Fillmore on
yes,
multiple networks
Fillmore, we
simultaneously
got-
in the morning?
He's
we got a
amazing.
thing. We
He's
got a thing.
amazing.
Well,
Yeah.
back to your question. It's Shaz.
Back to Wiggins.
You know what? I'll back
Somebody,
up.
Tyler Miller said this on
Three.
YouTube. Bonte and the monsoon definitely will change the mood. And that's what happened in Chicago.
Yeah.
When I watched that game and they lose to the weak-ass Chicago Bears, who are 2-1, by the way, beat the Houston Texans, and they walk into that
completed 8
monsoon.
passes.
I'm thinking to myself, how did that happen? How did that happen? And then what happened in week 2 and then week 3? Yeah, you move. When you talk 49ers, it's just frustrating. It's frustrating because we're back talking about Jimmy Garoppolo.
They should
Kyle
be
Shanahan.
3-0 is
They
the
should
problem.
be 3-0.
They should be 3-0.
And we're back in the twilight zone. But I do think they'll beat the Rams on Monday, which will will calm
You
everything
think they're
down
going to
for
beat
a
the
week.
Rams?
They should beat the Rams.
I'm not going to spoil
Captain
They
this.
should beat the
Save
Rams.
Shanahan.
They should beat the Rams.
I'm not
Will they
gonna
beat the
spoil
Rams?
this.
I have no idea.
I'm not going to spoil this because Dibs and I are going to chat it out when we get going here in about 20 minutes. But I as much as I want to stay in the moment, I did some digging last night, and not only, as Dibs knows, did I re-find my optimism.
Oh, God.
I am willing to bet anybody who wants to that this team is going to the playoffs this year.
Boy.
But I'm not doing this. Isn't just because think positive.
Okay.
No. No, this is metrics.
Oh, there's evidence.
This is metrics.
1,000%.
Scott Harris gave you a
No. Are you going
playbook?
Lombardi? You're going David Lombardi spreadsheets on
No,
me.
I'm going. It's very simplistic. Actually,
You're going DVOA.
Nope. I'm gonna. No, there's not going to be any.
He's going DVOA.
There's no, I'm not. There's not going to be any initials that
defensive
you don't know.
side,
Yeah.
DVOA.
No.
Well, they have an elite defense, and they should be able to get to the playoffs if you can win like 9 games. I really feel like 9 wins.
That's what we were saying yesterday. 9 and 8.
It feels like the playoffs.
Well,
yeah.
tell me, give me 7 teams that are going to win 10 games in the NFC. There's no way.
Exactly.
There's no way.
The only one that I don't know about is Arizona. I can't put my finger
Oh
on
my
them.
gosh, they like.
But they play us
terrible.
well.
They should be 0-3.
Right.
That they play us
They
well.
do. They
Okay.
do.
I mean, it's hard for me to dismiss them.
Yeah, but
for those 2 games.
But are they going to play anyone else well?
I don't know.
Take away the
It's a
fourth
great-
quarter against the Raiders. That
I
has
know.
been the worst team
I
in
know.
football. They
been
can't even stay on the field with teams right now.
Well, the Raiders.
Yeah, I mean, just absolutely
I
brutal.
mean, there have been 1-score losses, but it's okay.
Right. And
no, they're
Broncos.
plucky. They're plucky, Spadone.
Big
They're
week this
very
week.
plucky. They are
They
right
did
there.
win the offseason, though.
Oh, my gosh.
Chandler Jones and
McDaniels
Devontae.
is going to change this thing. It's a culture change, and it's going to be okay.
I love that you guys are already checking the box of a win over the Rams on Monday night.
I'm not
Don't say
talking about.
you guys.
But the
No,
schedule
you already
after
said
eases
they're going
up.
to beat the
I
Rams.
said
You
no,
just
no,
said that.
No, I
that
said
came. Those
they
are the
should
words that
beat the
came out your
Rams.
mouth.
Why?
I said they should
why
beat the
should
Rams.
they beat the Rams?
Because Vegas said
stylistically
so.
they
That's
match up.
why.
They have the
Yeah,
better
Vegas
defense.
said that about Denver, too. You're right,
they
Mark.
said that. Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
And
boy,
they
you
said that
had
about
that right.
Chicago as well. They have the better defense. I think the Niners do have the better defense, and they should be able to get to Stafford. And Stafford will throw a couple up to the Niners. Now, whether or not they catch them or recover fumbles, that's one thing. But I really don't know. I really don't know if
Aaron
they're going to win or
Donald
not.
and this offensive line, it's just
Exactly. It's and
it's
Bobby
just-
G and the
if we-
5 turnstiles. Your offensive line, your interior 3 is unproven. I can't snap the ball, and I was drafted, but I can't start. Your right tackle, you guys have called terrible with a capital T. And your left tackle, your borderline Hall of Famer, is out, and we're going to replace him with who?
Let me
I'm
just
not
say, though.
guaranteeing anything.
No one's guaranteeing anything.
I ain't ready
but
for all outcomes on
let me
Monday
say,
night.
But
let me
Stafford
say,
will throw it up.
He will throw it up.
The
You
conversation.
guaranteed it yesterday.
I
You locked it
guaranteed
up.
and I did not.
We played
No.
the lock sound.
Did I?
Stone
Did I do
cold
that?
lead
Okay,
pipe
never
lock.
mind.
We
That's
locked
fine.
absolutely guaranteed it.
Fine. No, I'll wear that because they do think they're going to win. I will remind you, though, the conversation you just had, same conversation we had going into a Monday night game against the Rams last year. How the hell are they going to block this team? And then people like Brunskill have stopped Aaron Donald in the past.
But they had a borderline Hall of Fame center, and they had a quality guard.
But they had been terrible. You're looking at that
better
now.
than this.
No, they
That
weren't.
Kittle play was
Look at the
incredible.
metrics.
Oh,
they were not.
Captain
And by the
the
way,
metric system is on display.
If you want to look at metrics, I'll ask you guys this. Forget what you know. Forget last year. What do the Rams do well this year?
What do they do well
What do they
this
do well?
year? Get the ball to Cooper Kupp.
Exactly.
And he just destroys the Niners.
Okay.
Outside of that, they're a very inconsistent team. They don't run the ball very well. Cam Akers is on a milk carton.
They can't protect Stafford.
No, well, Stafford also, he spins around and makes this incredible play and then misses Cooper Kupp by 25
The
yards.
stats will tell you this is not that great of a team. They're not a top 15 offense. They're not a top 15 defense.
They've
They're
got
neither.
playmakers at
Yeah,
every
they do.
level.
I
Yeah,
love
right.
when you pull out the spreadsheet,
do.
Kapler. You're
What's
going
it?
Kapler
What's
on
wrong?
us on
Bobby
Wednesday.
Wagner just
You don't
owns us.
like the numbers. That's
Bobby
all.
Wagner scares me so much.
You know what the equalizer is?
Don't go to
These
the
are all,
sip.
these
But
are all
see-
names.
but
They're
see, the
names.
I know.
equalizer-
That's what scares
But he
us.
always gets
No.
turnovers.
Right, that's fair.
Also, the equalizer. Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yep.
He's going to throw a couple up
But
to
if
you.
he plays
and
good-
they've got playmakers that go back to the house. You know what I'm saying?
Maybe.
They've got playmakers too.
You know what usually happens with those Jimmy Garoppolo
They're
interceptions?
thinking-
The other team drops them.
They are thinking Jimmy Garoppolo's playing quarterback. We can get right. We
Jalen
can do
Ramsey's
the
thinking
3-1.
that. Jalen Ramsey's thinking that for sure.
Aaron
Yeah.
Donald. Who's going to
No,
block
I'm not. I'm not telling you they're going to go in and
You
house
can
them.
guarantee it. I don't know.
To me, there's also a piece of this where I'm just predicting that this is the way the story goes. This is just the way the story goes. Like I've
This is
watched,
the way,
I've
Mandalorian?
watched this team now for a number of years, and if you ask me what it feels like the script will do next, after a week of absolutely having pitchforks, they will go win this game. That's usually the way that they react.
I hope.
I hope too.
I hope.
What are you laughing at?
I just don't know, man.
Yeah.
I just don't
primetime
know.
games.
I've
been It's a beauty.
I'm in
isn't
a
it?
good mood.
It's a beauty.
Like I said, they should win, but they should have beat Chicago and they should have beat Denver and they're 1-2.
Yeah, and it should be 3-0.
You Mark, I'm in a good mood, but I heard you all last week say Denver's defense isn't any good. I'm like, oh, that's the kiss of death.
I didn't say that.
That's the kiss of death.
That didn't come out of my mouth.
I didn't say that. I never said they weren't
I
any good.
was the one telling you that Denver's defense was legit.
I said, and I will reiterate, they are not as good as they look right now because if you look.
Yeah, you had that run wrong.
No, I didn't. If you guys are going to sit here and say Jimmy Garoppolo is junk, if you feel that way.
He's junk because he faced a good defense.
No.
He's
7-1. That's chicken of the egg.
Save a
That's
Jimmy G.
That's chicken of the egg. Denver Broncos have faced Geno Smith. They have faced Davis Mills and Jimmy Garoppolo. And we're going to tell everybody they're elite.
And who's the best of those three?
They're good.
Who's the best of those three?
I actually right now don't know.
Yeah. Oh.
I don't know.
You. Captain. Captain, my captain.
I don't know.
Jimmy G. Set up for you to say Jimmy G.
7-1 after
I don't
a
know
loss.
about right now.
Him and Kyle, 7-1 after a loss.
Yeah.
So like,
this is the way the story usually goes. That's all
it's
I'm
hard to
telling you.
argue with that.
I love that. I love that.
By the way,
Against
Mac
the defending
Jones.
Super Bowl champs.
Mac Jones not playing on Sunday. Brian Hoyer getting the start.
Oh, he's
in
out at
Green
least
Bay.
Max
Matt's
out.
out, like-
Whatever Trent's out, Max out.
exactly.
Max is worse.
Yeah, Mac
this
was
is
bad.
a severe.
Yes.
Like he may be doing surgery.
I feel
got
bad
bad.
for him. It looked like really bad.
By the way, you'll feel like I need help because I'm still alive in a survivor pool and it got real
I'm not
fast.
predicting anything.
No,
the rest
but
of the NFL.
I gave it to you
Packers,
yesterday.
right?
It's Packers
is
a
their pick,
slam
right?
dunk.
I got one left too.
Right?
Who they
I have
playing?
one left too.
New England.
New England with Brian Hoyer at Lambeau. It feels too easy though. I hate this stuff.
My Belichick take is aging well, huh?
What was your Belichick take?
That this might be his final season in New England.
That's
It's
right.
looking
That's
ugly.
right.
Matt Patricia on the sideline. I know we're going Patriot.
And Joe
talk.
Judge.
Yeah.
I'm like, Patricia, this is a guy who wore a pencil
The
with
pencil.
a laminated sheet. Dude, you're not writing on the laminated sheet with
How
the pencil, bro.
How
It was a
fraudulent
prop.
that?
Well, I mean, they just decided to not have an offensive coordinator, and now they don't have a quarterback. So I don't know how they're going to score any points. I was amazed they scored as many as they did
Right.
against Baltimore last
Well,
week.
Baltimore's defense is looking leaky.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
Lamar's is still scoring.
Well, they
I don't know
lost
if you know
Kyle
this.
Fuller.
He just
Fine.
scored.
They lost Kyle Fuller, their cornerback. He's out with a torn ACL.
Yes.
Ronnie Stanley didn't play again.
The safety's looking a little suspect.
Hamilton out
yeah,
another
and I
game.
liked him a lot.
He's young.
Yeah.
He's young.
Well,
Survivor pool. Yeah, I'm going Green Bay too. We've had over
Everybody's
5,000
going to,
entries in
though.
the
That's
Survivor
what-
pool.
that's what I'm
Big
trying
coin,
to-
Dibs. Big coin.
Nice.
There's 845 entries left. 4,634 have been eliminated.
That's the way it goes. You know?
It got real fast this year. It got real fast.
Yeah.
I think the
Thanks,
sneaky
Cleveland.
one this weekend, and it's for people who already used Green Bay. The sneaky one is Detroit. They're hosting Seattle.
I know. I saw that.
But what I'm worried about is they're banged up. They've lost DeAndre Swift.
Jamal Williams is running hard.
Amon-Ra St. Brown. Not sure.
Goff actually not bad.
Goff?
Not stinky.
No,
Not
Goff.
stinky.
Not bad. I can't go down with Detroit. I would not take
Seattle
Detroit
on the
all year.
road is pointless.
Yeah, but they
We
have
watched
weapons,
it.
though. They've got weapons.
No, they don't.
DK, Tyler Lockett?
Yeah, who's going to get it to them?
Man.
I mean, they're fine. I just think Seattle, to me, based on watching them 3 weeks, they're going to be one thing at home, which is sort of viable.
Competitive.
They're going to be a joke on the
I love
road.
when you write teams off. It makes me want to go all in. on
writing
those
anybody
teams.
off. I'm telling you what I see.
Seattle on the road.
Telling you what I
He's got
see.
some
Right
guru
along.
to him. He's got some guru to him. Guru told me a couple weeks ago, hey, I'm taking your Florida State
Hey.
Seminoles against Louisville. I said, damn, I got to sweat this one out. Thanks, Guru.
You want to talk about writing people off? That was an interesting show yesterday from Guru. Wow.
I mean,
What did
Come
he
on.
do? What happened?
He wants Kyle Shanahan fired.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, yesterday.
just fired.
Yeah, exactly.
and he's extending Cooper Rush simultaneously.
I just
The Jedi? Kyle Shanahan,
like
the
you
Jedi?
like we can all, and everybody does. Everybody's perspective is wide open, welcome, and heard with regard to where things are with 49er football. Stop firing people in week 3 who have been deep in the playoffs 2 of the last 3 years. Like,
You're not firing.
Well, you have to look at contracts to me before you even start.
Yes,
honestly, I mean, Jet York is not going to look at this situation and go, you know what? I missed the Kelly Tomsula era. This Shanahan thing hasn't worked out. One Super Bowl berth, one conference championship berth, and he's got 4 more years. It's a non-starter in terms of firing Kyle Shanahan, but I do think that as we get to the offseason, things need to change in terms of how we go about picking players because Your running back room is thin, and every running back you pick high can't play.
Did you hear Mike Holmgren with us yesterday?
Yeah.
They were talking about the hierarchy, and he had personnel decisions. Like, he was supposed to be the czar at multiple locations, Green Bay and in Seattle. And he worked with Ted Thompson, and who's the other guy?
Ron Wolf.
Ron Wolf. And he was basically saying that, like, he trusted their evaluations. Very few times did they go off, whatever that they had, and they would have this long conversation. But it was very interesting. He's like, I wanted to do the coaching and the schematics and all that, and I allowed him to do the personnel. Belichick, the personnel guy, has done in Belichick the coach. Look at his drafts over the last few years. It's so hard to do both.
Well, and I don't
think Shanahan's doing both, but I'm saying, like, some of the decisions are bad.
We simplify it, and it's probably not fair. Like, in our minds, it's just Kyle making draft picks as if he went to all of Ohio State's games.
He's just
to
breaking
watch
down
Trey Sermon the day before 49er games all year long. Like, yeah, you do have to at a certain point. You're going to rely on other people and their input. Does he have the final say? Yes. Did we get to every single one of these picks as a solo bolo project? No, that's not how it works. There are definitely fair questions with how they've drafted their running backs the last couple of years. It's not 100% on Kyle.
I'm watching the New York Giants situation. Where do they go? Will Saquon be on the block at some point? Because he's going to be a free agent after the season.
I mean, I wouldn't pay him if I were them. But then if you're wanting him, then you're going to have to pay him.
I'd take him for.
I'd franchise tag him.
I'd rent Saquon.
They've got the franchise tag in the back pocket.
If you franchise tag him, it's $10 million.
Okay. That's fine for 1 year.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm willing to do that
and
for a special running back.
Up.
Jeff Wilson Jr. is not pumping any fear in defenses. They've obviously tried to get a
special running back. I mean, outside of Derrick Henry, is there really one guy who you can put out there, a threat who can stay healthy? Because all these guys, McCaffrey, Barkley,
Jonathan Taylor.
Even Derrick Henry got hurt last year. So
first of all, his whole career.
But
they
get hurt.
Running backs get hurt.
Running backs get hurt. So why would you pay one of them $10 million? I don't hate the Shanahan approach, but you need to get better guys in your stable.
This is why you pay one of them $10 million, because there are very few 3-down backs, which is really what the conversation should be. He's one of them. He's a pass-catching threat. Every time he touches the ball, he can go house, and he fits the system really well. They were actually linked to him when he was being drafted. The second part of this is that too many guys are going down because they don't have a bell cow. And at some point, like they did with D Ford, you got to swing to bring in a proven guy to solidify the position. Yeah, but that's the way I view it.
Like I hear all that, but at the same time, not only do running backs always get hurt, they are, even the good ones, are circumstantial as well. Everybody with the number 1 overall pick in their fantasy drafts ran and got Jonathan Taylor. He hasn't been able to do a damn thing this year.
Yeah, but he was great last year.
Yeah, he's a phenomenal player. But if the Colts offense is not going to be good this year, then Jonathan Taylor is not going to be good this year. That's always the way it works. But is Frank Reich
better than Shanahan? I don't think he's even close.
No, but that's kind of the point. Like, what you can say, let's go get a great back, and if you don't have a good offensive line, and you don't have good play calling, and you don't have all that stuff going on, and you don't have a pass game that's a threat, it doesn't matter. The flip side, like Dibs just said, the flip side is, let's not get an elite running back. Let's have a healthy offense top to bottom, and there are many people we could stick back there and get production.
But here's what I want.
But historically, they have.
But here's the thing, though. I need a threat at all levels in today's NFL.
Back.
Like, Brandon Ayuk, if you're going to play Debo at running back in the backfield, which I don't like, then you got one legit wide receiver. Juwan Jennings, defense is like, all right, go ahead, throw to Juwan Jennings all day long.
League.
Danny Gray is a rookie, all right?
Right.
We don't know anything about him. George Kittle's probably going to be used to block even more now with Trent Williams is out. I need playmakers. I need threats. I need guys where the defense says, okay, we have to account for this guy. They'll look at Jeff Wilson Jr. like, okay, nice little running back, but he ain't scaring nobody.
But what threat do you have when you have a quarterback who can't throw the ball down the field? So if I'm a D coordinator and I look at this team, it's like Jeff Wilson Jr., fine, we're going to go ahead and put 8 in the box and let Jimmy G beat us. And like you said, you got no deep threat because Danny Gray can't get on the field because Kyle doesn't trust Jimmy to throw the ball deep. So now everything gets sucked up. George Kittle's going to block. Now you got Ayuk and you got Debo. Debo's route running is not great. So now we just key on Ayuk. And last week, you saw it with Denver. They doubled Ayuk. They doubled Debo. They doubled George Kittle when they needed to. And go ahead, Jimmy. Beat us. And, Jeff Wilson Jr., 2 big runs, but otherwise you had nothing else.
Is Najee Harris a great back? You like him?
Yeah, but he's got here's the variety.
That's my concern.
But
because if you stick that
Trubisky's
around you,
terrible.
exactly.
He was great last year with Big Ben.
So that's the point. You have.
But Big Ben was a shell of himself.
But he was still Big Ben, and the offense was different. You have to be able to have a threat in the passing game for your running game to work. This is why Derrick Henry is so amazing. They have never had like a dynamic passing game, and he's still been able to. Well,
I'm trying to bring in good players. That's the way I look at it. Like, I'm trying to upgrade and bring in good players.
The more playmakers, the better.
No doubt, but I'm trying not to lock up my cap with running backs.
Well, if that's the case, I can sit here and make, again, if we want to go financial, why are we paying a right tackle $10 million a year when he's a over $10 million a year player?
Why are you paying Eric Armstead when it looks like
$20 million on an interior defensive lineman and you rotate?
He was good last year.
Yeah, but they didn't miss him on Sunday. That's what I'm saying. You got money.
It's about value at the position. So you do that with running back, right? So you're talking about, I don't want to pay a running back $10 million, but yet you're paying a defensive lineman, an interior lineman who rotates $20 million a year when no one else in the league allocates money that way. You spend a 13th overall pick on a defensive tackle when you're rotating defensive tackles.
But wouldn't they respond and say, but we've got the best defense in football right now?
Kinlaw has not been a part of that.
Well, he's been hurt.
I know, but I'm just saying, if you're going to go the value proposition, then I would say also you invested in a first-round wide receiver. You're not throwing him the ball enough to warrant that first-round tag. You took a third-round running back. So we could do the value thing. I know this. Saquon's a baller. Okay?
Yeah.
I would love to have an offense with Debo and Saquon and Kittle and Ayuk just to help whoever the quarterback is.
So the New York fan would respond to you and say, it's great that you think Saquon's a baller because he's had a nice 3 games. We've been missing him for the last 2 years.
Well, that's
the problem.
Torn ACL, but that's not, you can't control injuries.
No, you can't.
However, you look at when he's on the field, you are much better with him on the field. The Giants fans know that.
You said it.
They get shut out without Saquon on Monday night.
But you said it. Running backs get hurt. So I'm not.
Everybody gets hurt.
Everybody gets hurt.
Well, especially
on that field.
Especially running back.
Field. That's a good point, Dibs.
We're going to talk about that. I mean,
that turf is ridiculous.
It's ridiculous.
It's insane that something hasn't happened
Coming up at 9:45, what are you doing?
We were watching that game. I remember we were doing the post game. 3 consecutive plays. Not 3 plays in a game.
And non-contact.
It was Solly, Nick Bosa, and Jordan Reed. Boom, 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 boom. I was like, you've got to be kidding me.
My man, Sterling Shepard wasn't even turning.
I know.
He wasn't even running hard.
I couldn't believe
He was jogging like he was on a trail in the forest.
He was jogging.
He looked like he was walking down the Golden Gate Bridge, and all of a sudden his leg is gone.
It's crazy.
I mean, it's wild.
It just was nice to have a passing threat out of the backfield.
No doubt.
Not named Deebo Samuel.
No,
you know what I'm saying?
Hey.
They don't even have a passing threat out of the backfield. Juice, I mean, it's a nice story. He'll get you 1 or 2 catches a game.
Great catch.
Yeah.
Nice.
It was a great catch.
Good show.
Great.
Raffman used to get 6 touches a game, and I'm not Raffman's a different, but William Floyd 5 to 7 touches a game. These were elite fullbacks. The era is so different, and I get that. But as a pass catcher, I feel like he's criminally underutilized.
It's Kyle Shanahan and his 21 personnel. We're going to cram it. We're going to try to run it 40 times.
Just a couple dinks.
Can we get some 3x1 formations, Coach?
We don't run 4 wides ever. We don't go empty.
Can we go 3x1?
You got a quarterback who can't throw and a running back who can't run and pass catchers who can't get open.
It is
Enjoy.
It is wild.
But they're going to be a playoff team, Mark. You're right.
They are.
What do you want to bet?
It is wild. Whatever you want. Whatever you want.
Oh, I like this.
Whatever you want.
I got 3 kids and a bunch of problems. Thank you. It works now.
Same. Although you're pushing it by calling your older ones kids still, seeing as they can vote. But anyway.
Quest just got a nose pierce.
Did he?
Yeah, he's 21 and a half. What am I going to say?
Yeah,
I told him, I said Questy, and I call him Questy like he's still a baby. 2 things, son. No gauges in the ears.
Yeah,
I said no gauges and no tattoos, but if you want to get a tattoo, run it by me. Let's make sure. Let's make sure. The nose pierce.
So he went Tupac on us, huh?
A little bit.
How old is he? How old is he?
He's 21.
21.
He went Tupac on us.
He can't get a tattoo if he wants.
He can get a tattoo. He can do whatever he wants.
Permanent.
He's 6'2", 230. He can do whatever he wants.
6'2", 230? Oh.
Is he really?
Your boy's a handful.
Where the hell did he get that?
The ex is 5'11", and I'm 230. So there you go.
You never heard this story?
What's wrong with you?
So we go to a Warrior game.
What's wrong with you?
We go to a Warrior game. Me and my wife. I thought I was special. They give out some, tickets.
You are.
And they go. We got great seats. I go. awesome. Come to find out, we're in like a section with everybody. Lowe's there. This kid is sitting next to me, and he's in my seat or whatever, and I didn't know who it was. And I'm like, hey, me and my wife are going to sit here. Can you just slide over a little? And I'm looking, and all of a sudden, Dan comes out of nowhere, and he's like, yeah, that's my son. And I'm looking, I'm going, that's your kid? He's like twice your size.
He's a monster.
And I felt like a jerk because I totally kicked him out of the seats.
Oh, he's so great. Yeah. He had to, took him both hands to lift him up. But Quest's a big kid. He's a tall drink of water. But I told him, no gauges, no tattoos. But if you want to get a tattoo, let's talk about it.
I'm with you on that.
And now you're a girl
permanent.
dad. Now you're a girl dad.
And I already told her, no gauges, no tattoos.
Yeah. No boyfriends until she's 21.
Dude, she turns a month tomorrow. I can't even. She's already breaking hearts. Yeah, seriously.
Oh, boy. By the way, I'll bet you she has a tattoo someday, too. We can do that bet if you want.
I want to bet you if I'm not
at the beach.
I'm not alive
I'm
for
one
it.
of the only people without a tattoo at almost every beach I go to. It is. I
don't have one.
You don't have one? How about you?
I don't have one.
You got no tats in the room?
My wife has the old. Well, she's gonna kill me, but she's got a bad one.
Do iron-ons count?
And she tells her niece all the time, this is what happens when you're 18 and you get a dumb tattoo that doesn't transfer into your late 30s.
Well, I tell you why I didn't get a tattoo. Yeah, I know, out there big time.
Love you, man.
Couch night, Krasowski. I was too broke. I wanted a tattoo when I was 18. I was just broke. I was broke. I couldn't. I didn't have the money. And then when I finally got a little bit of coin, I was like, tattoos.
I'm so
whatever.
old. If you had a tattoo in my day, you were in the Navy.
Bye-bye. We'll into next.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
Doors and loading dock equipment are a crucial part of your business, and one you probably don't think much about until they break. A broken door or dock leveler can be a real security threat, along with disturbing the flow of goods in your business. Luckily, RNS is here for all your commercial door, dock, and gate needs. From overhead doors and security shutters to fire-rated and personal doors, RNS can provide your business with safety and security. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR to schedule a free estimate or visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
At Right Way Garage Doors, we consider what we do inspired craftsmanship. We see our craftsmen as artists using wood, glass, and metal as their brushes, your home as their canvas, their work inspired by the vision you have for your home's first impression. Right Way Garage Doors has been delivering the highest quality work with the right value and the right customer experience for 42 years. So when inspiration strikes, our design pros are there to help bring your vision to life the right way. Schedule your mobile showroom visit today at rwgaragedoors.com.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults, amateurs to elite professionals. As one of the best orthopedic programs in the nation, UCSF has programs to optimize an athlete's performance and the latest advancements to treat the most complex sports injuries. With locations throughout the Bay Area, now including Marin, Walnut Creek, and Redwood Shores, it's even easier to make an appointment today. Visit ucsfhealth.org so you can get cleared to play. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
Have you ever hired a commercial painting company, then been stuck managing your own project? Hi, this is Matt Jesse, president of MB Jesse Painting. We know how busy you are and that you need professional painters who are actually professionals. My team has the experience, training, and credentials to get the job done. If you've been waiting for the right time to paint, this is it. Call 855-MB-JESSE today or visit us online at mbjesse.com.
MB
MB Jesse.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
You could save big when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive, but when we just come out and say it, it feels like it falls a bit flat. So we're going to use humor. But we don't want to insult your intelligence, so nothing too goofy. And we need to avoid any polarizing topics. Oh, and it has to be about how you can save big when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive. You know what? Maybe humor is a bad idea. Yeah, it's never going to work. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Discount not available in all states or situations.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We'll get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we'll take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $69.99. You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
When Big Mobile charges you an arm and a leg, they're taking your money and your power. And your arm and leg. Boost Mobile gives your power back with an unlimited plan for $25 a month on one of America's largest 5G networks. We can't give you back your arm and your leg because we're not qualified surgeons. Unless you're an iguana who can grow limbs back. Switch to Boost and get an unlimited plan for $25 a month. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power. New customers only. One line, $25 per month with autopay. Additional restrictions apply. See boostmobile.com for details.
Chris Cuomo is back with a new show on a new network. Cuomo premieres on News Nation Monday, October 3rd at 5 p.m. Pacific. To find News Nation on your television provider, go to newsnationnow.com/join us.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs. On 95.7 The Game.
No, Dibs. This isn't about Jimmy.
No.
It's not about Jimmy. It's not about Jimmy. But, gosh, like two long-lost relatives running at each other on the beach. Went out and found my optimism yesterday. It's hiding under the couch.
It's about time.
Yeah, where you been, Optimism? I was
Seriously.
like, oh, there he is. No, part of it is
Captain save a season. Everything's going to be film on mic today.
Well, okay. Let's be real. It's just Wednesday. And all that means is, I think there's a process you go through after a loss like that.
Totally.
And the emotion chills a little bit, like you settle in. Because Monday was like, tell me that did not just happen. And no, it did. And then Tuesday, it's still like, okay, now I got to just download this and think about it. And then last night, I'm sitting there and I'm thinking about what we're going to, hash out today. And suddenly I go, wait a minute. And then let me dive on this for a second. Because we all agree on one thing, right? The 49er defense is fantastic.
Yep.
Fair?
And defense wins championships.
Which,
so
it's funny because I know that's a phrase. Do you believe that, by the way?
Absolutely.
You do.
Well, and to your point, I don't want to jump the.
Go.
I don't want to jump the setup.
It's not like a big secret.
Defense definitely gets you to a point where you might be able to win a championship. Because if you have a good defense, you should be good enough to stay in games, even when your quarterback stinks. Your running game is flaccid without your run game coordinator who left, your wide receivers who don't get a chance to get the ball, and your tight end who's more blocker than catcher.
So what I decided to do was okay, let's just take the most 3 recent years and give me the top 10 defenses of those 3 years each year and how'd they do. Because, are we confident that the 49ers are going to be a top 10 defense?
Yes.
Are we confident they're going to be a top 5 defense?
Probably. Yeah.
If they're a top 5 defense, grab a Sharpie. Grab it. You got a Sharpie?
I do.
Does anybody have a
hold
Sharpie?
on.
I need a
got
Sharpie.
Not a
Give me
pencil, not a pen.
No.
You
No.
want Sharpie?
I want a Sharpie.
Like an Al Sharpie?
I want...
That's a 2, but I'm trying.
It is a 2, but it's still got to laugh. Give me a Sharpie, because if they're a top 5 defense, listen to me. They're in.
Sunglasses.
They're in.
Wallet.
And if they're... Dude, you and your Dora backpack over there.
And I got your thank you card in here, too, for the nice box of diapers. If I can... Maybe I can
you have
hand
a
deliver
thank
it.
you card? You didn't need to do that.
My beloved supper, my life partner. You have to write thank you cards.
Thank you notes, supper.
I got a bunch of thank you
supper.
cards.
Does she listen, by the way? Does she listen while she's sitting there with the baby?
No.
No?
Mask.
All right. No. Supper, you don't need
Can't
to
show that.
You don't need to send this is my thing. You don't need to send a thank you note to people that you see every day.
Advil.
Just say thank you. Thank you notes are for like Uncle
Sunscreen.
Bob sent you. Uncle Bob sent you a Christmas
Back scratcher.
gift. Wow, do you have a back scratcher in
Telescoping.
that? You're hilarious. You're older than I realized. When you start pulling out that backpack.
There's places I can't reach. Here's one. What are these things? Oh, Seagate drive.
Oh,
external
my gosh.
drive.
Everybody's got an external drive at the bottom of their bag that they don't use. That's true. But anyway.
Vape pen battery charger.
If they are a top 5 defense, they're in. If they are a top 10 defense, they are probably in, because this is what defenses do in the National Football League. Let me give you a little bit.
Random change.
Let me give you a little bit. 2020, let me give you some numbers, okay? 7 of the top 10 defenses last year.
Picture of Keon.
Okay? Top 10, actually, no, that was 2020. Last year, top 10 defenses. We get it, dude. You can stop giving me your backpack.
Computer adapter. I'm looking for a Sharpie.
Last year, of the top 10 defenses in the NFL, 9 went with a winning record.
9 of 10?
8 went to the playoffs.
How can I write this down if I can't find my Sharpie?
You're going to have to remember it. I'm sorry.
Okay.
2 years ago, 2020, 7 of the top 10 defenses had a winning record, and one of the teams that didn't went 7-9 and won their division anyway. That's in 2020. 2019, 9 of the 10 teams in the top 10 defensively were 500 or better. Over the last 3 years of NFL football, a total of one team, one time, did we have a team that was a top 10 defense that won fewer than 7 games. That has happened one time. If you're willing to tell me that the 49ers are going to be a top 10 defense, then they've already got 7 wins. They're done.
That's it.
They've won 7 games.
Write it with Sharpie.
They are 7.
If I can find one.
They are 7-0 to start the season, and all Jimmy's got to do, dude, can you win 2
games?
Can you go win 2 football games?
Because we agreed 9-8 probably gets it done. 10-7 for sure.
9-8 gets you at least. If you're out, it's because of tiebreaker. Like maybe you get beat on a tiebreaker.
You think the 7 seed will be 9-8, basically?
Yes.
Based on the NFC and what we know about how bad it is.
Possible that it's 8-9.
It's top, not top heavy, but there are 2 or 3 teams that should be 12-win teams. Maybe a 13-4 in there, but then a bunch of like 10-7, 9-8, and quietly a bunch of 6-11 and 5-12s. I would say.
Yeah, absolutely. So if you're going to play the way it looks like they're going to play, and even go back to Sunday night, okay? They took the L. This week they'll bounce back.
Shout out Drake.
They took the L, but rewatch the game in your head and remove our anger toward Jimmy Garoppolo and Kyle Shanahan and all that. Usually that game, based on actually the way it's played, something funky would have happened defensively to give the 49ers the win. I think if you play that game 10 times, 8 times the Niners win 13-6 or 13-10.
Right.
All the fumbles that didn't bounce into their hands. The balls that bounced off of Wilson receivers that went straight up in the air that
Jimmy
did not.
G wandering on walkabout in the back of his own end zone.
They didn't get a turnover, and Fred Warner actually came out afterward and said, that's unacceptable that we didn't get any of those. And I'm like, I didn't see any that it was like you should have had that.
And they're -1 for the year, by the way, in giveaway takeaway.
Which is bizarre with how good they are defensively. That's going to win them some games. I do think, for example, it's why they're favored Monday night. My sense is tell me they shouldn't be favored. Why would they be favored after the way they looked? But I think what the odds makers are seeing is that defense should dominate the Rams offense.
But to your point about, and I love the stats, and I'm sorry I distracted you with all of my...
no, that was actually fun. I can't believe you have all that stuff in there. It's not that big of a backpack.
And I've got a couple of cards, and thank you cards, and I'm coming up in the next segment. I give you your thank you card.
I appreciate that it came in an orange envelope. That's personal. That's a personal touch, and I really appreciate that.
I have a whole couple of more pockets that I need to open here in my Dora backpack. But to your point, if the defense is this good and they should win 7 games on their own, I would argue that they already had 2 games they should have won that they didn't. So those games count, in my opinion, in your statistical breakdown. They should be 3-0, but they're not. So 2 of those games they should have won, they didn't. So those are games that have already lost. Those are games that the defense already won, that the team actually lost. So now Jimmy G needs to win not 2 games to get to 9.
3?
He needs to win 4.
Does he? I mean...
Because they blew Chicago. The defense won that game. And they blew Denver. The defense won that game.
Right, but what if the defense wins a game that in theory you don't think they're supposed to win? What if the defense...
You said the defense is going to give you 7 games.
Well, but my point is that can average out in a couple of different ways. That's what history states.
Right.
What if the defense shoves it to Patrick Mahomes the way the Colts did last week?
Yeah, it's not happening.
Well, but I mean, it does happen. Like Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen, we went into last week and we're like, these 2 dudes are on a different planet. And by the way, they are. They're on a different planet. And those 2 teams we all feel are probably the best 2 teams in football. Both of them went out on a Sunday afternoon and scored less than 20. Both of them. So it's doable. It happens.
It does.
I said this, 1 o'clock on Sunday on your specific Red Zone channel, whether it's Xfinity, DirecTV, whatever it is. Your Red Zone channel at 1 o'clock on Sunday is the best television I've ever seen in my life for a half hour. And there's a reason for that. Because of unpredictability in the NFL, things that we don't see coming suddenly happen. The best players in the league are out there making mistakes. Mahomes and Allen both did it. And it's just phenomenal television. And so that's going to happen every week. The 49ers right now are not a dominant football team. We'd love Jimmy G 2019, 13-3. We'd love that. Why we're not getting that this year. Certainly not in the first half of the year. We're not getting that. I don't see that. The offensive line isn't working that way. Jimmy's not working that way. So that's fine. But I'm not calling for 13-4. I'm calling for 10-7. And this defense should get you there. It should.
It could.
And historically, it does.
Well, and again, historically, yes. But your stat is skewed by the fact that the 7 games that they should win, they've already lost 2 of them, to me. So now you need the defense to do
That's not unfair.
more than that.
Yeah.
You need the defense to win 9 games now for you in terms of how bad this offense has been and what this offense potentially could be. And I would add to the mix the fact that the offensive line has been not great, and now you've got your best offensive lineman out, and you've got a quarterback who should be getting better. And we've talked to a lot of different quarterback gurus and former quarterbacks, and they all say, and Jimmy G himself, I might need a couple of weeks to get ramped up. To me, this game on Monday night is the big one, because when you go to Atlanta and Carolina, those absolutely have to be wins. You lose to the Rams, you beat those 2, you're 3-3. Now we're in a whole different conversation.
Baker.
Yeah, exactly.
You good? Yeah, I don't see how that team's going to score. They're awful. But, right, look, the story needs to unfold. Do we get ahead of ourselves every single day? Yes. I understand all that. But, like, if I roll through the schedule right now, and we don't know who's going to be healthy and on either side and all of those things, but how many offenses in the NFL scare you, and how many of them are on the 49ers schedule? I already told you the Rams are not a top 15 offense. They play them twice over the next 5 weeks. Carolina, not going to scare you. Atlanta, not going to scare you. Kansas City, they're going to scare you. Okay? And then after the bye, Justin Herbert and the Chargers, that going to scare you?
Yes.
That's going to scare you.
Yep.
All right, so I got 2 so far that are going to scare you.
2 scarios.
You got 2 Arizonas. Does that team scare you right now offensively?
No, No, but they've beaten you.
Right.
They've had your number.
Yeah, no, I agree that they've been bad, but I also am not willing to say they don't scare you because Kyler's just a scary guy to track down. New Orleans, scare you?
No.
Absolutely not. Miami, scare you? Yes. I'll agree with you. So right now we're at 3. Tampa Bay, here's an interesting one. Do they scare you?
Not right now, but I mean, it's Tom Brady, and you figure if Jimmy G is going to be better in Week 13, then so is Tom Brady.
Yeah, I guess you could say that. And Tampa Bay's defense scares you in terms of what the 49ers would throw at them. But Tampa Bay right now, 27th ranked offense in the NFL so far.
And where are the Niners? 18th? Is that right?
What was it, Kyle? Where are the 49ers? Was it 18th?
Offensively.
Offensive ranking. They're well ahead of Tampa. We were just looking at it in the other room. Don't look at me like I got 3 eyes.
too, Coach.
I understand that. So I'm like, you're in front of a computer, right? Like, look it up is what I'm asking. I'm not saying you need to know right now. Will you
got
look
3
it up?
screens and a bunch of questions.
Yeah, I know. And we got YouTube. I get phone calls. I do have a laptop.
I'm still going through my backpack, or I'd look it up.
Seattle.
That damn Sharpie?
You got Seattle again, not going to scare you. Washington, not going to scare you. Las Vegas, Spadoni's not here, so not going to scare you. So,
By the way, I'm looking at the ESPN schedule for the Niners, and it has a thing, tickets as low as, and for the Niners this week, tickets as low as $60 for Monday Night Football. That game in Las Vegas, tickets as low as $427.
Like
New Year's Day in Vegas. Mark, tickets as low as $427.
I love that. That's exciting. As low as. Because you know what that means. If they're as low as that, that means if you'd like your top of your head to be touching the roof, then you can get in for that price.
$427.
Yeah.
The only other one that's even remotely close is Monday night against Arizona. Here, tickets as low as $232.
Yeah.
But otherwise, it's pretty affordable to catch a Niner game.
Brother, yeah.
$427 in Vegas for New Year's Day.
Believe me, the feelers are already out. Let's just put it that way.
You want to go to Vegas?
Oh, who doesn't?
For New Year's?
You kidding me? Who doesn't want to go
Where
there?
am I going, dude? I got a 4-week-old.
you don't want to go to.
I mean, I want and can. The divide in my world between want and can has never been wider.
Yeah. No, I would love to do that. I mean, when we were in Chicago.
I want to get a good night's sleep.
How's that going, by the way?
I can't. Well, last night wasn't bad.
Not too bad.
Yeah, my girl, she's been really good about taking feeding number 2. It's a 4-feed night. So you got the feed at like 9 o'clock. And then midnight, I'm up to help. And then after that, she gives me a pass on the 2:30. And then I'm up for the 5:45.
Good. Last night she didn't sleep, but today she'll bounce back.
Yeah.
Okay, listen.
No chance,
here's
dude.
the deal.
No chance.
No, today she's going to do it again. 888-957-9570. And we'd love to sort of dip our toe in the water on that. Where is your optimism meter? The further we get from Sunday, look, it's only week 3. I don't think any of you have kissed the season off entirely yet, have you? Just based on that game, I get it. It's been real bad. But I think because so much of our focus, the only time I've heard anyone bring up the defense this week is to say the same thing. Gosh, I feel bad for our defense. Like we're wasting a great defense. And there's no doubt that's true. You're right. They should be 3-0. They should be 3-0 without even blinking. Okay? And so therefore, when you have this kind of a defense and you start off 1-2, that's how you do end up as one of the outliers. You end up as one of these, like I keep saying, 8 out of 10. Well, that means 2 had a really good defense and it didn't work out.
Yeah.
So it's not that it's not possible, but I'm going to gamble on the idea that this works in the NFL. It works at like an 80 to 90% clip. This defense looks so good, and they could have injuries too. I understand. But the way this pass rush is working, and by the way, you want to know one other sneaky reason I think that they got a good chance on Monday night? You know what they have not faced yet? An immobile quarterback. They have not yet faced someone that went
immobile quarterback.
Correct. They have faced Russell Wilson, Justin Fields, and Geno Smith. They have faced someone each week that when they get there, and they do, man, do they get there. When they get there, they've got someone who can create a little bit more time. And on a couple of occasions has beaten them because of it. Geno never did, But Justin Fields beat them by creating more time, and Dante Pettis was unaccounted for. And Russell Wilson on that final drive absolutely created with his legs on a few first downs, as we know he always does. Well, this week they're going to get there because they do. And the Rams have had a ton of turnover on their offensive line. And what's Matt Stafford going to do when Nick gets there? He's not going anywhere.
Right.
So I like that matchup.
If they beat the Rams, their playoff odds go from 40% to 49%. Because right now, and I'm looking at an interactive graphic that the New York Times has put out. And if the Niners beat the Rams, right now they're at 40%. The Niners' chances of making the playoffs. So that's a decent number in terms of making a bet if we wanted to do a wager, if the Niners would make the playoffs or not. If they lose to the Rams, their chances of making the playoffs go down to 28%. So pretty big game to go from 50% down to 27% based on one game.
Aren't they all? Absolutely.
But especially a divisional game, as you mentioned earlier in the week.
Yeah, so do you still think that this is like, in your mind, your 49er fandom, like we're only 3 weeks in, but in your mind, is this still a playoff team? Yes or no? 888-957-9570. We'll take your calls on that. Comcast Business text line, ready to go. We're on the YouTube chat. We see all of you there. Twitch as well. Thank you so much for being there. We really, really appreciate it. We got some Aaron Judge stuff for you today. Doc Pandia with all of the 49ers injuries, and he can answer the question that we got into yesterday, which is, okay, 5 years of Kyle Shanahan. They're in the bottom third in terms of, I guess, top third, depending on how you look at it, the worst third of the league in terms of games lost to injury every single year under Kyle Shanahan. Is there something to that? So I can't wait to ask Doc Pandia about that under Kyle Shanahan. What's your thought on that? Are you still feeling like, when I say, is this a playoff team? Yes or no?
Man, it's a coin flip. And honestly, if I was to make a bet right now, if you and I made a wager, and I don't want to have to bet against the Niners because I want them to be a playoff team, but if you took me out of the vein of a Niner fan and of sports talk radio and all the rest of it, if you and I had a big debate in a bar and you said, let's do it, $100, do they make it, yes or no, and it's a coin flip, my gut would tell me no, they don't make the playoffs, because I think the one thing that can derail their chances is something that could likely happen, and that's an injury to their quarterback. Well, because they had insurance, they had an insurance policy, and they've already used it. So if they lose Jimmy Garoppolo, let's say Jimmy G gets hurt at some point and he's done for the year, and now we go to Brock Purdy, I don't think they make the playoffs. But if Jimmy G stays healthy and this defense stays nasty, I actually like your side of it. So I'm absolutely torn right now, but if I had to make a bet, if you held my feet to the fire, I would bet against them.
Okay, I'll definitely say yes. 888-957-9570. Would love to hear from you on that. Peter King on the Jimmy and Shanahan relationship. We'll let you hear that coming up in just a little bit. And we do have a very quick one today. Can we get back? We've been missing you. What are you doing? You know why else I like the 49ers' chances later on this year? They don't play at MetLife Stadium.
True.
And therefore, those two torn ACLs are not going to come to the party. So I hadn't even thought of this when that Monday night game happened a couple of nights ago, and it has been confirmed. Sterling Shepard tore his ACL. It should have triggered me right away. It didn't, but it didn't even occur to me. Oh, man, that was at MetLife Stadium. Odell Beckham was tweeting about it right away. Hey, NFL, hey, MetLife, hey, Giants, hey, Jets. What are you doing? How is this still being allowed? How are we still playing football on that field? Sterling Shepard wasn't even doing anything. He was jogging straight down the field.
Jogging.
Gone.
It's a silent J.
Brutal. They got to fix it. They got to fix it.
It's so funny when you say that, because the NFL doesn't give a crap about its players. And that's why every time I have the same conversation, you watch Nick Bosa get hurt on the MetLife field. You got to fix it. How do we have guys playing on turf Reggie Bush, former Niner, runs in New Orleans off the field and slips and tears his ACL on the concourse. You got to fix it. Tua Tagovailoa gets absolutely knocked out cold, goes to the locker room, and they say, you're good. You're playing great. Your team is good. We need you on the field. Get back out there, Double T's. They don't care about the players. So I'm with you, Mark. They have to fix it, but let's all remember they will not fix it. They don't care about the commodity.
888-957-9570. Your calls on all of this coming up next. Niners, still a playoff team in your mind? We can get into that. Peter King weighing in on the relationship between Kyle and Jimmy. We'll get to that next. And man, is there some Aaron Judge stuff to get to. That's around the corner as well. Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game.
Watch 95.7 The Game on Twitch and YouTube.
Jimmy can't cook. He can barely boil water.
I agree with you.
He'll never be able to cook.
I agree with you.
Let Fumo eat.
You know how people be like, you can't waste Steph Curry's prime. Our defense is at a prime right now.
Yeah.
We can't let that go to waste, man.
This is
for real.
This is the Bay Area's sports station. 95.7 The Game.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea and amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. See rare specimens, ancient fossils, and more at our new exhibit, Hidden Wonders.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New Gigabit Extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
Get a cash offer for your car, truck, or SUV today at your local Bay Area Chevy dealers. Selling has never been easier. Just bring it into a Bay Area Chevy dealer, get a free appraisal, and we'll make you a cash offer on the spot with no obligation to buy. We buy any make or model, paid off or not. Find your local Chevy dealer at BayAreaChevroletDealers.com.
Hey guys, Mike Valeni for Cash the Ticket podcast.
If you like sports betting or if you just like sports, it's the podcast for you. We try to cover all the big games and maybe some of the games you didn't even know were important, give you some angles, pick some winners, have a good time, and hopefully help you meander through college and pro football season. So join us a couple times a week to get all your information you need to bet the games that you watch. It's Cash the Ticket on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had two challenges: improve their brand presence and message and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to KansasCitySteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Oh, it's doing great. I've been on it now for about 3.5 years. I've lost 67 pounds, and I feel better than I did at age 40. The only thing I'm just getting older. That's the only thing that doesn't stop. Other than that, I feel good.
Listen, we're all getting older, but that doesn't mean you have to feel your age. Are you ready to turn back the clock? It's 2022, and there's never been a better time to start looking and feeling young again. Introducing Andro400.com. Andro400.com has proven solutions to melt belly fat, increase mood and memory, increase energy, and bring that spark back to your love life. Visit Andro400.com or call 888-400-0435 to see which product is right for you. Try the safe and natural way to start feeling and looking your best. And there's nothing to lose with an industry-leading 90-day money-back guarantee. Visit Andro400.com or call 888-400-0435.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC-FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
It's a pretty decent unit.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, a couple things I want to tell you about. It's all sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
If I had to choose a coast, I'd have to choose the West. Sorry, Biggie. You had it wrong.
Yeah. Boy, especially right now. Thoughts with everybody in Florida. Holy. I don't know if you're following some of the video that's out there.
Well, you hit me earlier with the bay in Tampa that has gone.
It's gone.
The water has gone so far out.
It got sucked out into the ocean.
But first, and then
they're going to bounce back, yeah.
Right. And we talked about, and I don't want to make this too, glib, but in terms of natural disasters, out here we have earthquakes, we have fires, and we have the occasional flood and landslides, but the hurricane and the tornado and the flood, there's a certain, which one would you pick?
Well,
if you had to pick.
So you
and again, I don't want to be glib.
No, I understand.
Because people,
I think what happens with people is you lean toward whatever you know, like so many things in life. I know people on the East Coast are terrified of the idea of an earthquake. They're like, oh, but we can't prepare.
Right.
You don't know that it's coming. At least here we can prepare. This football game in Tampa, they're going to move it. You know what I mean? And it's not about football, but if you have resources,
exactly.
You can get out of there. Right. But my God, the damage that comes through with a hurricane. Right. I know that this city knows all too well what can happen with an earthquake, but man, yeah, I'd pick an earthquake over the. And also, there's something to be said for, I don't want to know a week ahead of time that something awful is going to happen. Surprise me.
Yeah.
I don't want to sit here and stress about it for a week and go, yeah, house might be gone next Tuesday. Not sure.
But now we do now have the inevitability, though, of fire season.
Yeah, we do.
And
we do.
By the way, fire season, there's now a multitude of fire seasons. It's not just, it's fire season. It's always fire season, so that looms. But to your point, yeah, it's like hurricane and Ida, or I can't even remember.
It's Ian.
Yeah, I knew it was an I, but when you know it's like it's 3 days away, now it's 2 days away. And it's
just terrifying.
Yeah.
So, hey, I'm just really, really thinking of everybody out there, and there is an inevitability to some bad things are going to happen. And
the sports angle, where do they move the game?
They're talking about a few different places. I think New England has been on the table as far as a spot for this game.
Because that's Sunday night.
Sunday night, Bucks Chiefs.
Yeah,
I mean,
big game.
Huge.
Super Bowl preview.
Very, very watchable. Take it easy over there.
Maybe, right?
Well,
more likely than Chiefs Niners.
Yes, definitely, but not because of the reason you think. It's because, as you said, defense wins championships, and the Bucks have a really good defense. Low key, awful offense. I don't know if you've been watching Tom Brady play football. Now, there's an excuse, which is all the receivers are gone. They're all gone. There's no
Jim McKay.
Right? Like last week, there was no Mike Evans, there was no Julio Jones, there's no Chris Godwin. Then again, I'm like, what's Tom Brady's history? Tom Brady's history is that the best receiver he's working with in his Super Bowl years is Deion Branch. You know what I mean?
Right,
Like he gets Randy Moss and they don't win the whole thing. So I don't know. I don't know if he needs great receivers, but the Bucs offense has not been moving the ball flat out. They have not been moving the ball. Speaking of all these games, we are 3 weeks deep into the NFL season. How have your bets been doing? I will tell you this. Threw a little chicken on the Giants under last night. And that little rally against Duvall in the ninth, thank you, third base coach, for not sending the second run home. We'll take the under 7.5. Cash money one time.
Cash you out one time.
Cash me out one time, yeah.
And something about you talking Giants in the end of September really tickles me.
Well, I will say this. Hey, MLB on Fox, with your little graphic that you sent out 56 minutes ago, the San Francisco Giants have been eliminated from playoff contention. Wrong. You're a day early. No, they haven't been. Do math. They can absolutely catch the Phillies. They just need to win all of their remaining games, and the Phillies need to lose all of theirs. But that's how it works. So it's not going to happen, but get your facts straight.
And come back and see me.
Yeah,
I eliminated the Giants about 9 weeks ago.
A while ago.
I believe, it might have been late.
You might have been one
July.
of the last ones.
Yeah, but in terms of my bets, like our picks in our contest, spread formation, I'm crushing it. I'm winning in a 60% clip. So get on board with Dipper Claus. He's running hot. And I'll give you my Thursday night lock tomorrow. It's the lock of the year for tomorrow's game.
I can't wait. Oh, wait. What do we got tomorrow? We got Dolphins and Bengals. Is that right? I have a feeling I know which way you're going, but we'll save it.
I think you're wrong.
Wait, Kyle, MLB says the Giants are eliminated too. The Giants beat writers last night after the game said the Giants were officially not eliminated yet. MLB is saying they are. No games have gone final today. The one thing I looked at, because mathematically they can catch the Phillies, who are in the last spot, but I was thinking, what if the Phillies play the Brewers? That could mean they are eliminated. Phillies don't play the Brewers. Somebody explain to me how I'm getting the math wrong.
I'm looking at the MLB.com standings.
If they win all of their games...
And there's an E next to the Giants.
No, I just looked at it and there wasn't. What changed? I literally looked at it 4 minutes ago and there was not an E next to the Giants.
I was looking up DVOA still 4 minutes ago. So.
Well,
what side are you on?
If Philadelphia loses its last 9, they wind up at 83 and 79.
And if the Giants win the rest of theirs, they wind up at 84 and 78. 84 is bigger than 83, right?
I'm going to have to
Google it. Is that right? Google that. Is 84 bigger than 83? 888-957-9570 if anybody's got the answer on that. Anyway, I'm not done with the read. Can I do the thing, the BetQL app? Uses proven data and analytics to help you make smarter bets. BetQL, looking at every bet from every game and ranks them on a scale from 1 to 5 stars, okay? Giving you a little bit of an idea of which ones they like the most, helping you out, okay? Those 5-star bets being your best chance to cash in. Losing money is no fun. Winning is, right? So get started today. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com. Okay, 888-957-9570. That is our number. Comcast Business Text Line, YouTube, Twitch. We appreciate all of you being here. Keep it coming. Doc Pandia next hour will get into not only all the 49er injuries, but is there a thread that we can pull through 5 years of 49er injuries? That, to me, is going to be a really interesting question. And then there's this. And I want to give a shout-out to the lovely Christy, who last night, we're sitting there and she listens. And so she listened to me and you, Bonte, Joe, Steiny Guru, and more importantly, all of you. All of you.
No Damon and Ratto? Come on, Christy.
No Damon and Ratto. Yeah, that's
what are you doing?
The kids.
What are you doing?
Kids get out of school, and that's a wrap for that day.
Hate us.
Okay.
That's a
sorry, Damon and Ratto. Seriously, I got to be running. I want to listen to that show, and I do when I'm running errands during those hours. My hair is on fire during their shows. My hair is on. I got 3 kids in 3 different schools. With 3 different sets of problems.
Thank you. You almost had it right.
I almost had it right. It's just my hair's on fire. I did listen to Damon the other day when he blamed Kyle Shanahan for everything.
Loved it. Nailed it.
I thought that was totally unfair.
I was listening yesterday as I was driving to Washington High School in Fremont, getting ready for another ref assignment. One more today at Castro Valley, so I'm actually in the car a lot now in the afternoon.
See anybody up?
No, it's actually a yellow card, red card system in volleyball.
Yeah.
But I was firmly chastised by my partner for not taking more command in the 5th set as things got a little bit unruly.
Yeah, will you get a hold of this game, ref?
Yeah.
Come on.
In the post, because every match we do, in the post match, I'm the new guy. This guy's a Pac-12 official. He's like, you got to have my back. The libero was, vocally criticizing me, and you did nothing.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, I got a long leash, As a former coach, you used to get after it.
Yes, you do.
But I'm
is there any oversight at all in this system?
There's some oversight.
I don't think so. What have you been doing this for 40 years? That's like saying, did Vin Scully have anybody with the Dodgers being like, look, I didn't really love what you did last night with the game.
That vignette ran a little long.
Right. It's a wrap, dude. Like, once you've been there for 68 years, nobody cares anymore, okay? So that's sort of my perception of your job status
Totally.
there. Anyway, so we're talking about this.
The lovely Christy.
And she goes, you know what? Like the whole Jimmy and Kyle, she goes, show me the lip reading thing. She goes, all right, you're all a bunch of crazy people. Like, who knows what the hell he said? And that's true. We don't know what he said.
He ripped Kyle.
Well, here was my thing about the lip reading. The lip reading is not, I know exactly what he said. The lip reading is combined with what we already know, which is that he did speak to Chris Collinsworth and say, yeah, there's a little, you need me now. There is a little bit of that. And then we had his press conference last week. Boy, that game was like 2017 when I was allowed to, throw. I mean, like, come on, people. Like, there's something there.
Come on.
Right? There's something there, Rick Barry. Come on, people. So I get all that. And then we add in this. There's our reaction to a bad Jimmy game. And quite frankly, that was among the worst. No? That was one of the worst Jimmy G games ever.
Yeah, I mean, it's
right?
like your kids. You can't pick anyone that's your favorite. You can't pick any of the bad Jimmy G games and say which one was the worst.
So a lot of us are sitting here
you ignored that.
Well,
I get that.
I said it. That was one of the worst. I can't, that hit me the other night. But, well, that's what Jimmy does. I'm like, no, he doesn't. He walked out of the back of the end zone. He doesn't do that.
Anytime you pull an Orlovsky, it's the worst game you've ever had.
Like, he's not that bad. Can you all just, get a sip of water? Jimmy's not that. He was so terrible in that game. He's not that bad. Agreed?
Well, he is that bad because that was him, and that was him playing. So by the very definition of him playing that badly, he was that bad, so thus he is that bad.
No, but we're not flatliners. We don't have the same day every day. That was about as bad as Jimmy has ever looked. No?
It's about as bad, but that's within the range of Jimmy G's play.
Obviously, he did it. Right, yes, it's on the resume. I understand that. Yeah.
He did that.
You did that.
You did that.
So we're all sitting there talking about, okay, what does this mean? Does Jimmy have a problem playing for Kyle? Is this finally starting to, as we said yesterday, is he starting to buck a little bit?
He's starting to crack a little bit there.
Hey, buck you, 49ers.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
Hard B.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then she goes, you know what? Yeah, if I were Jimmy, I would be a little bit tired of the journey the 49ers have taken him on. And then let me add this. I would be totally tired of playing for this fan base. Exhausted. Totally exhausted playing for the 49er fans. And I went, now that is an interesting comment, because I very much understand the journey everyone's on, right? We're fans. We're not getting paid for this. We don't have to be rational. We can have nachos, beer, scream at a television set, which is just a piece of electronics. Okay? We get to do that because that's the position we're in. So we get to go on the ride and the ups and downs, and Jimmy Garoppolo has given us plenty of reasons to not want him to be the quarterback of the 49ers anymore. However, let's just think about it. As we said yesterday, Jimmy thinks he's good because he's a professional athlete. Right? So how would you characterize the journey? He arrives. It's the best thing since sliced bread.
5 games. Unbelievable.
Break him off. Highest paid player in the NFL.
Boy, premature payulation is what that was.
Then he gets hurt, and people get frustrated by injury. But, okay, first time we've experienced that. Comes back in 2019, and off we go into the wild blue yonder, Super Bowl. Now, frustrating fourth quarter for sure, but it was few and far between at that time where people were like, fire this dude. There was frustration, but you wouldn't get a lot of people to be like, get rid of Jimmy. Yes, there was the Tom Brady thing, but right at that point, where are you on Jimmy Garoppolo, end of 2019?
He was good, but not good enough. And boy, it would have been nice if he connected with Emmanuel Sanders.
Yes, it would.
That's where we were.
Okay.
If he hits that one throw, if he makes a play in the second half, we think differently about Jimmy Garoppolo, because then he's a Super Bowl champ with us. I know he's already a champ with New England as a backup, but if he gets it done, yes, we think absolutely differently about him.
All right, so
but he didn't.
He didn't. And Bonte, for example, has even stated a number of times in the last month, he has said, most disrespected 49er in history. Okay, debatable, but we get it. There's been a lot said. He's the quarterback, so there's a lot of discussion. But think about the arc it goes on from there. He's got in the back of his mind the discussion that has taken place over his 5-year run as the quarterback of the 49ers. Plenty of haters, plenty of lovers. That's fine. But when he gets fired and the Trey Lance draft pick is announced, the trade is made, there is essentially kind of a party on his grave, okay, followed by 3-4 weeks ago, the excitement of, well, he's back. This is wonderful. It's insurance. And the 49er organization is strong enough to handle this. And then the relief, even though it was paired with anger, Trey gets hurt, but you all felt a little bit of relief of like, well, at least there's a backup. And we can still win with that. The season's over. So, yay, it's relief. He comes back out on the field and then finalized by the angriest reaction I think I've ever heard with regard to Jimmy Garoppolo in the wake of what happened on Sunday night. The up, down, Jimmy, we love you. Actually, you stink. We keep winning, but it's in spite of you. Oh, my gosh, I'm so glad you're gone. Get you out of here. Followed by, I'm so glad you're back.
Right.
Followed by, yay, our season's not over. Followed by, you're the worst thing that has ever happened. Get out of here. You stink.
Ah, boy.
What?
He's a pro athlete.
Yeah.
He's QB1 of an NFL team. This is a part of the gig.
Okay, so give me another example. Go ahead.
There is no comparable example.
Exactly, that's all I'm saying.
He's made $119,290,028 as quarterback of the 49ers.
So I knew you'd say that. And
Pay me $119 million.
Of course.
To hate me and love me over the course of one single afternoon,
Dibs,
Mark.
I do feel like you go there a lot, the money. Forget the money.
I cannot forget the money.
I'm not asking for sympathy for Jimmy. In fact, I'm not asking for anything. I'm wondering out loud, 49er fan, how do you think he feels? Forget Kyle. How do you think
he feels?
How do you think he feels? What's wrong with that?
Feels great, baby.
Why can't
That's
we
how
ask
he feels.
that?
He walks off the field laughing. We know how he feels.
No, we don't.
That's how he feels. He feels basically what he's telling you with his smoky brown eyes and his perfect jawline is middle fingers to all of you because you show up to watch me play. I run around in tight pants, stepping out of the end zone, throwing a piece of leather at whoever I want. I'm a bazillionaire. He doesn't give two craps about what people think.
That's just not the way
No,
human
you're
beings
being
work.
overly sensitive.
No, and you're being overly sort of. I don't know what the word.
Because
why? If
because I'm a fan,
but
when
you're
you
not.
Win, I love you, and when you don't win, I hate you. That's what we do as fans.
No, not all of us.
Absolutely.
Why is Steph Curry so popular?
Because he's won 4 championships. How many chips?
Wait a minute.
How many chips has Jimmy won?
So why isn't LeBron that popular?
Because LeBron is on the teams he wins.
No, he's not. No one's as popular as Steph Curry. You're going to tell me that the other parts of Steph Curry...
I'm not a Laker fan, so I can't speak to
that's
the
part of it.
adulation
He's been
of
on
LeBron
multiple
James.
teams, but talk to me about that.
Are you telling me in Cleveland, LeBron James is not idolized and worshipped more than any other athlete in Cleveland history?
Not like Steph Curry is here. Are you telling me that we love Steph solely for three-pointers, not because of all of the other things he is both on and off the court?
If Steph Curry had never won a championship, Steph Curry is not idolized at the level that Steph Curry is idolized.
I'm not saying that. No one made that point, but you don't
I'm making that point.
You don't like Draymond as much as you like Steph.
Right.
Is that just because of his points per game, or is it because there are pieces of Draymond off the court that kind of annoy you?
And on the court.
That
Absolutely.
too.
It's personality.
Okay, so my point is yes, these are people. Yes, there is more to it than just win, loss, stats.
Right.
There's way more to it than that.
Of course.
Okay.
But when you win, you get a certain amount of a pass. If Draymond Green had never won a championship, he would be vilified unlike any athlete this side of A.J. Przinsky.
You were about to say, if you win, it's all good. And it wasn't with Jimmy.
He didn't win.
Yes, he did.
How many rings?
You are not a championship or bust person. I know you're not.
I am in terms of Jimmy Garoppolo, the quarterback of the 49ers. You're not Joe Montana. You're not Steve Young. And quite frankly, you're not even Colin Kaepernick. Colin Kaepernick, who came out of nowhere and did things that we've never seen before. You are a guy who is severely limited, and your inability to make plays in the eyes of many fans is what cost this team the quest for 6.
I'm not here to argue football. What I'm saying is, and I know you want to go to his salary,
$119,290,000
his celebrity and his good looks, and to me, if you want to get mad at a guy for all that stuff, it just kind of sounds like jealousy.
I'm not mad at him for that.
It sounds like you are.
No, all I'm saying is that when you are the QB1 of a team, you are held to a completely different standard than any other athlete in any town.
You're not hearing me. I'm not asking anybody to do anything different. You can love Jimmy and you can hate Jimmy. What I'm asking you, we know human beings are human beings. The Golden State Warriors sat in the streets of this city 4 months ago and told you the same thing over and over. I got receipts. I heard all of you. I heard everything you said. I'm going to go to Memphis, and I heard what you said. And I heard, Damon, what you said on your radio show. And I heard what you said, and you said, and you said. They hear you, and it matters to them because no matter how rich they are, they're people.
Yeah.
And if you were Jimmy, are you telling me, look me in the eye and tell me you wouldn't be annoyed? You wouldn't be annoyed?
No.
Really?
Please. $119,000,000.
See, it's
$290,028.
That's such a snap. It's not the money.
Okay,
it's
Mark,
not the money.
I would be a little bit annoyed, but you know what I would do? I would take out my Fremont Bank app, full service banking, no compromises.
Man.
I would go to that bank account balance and I would refresh it and I would go, gosh darn it. Gosh darn it. I make a boatload of money. You know what, fans? All you fans wearing my jersey, you're wearing my jersey. All you fans who think I'm a bum, think I'm a bum.
Yeah.
All you fans who think that I'm this or I think that I'm that, think all you want.
I mean,
I'm the quarterback of the 49ers. You can't touch me.
That's fascinating from people who go on Twitter every day and go, oh my gosh, Bob6785 told me that I'm not good at radio.
Oh, he's blocked.
And you're right. Like, come on, man.
But I'm not making $119,290,028.
You're doing a hell of a lot better than most people listening to us right now.
You would hope.
Okay. Didn't you just buy a house in Moraga?
Get me Fennec.
Okay.
That's on the spouse's
Family
money.
It's not, whatever. It works, man. Like, it's not just about the money. And for those
it's
of
not,
you,
Mark, but
and
at the same time, no.
For those of you just joining, I wanted the base of this conversation to be restated. I don't want sympathy for Jimmy. I'm not holding a flag for Jimmy. This is, to me, a fascinating question that was brought up, which is that if you were Jimmy, would you be sick of playing here? If you want to make it about the team, make it about the team. If you want to make it about the conversation that happens on this radio station and others every day, would you be sick of this by now based on your resume and who you think you are? Because one thing I do know, Jimmy and Don Yee don't sit down with wine after the game and go, boy, I'm limited. That's not how it works.
Honestly, I would not be sick of playing here. If you want to rank the things that I'd be sick of, I'd be more sick of Kyle Shanahan not allowing me to play the way that I want to play. I'd be more sick of that than I would be, quote, sick of the fans who are coming down my road. Because if you're Jimmy Garoppolo, your job is to be a quarterback of the 49ers. It's not to go to Instagram or Twitter or Facebook or TikTok or LinkedIn. I'm sure people are coming at him on LinkedIn as well.
You mean like we do?
Right. Our business is social media. His business is not social media.
I disagree completely. He's a celebrity.
But he's only a celebrity to the extent that he wants to be a celebrity in that sphere.
Guy's on Subway commercials.
Do you think Klay Thompson goes on social media and checks all the mentions? Draymond Green does it. Draymond Green does it as a part of his business.
They all do. They've told you. They get receipts.
They do it in the way that they want to do it. Jimmy Garoppolo doesn't have to hear anything he doesn't want to hear. And, you're the lovely Christie's point is well taken. And if he wants to be sick of playing here, here's an idea, Jimmy.
Yeah.
Go to New York,
I know what you're going to say.
Go to Philadelphia. Go to a real market because this market is the softest market in the country.
Except for a week ago, we were all like, boy, thank goodness he's on the team. Okay, a week ago, that's what we were saying.
Right, and you know what? Come Tuesday morning when they lose to the Rams, we're going to bury him. And if they beat the Rams,
we'll see.
Jimmy. It's the nature of the business, kid.
Jimmy. It's way deeper than that. I'm not talking about that. It's way, and you know this, because I asked you for a comp on Jimmy and you couldn't give me one because there isn't one. We're all sponsored
SOFT
by MB Jesse Painting. Are you a commercial property owner or manager working on 2022 painting plans? MB Jesse Painting offers full repaints, maintenance painting, carpentry, and wood rot repairs. Why wait? Call 855-MB-JESSE today or online at mbjesse.com. Your call's coming up next. Those of you who are on hold, we're coming to you straight. 888-957-9570. Doc in an hour. Peter King on the relationship inside the 49er hallways coming up next as well on Willard and Dibs.
When cold symptoms keep you up, try Vicks NyQuil Severe for max strength nighttime relief. Just one dose of Vicks NyQuil Severe starts to relieve 9 of your worst cold and flu symptoms to help take you from 9 to none. Get some rest and feel better with Vicks NyQuil Severe. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, sore throat, stuffy nose, fever, best sleep with a cold. Medicine. Use as directed.
The YMCA is just a starting line, for the true self blooms only when we find our purpose, what makes us tick below the surface. My why is diversity in unity, a safe space in my community, living with sincerity, giving every day my everything. With my why, I stand strong, seen and supported all along. It's a million faces in a mirror and everyone belongs. Find your why. Learn more at ymca.org for a better us.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/find. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/find. That's ZipRecruiter.com/find. ZipRecruiter.com/find.
Neuropathy pain? Call Dr. Robert Dees, DC, 925-393-0100.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Why does Comcast Business power more businesses than any other provider? It has technology solutions that put you ahead, like the fastest, reliable network and serious savings. Whether your small business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security. Together for just $69.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. New 50 megabits per second internet. Security edge customers only. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable based on RootMetrics US report. Results vary. Not an endorsement.
That's the sound of a crack in the ceiling found at a home inspection. But with a Realtor by your side, a newfound leak might only cause minor worries. With their expertise, a Realtor can suggest a credit at closing and even connect you to a contractor to help you shore up that leak and alleviate your worries. When it comes to cracks in your plans, the expertise of a Realtor can make all the difference. The difference between an agent and a Realtor is real. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. That's who we are.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required. Refund available for 60 days after purchase.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. You'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the biggest brands at 90% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but 90% cheaper. It's the same medication you get from your doctor, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. Results are guaranteed or your money back. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/joy. That's 4hims.com/joy for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/JOY.
Chris Cuomo is back with a new show on a new network. Cuomo premieres on News Nation Monday, October 3rd at 5 p.m. Pacific. To find News Nation on your television provider, go to newsnationnow.com/join us.
Hockey season is here, and 95.7 The Game has your shot at tickets to check out the San Jose Sharks in their home opener against Carolina on October 14th. Listen to Willard and Dibs around 10:30 for your chance to win.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
All right, few things to get to, and then we're hitting the phones. First of all, everybody's got their go-to meal at their favorite restaurants. It's time the Butcher Boy, that would be Joe Shasky for those who don't speak 95.7 The Game, heads back into their kitchen for episode 2, The Go-To, presented by Trimark. Check out 00 at 957thegame.com. Plus, it's also hockey season, and we want to send you to see Thomas Hertl and the San Jose Sharks. Keep listening as moments from now, we're going to play this sounder.
Go.
Okay? And I literally mean moments from now. For your chance to win a pair of tickets to see the Sharks play their home opener October 14th at SAP Center, courtesy of the San Jose Sharks. Like, that sounder could come up at, like, any second now.
Go.
There it is. Okay, all right, caller 5 right now.
Seamless.
To the contest line. Please call the contest line. Don't call the regular line because we want to go to the regular line right now and talk to real people who are not just trying to go to Sharks games, but we love you too. If you're just trying to go to a Sharks game, 415-951-2386, 415-951-2386. One more time, 415-951-2386.
Oh.
Pair of tickets to see the Sharks play their home opener October 14th against Carolina. Caller 5, courtesy of the San Jose Sharks.
Looking forward to it. Go Sharks. Exactly. Shout out Ralph Barbieri and the great Go Sharks drop.
Absolutely. Okay.
Go Sharks. I mean, believe
it's actually really good.
Well, thank you. I mean, I spent a lifetime over there, and just the Guru Gore is like, you know, kind of a follow up to the Go Sharks. It was always Go Sharks, but yeah, I know it's Go Sharks. But yeah.
Okay, let's talk to some of these real people. 888-957-9570. Get you the Peter King sound from Damon and Ratto. By the way, lovely Christy did text me and say she does listen to Damon and Ratto as well. However, she called them Damon and Tattoo. And then said it was an autocorrect. And I said, too late. It is now Damon and Tattoo for the rest of our lives.
I'm a little pissed.
Yeah, well, I get it, but it's not my iPhone.
Shout out Hervé Villachez, who played Tattoo. And there was a great movie called The Triumphant Life of Hervé Villachez.
Must not have been that great of a movie if you don't even know the title of it.
I gotta
What's
Google
it called?
Let's go to the phones.
Let's go to the phones.
Where's your dignity?
Oh, that left a long time ago. Let's go to Kevin in Port St.
My dinner
Lucie.
with Hervé.
Oh, no, I thought it was My Dinner with Andre.
No, My Dinner with Hervé and Peter, the guy who played in Game of Thrones.
Dinklage.
Peter Dinklage plays Hervé Villachez, and he was incredible.
You know what we're having right now? This is a conversation that happens between any two people who have already had their 40th birthday. You know
40th?
that? Yeah. I haven't had
back in the 90s.
I haven't had my 50th yet. So, you know that? What's the name of that? Oh, yeah.
Dude, it's so funny.
And we just sit here.
Steiny.
It's like, no wonder no one's got any time. We're taking 11 minutes of our day to try to think of stuff that we know, but we can't think of it. That's all we do.
My Dinner with Hervé. It's
like
really
great.
good.
I don't know. I didn't see
Don't
it.
worry, you got the millennials back here to keep you in check.
Seriously.
Thanks, Raider fan. All right, let's go to Kevin. Hey, Kevin, what are you doing?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Oh, what's up?
Yeah, I just want to answer your question. The Niners will not make the playoffs. The reason they won't make the playoffs is because of Jimmy Garoppolo. All right. The reason why is because he's going through his 9th year. All right. There's only so much you can do to shake somebody. There's only so much you can do to make sure like a person's malleable. And you could tell he's a resistant. All right. He got his money. All right. He got his fame. He got his glory and everything. He got his bros club around him, like from Bro University, with like George Kittle and Juszczyk and everything. So it's like I don't think you can go further with him. I think you need to go and find another quarterback or put in like the young kid Pruitt or what his name is.
Well,
make sure
But Kevin, they did go get a different quarterback. He got hurt. I guess here's my response to you. Here's what I would ask you, because you're saying they won't make the playoffs because of Jimmy Garoppolo. Yet a healthy Jimmy Garoppolo has never gone anywhere but the playoffs. Like, why? Even if he's not getting better, and I'll agree with you there. Why is the Jimmy we know not good enough? Because it always has been.
Well, the Jimmy you know isn't good enough because we saw evidence of it on Sunday. The best way to neutralize a good defense is to keep the defense on the field. If the offense can't get off the field in a timely fashion, I don't care how good you are. You can have Lawrence Taylor, you can have Reggie Green, God bless him, rest his soul. It does not matter. If the defense is tired, that's the best way to neutralize them. You're going to have teams just coming up there and just keep pounding and pounding that defense until they get it. And like I said, it's like if the quarterback can't maintain drives, then there is no way in the world you're going to be able to sustain drives and be able to make the playoffs.
No, well, listen. I'll agree completely with the defense. When you have a good defense, how do you beat them? You wear them down. Absolutely. And so if the 49ers, and that's the thing, they don't need to go score 30 points. They just need a few first downs. They can win the field position game. And by the way, you've watched, and it's frustrated a lot of us, but you've watched Kyle Shanahan try to play the field position game. He's like, you've seen it a couple of times.
Coach is scared, so
4th and 1, 4th and 2, you can say coach is scared.
4th and 6 at the opponent's 48. Let's bring on the punt team.
And if they had won a couple of these games, then we would say he's smart, not scared. So, I mean,
but if my aunt had certain genetic makeup, she'd be my uncle.
Everything's a gamble. Everything's a gamble, and you're playing percentages.
Gamble.
But you're playing percentages, and quite frankly, here's what I would say: if you're mad at the 4th and 1 in the moment, then you have a right to be mad. But each one of those times when he did it in the moment, I understood it. Like in Chicago, I totally got it because I was there, and I'm like, they're not scoring today. The Bears will not score. And then I think he made the same bet, and we were wrong. We were wrong, and there was the breakdown with Pettis, and it changed everything, right? But in the moment, I'm like, I get it. Play field position with these guys. They're playing in a swimming pool, and Justin Fields isn't very good. So I got it. I understood it.
Justin Fields was the best quarterback on the field in that game, and he made the plays that ultimately swung the game in their direction. And, Jimmy Garoppolo was not as good as Russell Wilson. One of those two needed to make a drive to lead his team on a drive to win the game, and Russell Wilson did that. And it's funny when you say when Jimmy Garoppolo's healthy, he leads them to the playoffs. 2 of his 4 years, he hasn't been healthy. So, he was hurt, and then healthy they go. And he's hurt, and then he's healthy and they go.
Right.
So, but that's, I
don't know if he's going to be healthy this year. You know me.
It's just kind of a curious way to phrase it because half of the time he's been here, he hasn't been healthy.
Right,
so,
but that can be true about any NFL player, as we've discussed. So
especially 49ers, who have the most injuries, among the most injuries in the National Football League.
I don't get on guys for getting hurt by any stretch, but I'm just giving you what I'm giving you. Like, sure, he could get hurt, but it sounds to me like I'm hearing a lot of people, and our most recent caller was one of them, which is like, well, no, they're not going to go to the playoffs because of Jimmy. And I don't know if Jimmy's going to play the rest of the year, but if he does, the evidence would suggest, and in fact, Jimmy paired with the defense that we think we see, I'd be knocked over shocked if they didn't go to the playoffs based on history, and not just their own history, NFL history. Top 5 defense, Sharpie, you're in.
Yeah, not necessarily Sharpie. I think 8 out of 10. You were saying
that was top 10, top 5, all of them, always.
And again, you're assuming that they will be top 5, which they probably should be if they stay healthy. This defense should be a top 5. But then you look at the other factors with this team, and we'll get into the offensive line as we get closer to the Ram game because the offensive line looks to be on paper and actually on the field as bad as it's been since Jimmy Garoppolo has been the quarterback. Yeah. And, that's a huge factor to me in terms of whether or not Jimmy Garoppolo can quarterback a team to be comparable or a complement, rather, to a top 5 defense. No. Because the one thing that Kyle Shanahan wants to do with a great defense, you want to run it 30 or more times. You want to possess it for 35 minutes. You want to control the game and keep that defense fresh. And what we saw against Denver, they only had it for 10 minutes in the second half. And the defense, ultimately they broke at the end of the game. They broke. Russell Wilson drove them down the field.
They gave up the drive when they couldn't give up the drive.
Exactly.
Yes.
And I'm not saying that it was the defense's fault. It wasn't by any stretch of the imagination, but the defense was on the field for 20 of the 30 minutes in the second half.
And it got them. I just remember this, and I don't remember the particulars of who was healthy and who was hurt, but when the 49ers were going into the Monday night game against the Rams and they were 3-5, I just remember the conversation. Everybody, all of us were like, oh my gosh, this offensive line is going to get torched by Aaron Donald. They're going to get killed by Aaron Donald. And they totally bottled him up. So some of this stuff is week to week. I know. I'm not disagreeing with you now that on paper, this 49er offensive line against the Rams, that's scary. That's very scary, especially with an immobile quarterback behind them who does not have great field presence. I just also know that I've felt this way before with 49er Ram games, and they usually go out there and beat them. So, Jim in Redwood City next up. Hey, Jim, you're on with Willard and Dibs. Jim, what are you doing?
Hey, guys. I'm just taking a little break. I work from home. Take a little break to talk with you guys, and then it's right back to the grind.
You deserve that, Jim. Take a break. Yes, you've been working hard. It's 10:44.
Yes, I deserve it.
Yes, you do.
I do. Okay, so before I dive into the Jimmy G part of it here, I just wanted to mention something, Mr. Willard, about last week. I heard some of your interviews on the I'm Listening evening.
Oh, yeah.
The station ran. And wow, I was so impressed. I mean, I couldn't believe. I thought, you were just the typical completely sports junkie, sports-focused guy that, didn't have much depth. But wow, I mean, I listened to probably 3 or 4 of your interviews, and then I stayed with the rest of it after you were done because it was really wonderful. And man, you really impressed me with your depth and your sensitivity and your humanity. I was like, bravo.
Well, Jim, this is starting to get embarrassing.
This guy's a plant.
Yeah. Thanks, Dad. No, Jim. Jim. First, I'll just briefly say thank you, number one. But if you want to be impressed on something with I'm Listening, be impressed with Drew Robinson.
Man, that guy.
Be impressed, right, with Ricky Williams. Yeah, just
he tried to take his own life, blew his own eye out, and yet has had the courage to not only talk about that episode, but to help other people through.
Made it back to play baseball and hit home runs. It's really.
And I hate to praise you because it makes me sick to my stomach, Mark. But he's right about not only that interview, but in general, you're Ricky Williams, and that's about enough of that.
You want to praise me like you should.
Yeah, I want to praise you.
Okay, Jim, that's not why you called, is it?
All right.
Or is your break over?
Jim, your break's over. Get back to work. Come on.
All right. You got your sugar. Now you got to take your medicine.
Oh, boy, let's go.
Jim is about to
Can
come
you stay longer,
top
Jim?
rope. Here we go. Go, Jim. Tell me.
Okay. So now, with Mr. Garoppolo's performance on the weekend, you're right, Willard, that he's usually not that bad. I mean, there's always, those bad Jimmy moments in every game. But he's usually not that bad.
Yep.
He usually saves those games for the playoffs. But what really struck me about this game was, in a nutshell, it was that stepping out of the end zone for the safety. I mean, that's not a rookie mistake. That's like what, a high school mistake?
Yeah.
A Pop Warner mistake?
I don't know that
how does a professional do that?
I don't know. I can't excuse much of what he did on Sunday night, Jim.
Tell us, Mark. I'm listening.
What? Oh, that's nice job.
Just trying to tie it in. Thanks.
Seriously,
get back to work.
Odyssey app, everybody, if you want to hear that content, there's a bunch of interviews all across the board. It's really good. Go check it out. The stories are they're incredible. They're incredible. I can't excuse the way Jimmy Garoppolo played football on Sunday night. Who could? How would you?
Yeah,
I don't know.
I mean, we shouldn't criticize him because we don't want him to feel like he doesn't want to play for the Niners anymore because we're being overly critical.
Nobody said that
of a guy who wanders into his own.
Nobody said that
out of his own.
Who said that?
I'm saying that.
Oh, okay.
I'm saying fans. This is Dan Dibley. This is Dibber Claus here.
Hi, Dan.
Let's go easy on Jimmy Garoppolo.
Nobody said that.
I'm saying it.
But why are you saying that?
He's a human being with feelings.
It feels like you're responding to something with this statement.
I might be.
Oh, what are you responding,
I'm
Dan
responding
Dibley? With one beat?
To all the sensitive people out there, the sensitiva, and all the people who, Jimmy's our quarterback. We can't criticize him.
I haven't heard any of those people this week.
I haven't either.
Huh.
I haven't either.
So what are you responding,
Dan Dibley? Just in case those people are out there.
Got it.
Just in case those people are being overly critical of one James Garoppolo.
This conversation got going because the question was thrown out by the lovely Christy yesterday. Actually, it wasn't even a question. It was a statement. She's just like, if I was Jimmy, I'd be sick of playing here.
Yeah, me too.
I'd be sick of playing here. I'd be sick of what the 49ers have, sort of how they've handled him, and I'd be sick of the way the fans talk about me. And I was like, interesting. That's interesting. Right? So, sure, if you want to go to money and fame and good looks and, oh, gosh, your life. Nobody said Jimmy's.
If I were Jimmy G,
nobody said,
I would march in and turn in my playbook.
Yeah, nobody ever said, boy, if I was Jimmy G, I'd hate my life. No one said that. But we've all got whatever our chosen profession is. And we've all got situations within that industry and options. Now, Jimmy didn't have a lot this offseason. That's a part of it. But he has had options at other points in his career, and he will have options again at the end of this year. And I know no one's scared about that because Trey Lance is the quarterback of this football team going forward, ... in theory, and ... we think. But I get it. He has been taken on an incomparable ride through this whole thing. And the way he gets talked about is part of this. Priest in Palo Alto, next up on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Priest, what are you doing?
Doing a little paperwork here, listening to you, Cat.
Okay.
I just wanted to fall in and say, man, I hear a lot of stuff about Jimmy G and whatnot. And because fans, pundits, media, they all believe that the quarterback wins for organizations. And to be honest with you, nothing could be further. If you look at the makeup of a team, the defense and the offensive line has more to do with teams that win than anything else. You can plug a number of different quarterbacks into a great team, and they'll win Super Bowls for you. Jimmy G, who people rag on, has been to a Super Bowl, and aside from one throw, they should have won that game. The defense, in my opinion, let them down the last 7 minutes of the game. If they could have ran the ball, played great defense, they would have come away with the win. But everybody blames Jimmy G. And I'm not saying a quarterback doesn't have to make plays. Just like every other player on the field, he has to do his part. I'm saying I've seen great quarterbacks never even go to a Super Bowl.
That's true.
If you have a great organization and a great quarterback, you can win a lot of games.
Well, Priest, I think you're making some really, really good points. I think maybe a touch overstated because the history will tell you that certain quarterbacks do get to the end. And so let's not totally dismiss the quarterback position. However, there are a bunch of examples to what Priest is saying that are totally true. Matt Stafford, last year, we're all like, look, we think he's a good quarterback. He's helped my fantasy team before, but he's never even been to the playoffs.
Right.
And two teams, Niners and Rams, and probably others, were willing to bet, if we surround him with something completely different, I bet that's going to look good. And the Rams were right. They were big time right. So there are good quarterbacks who never get there because of what's not around them, and then vice versa. There are mediocre quarterbacks who get there because of what's around them. And that's why I will bet today that the 49ers are going to make the playoffs, because this guy, whatever he is, he's got an elite defense. Right. And that usually is enough.
It's enough when you have either a good offensive line, as Priest was saying, which the 49ers right now don't, or some sort of a difference-making offensive package vis-a-vis a run game, which right now the 49ers don't. And if you look at last year's game against the Rams when they were 3-5 and they beat the Rams 31-10, they ran the ball 45 times in that game. They were dominant on the ground. Jimmy G, I think, was 12 of 15 throwing the football. So this year's Niners team is not that Niners team. You don't have the ground game. Well,
we're waiting for the Jordan Mason game, and we know it's coming.
Okay, so Jordan Mason, Monday night, are you going to expect 22 carries and $1.05?
I don't know. They're waiting this is what I feel. I feel like they're waiting for, and this was probably true with TDP too, and then he got hurt.
Right.
They're waiting to be able to trust those guys with the other aspects of the game.
So a Niner running back got hurt, you're telling me?
Right.
They've had 3 games, and two running backs get hurt?
2, yeah.
And another running back who couldn't make your team, who's also actually not playing for the team that he joined. So you're down to what?
Right.
What's your running back depth right now? It's Jeff Wilson Jr.?
Right. You got Jordan Mason.
And
you got Marlon Mack.
And then
Tevin Coleman is on the practice squad. Yeah.
Marlon Mack is your third back right now.
Absolutely.
Marlon Mack off the scrap heap is your third running back.
I mean, Marlon Mack is a pretty good player.
Is it 2015?
Marlon Mack is not old, if that's what you're saying.
When was the last year that Marlon Mack had a good year?
Marlon Mack had an Achilles injury, but so did Cam Akers. You know what I mean? Like, I am not going to say Marlon Mack cannot produce in the NFL. I do not know that. And Marlon Mack is what, 26?
The correct answer is 2019, the last time that Marlon Mack had a year.
Right.
2020, he had 4 carries for 26 yards. 2021,
is that when he was hurt?
28 carries, $101.
Right.
So you're talking about a guy who hasn't been good in 3 years, and he's your number 3 back?
2020, he got hurt, so he missed that whole year.
Availability is everything.
2021, he is behind Jonathan Taylor. He's not given any.
And he carried the ball 28 times.
Yeah. That he wasn't to play.
I just was saying, when was the last time that Marlon Mack had a good year? 2019. So it's been 3 years since he's had a good year.
Yeah, but how many times we see this in the NFL? Somebody gets hurt and a running back comes in and the fantasy world goes crazy. Goes, oh my gosh, and he produces. Like, I don't know if Marlon Mack can still produce at the NFL level based on what I've seen. Yeah, he probably can. I mean, he looked good in the preseason.
Oh, boy.
Houston decided they are in love with Dameon Pierce, which I get.
And now we're leaning on preseason stats.
I mean, look, listen.
I just look at the running back position and I see Jeff Wilson Jr. is your number 1. Jordan Mason, a rookie who's carried the ball one time.
Not ideal.
One time in his career.
Ideal.
And Marlon Mack, a guy who hasn't done squadoosh in 3 years, is your number 3. That's a problem, Mark.
He's your number 3, but he's actually your number 5 because
he's
lost
currently
2.
your number 3.
Yeah, but that wasn't the plan. All right.
He's one little tweak away from being your backup.
We promised this. Let's get into it with more of your calls coming up next, and the doc is about a half hour away. Peter King, Damon and Ratto yesterday. A fracture with Garoppolo and Shanahan?
I doubt they would have continued on with Jimmy Garoppolo a month ago if they found either Jimmy was so ticked off that the thought of walking in the building and playing for Kyle Shanahan again was detestable. And look, Kyle Shanahan may have individual feelings about Garoppolo that are not altogether positive. However, he also understands that Jimmy Garoppolo has been at the forefront of some gigantic wins in Kyle Shanahan's life, regardless of how incredible he might have played. And the only reason I mention that is that Kyle Shanahan had to be thinking in the spring, let's not burn every bridge here. Let's just keep our options open because you never know.
Okay, the idea of a fracture. Let's get into that coming up next. Your calls always welcome, 888-957-9570. The doc is a half hour away. It is Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Damon and Ratto. Live on Twitch and YouTube.
I want to talk about this defense. This is a defense that you absolutely want to buy stock in right now. And the season is basically now in the hands of this defense. That's it. Boys, it's on you. And there is absolutely no doubt that all of the frustration that the 49ers have given us this year have been on Kyle's side of the ball.
Just go to Twitch or YouTube and search 957 The Game.
Hey, Dan Dibley here. As you know, in sports, teams plan well ahead of the next season, and if you're considering remodeling your home, you might want to consider the same strategy. Talk with your designer or builder now about your upcoming project. Golden State Window and Door has new inventory coming online. Each location across the Bay Area features beautifully planned displays of doors and windows. You'll be surprised with the variety of styles that are available for windows. There are double hung, casement, awning, sliders, and fixed windows. Also, bifold windows and doors. Their respected partners include Milgard, Anderson, and Marvin. See Golden State Window and Doors' wide variety of accessories like hardware, handles, knobs, locks, and casings. You'll be impressed with the well-informed staff who are ready to answer questions and help with your orders. For locations, images, and more, visit goldenstatelumber.com. Click on products, then windows and doors. Family owned for 3 generations, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Football season is here. The new Odyssey app lets you stay connected to your NFL team, your station, your shows. Follow your favorite stations and come back again and again. Get real-time updates on everything you care about. Miss your show? Jump back to their awesome rewind feature. The Odyssey app is NFL football. Live and on demand. Wherever you are, whenever you want. And did we mention it's all free? Download the Odyssey app today.
Dancing crew, trip for two, nailed the final interview. Game with Doug, brand new mug. Come here, kid, give me a hug. The more you want to do, the more we want to do. Boosters designed for COVID-19 variants are now available. If you've had your primary series, schedule an updated COVID-19 booster appointment as soon as you're eligible. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Imagine a world with endless possibilities. I'm talking endless saving and endless hot showers. Yeah, you heard me right. Endless hot showers. With Navien, that dream is now a reality. Navien tankless water heaters deliver a continuous flow of hot water for as long as you need it. No waiting for a tank to reheat more water, wasting time and energy. The compact design saves you space and money in comparison to traditional tank water heaters. It's time to make the switch and make your hot water dreams come true. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same, but at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high commission investment products, right?
No, Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we have one transparent management fee structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/find. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/find. That's ZipRecruiter.com/find. ZipRecruiter.com/find.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
I need to apologize to Kyle.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
I do believe
I was misquoted.
That you'll find this interesting. So ESPN polled, I think, 10 or 15 agents and MLB execs, all unnamed.
I love an unnamed poll.
Yeah, that's right. And asked them, forget where, we'll get to that in a sec, but what do you think Aaron is going to make?
I asked you how much.
years and dollars. When I say Aaron, by the way, Aaron Judge.
Yeah.
Is what I'm talking about.
All rise.
So in a handful of minutes, let's get to that. We want to pass along what those answers were. And then, yes, ESPN goes further and goes, so where do you think he's going to end up?
I know where he's not going to end up.
You don't. You got a 29 and 30 chance of being right. But anyway, those answers are interesting too. So we're going to get to that in just a second. Want to welcome you back in. It's all sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. YouTube and Twitch and the chat having a whole lot of fun today. Yes, I just absolutely crushed half of a very extra large burrito. It was delicious. So sorry that some of you got a good view on that. And then text line, keep it coming. Your phone calls certainly welcome as well. 888-957-9570. Also a reminder, we're 3 weeks deep into the NFL season. And how those bets going? Download Cash the Ticket podcast to help you bet smarter on both pro and college games. Losing money is no fun. Winning is. Dibs, Rams plus 2.5. 4-star? 5-star? What are we looking at?
It's early. It's a Monday game, right? It's
true. We do have
Monday
Monday
Wednesday,
show. Yes.
So I've got 5 days to make that determination.
But didn't you say that you had like a 6-star wager for tomorrow night?
Absolutely.
And you want to do it now, or do you want to wait for tomorrow?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I got to wait until the actual injury report comes out. But
24-hour tease.
And I am Mr. Thursday Night. And
you are?
Yeah,
Who
pretty
gave you
much.
that name?
I might have been Tony Bruno.
Did you get Thursday last night? Or
last week? Yeah, we all did.
We all did. That's
we all
right.
had Cleveland.
We all had the Browns.
Yeah, and I'm currently sitting with a 60% winning percentage against the spread, and the only member of Willard and Dibs, the four of us, the only one above 500.
With a winning record, yeah. You should have one of those phone numbers on the weekend.
1-800-bet-bet-bet.
1-800, Dibs, bets. You know what I heard this weekend? This one was ton of a. We've hit almost all of our picks all year.
It's my favorite.
No joke. It was a
so
straight
great.
quote. We've got almost every game right all year long. I'm like, yeah, okay, buddy. Then that's why you need a phone number. Anyway.
48 games with 47, 0-1. There's a bad beat on the draw.
Don't hate on my guy Jimmy Tags and Paul Allen.
So
all right?
awesome. It's my favorite. Sometimes I get up in the morning and just go for a drive just for fun. Just so call. We've hit almost every game exactly right. Information. Got information.
It's funny because I was reffing this last Saturday, so I was up at 7 driving to Doherty Valley High School, and I tuned into a couple of those. And yeah, always we've got information. We've got information. Call a message phone.
Did you know that on the weekends there's no R in the word information?
No.
Not on the weekends. No. It's information.
We've hit every game. I've got 4 or 5-star college football plays.
Almost all of them.
On a pre-recorded message.
On a pre-recorded line. Call my message phone.
Watch the Donaghy doc last week, and I'm like, okay, if you've got information, you ain't sharing it. You ain't sharing it, okay?
On a pre-recorded line? You're not?
You're betting it. You're not sharing it. Okay? Anyway, so funny. New episodes every Thursday and Friday. Get you ready to bet on both pro and college games. So, hey, we played the Peter King thing. He does not think that there is any sort of a rift, a divide between Jimmy Garoppolo and Kyle Shanahan. Neither do I. I don't know where you're at on this. I want to follow up on what we were talking about yesterday. I wouldn't use any of those words. I don't think there's
rift,
not a
divide,
rift, not a divide,
schism,
not a thing. It's not like, oh gosh, they walked by each other in the hallway and like purposefully ran their right shoulder into each other. Like, yeah, that's ridiculous.
But what is it? What is it?
I think that Jimmy Garoppolo is feeling a couple things.
Some kind of way.
Number one, there's like a build-up to this. Like, how many years can you just smile and not say anything? That's number one. And then the second thing is you're now playing in a spot where you are very clearly playing for a contract for someone else next year. Now, we thought that was the case last year.
It was.
But it's different because you're not going to be a free agent. You were going to be traded.
Right.
You didn't have a choice.
Or cut.
Right? You didn't have a contract that you needed to go get. You had a contract. You were going to be dealt someone else's issue to deal with. It's different this year for 2 reasons. One, you think you're going to play for someone else. And 2, I will think this is very important all year long. He is not the starter this year. He is now someone who starts. And that, to a player, is a very, very different designation. So I think you're going to see Jimmy speak a little bit more this year. I think you're going to not have him toe the company line so much. We've already watched it. He's gotten a game and a half, and we've seen it in both games where publicly statements are being made.
He's mouthing things like, your play calls suck.
Maybe. Like, we don't know exactly what he said, but when you pair it with what Chris Collinsworth's conversation was with him, when you pair it with his press conference after the Seattle game where he's like, that was like 2017, and that was a whole lot of fun, and we don't get to do that anymore. Pair those things all together, I think you're going to get a different Jimmy Garoppolo this year who speaks a little bit more freely. He's got nothing to lose, and there's probably been a buildup of emotion about all of this.
As long as he doesn't cross the line, and
he's Jimmy. He's very unlikely to do that.
And if he crosses the line, then it becomes a situation where he might alienate his future team, and he might become a bad guy if he starts to blatantly come out and say, in a press conference, Kyle Shanahan's play calls suck, and this guy's not running the same route, and my O-line can't protect me. If he goes to that level, well, then it affects his marketability, and it affects his ability to go out and get another job. I think that it's because of the fact that he's in his last year of his contract more than it is whatever he thinks about being the backup or the starter right now, or the backup right now. I don't think any of that plays into it. I think the only thing that plays into the way he's going about his business is the fact that he knows he's not going to be back next year. Last year was different. You're right. There was the chance, a small chance, that the 49ers kept him, and that's actually what came to pass because he had surgery. They couldn't trade him. They didn't want to cut him because Seattle might have scooped him. They ended up restructuring him and keeping him. That's not a possibility this year. He has control now of where he plays next year, unlike last year.
Yeah, except for the interesting thing is we say there's no chance of him coming back next year. And
no, there's a chance.
None of us would have said that prior to the Denver game.
But this time he decides.
Yes.
He decides.
Well,
and ultimately he decided
and
last time
does.
too.
Sure, the team does too.
Well, I mean,
not the 49ers, any team that gets him, right? It's got to be
but
American.
This time the team would have to say, hey, Jimmy, here's a contract. Will you sign it? Last time it was, Jimmy, you've got nowhere else to go. Here's a restructure. And he really had no choice but to take it.
No, he's got freedom. It's funny that's what Dan Orlovsky's tweeted when Jimmy ran out the back of the end zone. Freedom! Jimmy now has some freedom. It's kind of like, hey, Kyle, what are you going to do? You can't tell me what to say anymore. And at a certain point, we all have to realize he's a human being. So he's going to have feelings about all of this stuff. And I think we've already watched it come out a little bit. So I'm going to stop short of saying that this is a problem. I'm going to stop short of saying, oh, they hate each other. None of that. I think it's manageable, maybe, on some level. But I do think it's different. This is a different year and a different relationship between Kyle and Jimmy than what we've seen in the past. And it all starts with all of the other years, Kyle and Jimmy were hand in hand, dude, you're my starter. Right. That's not this year.
Yes.
And so you've got a very, very different premise that you're working with.
And the power dynamic has shifted to where Jimmy Garoppolo still is not completely in control of the power dynamic, but he has more power than ever before because let's say they go out and they lose to the Rams and he and Kyle Shanahan get into a sideline blow up and Garoppolo, it's F-bombs and the whole deal. What are you going to do, Kyle? What are you going to do? Are you going to go to Brock Purdy? Are you going to say, that's it, Jimmy, I'm done with you? Jimmy G comes out and he audibles and he throws a pick and Kyle Shanahan loses his headset and they get into it. The Niners lose. What are you going to do, Kyle?
Well,
are you going to go to Brock Purdy? But what I'm saying, Mark, is
you're painting
worst
a picture.
Case scenario.
There's no chance that those two personalities.
I'm painting worst case scenario.
Right, they would never do that.
But no, let's look at the worst case scenario. You go to you have LA at home. Jimmy G throws 3 picks. You get shut out. You lose to Matt Stafford 11-0 because your defense is nasty. And now you're 1-3. What does Kyle do? Does he go to Brock Purdy?
Maybe.
No, he doesn't.
I mean, I don't
chance,
don't
bro.
think so. Yeah, but no chance they scream at each other and start hucking
No, but
headsets.
my point. Let's say they don't get to that point. Let's say Jimmy G goes out and he just stinks.
Yeah.
He goes 9 of 16 for 88 yards, 3 picks, and he wanders out of the end zone again, and you lose 11-0. And now you're 1-3. He still doesn't go to Brock Purdy.
No.
We're not to that point yet.
No.
So in terms of the power dynamic, Jimmy G has more power than ever before in the Jimmy versus Kyle. And really, they both realize it shouldn't be Jimmy versus Kyle. It should be Jimmy and Kyle.
Right, and it is. I don't think they're
Still.
against each other.
Not yet.
They're not against each other. There's just a new dynamic in the room. That's what I believe. Jeff,
A new honest Jimmy in this dynamic.
Absolutely. Jeff in Concord with Willard and Dibs. Hey, Jeff, what are you doing?
Hey, Mark, I just got to take exception with what you're saying there.
Okay. Well, he's upset at something I'm saying. What's up, Jeff?
Huh. Well, for the fact that Jimmy and Kyle are not on the same page, all you have to do is lip read what was coming out of Jimmy's helmet after that interception, after that last play.
So, but Jeff, you're 100. Hold on. We did a whole show on this yesterday. You're 100% sure that you know exactly what he said.
I am exactly sure on that.
Okay, what did he say? Well, hold on. Breaking news. Breaking news, Jeff. All of social media for 24 hours has been wondering. Jimmy has not spoken on it. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Jeff in Concord with the final say on this. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's goddamn right. And I am, no lip reader, but I'm a human being.
Okay.
I'm like an election denier.
Go ahead. Oh, stop, Jeff. Jeff, chill out. We're having a good time. Tremendous. You don't know what he said, and I don't know what he said. I did a whole show on it with Dibs yesterday, and we believe that there is something there. So I don't know why you're coming at me about this. I'm not denying anything, but you better deny right now that you know for sure what Jimmy said, because you don't.
I do know.
Okay, go ahead, Jeff. What'd he say? What'd he say?
It's on TV. He said, "Your plays suck, man."
Yeah. All right, Jeff. Thanks. The expert, ladies and gentlemen, has spoken. It's done. Kyle, you're wrong.
I'm also not a professional lip reader, but I do have a strong opinion. I think he said European salt mask.
Right.
I'm sticking with it.
There you go. You got European salt mask.
In reality, just to be serious on this whole lip reading thing, he could have very easily said, "You plain suck, man," which I say to myself while golfing 14 times a day.
I mean,
do we have a professional lip reader that we can call?
There is
look, I've got the original lip reader. I've got the nephew of the original lip. I've got Lewis Lips Reader. Look. I've got the inventor of lips. I've got Kirk Lips Reader.
Oh gosh, I would totally.
Can we get a professional lip reader?
I would totally take that guest right now.
I threw that out a couple days ago, and you guys poo-pooed me.
You didn't throw it out a couple days ago. This just happened yesterday.
I said it. Did I not say it yesterday?
I'm gonna read your lips right now. That was a lie.
My host sucks, man.
You did not say that on Monday because this hadn't happened yet.
But I said it yesterday. Then I said it yesterday.
Okay, I didn't poo-poo it. Is there such a thing? Like, is there like a pay? Like, what is that?
Guest list sucks, man.
How does that pay? Professional lip reader.
Well, the guy that does it mostly, and he's on virus, John Boy. That's the guy.
I know a lot of people have been asking John Boy to do this, which would be incredible. Is he baseball only? He'd do this, right?
Yeah, he'll do that.
Come on, John Boy. Where is he?
He's in New York. He's watching Aaron Judge be stuck on 60 and walking 4 times.
All right, Spanone, thank you for all you do because you just transitioned perfectly. All right, Can we throw this out there? Because I find this really interesting. All right? Aaron Judge. ESPN talked to 14 agents and MLB execs and said, what do you think he's going to get? Just give me the contract. What do you think it's going to be?
I said on our show thread earlier, I thought that it was going to be 8 years and $350 million, which is, I believe it's darn near $45 million per. 8 and 350 is where I think it's going to land.
8, let's see, 350 divided by 8, $43.75 million.
That's about right. Okay. 8 and 350.
For context, what Aaron was offered by the Yankees prior to the year was 7 years, $213.5 million.
And he passed.
He passed.
7 and 213, you're saying?
7 and 213.
Which is basically 31.
213 divided by 7. 30. 30.4.
Okay.
30.4.
And he said,
yeah,
take that contract and shove it.
The article presupposes, based on the responses that they got, that Aaron Judge turning down that contract and going to play has made him about $100 million. Okay, so that was a good decision.
Yep.
That was a good decision. Let me run through these are, and again, 14 unnamed execs and agents. Here's what they say. As low as 7 for 259. That's the lowest one. Also, well, I guess this would technically be lower on the AAV, but a higher overall
Average
number.
annual value.
10 for 265.
No chance.
Yeah, well, the thought there would be you're going to get another couple extra years, and the last year's, like Eric Hosmer's contract, would go down.
That's 26.5 average annual value.
But you're probably looking at, say, 40 for the first 5, and then craters, right? For when you're 39 years old,
but
we'll pay you 12.
He spits on that.
Probably.
He spits on that.
Here are the others. 8 for 280, 8 for 280, 8 for 300, 7 for 301, 9 for 320, 8 for 320, 8 for 328, 9 for 333, 9 for 335, 10 for 340, 10 for 341, and 10 for 375. So,
man,
the 7 for, let's see, 301 divided by 7. I don't think anybody thinks he's going to get per year what you just said. But 7 for 301 is 43. You said closer to 44.
Yeah, right in there.
Okay?
Right in there.
43.75.
Yep.
Whatever it is, I look at these numbers, and I know what every Giants fan will do is, well, would you do that? I feel about all these numbers the same way I felt the very first time I bought real estate. This was 147 years ago.
Man, must have been cheap.
Dude. So I'm getting I'm single at this point. I go get a condo down in L.A. Business was booming. So I get that, and you know how you get into the competition. It's like, okay, here's my bid. Well, someone else has this bid. Real estate agent goes, hey, here's where we're at. We're kind of tied. You can get it if you just, let's bid up another 10 or 20 grand.
Yeah.
And I go, well, what is that going to mean for me? Because I'm a newbie. What is that? Oh, well, your monthly payment
$30 a
will
month.
go from $330 to $340.
Yeah.
I go, well, who cares?
Right.
Yes. Yeah. I'm not going to stay here for the next 30 years a month. Yes. Do that.
Yes.
Same thing here, right? Am I supposed to care if the Giants are paying 38 or 42? It's the same contract.
And they're already holding you over the barrel for your beer, which is $14, and parking, which is about $100 for any game that's worth a crap of going to.
Right.
And that, by the way, that price doesn't go down if they don't overspend for Aaron Judge. They're still going to soak you for $14 for a 14-ounce Anchor Steam. Buck an ounce.
It may be even more. So,
I'd rather starve.
The contract does not feel preventative to me. The thing we're all really waiting for is, what does Aaron want to do? So here's what's interesting on that. More than half the respondents who were asked, where's he going? More than half said not the Yankees. More than half think that he is leaving New York. Now, they were also the number one answer on the board, but more than half of them spread them out.
So half
to other
said
teams.
he stays, and half said he leaves.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. So the only 4 teams that were named at all: Yankees, Mets, Dodgers, Giants. I think 5 said Yankees, 4 said Mets, 2 said Giants, 2 said Dodgers, and 1 said Giants or Dodgers.
Thanks. I don't have a strong opinion.
Yeah. So that's what we're looking at.
So 2.5 out of 12 say the Giants. Basically, because 2 and then 1 with the split vote.
Yeah, essentially. I mean, whatever it is, essentially what you're saying, the executives and the agents are saying, here's the number, and here are the teams. It doesn't really matter who they pick.
Right.
It sounds to me like those on the end say this is a 4-team race. It's New York, L.A., San Francisco, and here's the number. And quite frankly, I don't know why any of the 4 wouldn't offer that. Well, so then it comes down to where you want to be, dude.
Exactly. And I wonder about if one of the four that we know the best, if they actually would offer that. Because I look at a situation where you look at Farhan Zaidi, and so far, the longest contract that he has offered, or the longest contract that he has been able to sign with any player in his tenure, is 3 years. This deal is going to be between 7 and 10 years, according to this very survey.
At least 7.
The most money that this GM or this president of baseball ops has paid on an average annual value, I believe, is the Carlos Rodon deal, which is $22.5 million. This would be darn near double that. So you're looking at a contract length more than double what he's offered, and an average annual value more than double what he's done. That feels like a stretch. And then we go to ownership. What do we know about this ownership group? Not a gosh darn thing. So we don't know that they even give a crap about this product. All we know.
Well, I don't know if I go that far, but yeah.
I mean, what have they done? What have they shown us that make us as Giants fans feel like they're all in to win in San Francisco?
Well, I guess I would argue by saying, what have they shown us that tells you for sure that they don't? I mean, I don't see them thumbing their nose.
The product is stale.
It did end up that way.
Prices have gone up, not down.
That's life.
Wait,
give me the baseball team that's like, slashing prices. Here we go.
I'm sure it's out there, not the A's.
No.
But in terms of, like, attendance is down.
Yep.
Payroll is down.
Yep.
Wins dramatically down from the fluky year of last year.
Right, but they're going to be reactive to that. Like, I would be.
Well, we'll see.
They're not going to come back with a lesser payroll this year.
David VR.
I mean,
let's lock in.
No, if they do that, then every single criticism that people want to lob is completely fair. And I've told you this a bunch of times. Like, they've said it too many times out loud,
right?
For them to not sort of hold themselves to it. If they're going to keep telling everybody, look, we're the Giants and we've got tons of money and we are planning to we know what we've got to fix, and then you go out and do nothing, like, they'd be hanging themselves.
Right. I don't think they'll do nothing, but I don't think that they'll do this, because if the price is what you were laying out, which is between 35 and 43 million per over 8 years, I don't see this regime
sound like their jam.
I don't see this organization saying, all right, Aaron, here's 8 years and $325 million. That to me, I don't see happening.
By the way, coming up next, Doc Pandia on all of the 49er injury situations and the free agent to be that sort of poo-pooed the Giants last night. We'll give you that coming up next. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I'm Michael Jenkins, helping you beat the books with BetQL. The Braves have caught the Mets in the NL East and have a huge 3-game series against New York this weekend. But first, Atlanta must sweep Washington. Atlanta is hoping Jake Odorizzi can bounce back from giving up 8 runs in his last start. With the total set at 8.5 runs for this contest, even the books are expecting a ton of runs. With the 100-loss Washington team on the other side, the Braves' bats should feast again. So the BetQL 5-star play of the day is to take the over in the Atlanta-Washington matchup.
If you have a small business, Staples has your sign.
Banners for my bakery?
Staples has your sign.
Oh, posters for my new pet store.
Floor decals for a pharmacy.
Every day, Staples associates help every kind of small business create bold signs to make big impressions. And now get $10 off custom signs, banners, and posters when you spend $50 or more. This is your sign, so print it big at Staples. Ends 10/1. Visit staplesconnect.com/thisisyoursign for details.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New Gigabit Extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds and after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity Gateway.
Flying Ace, this is Sky Hunter. I've got my compound eyes on the target.
Copy that. You're on his flight path.
I'm going in.
Got him! Nice move, my four-wing friend.
Tasty. That mosquito never saw me coming.
See how dragonflies catch a mid-air meal at Bugs, a new exhibit at the California Academy of Sciences. Explore the secrets of bugs, massive models, and more. Now open. Get tickets at calacademy.org.
BART is turning 50, and we'd love to celebrate with you. Get 50% off of your ride in honor of BART's 50 years of service to the Bay Area when you pay with Clipper. That's 50% off Clipper BART fares for the entire month of September. Add Clipper to your digital wallet for free. If you're eligible for other Clipper discounts like youth or senior fares, you get to take an additional 50% off of those too. Details at bart.gov/50 years. Celebrate BART's 50 years of service with us this September. Let's go.
Attention veterans. If you were stationed at Camp Lejeune between 1953 and 1987, you and your family may be victims of toxic water poisoning. Cancers, birth defects, deadly illnesses have all been linked to the contaminated water. Congress is now holding the government accountable. You could be awarded financial compensation for your suffering, but you must act now. Visit sickvets.com for your free case review by True Law. That's sickvets, like veterans.com. sickvets.com. Visit sickvets.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
The closer of the week is Brandon Ayuk, who shined on a dark night in Denver.
Ayuk inside touchdown. And Brandon Ayuk with the touchdown grab in San Francisco scores first.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener when you purchase a premium garage door.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
I had a nighttime routine for my frequent heartburn. I would drink milk, I would sleep upright with more pillows, but that painful burning stayed. So I made Prilosec OTC part of my morning routine. With just one pill in the morning, Prilosec OTC prevents excess acid production, blocking heartburn day and night. Now I have a new nighttime routine. I call it sleeping.
One pill, 24 hours, zero heartburn. With Prilosec OTC. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. You're driving along and some nimrod cuts you off. You hit the horn. Jeez, it sounds like a goose in distress. Time to head over to eBay Motors. They have horns for every make and model, not to mention horn pads, steering wheels, wiring, and more. 122 million parts. You can even go for an upgrade. It looks like Mr. Cutoff Man needs a new seat cover. Try eBay Motors, pal. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
Elton John's Farewell Yellow Brick Road Tour continues with 2 shows at Levi Stadium on October 8th and 9th. For more info and tickets, head to 957thegame.com/events.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, we're going to get connected with Doc here in just a second. Jock Peterson last night after the game. I mean, we're putting 2 and 2 together a little bit, but like, hey, Jock, do you want to stay with the Giants? And he was kind of like,
I mean, would you?
No, it's not about, I mean, go where you want to go.
Right.
Go where you want to go. It's just interesting. Like, Bay Area boy, he was so excited to come.
Great start, all-star.
Like he expressed what is totally fair, which is he's like, I joined a team that won 107 games. I really I'm all about October baseball, and I thought that's what we were going to do, and it's really disappointing. And like, not that he's holding it against anyone, but put it this way. The team has been very we'd love to have Jock back. Jock did not go very far in returning that thought last night after the game. That was interesting.
Yeah, and I don't blame him on many fronts. The one front, you want to be a part of October baseball, and you look at next year's Giants team. For what we know right now, they don't look good on paper. Now, I know they're going to do a lot of work in the offseason.
They got 4 players.
And they're going to spend. But, Mark, I mean, if you look at between now and April next year, how much can they do to improve to where they'll be better than the Dodgers and better than the Padres?
Oh, well, the Padres aren't even that great. I think a lot. I think a lot. I'm not in a spot where it's like, they can't be good next year. I don't think that at all.
No, they could be. They could be good. They can be competitive. They will be competitive. But right now, if you look at, like you're saying, what do they have next year? I don't know what they have going into next year that would make you think, we're one player away.
Yeah, because that person is unknown. So we'll find out who those people are. Time for Cleared to Play, where we take you inside the tent, get you updated on the latest injuries in the Bay. Proud to partner with UCSF Health on this segment and bring in Associate Professor of Orthopedic Surgery, Dr. Nirav Pandya. And I say it every week during the football season, we wish we didn't have such a long list to go through, Doc, but we do.
Yeah, it's unfortunately that seems to be the trend with the 49ers. Tough.
This and so the first question I think is something that, and I know, thank you for your tweets. You were listening to this yesterday, and so I'm really genuinely curious about this. Kyle Shanahan's teams for 5 years running now have been one of the most injured teams in the league, bottom third of the league in terms of games lost every single year. Is there something that we can attach to that makes sense?
Yeah, I think if you look at kind of like what's been published about this, I mean, the number one factor is prior injury history. So obviously that goes back a little bit to the Trent Baalke era, but you look at most of the injuries that the 49ers get, these players have had some degree of injury, whether it be in college or earlier in their career. So that's number one. Number two, you look at, obviously if players are a little bit older, they've been playing a lot of years, that's a risk factor, as well as playing on artificial turf, which we saw last year. So I think the combination of those things are things you can trace back and definitely see, okay, these are factors that can potentially increase that risk. And then you look to see who's actually getting injured. And the number one position gets injured in the NFL is running back, followed by wide receiver. And obviously we know the running back issues that the 49ers have had. And you think about, a player like Debo. So I think you take all those factors together. I think those play a large role in it. And then you get down to, does the playing style of the team potentially impact that as well, too? So I think all those factors play a role in why the 49ers are injured so much.
Has there been a study as to what is a more violent portion of football, running the ball or being a pass catcher in the NFL?
I think definitely running. So if you look at number one, running back, number two, wide receiver. So I think, running backs obviously have the highest risk because not only are they running into people, but they're also doing agility and cutting. So they're placing their knees and ankles at risk, both from the cutting, also from hitting. And then wide receivers, just due to the sheer speed in which they're moving and the cuts they have to make. So then when you go down to like offensive linemen, and obviously the long snapper is the safest position in the NFL, less risk at those positions. But I think any kind of skill position is going to have that highest risk.
Doc, let's hear about Trent Williams. I think we know what a high ankle sprain is, but what does this mean for the remainder of the year when he gets back?
I think, and Shanahan said this in his press conference, I think in general he's right. A kind of regular garden variety high ankle sprain is going to take 4 to 6 weeks. But I think the key thing with Trent Williams is, number one, is this is the same injury that he said he had on that leg back in the playoffs. He's obviously a much larger person. So for someone like Mac Jones, who has a similar kind of injury, might be a little bit quicker turnaround given the same size. But Trent Williams obviously is bigger, more force going across it, and you can't really load manage in offensive linemen. If you have a running back with a high ankle sprain, you can say, look, we're going to carry you 5 to 10 times during the game, but you can't have Trent Williams in there for like 10 plays. What's the use of having him there, particularly at his position? So I think all those factors may potentially push the timeline back a little bit, as opposed to the 4 to 6 week recovery, but it's hard to say without knowing the exact severity.
Azeez Al-Shire with the sprained MCL. We've seen it before, but how does this affect a linebacker and his ability to be cleared to play?
So I think the kind of the clearance, when you compare him to, say, an Elijah Mitchell, with Elijah Mitchell, there's a lot more agility involved in that position, a lot more unpredictable movements you have to make suddenly. So if you take a running back, they're probably going to be more on the 6, 7, 8 week period, particularly if they have a grade 2 or grade 3 injury. A linebacker may potentially be able to come back a little bit sooner and can potentially play with a brace. With a linebacker, there is much more linear movement. I mean, there is some agility, but it's not as unpredictable. So given the same type of injury, let's assume Elijah Mitchell and him have the same exact grade of injury, you would expect that a linebacker could get back a little bit sooner as opposed to a running back.
Doc, Jimmy Garoppolo after the game sort of talked about being out of sync and no camp and shoulder surgery and getting the arm back in shape, and said his arm was feeling it a little bit. I think it hit some people the wrong way because of what the week before looked like, and the fact that he didn't say anything then when they won. So what's your take on that, and what do you feel like Jimmy probably is going through as he tries to get back into game shape?
Yeah, I think, a lot of it probably has to do with more timing than anything else. I mean, there's so much you can do during rehab to actually get the arm, ready for throwing, et cetera. So I think a lot of it is timing, how sharp he is. You could make an argument as well, too. I mean, this really was his first live game throwing, so there could be some residual soreness afterwards. But I think it's more of a timing sharpness issue, particularly with a quarterback. Obviously, with a pitcher, you're throwing a lot more. So really it's about is this timing, is the sharpness there, and also how is the arm responding to getting pounded into the ground. I think that's probably a little bit more of a compelling argument, pretty much getting that contact on a surgically repaired shoulder. But for the most part, quarterbacks, yeah, they might be a little bit sore. There may be a little bit of fatigue early on. But I think it's more related to connecting with your wide receivers and getting that timing down than it is an actual muscle fatigue issue.
Doc, did Kittle look okay to you real quick?
He did, yeah. He looked good. He looked explosive. I mean, he didn't necessarily look like he was, quote-unquote, out of shape. I mean, he looked like he was doing well. So I think the issue with Kittle being in shape will be less of an issue than potentially with Jimmy G's arm.
We love having you as always, bud. We'll talk to you next week and hope the list is shorter.
Absolutely. All right, thanks a lot, guys.
All right, there he goes. That's Doc Pandia. The proceeding was sponsored by UCSF Health. So Trent Williams, yep, garden variety high ankle sprain, not a garden variety sized man.
No, and the return to play, especially when it comes to pass blocking, is very difficult. That big step back you got to take as a left tackle to avoid the pass rush. Obviously very difficult on the ankle. He mentioned it. You can't really load manage an offensive lineman. Like George Kittle, you can kind of ease him back into play. You don't need to use him on every snap. But the offensive lineman, virtually every play, he's being required to play at max effort no matter what. So I thought that was an interesting way that he described the return to play for an offensive lineman versus, say, a running back.
Take a pair of best friends separated by 500 miles, but united by their love of football. Give them a podcast, and you're going to get First and Pod. It's Danny Parkins and Andrew Filipponi, and they're going to get you ready for Week 4. In-depth previews on every game. Give them 40 minutes. They'll give you the league. New episodes every Monday and Friday. Follow First and Pod on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast. It's Willard and Dibs, and coming up next, I'm in firm belief after just a little time on the internet. That's all it took. Firm belief that the 49ers are still going to the playoffs next year. We'll talk about that coming up next. Steiny and Guru are going to get in here as well on 95.7 The Game.
We are on a journey to make healthcare more accessible and more equitable, to treat the most complex diseases and offer hope where often there is little, to provide better care to more people across the Bay Area. We are more than a hospital, more than a university, beyond science and technology. We are the people of UCSF. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
Watch 95.7 The Game on Twitch and YouTube.
Jimmy can't cook. He can barely boil water.
I agree with you.
He'll never be able to cook.
I agree with you.
Let Fumo eat.
You know how people be like, you can't waste Steph Curry's prime. Our defense is at a prime right now.
Yeah.
We can't let that go to waste, man.
This is
for real.
This is the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same. But at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high commission investment products, right?
No. Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we have one transparent management fee, structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
This football season, adopt a new tradition that's sure to turn fans into family. The Jim Beam Highball. That's beam and soda over ice with a lemon slice. Share one at the stadium or make one at home. Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume. Copyright 2022, James B. Beam Distilling Company, Claremont, Kentucky. Drink smart.
Starting stronger starts at AutoZone, where they've got battery solutions in the form of free battery testing, free battery charging, and replacement batteries that fit your needs. That's what makes them America's #1 battery destination. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Of all the multitudinous manifestations that water can take, in oceans and ice cubes, in glaciers and streams, vapors and rain, double black diamonds, lap swims, and brains. Of all that water everywhere, only 0.5% is fresh water available for human use. That's why at Moen, we're innovating to save 1 trillion gallons of water by 2030. Discover Mission Moen at Moen.com.
Are you seeing the telomeres here? Come here, look at the scope.
Dr. Ocasio's lab startup just discovered a gene therapy breakthrough.
The cells have already doubled.
He needs a fleet of research assistants before this breakthrough breaks them.
We need lab techs, research assistants.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
When Big Mobile charges you an arm and a leg, they're taking your money and your power. And your arm and leg. Boost Mobile gives your power back with an unlimited plan for $25 a month on one of America's largest 5G networks. We can't give you back your arm and your leg because we're not qualified surgeons. Unless you're an iguana who can grow limbs back. Switch to Boost and get an unlimited plan for $25 a month. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power. New customers only. One line, $25 per month with autopay. Additional restrictions apply. See boostmobile.com for details.
In San Francisco today, partly cloudy skies, highs in the upper 60s.
Weather brought to you by Ashley Furniture. Your neighborhood Ashley store has all the styles, selection, and value you'll need to invite fall in this season. Find furniture you'll love by shopping locally or visit ashley.com today.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Steiny Guru going to get in here in just a sec. I'm so pleased to break the news to you today that the 49ers are still going to the playoffs. Really, really exciting. It was great to go on the internet and find that out last night.
Yeah, it's fake news is what it is. It's fake news.
It took a lot of the angst and worry of this week and the fact that Jimmy Garoppolo's running around on white grass. It's
supposed to be on green grass, by the way.
I know. And so I was worried too. I was like, oh my gosh, that was really bad. Like you ran out of the back of the end zone.
Captain Save It Jimmy is back.
You guys, you scored 10 points. The other team scored 11. You threw a pick from, what were they? Were they on their own 48? The Debo pick, the Debo force, the triple coverage, the pick, the second to the last. Were they on their own 48? I think that's where they were. My God, you were like
Captain Saber Jimmy G.
All you need is one more first down, and it was first down, so you're forcing it into triple coverage, and it got picked, and you lost the game. And I don't know about you, Dibs, but I came out of that game both frustrated and worried. And I was like, oh gosh, this is not good. I don't think this season is going very well so far. And then I went on the internet and I went, oh, phew.
Yeah, phew.
Wow, that's a relief. They are still going to the playoffs because...
Right, in your opinion, and you can use the stats and all that,
I
which
got
is
him.
good.
I got him.
No, you've got him.
Top 10 defenses.
You've also got Jimmy Garoppolo at the helm.
And a lot of these defenses had a lot of whatevers, Rex Grossman types at quarterback. Top 10 defenses in the NFL last year, 9 of them had winning records, 8 to the playoffs. Year before that, 7 of the top 10 defenses winning records, and one of the ones that didn't went 7-9 and still won their division. Year before that, 9 of the 10 teams, the top 10 defenses in the NFL went 500 or better, and here's the one that'll really get you over the last 3 years. A total of 1 team that was a top 10 defense won less than 7 games. It happened 1 time. I think it was the New York Football Giants 3 years ago. If I have that correct, might have been 2 years ago, but whatever, you get the idea. The point is that while we are sitting here so ultra, and I get it, focused on the ineptitude of the 49er offense and the soap opera behind the scenes. I don't know why we would focus on anything else. I get it. But this defense looks so good. I just want my opinion for sure, and I want to remind everybody, that defense is going to win you a bunch of games this year.
They've already won you 2 that you lost.
That's fair. But they're going, the metrics and the history will tell you that about half your games are already on your side, and we think this might be a top 5 defense.
It might be.
And if it is, you're in.
You're not in.
You're in.
I mean, it just depends on how it all plays out. And with 7 teams out of 16 making the playoffs, the whole make the playoffs bar is lower than it's ever been before in the National Football League. So let's not fall over ourselves to pat ourselves on the back if they do make the playoffs. If they make the playoffs with this defense and with this offense, they're not going anywhere. They're not going to beat any of the elite teams. The best thing in their favor is that the NFC in general is not very good.
Yep.
Philadelphia looks daunting, and then you can go ahead and pick who you think the second best team in the NFC is. And if you want to say Tampa, you want to say the Rams. Philly's number 1.
Philly number 1.
I said Philly's number 1.
Okay, got it.
If you want to pick your number 2 NFC team, whoever you want to pick,
I want to pick Green Bay right now. Yeah,
Green Bay's not scary. You've beaten Green Bay twice in a row in the playoffs. the Rams might be the number 2 team, but you're not a believer in the Rams. You think the Niners are going to beat the Rams on Monday night.
I know you think I'm a Ramsist.
You're a Ram hater is what you are.
Well,
and you haven't fully capitulated on the fact that you
I totally have.
Last year, they're trying to buy a championship.
You literally called it a capitulation sensation. I remember the show. I have fallen.
I got receipts on your LA hate.
And I have fallen on that sword a bunch of times. I was wrong about the Rams last year. I have no problem saying that. I was completely wrong.
And yet, here we are in week 4, and you're throwing dirt on them already.
This is a different. First of all, I didn't throw dirt on them, but I don't think
you tried to bury him.
I've watched them 3 times. I don't think they're very good. I just don't like. They are not top 15 in offense. They are not top 15 in defense. Could they come in and beat the 49ers Monday night? Oh, hell yes. However, as much as there are matchups we're scared about, there are matchups they are scared about. Okay? Andrew Whitworth retired. Matt Stafford's not mobile, and here comes Nick.
You think the Rams are scared of a Monday night date in Santa Clara?
I think both defensive lines are in really good shape in this game. That's what I think.
42 is the over-under.
That's what I think. Are you going to do it again? Bet the under?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, okay.
I'm not going to hate on that.
The Niners are favored by 1.5.
And is it down to 1.5?
According to ESPN.
I thought it was 2.5.
The spread's 42. So you're basically looking at a 22-20 ball game based on the spread and the over-under. I don't think the 49ers are going to get to 20 points. So if they're going to beat the Rams, it's going to probably be a 19-17 kind of ball game.
It is down to 1.5, by the way. Back down to 1.5.
Yeah, and I think by the time this game kicks off, it'll be darn near a pick'em. Because, once people realize what Jimmy G is mouthing and you realize that Trent Williams is not on that field.
I just went, what was it that made it go up? What was that? Like it got established. What was it?
It wasn't Jimmy G's week 3 performance.
It was 24 hours after Sunday Night Football, and the number was flat. What was that?
And who looked better, the Rams in week 3 or the 49ers?
The Rams.
Yeah, the Rams played.
Won on the road.
Yeah, and I mean, they beat Arizona.
Whatever.
And they didn't look great offensively, but they didn't give up a touchdown, right? It was 4 field goals for Arizona. Arizona scored once and didn't get the PAT.
I don't know if I can't remember. It doesn't matter.
They gave up 12 points.
Yeah, they won an NFL game on the road in the division. Those are important.
Yeah.
And those are hard. I'm not going to dismiss that by any stretch.
And it was for Matt Prater field goals.
Okay, there you go.
23, 43, 49, and 31.
Yeah, and their game against Atlanta was kind of uninspiring, but fine. They won the game. Their game against Buffalo, they got totally outclassed. But that's Buffalo. So Buffalo's really good. I don't think the Rams are a pushover by any stretch. I think they're probably one of the 7 best teams in the NFL and NFC. I think. I don't think they're terrifying, though. I don't think they're like going to. This is my point.
But they don't come into Levi's scared of this Monday night matchup.
I think both offenses are in a tough spot in this game, and I actually think if you want to ask me which offense is in a tougher spot, it's the Rams. Because the 49er defense is really good, and the Rams defense is fine. There are matchups we don't like. Aaron Donald against rookies, that I get. But the overall defensive output for the Rams is just mediocre. The 49ers, and this is my point about Monday night, whether they win or whether they lose, and this is true every week, no one's going to run away from this team because the defense is too good. The defense is going to keep them in every game, and they're going to win some of them.
The most one-sided matchup to me is the Rams defense against the Niners offense. I like the Rams defense against the Niners offense as an edge more than the other way around. The Rams offense is closer to the Niners defense than the Niners offense is to the Rams defense.
I don't agree with that.
Of course you don't.
Yeah, no, not of course I don't.
Because your captain save a Jimmy G.
No, it's like the metrics do not bear out what you just said at all.
But the metrics don't have a bearing on the fact that you don't have Trent Williams,
right?
And you're leaning on Marlon Mack to be a guy who's going to carry the ball.
But what are your metrics on the Rams defense? Like they have a generational interior defensive lineman. Now, give me what else they got.
Well, I think that the metrics don't have anything to do with what happens in a Week 4 matchup when you don't have Trent Williams on the field.
I'll acknowledge that.
And from a metric standpoint, they are facing a Niners offensive line that is porous, and it's poor.
So's the Rams.
And it's injured. But we're talking about just one matchup right now.
I know. And
we're talking about the Niners offense against the Rams. Well, and that was the point I was making.
No, you compared two matchups. You said the Niners offense versus the Rams defense is further away than what's going to happen when the Rams have the ball. And I don't agree. The Rams offense.
We have 2 more days to get in. Actually, 3 more days to get into it.
That's true.
And
we got Monday.
It's a Monday night game.
At the Hilton, by the way. We will be on the scene down at Levi's. Anybody's going down early, or if anybody is sleeping in Santa Clara on Sunday night, you better come see us. That's your assignment. Come see us at the Hilton right outside Levi's Stadium. We will be there. And so will these two fine gentlemen. Look, everybody. It's Steiny and Goo.
Yeah. I'll have a haircut. Shout out Marky D for that event.
Hey, look at you.
D&R Barbershop in the Union. How y'all doing?
What's going on today?
Just hanging.
Look at you, man. You look bright and sunshiny.
Yeah.
You look bright and sunshiny.
You couldn't get in to see Brownie Blends?
No, please. He's cutting Obama and everybody else. He ain't got time for me.
Okay.
Yeah.
He cutting Obama, huh?
Yeah.
I thought maybe he cut you off because you were disrespecting Draymond Green, so.
No, not that I know of.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if that's the way that played out.
Well, I don't disrespect Dre. I just, some stuff he does on the court, we just chop it up.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
It's our job.
Interesting cruising around town listening to you boys yesterday.
Yeah.
I mean, you're a little ahead of yourself.
But
in my opinion,
I feel like both of you, because I got to tell him on the right. We've been riding. You know me, and you know who I am.
Yes.
And what's happened and what's clear to me now is I don't know Kyle Shanahan on the personal level, but I know him on the football level. And now that we bring up words like arrogance, the thing with Ayuk, back in the day you passed on Mahomes and Watson, I'm starting to say now I don't like him as a ball coach.
Can I focus on one of those comments real quick that I find fascinating because I do know you?
Yeah.
The Ayuk thing, I'm surprised you're not on Shanahan's side. Like if a guy comes off of what was a solid rookie year and the vibe is as he arrives back is, well, so now my you-know-what doesn't stink.
Well, allegedly.
And which, again, like we've all had conversations about this. Dibs and I have had TJ Hushmanzada on to talk about it a number of times. He is Brandon Ayuk's personal coach, and I have never heard from TJ. He has never said, thank you. He has never said, boy, Brandon got wronged by Kyle. I mean, I think Brandon came in and was going 90%. Like it wasn't awful. He wasn't disrespectful. He's not a diva, but he thought he had arrived in a way that he hadn't quite arrived yet. Coach gave him some tough love, and here we are. He actually did a great job of getting through it. What did Kyle do wrong there?
And let's back up. I was a Kyle supporter when all this jumped off, and I gave him his flowers. So that happened, and that's small on the list. This whole thing with how Trey Lance was treated and the stench that I believe, guys, of we're going to find out that Trey really wasn't his guy, and the lack of accountability I feel from ownership. I feel like Kyle's running this thing in the ground, and I don't think he's going to get this team back to the promised land. I hope I'm wrong, but what I'm reading and what I'm watching, the state of this O-line, Kittle being used like an O-lineman, he's way better than I feel like Kyle's using him, but he's doing Frank Sinatra. I'm going to do it my way. And then this whole thing with Jimmy, and now I feel like he wants to check just all around the NFL in years past have been fired for less. I just don't think this ends well. And I told Steiny, and I stand by this, Doug Peterson got it done in Philly and was gone in a couple years because ownership was like, you know what? That was great. But the state of the union now, I don't like what I'm seeing. And I'm personally irritated that I feel like Kyle is accountable to no one. And this thing, his best chances to get it done have gone away. I really believe the Super Bowl, the 10-point lead, we ain't even talked about that. Getting lemon booty, Mark, when you got the lead. The Niners could be looking at 2 rings. That stuff matters. And how he's dealing with the media and down-talking everybody else. Like I'm out on him.
Yeah, so the word accountability keeps coming up, and I want to know what you all wanted Kyle to say.
I want to hear from the owner.
He took blame for things he shouldn't even be taking blame for. His quarterback's out there running off on the sideline.
You said it.
And
He's got 4 more. He's not on the hot seat. Give me that.
Of course he's not.
Okay.
Of course he's not.
In some places he would be.
But I want to go to this accountability statement because we hear it from callers and texters and tweeters, everything. We hear it all the time. Can I hear what somebody wanted Kyle to say? He literally went out and said, I put Jimmy in a bad spot.
On the safety.
And Jimmy ran out the back of the damn end zone. But
he obviously didn't coach him up to be aware of the fact that the end zone's 10 yards deep.
Somebody give me the press conference and what it's supposed to sound like. What's it supposed to sound like?
I called a terrible play there.
Okay. I thought that's what he said.
I put him in a bad spot.
I put him in a bad spot.
Tough situation.
Yeah,
tough situation.
That was Jimmy G.
But Jimmy said tough situation.
Jimmy said tough situation about nine times.
Kyle said, I put him in a tough situation.
I'm just saying.
I mean, how about you come on and say, it was a bad call. It was a stupid call. I'm an idiot. My laminated play sheet is full of bad plays.
Oh.
Jimmy's right. I need to be stripped of all duties immediately. You know what? Guru, you're right. I should be fired. Fire me right now.
I didn't just come in with this because he was like, oh, that's your boy. You love him, but I'm turned off now. And the Trey Sermon, you could say, well, what about Elijah Mitchell? You can. I'll give you that. But I put all my eggs in this guy's basket like he's going – we don't know what – look at the O-line, Mark.
Yeah.
He had to go get Trent Williams. Like – what's the state of the O-line?
He had to go get Trent Williams. How about he went and got Trent Williams?
Yeah, but Trent was already made. I'm talking about the guys you drafted. This thing is going to get uglier before it gets better. That's how I feel, Mark. And I know you feel confident about Monday night. Are we so sure they can beat the Rams?
No.
And if they do,
Mark's buying his playoff tickets already. So
now, Mark, I didn't say they're not making the playoffs. Like the state of the NFC, I even tried to write 7 teams down. I got to 6. Like, I give you that, but that's not what we're talking about. You had a 10-point lead. You were better than Kansas City that day. You blew it. I think his hands were dirty. And then the NFC Championship game, you had a 10-point lead, and you got scared. Like, and that's not just a fireable offense, but all of this in my gumbo, I'm like, you know what? I don't think this gets. Your chances are bye-bye to get a Super Bowl ring.
It sounded to me yesterday like you were focused on firing him the second Trey got hurt.
That hurt. That still hurt me for the kid.
That one's tough. Of course.
You don't think Trey was like. Bomani Jones, he was on with the roast this morning. Trey should have been ready to go, and I've been saying this before Bomani said it. Year 1. When he was drafted, if you're going to spend that cap, like he should have been a known commodity, though. Mark, not a project. You don't spend all that capital. No. And you know what, Dibs? They don't got to pick to go get a top quarterback.
You can't even tank this year.
And if Jimmy says bye-bye, even if you lose in the first or second round of the playoffs, Willard, then what do you look?
It's not unfair if he doesn't turn out to be the player.
Last time he was upright, he wasn't ready.
Bomani Jones' point is unfair, and here's why. Because the 49ers were a Super Bowl contender, and you don't do that. Like, I can go through the history of the league. You do not hand a Super Bowl contender, which they were facts, you do not hand that to a 21-year-old rookie.
You said
that. The Chiefs didn't. The 49ers didn't. There's nothing to do with whether Trey is Pat or where that's all going to go. You don't. I was not in favor of it then. I'm not in favor of it now, and I think that that's revisionist history to say that the 49ers should have handed Trey Lance the job at the start of last year, especially with what happened. Do you think that the 49ers do what they did last year if Trey starts all year?
You know what? I don't have the answer to that question.
They should have handed him the job this year because he wasn't ready to take the job this year. He handed him the job this year, and he wasn't ready to take the job, and then he got hurt.
That's an opinion.
Okay.
Well, it's an opinion that Kyle Shanahan shared because you wouldn't let him throw the football through 5 quarters of football.
He wouldn't agree with your characterization, but I hear what you're saying.
Well, and now, so Jimmy G comes on the field, and we throw it 5 of the first 6 plays that he's on the field. That's all the evidence I need to see in terms of how much confidence he had in Trey Lance.
The problem I have now with the pick is it's clear to me that they gave up 2/3 first-round picks for a number, not a player. They knew it was going to be among 3 players, but they hadn't evaluated at that point when they made the trade, or if they had, they knew they had a lot more evaluating to do. And so just because there were 5 quarterbacks going to be drafted in the top 15, yes, moving up to 3 guarantees you'll have the 3rd best, but you didn't know at that point how good the third guy was. And then there is the practical matter of it's clear now you did draft the biggest project of the 5.
Can I ask why you feel so sure that they moved up for a number instead of a player? Like why?
Because John Lynch said that Trey Lance grew on them over the process of getting to know everybody in the 49ers organization.
What if he's full of it?
Well, he might be.
You know what I mean? Like, I guess, but because, yes, you can't necessarily say you moved up for a player because you went to 3 and not 1. But I think we all also were pretty comfortable that Lawrence and Wilson were going to be the first 2 that went. I was, at least, right? Like, that's what we all thought, and they know more than we do on what's being said behind the closed doors. So you move up to 3, and you can have your pick of the other 3, and they did a wonderful job in that moment of smoke screening who they were going to take. Or maybe you're right. Maybe they just were like, let's go on the journey and find out. Or
somebody told me who to pick.
That sounds a little odd. So I'm with you. That sounds a little odd, but I'm not convinced that that's the way it went.
Well, they're hoping that's the way it went, because if they said Trey Lance is the guy we want at 3 and Trey Lance doesn't turn out to be a very good quarterback, that to me is more damning than Steiny's theory of we traded up to pick any of the 3. Because if they said, oh, we're moving up to 3 to get Trey Lance, a guy who played 1 game at FCS last year, and he was the biggest unknown of the 5, and now what have we seen through a season and 3 games? Trey Lance is the 5th best of the 5 quarterbacks. Even Justin Fields, who has played and played poorly, he beat you, Mark. He beat you head-to-head.
That's so.
You played to win the game.
That lacks so much context.
But
that
it's not nothing.
Right. Yeah, it is.
It's the only context that matters. It's wins and losses.
Steiny, have you watched the Bears play? Did you watch?
They're 2-1.
They said they're 2-1.
But so do the Niners now.
No, but it's not even that.
They beat you, and you were there.
I was.
Yeah.
And
In
Justin
the driving
Fields.
rain.
And Justin Fields is not a thing. You should listen to every Bears fan at the beer line at halftime. Justin Fields.
Who's having a better year this year, Justin Fields or Trey Lance?
Well, that's one of them's ankle is broken. So
right, because of Kyle Shanahan.
Give me
your
opinion.
Yeah,
you 3.
Exactly.
Yeah. Do you honestly, can you 3 look at me and say, you know what, Goo?
Hard to look at you in that shirt. But
I
go
really
ahead.
Shout out to
I love it. Hawaii. Shout out Hawaii.
Bayham and Jimmy and Syracuse.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
That they're closer to winning the Super Bowl than they were the last 2 years, the 19 and last year. Like
it doesn't feel like that at all.
Andy Reid, I was late to the party. 4 NFC championship games with McNabb, couldn't get it done. Went to Kansas City. I was late I own that L. The dude's one of the GOATs. I know Kyle can coach, but I don't think it's going to manifest here. I'm from this market. My friends, fans, the station, we want the Niners to win. We are watching. You said it, Mark. I was right there next to you, the Batmobile. This is a soap opera. I think things are going to come out that are going to knock us out our chair about. Right now, you could give Kyle credit for keeping it in-house, but the whole Jimmy lip reading, this is a circus. And then next year, we don't know what I know this, he ain't ready. When he go with week 1, if he's your starter, if he's ready physically, we already know the coach doesn't think he's ready. So you ain't going to, that's going to hold you back.
I don't know what Trey Lance is going to look like 11 months from now.
Yeah.
I have no idea what that
Nobody knows.
But you saw what it was.
Yeah.
Yeah. What it was.
Flashes of greatness, but ultimately not ready.
Jim Brown. He was used like Jim Brown.
But not enough. There's no doubt, we are overstating what we think we know about Trey Lance. Whether you want to talk about fourth quarter monsoon or not, we got 1 game, your first game as a QB1 in a swimming pool, okay? And then we got a quarter of football. A quarter.
Yeah.
And we're like, well, I saw what you guys saw, and I hear you. It looked like Kyle was lacking confidence in Trey. I usually feel like it looks like Kyle's lacking confidence in his quarterback. That kind of defines all 6 years.
Yeah, exactly.
But I don't know anything about Trey Lance.
And that's
I don't know
scary.
anything.
What
That's
we know is that Jimmy G is the starter from now until whenever he gets hurt, if he gets hurt. I asked Mark this earlier. It's about a 50-50 chance statistically that the Niners make the playoffs this year. If you had to make a bet, if you had to make a bet, $100.
Bonte's gonna hate this.
And part of it is the injury factor.
They're making it, Dibs. There's no doubt. They're in.
You're betting yes?
They're in. The Niners are making the
playoffs. You spent a whole show yesterday talking about how this thing's going downhill.
It's nuance. It ain't just, they suck because I want them fired. I can look and see the state of the NFC. It's going to be Minnesota, the stench in Arizona. The Niners are going to make it. We're talking about winning the Super Bowl, which you had an opportunity to do in 19.
I'm just saying make the playoffs.
They make
7 to 16 make the playoffs.
I'll give you the caddy.
Well, but now I go back to
can't handle the gas price.
Before Trey started, we all said, good year. Steiny, I remember you saying this. It's a good year if they make the playoffs.
But now that's different.
It is. Because of Jimmy?
New information.
Yes. Okay. Because of the known that you won and got almost to the promised land.
And this is a point.
This is dysfunctional.
Right.
This conversation is the Niners have. Kyle is the author of this.
I think one thing where it's potential, we're still early, but it's a potential where we made a mistake is when Jimmy ran back out on the field and we all said, we know this. This is a different Jimmy.
What if they don't make
this?
This
is not Jimmy the starter. This is not Kyle's guy. This is now Jimmy, the guy who's been forced into starting. And that's different. We've already watched it. We've watched it with Jimmy. You can tell me I'm wrong, but after we got 2 press conferences and a lip reading scandal. He's different. Jimmy, in a week and a half, has done 3 things that he never did in 5 years. Which is start to speak freely in a press conference.
Run out of the back of an end zone.
Run out of the back of the end zone.
I mean, we've seen picks and fumbles, but we haven't seen that.
Why were you throwing there anyway? But you said he took accountability. But not like Steiny said, I messed up, or Dibs.
Yeah, speaking of accountability.
Yeah, it's coming up. Steiny, do they make the playoffs?
What was that about?
Right now?
Well, Mark,
I don't even know what we're talking about. Yeah, what happened?
Well, because yesterday it was fire Kyle right now, and then today they're going to make the playoffs.
So why would you fire him right now if you think they're going to make the playoffs?
Well, I don't know why you'd fire anybody after week 3.
I'm trying to win a Super Bowl that I've blown twice. I had a chance to do that before, and I've blown it. You're missing that.
Well,
I didn't come in here and just turn the mic on and say, fire Kyle. I'm trying to win a bowl. You are moving the goalposts now. I didn't say they're not making the playoffs. I didn't say fire them because they're not making the playoffs. I just feel like that man and his team have had their best chances to go get it, and they didn't. And everybody running around the bay thinking you're going to get right back. And now you got a mad Jimmy bucking this. I love the bucking, the teenager bucking. That's what Jimmy's doing.
Laughing after losses.
Where does it end? They could go all the way. I'll apologize. I just don't see it.
If you're going to use the bucking line that we've been using, just make sure your B's are very, very hard. Just make sure they're very, very, very hard. All right, here we go. Steiny Guru coming up.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty. I got to get a new headset because this one's not working right. But you know what?
I'm waiting for Willard to go ahead and tell him what happened. I'm waiting for Willard to come at you because he's going to need a new mic because you keep grabbing it like you're Elvis. Ain't nothing but a hound dog. You just grabbing it.
Willard let you off easy today. He usually comes down my road much tougher.
No, I think he heard where I was coming from.
You guys must have a special bond.
He heard where I'm not you. Let's just say that. And now you're talking about accountability. I'm ready for you, bud.
All right.
Yep.
So what's okay. All right. I'm sorry for the start. Issues with my mic, everybody.
Yeah.
All right. 49ers. Rams 49ers Monday Night Football. I will say this. I am surprised that it feels like everybody's just kind of confident they're going to beat the Rams. And I'm thinking, okay, where's that coming from? Obviously, it's from the 6 regular season games.
Right.
But last time they played, the Rams won. And, I mean, they are the Super Bowl champions still, right? So, I know Vegas has them favored, but to me, this is a much tougher game than the Broncos, and everybody thought the 49ers were going to handle the Broncos.
And I'll say this. Good morning. We're in the Bay, but if I'm a Ram and I was part of those 6 losing consecutive games, I'd be like, hey, fellas, that means nothing. If I'm McVay, we won the one that counts. Let's go out here and take advantage of an average O-line or porous at best without Trent Williams. So, hey, it won't even be shock the world. But, Steiny, I just can't believe the confidence that people have that the Niners are going to go in after what they did against Denver and take care of the Rams.
Well, and here's the thing. But even if they lose today to go 1-3.
Oh, man.
But you think they're going to make the playoffs?
I still do.
Okay, well then there's no reason to get all flabbergasted at this point. Let's get flabbergasted when they're at a point where you think they won't make the playoffs. Okay. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, I was there, and I'm acknowledging I messed up last week. After 8 weeks, they were 3-5. I thought they were done. Blow it up. I was wrong. I've been wrong. What I'm trying to convey to you and the people, Steiny, is I hate everybody telling me because things are dysfunctional in other cities, it's okay for us to have a mess or not understand how to fix our mess. And at 1-3, if that were to happen, and already what Willard just talked about with Videogate, I don't like these plays, and just no Trent Williams, I don't know what's going on with the offense. Like, that's enough right now to be concerned. I'm not saying they can't overcome it, but this is not how I know Kyle Shanahan envisioned this season after 4 games, 25% up. And also, he's got a quarterback that he didn't envision having under center.
888-957-9570 is the number. That's also the number for the Comcast business text line. We're talking about the Niners. We also got looking forward to our guest at 1:30, Dick Vermeil, former Philadelphia Eagles
legend,
head coach. He was the original sleep in the office guy,
and a real man that'll cry and don't give a damn what you think about it. That's when I first saw it. That's a real man.
Let's jump in right away. See if Austin can get us started at Redwood City. What's up, Austin?
Hey, nothing much. Hey, I'm looking forward to this Rams game, man, with this Cooper Kupp guy, how they going to line this guy up all over the field. I'm looking forward to seeing Kittle lined up all over the field. I'm looking for Debo to do the same, and also Brandon Ayuk to counter what they're doing. If we don't get that going, man, hey, we're going to have a long season. A long season. That's all I got.
All right.
And let's give the Niners credit, Steiny. I know you don't play Madden.
For what?
But last year, the streak started on a Monday night game against the Rams to where it was raining. They ran the ball down the Rams' throat. And again, I know I sound like a broken record with no Trent Williams, but are we, and no Elijah Mitchell, are we so sure they're going to be able to run the ball down the Rams' throat?
Like, I don't know where to go today. Because you're worried about everything under the sun. You don't like where the team's at. You don't like Jimmy. You think there's a quarterback situation. Like, their offensive line's a mess. But you think they're going to get to the playoffs. So, I don't like...
Well, you just said what I think.
Like,
what do you think?
Just gonna,
what do you think of the team, though?
Well,
you just said what I think. That's fine. Let's put that aside. It's a two-man show. What do you think about this team in the current state of affairs? Does Matt Steinmetz
It's too early. It's too early yet.
Okay. So it's the 1-2 is no big deal and no Trent Williams.
Correct.
But what about the whole thing with Jimmy being...
Let's watch that play out and keep an eye on it.
I'm not there now. His performance. Like, is there something mentally going on with Jimmy?
Jimmy is Jimmy.
No off season. Like, is that legit? I don't know. I'm not an NFL quarterback, but I'd like to hear your thoughts
about
on
what?
Do you think it's valid? He's saying I'm basically rusty because I haven't had a camp. Like,
sure.
So
yes.
So we should expect what, an average or below average performance this Monday night?
He'll probably get better over the course of a season.
I mean, they would want him to.
I just can't figure out where you're at right now. Like,
you just said it. All those things I feel like are valid in my feelings, but let's put yours on the table too.
Mine on the table are they're 1-2. Like, they're playing the Rams. They can go. They were 3-5 last year.
Okay,
and they came back and they made the playoffs. 7 teams make the playoffs. The NFC stinks. So, do I think they're going to make the playoffs? Yes, I think they're going to make the playoffs at this point. You know, the way you were talking yesterday about
Kyle
this thing's going to go. This thing.
yeah.
No, you also saying this thing's going to go south. They got a quarter. I thought you thought this team was going down the drain.
I said it had all the ingredients to go down the drain, and I still feel that way. But guess what? I don't own a pair of pads, nor a helmet, or a pair of cleats. They control me getting on here saying, Steiny, I'm wrong.
Okay, but if they make the playoffs this year, like, why are we even talking about Kyle Shanahan?
Because Jimmy, hold on now.
If the 49ers make the playoffs this year, even if Jimmy Garoppolo loses the wild card game, Kyle Shanahan just locked himself into 2 or 3 more years.
Well, no,
there's no doubt.
No, Steiny, you said and we said that it's back Super Bowl or bust with Jimmy back. Am I correct? Okay. I don't care about what he's got secured upstairs because he's already taking advantage of the system. I get he's not going anywhere. But that doesn't mean he did a great job if they just get to the playoffs and get ran.
Right.
From spectators like us, we still got the goalposts. Oh, now it's Jimmy? Okay, we expect you to right those wrongs and then get at least back to the NFC Championship game. Like, I don't think that's asking too much. And you asked me, and it stayed with me, hey, Goo, why are the Niners picked to win? Why does everybody think the Niners are Super Bowl? I said, maybe going to the NFC Championship, Steiny, has something to do with it. And now, what's the excuse? You got your quarterback.
The excuse would be that you can't stay the same, that you got to get better. That would be the excuse. I'm not against you saying they should get to the Super Bowl because they went to the NFC Championship last year. I'm looking at it from Kyle Shanahan's point of view and Jed York's point of view. If the 49ers go 9-8 and are the 7th wild card and lose 31-20 in the wild card game, like, Kyle Shanahan's going to be the head coach for the next 2 or 3 years. He will have gotten his team to the playoffs 3 out of the last 4 years, with Jimmy or without. I mean, with Jimmy is what I'm saying.
But
so you make the playoffs 3 out of 4 years, you ain't getting fired.
Okay,
and you shouldn't get fired.
I left you yesterday, and we were talking about the hot seat. He'll never be on the hot seat. And we said, what would take him being on the hot seat?
Not making the playoffs.
Yeah, but you think 9-8 and getting in as the 7th and losing that game?
I'm not saying people are going to be happy. They ain't getting fired.
Okay, see, we're talking about 2 different things.
So wait, let's say they go 9-8 and lose in the wild card.
I think the fan base would be just like they are now, upset.
So you go to in 4 years.
Okay.
So I'm just saying. And you know what? Shame on everybody then. And I don't even like Kyle Shanahan. He comes in. It takes him 2 years to turn it around. He goes to a Super Bowl. They miss the playoffs. He goes to the NFC Championship. They lose. He gets to the playoffs. They lose a wild card. His playoff record is now 4-3. He's gone to the playoffs 3 out of the last 4 years. But he's untouchable at that point. 888-957-9570 is the number. It's also the number of the Comcast business text line. Let's talk Niners, because it's fun.
Watch the Morning Roast on Twitch and YouTube. Just search 957 The Game.
What would Kyle look like with an A- quarterback?
I don't know.
So I don't know either. I've had the same question that I have today as 2017. What are we doing at quarterback?
Yeah, but isn't that on Kyle?
At some
Isn't that
level,
at the end of the day on Kyle?
He has to take some
accountability. Because he has told us that he doesn't trust Jimmy like that.
This is the Bay Area's sports station.
This is just embarrassing, Shasky.
95.7 The Game.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea and amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. Explore Wanderwoods, our new outdoor playscape, now open.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
O'Reilly Auto Parts specializes in keeping your car on the road. Not sure how much life is left in your battery? Our professional parts people will test it for free. If it does need to be replaced, we'll help you find just the right one to fit your car. Our Superstart batteries are built to handle even the toughest conditions. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hi, this is George with Left Coast Buyers. We buy properties all over California. If you own a house or an apartment building and want to sell it fast at a great price, call us at 925-434-5000. We can pay cash and close in as little as 7 days. We buy properties in any condition, any price range, and can help you in any situation. Do you own a property that is run down and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Are you out of time, money, and energy? Let us help. Are you looking for an easy way to get top dollar for your property and sell on your terms and timeline? Well, call Left Coast Buyers now at 925-434-5000. We can solve any problem. We buy divorce houses, inherited houses. We even buy vacant houses and abandoned houses. Do you have a tenant who hasn't paid rent? Are you behind on property taxes, mortgage payments, or even facing a foreclosure? Even if you're just nervous about capital gains or an upcoming recession, we've seen it all. So if you or someone you know owns a property and needs to sell, call Left Coast Buyers at 925-434-5000. That's 925-434-5000.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Every search you make, every click you take, they'll be watching you.
Tired of companies like Google and Facebook watching everything you do online? There's actually a simple solution. DuckDuckGo. It's an all-in-one privacy app with a built-in private search engine, web browser, one-click data clearing, email protection, and more. All for free. Download the app today and get the most comprehensive privacy protection with a push of a button. DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
We're all on this planet together, so join Odyssey and find your one thing. September is World Ozone Month, so it's a great month to get rid of all your aerosol sprays and harsh cleaning products. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow. What's your one thing?
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required. Refund available for 60 days after purchase.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. You'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the biggest brands at 90% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but 90% cheaper. It's the same medication you get from your doctor, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. Results are guaranteed or your money back. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, forhims.com/joy. That's forhims.com/joy for your free online visit. forhims.com/JOY.
I can't support what I'm saying.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, is Lamar Jackson the MVP and is Green Bay back? Those are the questions that were answered on Sunday. Learn everything you need about Week 4 by listening to First and Pod. Danny Parkins and Andrew Filipponi bring you the latest takes from some of the most passionate NFL cities in the country. Follow First and Pod on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Your boy's balling. I got to give you that victory lap.
Hold on. My boy is balling.
I thought you remember all our fights.
Go ahead.
Lamar Jackson.
Thank you.
Yeah. But you ain't even
But he's got to win a
him.
Super Bowl before he's average, according to everybody.
I don't even care about your boy's balling.
He
went out there with he could get hurt this Sunday. Hope, knock on wood. But
see that bomb he threw?
And he's doing that with his arm.
I like him. You know what I was thinking about? You know, we know Monday we're going to talk about the Sunday game, and
we'll be out there Monday.
That's true. We're going to be out there Monday at the Hilton Santa Clara. Come out there and say hello to Steiny and Guru.
Yeah,
we'll be there from 12 to 3, and maybe a little after 3 if you know what I mean.
You know what I mean?
I know what you mean. Yeah. So I was thinking. So Tuesday we have a minute to really look at the game.
Okay.
Wednesday, I was thinking about like a victory lap Wednesday. Because there's two things that I kind of want. I want to take a victory lap for a couple things.
Is a show or you on
me personally? Of course,
brother.
This has nothing to do with a team. This is Matt Steinmetz.
Is that Craig or E? Yeah.
A lot of listeners went nuts, absolutely nuts, when I talked about George Kittle.
Oh, I remember that.
And how he's a better blocker than receiver. Right. Today, I'm listening to Dan Dibley, my man, who quietly knows more football than many give him credit for. And he said, Kittle's a glorified offensive lineman. Kittle stinks.
I was listening to that.
Kittle's a glorified offensive lineman.
But not by choice. So that's how I took it. Okay.
Fair enough.
Dibs ain't saying Kittle can't do it like my boy in Kansas City.
My point is, he's not a dynamic tight end. Not now, he's not. Now, you want to blame Kyle? Blame Kyle. You want to blame Kittle? Blame Kittle. But he ain't the second. Kittle and Kelsey.
Right.
Not now.
Okay. No, I give
Number
you
two.
that. Yeah.
Number 2. I'm going to take a victory lap on this.
Even though
I've done it. I've done it for effect. But the use check thing. Using a fullback like Kyle uses him. All right? Now, I know I make fun of him because he doesn't do anything but block. But he doesn't do anything but block. They threw one pass to Juszczyk. Yeah. He made a hell of a catch. It was a good throw. It's like, why are you going to have a play again? Why are you going to have one of your skill position people who doesn't touch the ball? Like, he's shown he can catch the ball. Wow. Give him a few. Wow. Just give him something. Like, give him something out of the backfield. Give it. But okay, so he doesn't get to touch the ball at all, but you do make the defense pay, what, once a game? Come on. He's out on the field. He doesn't look like he doesn't have stone hands like a lot of people you think who play fullback. I don't know. It's just use these guys.
I'm not, okay, and I love the fact you added the S. I'm not even mad at what you just said. My thing is, before we get to Kyle or Juice, but you've done it when you said guys, plural. What about more Kittle? Like if you're clamoring for more Juice, I'm clamoring for more Kittle. I'm clamoring for more Ayuk. And if this dude is the boy genius that I call him, you can't just come pull up and say, Goo, Steiny, I don't got the quarterback to get those players the ball. Then why am I calling you a genius? You got to go manipulate the system. And now we know that the teenager that's bucking the system doesn't like your system.
But we knew that.
I don't think this you always felt like I'm being honest.
I think this has been going on for years, but for the fact that Jimmy Garoppolo was under contract. And
he's Jimmy Garoppolo, so I never looked at it like you can do more. I never thought Jimmy is looking at himself like
of course
Dan
he is.
Marino.
I don't think he says he's Dan Marino.
No, but
of course he wants to do more. Why wouldn't he? Every quarterback wants to do more.
So why is the coach taking the ball out of everybody's hands?
Because the coach doesn't believe Garoppolo's capable of more.
But then we saw Trey Lance, and the ball was out of his hands. In a sense,
he didn't trust Trey Lance.
Where's
to throw
Don
it.
Coryell?
I don't understand
where's that part of
it's
Kyle? Where's the Atlanta Kyle Shanahan?
He doesn't have
Matt Ryan.
He doesn't have Matt Ryan,
or he doesn't have trust in his guys.
Yeah.
I'm not mad at the Juice. He's at the bottom of my list.
Why don't you have a guy out in the field who can run and catch, but you don't use him to run and catch?
Kittle on line one.
But that's the thing. And again, so they have George Kittle and Juszczyk, and they're basically used as blockers.
And that is just that's.
But
maddening.
they're sold as multidimensional.
And what did you say in the green room? I mean this. I didn't even tell you. I was saving it for the show. You said, "Now you're rubbing off on me." I done went blank.
That's all right.
Yeah.
Chew
it and forget it.
Steinmetz wants more fullback. Good grief, you're a dumbass.
Well,
I kind of like
I didn't write that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's I got to give him credit from the 510. I'm just saying, why would you have a skill position guy who doesn't get the ball?
Let's double
give
back
him the ball.
to something.
Keep the defense honest a little bit.
Let's double back to something.
Okay.
All right. So you were a bit perplexed.
I'm still perplexed. And I need the listeners to help me.
First, you said you thought Willard was coming at me harder than he did, but that's my guy. That I can sit here and tell the listeners that I'm down on Kyle Shanahan and everything right now. The trade, I'm down on him.
I know.
But there's only one of him. He doesn't control the 11 players on each side of the ball. So for me to tell you, and you already sounds like you know, the state of the NFC, Steiny, I'm not giving participation trophies for making the playoffs.
Yeah, I know.
I just am not.
Well, and that's, I guess that's
was eating at you? Because it feels like you defended Kyle because I went in on him.
Yeah, and maybe listeners can help me. Because I want to get better, maybe listeners can help me figure out what it is that is annoying me about your takes today.
Yeah.
Because I feel like, so yesterday, you spent the whole show criticizing Kyle. So today, you were asked if you thought they were going to make the playoffs. You said yes, but it's Super Bowl or bust, so that shouldn't. So I guess what I'm saying is, so you get to spend the whole year ripping Kyle,
right,
criticizing everything under the sun.
Right.
But they're going to go to the playoffs. If they do, like you spent all year ripping them and they go 10-7 and maybe they win the division. Like, that's not fair that you get to do that, I guess.
I think it's totally fair, and I think you need to know me better. I left out of here knowing at the end of the day, there's no way in hell Shanny's getting fired. And that alone bothers me. And then I went down my resume and my list on why I think other places he might have been gone. And I wouldn't have dubbed him a bad coach. I just think it's over here. And I can't wait till we talk to Dick Vermeil, Steiny, at 1:30 about, is it just about winning and losing when you find out maybe it's time to move on? Like Andy Reid had all that success in Philly, but yet didn't get it done. I feel like Kyle's staring that in the face. But the fairness part is this is a reality. This is a movie, 17 weeks. And already 1-2 is a disappointment to me. And the fact that you got the rookie quarter, the second-year starter hurt, you ran him in the ground, and you didn't get called in the office for that. You didn't get a demerit. You didn't get written up. You're going to the mic saying you didn't do anything wrong. So to me, I've already started on feeling salty. I'm salty on Kyle. But that don't mean the team is going to lay down to the Rams. And if I see you Monday, Tuesday, I'm going to come in here and act like I'm disappointed. That's not how life works. Every movie is an episode. But we had the episode of how he was treating Trey. You and I said it. And look what happened. You got to pay for that in the court of public opinion.
You sounded yesterday like somebody who did not think the 49ers were going to make the playoffs.
I sounded like a guy that...
You sounded like a guy who was like, look, there's a lot of stuff going on here. This is, you said, Steiny, why do I feel like this is headed to be a San Francisco Giants season?
Right.
And I was like, easy, relax, doesn't. So you get,
I still feel that, but I feel more that like it's almost like Kyle's getting another benefit of the doubt because he's going to get the chance. But I'm telling you, man, if Garoppolo goes down or Debo, I watched the game again last night. You don't think I watched the game? When he got hurt early, that ankle was like inches. I'm no doctor. Shout out Pondia. It was like he could have really been out for 4 to 6 weeks with something, or even worse. So I'm looking at this team like if they lose, and they did, this is crazy. They lost their starting quarterback, but that wasn't the wrong guy. You take the other 31 teams, you lose your starting quarterback, kapoop, you're done. Not with the Niners. So this thing, Steiny, where you're like, oh, goo, it can get ugly. It has the ingredients to be a disaster.
I guess that's it. Like, if it gets ugly, you saw it coming.
Oh, no. See, I ain't that type of dude.
No, but... Yeah. No, you'd have the right to be.
Well, what adjective would you use to describe 1 and 2? Your quarterback's down, your left tackle's down, your starting
Stop saying injuries. I have been doing my research on injuries.
Give me this.
Stop bringing up 49ers injuries.
No. I didn't have injuries are over.
Okay.
Give me the adjective to describe the state of Tapegate. What did Jimmy like? What's the state of the team morale-wise? Everything right now. Forget injuries. Just of the 22 Niners through 3 weeks headed into a Monday night clash with division rivals, Super Bowl defending champ Rams.
Slow start. Struggling a little bit offensively.
So it's just on the field for you. You don't think nothing's in the locker room? Festering?
There's always stuff. There's always stuff in a locker room. Sometimes it's good. Sometimes it's not good. But at this point, no, I don't feel like there's something festering in the locker room.
All right.
And one of the reasons I don't feel like there's something festering in the locker room is because of the players, not the coach. I think there could be an issue with the coach if the team weren't as mature or grown up as they are. Honestly, they're very similar to the San Francisco Giants, as far as I'm concerned. They've got some players like Posey and Crawford and Belt who are just...
They'll bite their lip and won't go talk.
Exactly.
But yet we got the Silver article about some of the vets whispering. Allegedly.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm just, if Ayuk, and it's not, it's the San Francisco 49ers.
By the way, you did say something that was a complete...
Let me finish this, and then we
All right.
It's not the San Francisco Ayuks or the San Francisco Debo Samuels. But if you think if they get 3 more performance, pedestrian-wise, number-wise, while you're watching Justin Jefferson and all CD Lamb, Steiny, you don't think these guys are like? Then that will become an issue,
right? But see, that's what I can't stand doing in football. Like they're 1 and 2, and if you're like, man, if Ayuk has 3 more games, well, let's see what happens the next.
But they're competitors. Like, it ain't. But the notion of a receiver being mad because he ain't putting up numbers and maybe they're losing.
But that could be any team at any moment, right? If Ayuk doesn't have 3 good games.
Right. I'm just saying it could be another pimple or zit or obstacle.
Okay, well, what about Stephon Diggs in Buffalo? He's always 2 games away from being pissed off.
But the best deodorant is winning. And if you're not doing both, then I just think stuff will come to the forefront. But go ahead. What did I do? You're like, oh, you know what you said. You forgot.
That wasn't cool. Is that how I sound?
Yeah, that was. Yeah.
Mark Willard brought up the Ayuk and Shanahan rift.
Yeah.
And you said
you were watching me. I felt
you
like
said
Rocky.
you were
on
team
Mick.
Shanahan last year.
No, I said Team Ayuk.
No, you said Shanahan.
Oh, well, then I misspoke.
Because
you know that. You should have checked.
I was gonna, but I didn't.
Get in the caddy, and I'm gonna send you a text that I know. He knew I was Team Ayuk.
All right,
I didn't
just misspoke.
Yeah. No, you misheard.
How about that?
Who was that? Yeah.
Guru, I'm batting 97% when we do this.
What's 97%?
That I remember correctly.
Right.
Let's go to Joel in Berkeley. What's up, Joel? How you doing, man?
Doing well, fellas. How you doing today?
Doing well.
Hey, a couple of things. I just want to let Guru know that there's a silver lining. And we could put our energy into what's going right. A lot of people like to watch defense, like me. I'm a linebacker from way back in the day. I am digging the Niners this year. Bang, bang, Niner gang. That defense rocks. And I love watching them 3 and out, everybody.
Hey, Joel.
It's glorious.
Joel, I got a question for you since you played linebacker. Yes, is there a way for them to start turning teams over? As good as they are, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, you see Greenlaw doing it all the time. I mean, when somebody stands him up, that's a couple of bright spots.
Like, that's the thing.
Awesome.
No, but I mean, that to me is how they get great. Is they didn't have any turnovers against the last game.
Yeah, Denver.
And week 1, I think they only forced 1. So
yeah, I hear what you're saying. But what if I told? Okay, I'm gonna give you a stat. Last year, Dallas had 27 turnovers defensively, led the league. But they weren't the best defense. Because if you don't get those turnovers, they ain't 3 and out in you. You can move the ball on them. So to me, this is a better display of defense. Obviously, you want the turnover and get off the field. But Steiny, this is probably the best D in the league. But how long can they last with the recipe of what we've seen in Denver? And if you want to be a prickler, I made that.
Stickler.
Okay. They've given it up in the end, but you get that cap of, boy, they were dominant for 57 minutes of the game. But if this offense is going to continue to do what they did, then how great are they when we look at the Tampa Bay, Warren Saps, Bucks, Ray Lewis? You know what I mean? Like,
to me,
like Sunday, you cannot say the D gave it up, but the
bottom line is this. To me, the name of the game is turnovers.
Oh.
Absolutely. And I'll bet you, if you look at last year and you rank the teams positive to negative turnovers, what you're going to find is the top 10 teams are probably in the playoffs.
No doubt.
So I would actually rather have bend but don't break and make big plays on defense rather than, like, you got to turn the ball over.
Every coach would agree with you, Steiny.
Like when you're playing a really good offensive team and you're looking at them saying, well, they're going to have 12 possessions. 3 a quarter. But you know what? If we turn them over 2 or 3 times, they only get 8 or 9. It's like, that's huge.
Yeah. I get that.
But I'm not
the
saying they're
players
not
don't want to be out there going 3 and out.
I'm not saying they're not a good
play,
defense.
Bang, pick off, and we're off the field. Because they're tiring, Steiny. And nobody.
Guru, can you answer this guy? Steiny, Kittle has the record for most receiving yards by a tight end in a game. Hit the pike.
We want to see. That's all the more reason to make them the top 2, make them the top 3 games. Kittle, I don't know him, but I feel like I do. He's selfless. He is being underused, and yet somebody's going to text us or YouTube or Twitch us on the Comcast business text line and say, "Oh, he's got this amount of yards." Anybody that knows the game knows that the Niners aren't using Kittle to make defenses. He's big. He's strong. He's fast. He has hands. He has every ingredient the best tight end in football has, but yet Kyle keeps him in. He keeps him in the block because he can't draft an O-line to save his life. That's why I'm scared for this team Monday against the Rams.
And this is where I'm just playing devil's advocate.
You can.
So if you're telling me Kittle is this dynamic, then Kyle's stupid. Then he's stupid. Because why isn't he using him like this?
Wow.
Or is it Kyle would say, I can't use him like that because Jimmy stinks.
from what we know now and the divorce papers being served, I would go with the latter.
Well, then
I would go with the latter.
Then it's over.
That's
Carlito and Alameda, but I'm not saying it's there yet.
Well,
Carlito and Alameda. What's up, Carlito?
Hello, gentlemen. Number one, I'm very excited for the Dick Vermeil. Whoever got that guest, oh my God, that's great.
Thank you.
I'm going to talk about the 49ers. You know what? Not enough credit has been given to how difficult it is to play in Denver. The altitude. We need home cooking. But however, if they go 1-3, that's a big hole, and we got trouble. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
I agree.
They're still all right at 1-3.
Now, you don't believe.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
We should have a new segment, Steiny's temperature check each week.
Well, I gotta remain even keeled, even Steven. But I do have some questions for 49er fans. Because when I think I figured out one of the issues with the 49ers. We don't know. We don't truly know about their players. We don't know if they're really good or not, their players. Here's what I mean. Like, what is Deebo Samuel? Like, what is he?
Honestly, Steiny.
What is he?
A star. He is a physical.
Okay.
You see him to the 31
he's a
other
running
team.
Back.
You know what? I won't dispute what you're saying, but he's a star running back if that's how you want to dub him. He's a star.
Okay, he had a great year last year.
Right.
Okay? He surprised a lot of people. Now Kyle says it's hard to surprise people. Deebo Samuel had 6 carries for 10 yards the other day.
5 yards.
5 yards the other day. So it's like, I get it. Deebo had a great year last year, but he's been hurt before that, and let's see if he can follow up a great year.
Okay.
He's had one great year.
No doubt.
Kyle Shanahan. What do you believe about Kyle Shanahan? Do you want to lean on? Guy is 40-44. This is his 6th year, and he's not even a 500 coach. He's not all that. Okay. Well, there's another side to it. He's been in 2 NFC championship games and 1 Super Bowl in the last 3 years. 2 out of the last 3 years, he's been in the NFC championship game or better. So, which is he? Is he a championship level coach? Or is he somebody that needs to be on the hot seat? Like, what do we know? Garoppolo. Half the fan base. Can you get it done with Garoppolo? You know what? I think we can. We got close before. It was just a matter of a play here, a play there. Okay? The other half of the fan base says, you'll never win with Garoppolo. Never. And he's proven that already. So, like who are these guys? Nobody's been consistent throughout their career. There's nobody who what can we do? What can we go into the Rams game and say, here's what we can expect? You know, Steph Curry goes out on the floor. What's he got? He's got about 28 to 35. All right, Klay Thompson's going to get you about 25. Now, those are the champions, no doubt about it. But what can we expect from Jimmy Garoppolo? I don't know. Okay, what about Deebo Samuel? What can you count on him for? I'm not sure today.
He'll torch Jalen Ramsey because he owns Ramsey. But
the point is they have nothing to hang their hat on game in and game out, period. And if that's Kyle, that's Kyle. But if that's inconsistent players, then maybe it's inconsistent players. All right, we come back. I'd love to know how you react to that. 888-957-9570. It's all sponsored by Innova International.
The captain of the 49ers defense, linebacker Fred Warner, joins Damon and Ratto today at 5.
Chenault all came out as he got to the 35-yard line of the 49ers have it.
Fred Warner, today at 5. Sponsored by Harris Ranch Beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
Brought to you by On Deck Small Business Loans.
When you own a small business, sometimes you need funds fast. So go to OnDeck.com, America's largest online small business lender. OnDeck makes it easy to apply in minutes. Apply for your loan today at OnDeck.com.
Attention veterans.
If you were stationed at Camp Lejeune between 1953 and 1987, you and your family may be victims of toxic water poisoning. Cancers, birth defects, deadly illnesses have all been linked to the contaminated water. Congress is now holding the government accountable. You could be awarded financial compensation for your suffering, but you must act now. Visit sickvets.com for your free case review by True Law. That's sickvets, like veterans.com. sickvets.com. Visit sickvets.com.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
The closer of the week is Brandon Ayuk, who shined on a dark night in Denver.
Ayuk inside touchdown. And Brandon Ayuk with the touchdown grab in San Francisco scores first.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener when you purchase a premium garage door.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults, amateurs to elite professionals. As one of the best orthopedic programs in the nation, UCSF has programs to optimize an athlete's performance and the latest advancements to treat the most complex sports injuries. With locations throughout the Bay Area, now including Marin, Walnut Creek, and Redwood Shores, it's even easier to make an appointment today. Visit ucsfhealth.org so you can get cleared to play. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
Why does Comcast Business power more businesses than any other provider? It has technology solutions that put you ahead, like the fastest, reliable network and serious savings. Whether your small business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security. Together for just $69.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. New 50 megabits per second internet. Security edge customers only. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable based on RootMetrics US report. Results vary, not an endorsement.
Get a cash offer for your car, truck, or SUV today at your local Bay Area Chevy dealers. Selling has never been easier. Just bring it into a Bay Area Chevy dealer, get a free appraisal, and we'll make you a cash offer on the spot with no obligation to buy. We buy any make or model, paid off or not. Find your local Chevy dealer at BayAreaChevroletDealers.com.
You could save big when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive, but when we just come out and say it, it feels like it falls a bit flat. So we're gonna sing it.
We're singing words now.
We'll even sing the business part.
Save big when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive.
Now that's a commercial you'll remember, even if you don't remember the bundle and save with Progressive part.
We're singing that commercial.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Discount not available in all states or situations.
This is the end of the jingle. A jingle about insurance.
A hot shower should be hot. A Navien tankless water heater makes sure your hot shower is hot or warm or mostly hot, but not quite hot, but warmer than warm. Whether you take it in the morning, after work, doesn't matter. Do you want a quick rinse or a full-on luxurious, I think I'm in heaven spa-length investment of time? Your choice whenever you want it. A Navien tankless water heater keeps your hot water hot. Backed up by Navien's powerful warranty. Get the hot water you need whenever you need it, period. At tanklessmadesimple.com.
She posted about us just now.
Celebrities can't get enough of Bianna's bespoke skincare line.
She has 147 million followers. How do we monetize?
She needs a social media associate to help her with the hype.
We should repost this. Do we need a hashtag?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Chris Cuomo is back with a new show on a new network. Cuomo premieres on News Nation Monday, October 3rd at 5 p.m. Pacific. To find News Nation on your television provider, go to newsnationnow.com/join us.
Elton John's Farewell Yellow Brick Road Tour continues with 2 shows at Levi Stadium on October 8th and 9th. For more info and tickets, head to 957thegame.com/events.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to GetRefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Stinks. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, coming up in a half hour, Dick Vermeil. Man, I don't want to talk about his Rams. I talk about the Eagles. Wilbert Montgomery.
Harold Carmichael. Let's keep going.
You don't want to.
Ron Jaworski.
You'll get beat in that game.
Ron Jaworski.
You'll get beat in that game.
I love the young people.
Yeah, because I ran out. That was my big
Bill
three.
Berge. Remember Bill Berge, the linebacker?
No, no.
Andre Waters.
I know he could hit.
Dirty Waters.
Yeah. Herm Edwards.
McWho? Yeah.
Huh?
Herm Edwards.
Yeah.
Yeah, he got fired.
Yeah. They say some
unceremoniously.
Yeah. Some dirt was going on.
Well,
recently got let go too.
Yeah.
Arizona State.
Yeah.
The night after, like 5 minutes after their last game, they told him.
Tough
see
one.
that video?
Is there a video out?
Well, there's
I
a
will not
video
watch it.
after they lost their last game.
Okay.
He was talking to the athletic director and somebody else, maybe the president, and they were just I think that
Let him
probably
get to the house.
Let's pull the plug.
Call him the next day.
Maybe he quit. He might have quit at that point.
See ya.
Mm-hmm.
Jimmy.
Polo, San Mateo. What's up, Polo? Mm-hmm.
Nothing much, man. Just chilling.
Sure.
Hey, I want to say this.
Yeah.
Who is Cal Shanahan with all these players that he got with Kittle and Brandon Duke? We don't know. We know what he is with Matt Ryan and Julio. There's a good duo right there. You know, star receiver, a big tall receiver that they had. We don't have that over here. That's what Cal Shanahan wants and could have got with Jamar Chase, but didn't get that. At this point, I don't even know what to say. I think we should ask Steve Kerr. He should ask Steve Kerr how to utilize the stars that he had on the 49ers.
You know what I think? I have this written down.
Uh-oh.
I got something that'll help Kyle Shanahan, and I'm dead serious. You know who he needs? He needs a Raymond Ritter.
Wow.
In his life.
Or double.
Raymond Ritter is...
This is great. I'm listening.
PR director, but he's more than that for the Golden State
legendary
Warriors.
PR director.
He essentially, he's a media relations guy, but he's more than that. But the bottom line is, Raymond Ritter has nothing but Steve Kerr's best interest at heart.
Wow.
Everything Raymond Ritter does for Steve Kerr, it's in the best interest of Steve Kerr and the organization. Always. So they'll be, let's say the Warriors will practice. And then they'll be done practicing, and it's time for Steve Kerr to meet the media. Well, sometimes Raymond won't say anything to Steve Kerr, just go deal with the media. But usually the two of them meet before he sees the media, and Raymond will be like, you're probably going to get asked about this today. There's a report about Durant, or there's a writer in New Jersey who said Durant ripped you. He called you the worst coach in the Western Conference, so you're probably going to get asked about that. Other than that, there's a feature writer from Sports Illustrated. Any chance I can get you him for 5 minutes? Yeah, sure, no matter. Like that.
Wow, man.
Kyle Shanahan doesn't have a guy like that. Like, do you think Kyle Shanahan right now knows tomorrow he's going to get asked about Jimmy Garoppolo in a big way?
No.
I'm not sure. But I know that when he gets it, he'll kind of be annoyed.
Well, you know what?
It's like he has.
Yes, he knows.
Okay,
he's being
well then
that whole with the but
he needs somebody to help him read the room.
Wow,
is
man.
what he does need.
I think he's failing at that.
I do too. Joe in San Jose. Hey, Joe.
Hey, what's going on, gentlemen?
Hey.
Let me tell you what's wrong with this team. I'll tell you what's wrong with this team. This team can't come back. They're down points, and everybody in their right mind knows where the ball's going. And the problem is, Kyle Shanahan made the mess, and they're putting it on Jimmy to clean the mess. And it ain't going to happen. And like my boy Steiny always says, Kyle, hit the pipe. Have a good day.
See that, and I know you're over there like, cool, you're going crazy, a hamster in the cage, and you ever say something you're like, man, that sounds good. But my line for the ingredients for this to be a disaster, it's bigger than the football field. It's the relationship of a dude and it's okay. You said bye-bye to. And now this season hinges on what he's going to do. And if this video gate, which I remember I said, hey, this is, I told Ray, this beneath me. I'm not getting into that. But it's a thing. But again, he's already showing you, you know what? You showed me what you thought about me. I'm a half. And I'm not disrespecting Jimmy. I'm going to do it. Okay, you can say whatever, going through one ear out the other. That's a detriment to the team. That's dissension.
Steiny, you can't compare the NBA to the NFL. Of course you can. When you're talking about media relations and a guy who keeps a coach up to date on what's going on.
You didn't say 2-3
Here's the bottom line, too. That's the difference between Steve Kerr and Kyle Shanahan. After practice, Raymond Ritter will get with Steve Kerr, and they'll catch up, and you know what? Here's kind of what's going on, and, what do you think? How do you think you should handle it? Okay, I'll do it this way. I think that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Think about this for a minute. Practice is over for the 49ers. Somebody's going to come up to Kyle Shanahan.
I don't believe
everything we know about Kyle Shanahan and say, hey, Kyle, here's what's going on today. There's stuff going on with Jimmy you're going to get asked about. And I think maybe, I think we should downplay it. Not a big deal. He's not even listening to that guy. He has no interest in that guy, Kyle Shanahan. He's not going to, PR director, what do you think we should do? No. He's just going to do what he does because that's who he is.
And Raymond Ritter would have talked to him once Trey got hurt on how to go out at the media, and we wouldn't have saw the debacle, which we did see. But this is why I fool with Kerr. Remember when he got caught on tape saying, not on tape, he gets on my nerves with Trey? He owned that. He went to the podium and you think Kyle would have did that?
Caught on a hot mic?
Well,
maybe.
Well, Kerr's wasn't a hot mic. It was you could see it like.
No, it came out.
Oh, I always saw him just mouth it, and then they replayed it like, get on my damn nerves.
No, he said it. He said he was tired of Draymond's ass.
Man.
So let's go to Will. Will's in Connecticut. What's up, Will? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's going on, guys? You hear me?
Mm-hmm. All you.
Hey, so I'm doing well, thank you. Listening all the way from here in Connecticut.
Nice.
I've been hearing a lot of, everybody's obviously upset with the way the season's going. A lot of complaining, but not a lot of solution-oriented. I mean, we went through the same stuff last year. Seems pretty similar. So I just wanted to propose a suggestion to kind of see what you guys had thought about this. In 2019, we made a mid-season trade for Emmanuel Sanders, really gave the offense a boost. Same thing in 2017 when we acquired Jimmy. I wanted to know what you guys thought about. I mean, it's probably a little too early to think trade, but bringing in someone like Kareem Hunt back out of, to add to our back room, since Kyle doesn't really seem to trust rookies anyway, and we've been spending third-round picks on rookies that aren't really seeing a lot of play time. Somebody to give the offense a little boost out of the back. We know we're not going to stretch the field this year, so Danny Gray might be a waste of a pick, at least this year. Don't know how much playing time he was going to see anyway. But what you guys thought about kind of trying to get a trade going if we end up 1-3 or 2-5 or we're under 500?
I mean, why is Cleveland giving him up?
Yeah, I got him on my fantasy, but again, he can be a bell cow. I don't know if he fits Kyle's you just got to be some obscure name. I don't know. And then I'm thinking, every time I think running backs, I think of Trey Sermon. Did he really get a chance? And you just shown us you exercised a draft pick and a guy. You know what system you run. Obviously, he didn't fit it. Now he's gone somewhere else. And I know, Steiny, hey, the draft is not, they all don't work out, but it's just this is why I dubbed this dude a genius, or I thought he knew what his guy or guys look like. Has Danny Gray caught a pass? Have they thrown a deep ball to him once? I got the answer. No. Why are you going to get these things and not use them?
Kind of makes you wonder why you called him a genius when you hadn't seen him call plays before.
No, hey, hold on.
No,
I seen what he did for RG3.
Mm-mm.
I was emotionally involved in those games. I seen what he did for Matt Ryan. He had Julio. He had 2 stud running backs. Everybody ate. But Atlanta was lethal. Where's that? Again, it must be the quarterback. It must be the quarterback.
The quarterback's better and the wide receiver's better. Please, they don't have a Julio Jones on this roster. They don't have anybody close to Julio Jones on this roster.
Well, hold on.
Not even close.
Hold on. I got 2 names. I'm not going to
say them all you want.
Tell I was going to say it.
I'm not talking about a guy who's had a good year. I'm talking about a guy who's a legitimate star player who's done it over 3 to 5 years.
Okay, this is why I feel like you're disrespecting Debo. Forget what he is. He's a mismatch every time he steps on the field. Tell me we've seen that. He's a mismatch. And
he was in 2021.
And you're not by yourself. See, that's what. Okay, how are you going to adjust to the others, the defense adjusting to you, Kyle? You can't be a one-trick pony. Okay, now you've seen what they've done. What are you going to do to combat it? That's what the great ones do. So us saying, Debo's been figured out. Okay, well, let's take it to a next level, Kyle. This just ain't all on Debo. And again, every defense is not Denver, but let me tell you something. When you're in and I'll tell you this, Dallas couldn't stop Debo in the playoffs. The Rams couldn't stop Debo in the play.
What if he's a gimmick? What if he's a gimmick that worked 1 year?
You don't pay gimmicks what you did, Debo.
I mean, maybe.
I don't believe you believe that. It's a valid question.
I believe he's overrated. I think all these guys are overrated.
On the Niners?
I'm dead serious. I do. And
I never.
It's because
Kyle's the biggest one, though.
I'm just saying, I don't see a Super Bowl team. And it's Kyle this, Kyle that. It's you know what? I don't see a Super Bowl team no matter who's coaching. I saw instability at quarterback at the start of the season, and now I see absolutely mediocre play at the quarterback position. I see a tight end who's supposed to be dynamic who isn't, at least now. All right? I see Debo Samuel off to a bad start. Ayuk, doghouse half of last year. 140 yards through, all I'm saying is why the offensive line's in shambles, everybody seems to agree. Everybody talks about everything that's wrong with this team, so why do you think they're going to the playoffs? That's what I don't get. Do they really have a Super Bowl window with Garoppolo at quarterback, with this offensive line, with these weapons that are all underachieving?
Well, I'll tell you what, Steiny, they got 1 game away from the bowl for the second time in 4 years, as you talked about, 3 years, as you talked about. And that wasn't all just defense.
Marco in Pittsburgh. What's up, Marco? How you doing, buddy?
What's up, guys? Great show. Love hearing you guys. Hey, this team is going through an identity crisis, the offense at least, and that's because of Kyle Shanahan. It's a reflection of him as a coach. I think you don't see that on the defensive side. I see DeMarco Ryan's chest pumping, going after, getting guys excited. Shanahan is bland. He's beige. And I even question if he wants to be the coach of the 49ers right now.
Wow.
Now, he said something that hit me in the cardiac muscle.
What?
There are 3 units to a football team: offense, defense, and special teams, all ran by different coaches. Robert Saleh parlayed his defensive unit and their success to a head coaching job. I was worried. D'Amico Ryan, I don't know. Now they're running around like crazed bandits. His stock is up.
Who's that?
D'Amico Ryans.
Okay.
And the defense is the best part. Kyle, what's up with the one specialty that you do and bring? You got Matt Steinmetz saying they didn't, and you ain't the only one. They didn't figure Debo out. The bubble sweeps, the jet screen. Where's the adjustment? And maybe that's why they blow 10-point leads, because you stay steady Freddy and you never go for the jugular. Something's up, man. That's why I said, you know what? If he wins it, maybe he'll have to lose his gig and then sit down like Herm, think about it, because he'll get another chance, and then go Andy Reid and get it somewhere else. Right now, I don't believe this dude can look in the mirror and thinks he does anything wrong. I really believe he thinks his hands are clean on the Trey Lance injury.
Well,
and the running.
Why?
When you told us at every turn, real quick, Steiny, you told us at every turn this dude was a drop back passer, and you were scared to show us, let the man throw. I'm not just saying that. So the people on Twitch, YouTube, Comcast Business Text Line,
what?
Back up off me.
No.
It ain't too many. Just one dude, Hugh Jardon on YouTube said my shirt sucked. Kind of hurt me a little bit. But anyway, come on, Steiny. If Matt and the Heat
have it both ways.
Can get me to Santa Clara,
have it both ways.
I'll go out there tomorrow. I'm ready.
For what?
To ask Kyle questions. They're throwing softballs. And I'm ready now. I will go in there like we're doing. Kyle, hey, you feel like you really didn't have anything to do with Trey Lance getting hurt?
He would say, I never said that.
Now, I didn't expect that rebuttal. He wouldn't say that. That threw me off.
God, Kyle would make mincemeat out of you.
I'm ready.
Oh, man.
Send me on a mission.
Oh, he would.
No, not to be disrespectful. Hey, Kyle.
Careful.
What'd you think Jimmy said? Everybody's making a big deal of what Jimmy said coming off the field.
Oh.
He looked upset about the play calling. Have you two talked?
I'm not actually sure what you're talking about.
Well, it looked like he used some profanity coming on an incomplete third down pass. He came off the field and mouthed something to the effect. Kyle?
Well, how do we know? I don't understand even the context.
A lot of people on the people on...
Where was this?
On the field against Denver. Late third quarter, incomplete pass.
So how do people even know this?
Because oh my God! Maybe
I'm not familiar with anything you're talking about.
Maybe I'm gonna stay here with you, right?
No, listen. I've been working. I've been in front of a computer working on schemes against the Rams. Now, explain to me what happened again, because I don't know.
Your quarterback, your starting quarterback,
all right.
Your second one, another one's hurt. Came off the field after an incompletion, and another empty possession, and was caught on camera using some profanity. And it looked like he was displeased with the play calling. A lot of people are writing articles on the radio talking about, are you guys good? You and Jimmy, can you speak to that? Your relationship?
Yeah, Jim.
You guys on the same page?
Oh, absolutely. Why do you think we went out?
Well, you got 10 points against Denver Sunday night.
Excuse me. Are you going to let me finish, or are you just going to accost me? Who are you, by the way?
Daryl the Guru Johnson, 95.7 The Game, 12-3.
Obviously, I've got
Evan Giddings, our producer.
Obviously,
Chuck. I'll mess around that.
Obviously, I have a great relationship with Jimmy, because he's back. If Jimmy and I didn't have a great relationship, he would have never agreed to stay here. But he did. And yeah, it's like any relationship and stuff. You know, we've got our ups and downs, but football's an emotional game. It's an emotional game and stuff. And I would expect him to be upset, because that shows he cares.
Well, let me ask you this, Coach, and I appreciate that. Jimmy said he's not in game shape.
No, he's not.
You guys are 1-2. Yeah. Is this a 3-4 week process? When do you expect, or when can Niner fans expect him to be in game shape? And what can you do, or what are you going to do to help facilitate that?
Well, it's not my job to get a guy in shape. I mean, these kids got to be motivated by themselves, especially a veteran like Jimmy Garoppolo. It's not my job to get him into shape. That's the athletic trainer's job.
So you won't cut back his reps during the week?
Why would I cut back his reps
Save him?
if I need him to get into better shape?
He's tired. I don't know, Coach. He's telling you he's tired.
Okay.
Arm was barking. That was his turn. That was his verb. His arm was barking.
So let me get this straight. We have a guy who's not in good shape. You want him to work less. Isn't he going to get in worse shape?
Coach, I just asked the questions that the people want answers to. I'm not a trainer.
Obviously. Because I like to get my players in shape, and they've got to work hard to get in shape.
Chosen one, again on YouTube, ding, ding, if I Guru treat, Guru snack, saying, well, what's the point of getting a weapon if you're not going to use it? And Brandon Ayuk, stand up. No, well, you throw your hands up.
You get to have it both ways. It's got to be fun.
Why does that bother you?
It's got to be fun for you. Hell, man.
It got to be fun for you to just ostracize my takes
I'm
and
not
have
ostracizing.
one.
My take is that it's early in the season, and I believe they're still going to make the playoffs because the NFC is not very good.
See,
and because what's wrong with that?
I'm not mad at you, but I want to football or radio wrestle you because you're not showing any confidence in the powers to be to fix their own backyard.
I just said they're going to go to the playoffs, Guru.
But a big part of that is what's going on in everybody else's yard.
No,
what about what's going on here, Steiny?
And who cares? I think they're going to make the playoffs. I don't care how.
All right.
Who cares? I think they're going to make the playoffs.
But they're not a threat to win the Super Bowl.
I don't know that yet. It's only week 3.
I'll tell you who does. If he can play the sound. He joined the roast this morning, Bomani Jones. Let's hear it.
With regard to the offense, I think the thing that's probably happened as much as anything else is what happens to just about anybody who blows the world away with their offense at first. Everybody else starts running it, and also everybody else has a lot more time to pay attention to what it is. They start figuring out ways to get around it. Now, to me, and I could be wrong here, I don't know if there's something wrong with the offense as much as your quarterback just isn't good. And I know that people have a bit of an emotional attachment to Jimmy Garoppolo that I find to be peculiar, but he just ain't it, and he hasn't been it, and every sign that the world gives us that he's not it, you got people that jump up and try to be like, oh, no, but Jimmy's a winner. That's not how things work, man. Like, the dude who closes his eyes and throws an interception in the Super Bowl, that ain't what winners do. The dude that runs out the back of the end zone, that's not what winners do. And so I have just found a lot of his decisions, less as coach than personnel man, to be absolutely maddening and confusing. I think he's put together an incredible roster and has done a great job with that. And I do think he's got an offense that by and large has a very high floor, but this team ain't going to get it done with the backup quarterback. But can you blame a head coach for not being able to get it done with the backup quarterback, even if the backup was a starter before?
Okay, without being a jerk.
Okay.
Because I like him.
Yeah.
What the hell did he say that we didn't already know? Jimmy's average. The offense looks peculiar. We know all that. Yeah. All he did was regurgitate everything we know.
No, what he did to me, and I like him too, Steiny, he blamed Jimmy. When Jimmy has shown you, I can take you to the Super Bowl in 19, and guess what, y'all? I can follow that up when I'm not hurt with a trip to the NFC Championship game. So I'm standing up for Jimmy in this sense. Had we've been managed different, Bomani,
and
our coach kept his foot on the pedal, he said that. I'm disagreeing with him saying, Jimmy's showing you can almost get it done.
Well, again, that's the argument. The argument is half the fan base thinks he can get it done. Half the fan base think he couldn't terrible. It's that's kind of my point. We know that's where everybody's at right now.
Well, the common denominator for me is you go get your new toy in Trey Lance and go to Chicago where everybody expected you to win by 100 and lose.
Yeah.
Well, and Jimmy wasn't there. He was on the sideline, but come on. That's a theme. You can't do it with Mullins. You can't do it with Beathard.
By the way, Kittle had his best year with Mullins.
Is that fact?
I think so.
Oh my God!
Well done.
But still, you might. I feel like I heard it.
Thank
you might be right.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, somebody gave that to you. I thought you had that off the top.
All right, Dick Vermeil coming up on the other side. If you don't know who he is, let me tell you something. He's the man. Great football coach and a great man. And I'm pretty sure he likes his wine. Hey, take us and all your favorite shows with you wherever you go. Download the free Odyssey app. You can also listen to Monday Night Football every week. Tonight, it's an NFC East clash as Saquon Barkley and the Giants. We'll be right back.
Damon and Ratto, live on Twitch and YouTube.
I want to talk about this defense. This is a defense that you absolutely want to buy stock in right now. And the season is basically now in the hands of this defense. That's it. Boys, it's on you. And there is absolutely no doubt that all of the frustration that the 49ers have given us this year have been on Kyle's side of the ball.
Just go to Twitch or YouTube and search 957 The Game.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea and amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. See rare specimens, ancient fossils, and more at our new exhibit, Hidden Wonders.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious, progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence, contact SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE and start to enjoy life again.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Realtors abide by a code of ethics. This is Article 9 in action. Beth, a first-time homebuyer, knew nothing about the home buying process, except that she wanted to buy a home. But her realtor had the expertise to make sure Beth understood every document, even giving her copies to review with her lawyer so Beth could close on her first home with confidence. Complicated things explained in simple terms. The difference between an agent and a realtor is real. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. That's who we are.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-555-1509. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-555-1509. That's 800-555-1509. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-555-1509. 800-555-1509.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, let's get right to it. He's a Hall of Fame coach, 15 years as a head coach of the Eagles, Chiefs, and Rams. He won Super Bowl 34 with the Rams. But I'll tell you what, more important, he is the original sleeper in the office. Dick Vermeil was the first gentleman coach that I've ever heard to sleep in the locker room back when you were the Eagles coach. Remember that, Coach?
I do. I wasn't smart enough to make it easy.
You know, it's funny because I grew up in Reading, and I'm thinking of Don Tollefson and Action News and Jim Gardner, and I remember them doing a story on you sleeping in the office.
And I couldn't get it done fast enough, I guess. I don't know, but I wore a lot of people out, including myself.
Hey, let me ask you this. Obviously, we're out in San Francisco, and the 49ers have tried something kind of interesting by bringing Jimmy Garoppolo back as a backup. Trey Lance got hurt. Before the season started and you had heard that the 49ers were bringing Garoppolo back, just what were your thoughts on that?
Well, I thought it was great that they brought. I thought very good stand. It was a very good general manager movement. It was a very good head coach decision together because there aren't many guys like that around that have that experience, that if your starter does go down, he can go in and play as well, if not better.
Dick, let me ask you this. I know the game's changed some, but when you look at Kyle Shanahan's style on offense when it comes to the running backs, it's by committee. It's not a bell cow. Is that how you would do it? Is that how you prefer it? Because I'm telling my partner, they're suffering injuries left and right, but I feel like they need that old Roger Craig back there. It may help the offense better.
Well, I definitely think the harder you work them in training camp, and the more you run them, the better they get, the stronger they get, and the more resistant they get to injury. That's my attitude. I've always believed that. They've really taken this approach through all sports, especially like the pitchers in Major League Baseball, and everybody. They're working them less and expecting them to get better, and I don't think it happens. But I don't question what Shanahan does or those guys, because I think they're excellent football coaches, and a lot of people are doing things different than us old-timers, believe me.
Let me ask you, and we're talking to Dick Vermeil, former head coach in the NFL. He's a member of the Pro Football Hall of Fame. In each of your 3 stops, I kind of feel like, Philly, Kansas City, and L.A., your teams weren't the same. I feel like the Philly team, while you could throw it, was basically a run team with Wilbert Montgomery. then you threw it in L.A. What is it that you saw in Philly that made you play a certain style, in L.A. to play a certain style, and then in Kansas City to play a certain style?
Well, really, I think the 70, 80 styles of football, we were all pretty much the same. There's more diversification in the game offensively today than ever before. But we all ran the ball more than we threw. Play action passes, drop backs, yes, and screens and quick screens and that kind of stuff. And I gradually opened my offense up there as I went along when I brought Sid Gilman in to help with me and that kind of stuff. And, the Harold Carmichael I had there, we found better ways to get him the ball and these kind of things. But after leaving coaching, then coming back 14 years later, I knew I couldn't be my own offensive coordinator. I could be the head coach and hire somebody to be my coordinator to do what he wanted and I wanted and the rest of the offensive staff wanted to do. And we end up with, what is going to be 5 Hall of Fame players on the same side of the ball, and they could all move, run, and catch. And we end up with 2 quarterbacks that could throw extremely well. Trent Green goes down, but Kurt Warner comes in and plays at a Hall of Fame level. You had to do what they did, and Mike Martz did a beautiful job of directing the offense to fit the personnel and fit the program that we had been building, prior to him getting there. So it ended up in a world championship, so I don't second guess that. When we go to the Chiefs, I bring Al Saunders with me. We now have Trent Green again. We have great running back in Priest Holmes. We're a little short on the receivers. We have a great Hall of Fame tight end in Tony Gonzalez, a Hall of Fame right guard, and Will Shields, a Hall of Fame left tackle, and Willie Rofe. We could do about anything we wanted to do. What we couldn't do is stop anybody.
Coach, I remember your post-game pressers, and you wore your heart on your sleeve. You said how you felt. And I know there's the cameras, Twitter, and all this social media, but now, Kyle Shanahan, his post-game pressers, there seems to be not attention, but I don't feel like he's natural. How did you approach the post-game pressers, and what do you make of it now? How difficult is it for these coaches nowadays?
Well, there's so much more, as you guys know. There's so many people reporting on the game, evaluating the game, the computers, everything. It's just magnified by 50 from what it used to be in the 70s. It was more so, and when I came back in the 90s, it was more so. And on into 2003, 4, 5, it kept growing, and now it's exploded. There's so many different ways to find out what's going on in the NFL right now. It's hard to pick up what you want to decide to read or listen to or watch. It's just, and the critics are out there. Critics are out there. And I think it's much tougher to please a high percentage of the media. And the only thing you can do is just be yourself. Be honest, tell the truth, and move on.
Dick Vermeil joining us on 95.7 The Game. I want to talk about the noise, which I think you were referring to, and it certainly goes on, and that's one of the great things about football. How aware of the noise are you, or were you when you were a coach? In other words, what the fans were thinking. Hey, maybe Vermeil should go with this guy at tight end. Hey, Vermeil, what's going on with the defense? Like, did you know the temperature of the fan base, and is that important?
I think, it's getting obvious to feel the temperature of the fans. They're all louder. They're all more intense. They're all paying a lot more money to sit in that stadium and watch the game. I think it magnifies their commitment. I know in Philadelphia, the old crowd, that stadium guys, I don't know how many of them own those seats anymore, but the crowd is intense. In Kansas City, the crowd is passionate, not quite as intense as it is in Philadelphia, but Philadelphia is a combination of passion and intensity all rolled up in one person, And St. Louis was a little different. It took a while to get them to join us, but you could feel it as we started playing well. In 99, you could really feel and move from a baseball fan to a football fan. And but I just think there's more noise from the fans today than ever. The scoreboards promote it. The media promotes it. The fans promote it in the parking lot pregame. The parking lot festivities when you go to a stadium today. It's amazing. They're at 9 o'clock and they're 3 or 4 hours before the game starts.
Coach, let me ask you this. You faced the 49ers a few times in your career. What was the best 49er team that Dick Vermeil had to go up against?
Well, I never was. I was fortunate. I didn't have to coach against my best friend, Bill Walsh. Okay, but I would say Dave Mariucci's team that I coached against anyway in
interesting
was one of them, and that would have been 1998.
Okay,
when they were playing. I think the Ram team that I lost to in 1979. When they went on to the Super Bowl, was an outstanding football team. You remember that team?
Yeah.
Ray Malavasi and the group, Vince Ferragamo, and that was that's the Ram team, not the 49ers. That shows you freaking how old I'm. But anyway, I would say then, to me, it was the Dave Mariucci team, and it wasn't as good in '99 when we beat them. It took the Rams 17 games to finally beat him. Remember, they lost to him 17 times in a row.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Remember people saying, same old Rams,
That's right. That's right. Dick Vermeil joining us on 95.7 The Game. Dick, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
All right. Hey, guys, go 49ers. I'm an old-time 49er fan.
Absolutely. You grew up in Calistoga, right?
You bet. Listening to him. You bet. Frankie Albert. Okay.
All right. Thank you, Dick. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Dick Vermeil.
San Jose State, too, The Spartans. He's great.
Kyle hears the noise, right?
Do you think, with what we do in the times that you were a writer, that we'll use me as an example, we'll put you in there. Do you think we don't know how hard it is for these post-game pressers for all coaches in sports?
I don't think it's that hard.
He said just be yourself, and that's what I would
You know what? He's absolutely right.
Steve Kerr is himself.
You look at he's back, okay, in a town like Philly, that's the only like Buddy Ryan, they loved Buddy Ryan in Philly. Why? Because Buddy Ryan's Buddy Ryan. Dick Vermeil's Dick Vermeil.
So
you know
there
what
is
I mean?
no act.
But you know what? Is Gabe Kapler really Gabe Kapler? They couldn't stand him in Philly.
Because they know real ones, or they sense real ones.
Exactly.
Wow.
Exactly.
Or an act.
But I do think after a while, people figure you out.
But if you're being real, Steiny, I guess that's not a bad thing. Like we talk about Steve Kerr, he voices the politics. He'll say, like, that's who he is. And people, they gravitate to that. Like when you say, how could we figure out something that's real? All you know is that's a pretty good guy. Might not be perfect, but.
I mean, I just like with Kerr, and if you want to jump into the conversation, 888-957-9570.
Because I'm going to bring up a guy.
Is the number. Go ahead.
That gets on your nerves.
Who?
Popovich.
What about him?
Like, that was an act. From all accounts, he's a great guy.
Right.
But that stuff after the game, that was an act or being a bully.
It's different I think when you've won titles.
Damn.
If you win titles, you get to be that way. And it almost emboldens you. Now, the thing with Popovich is, clearly he talks down to the media, but does not talk down to his players and his peers. Like, that's obvious to me. He just doesn't have nearly the respect for the media that he does for any of his peers. So he's going to be like that. But look, Kapler, people thought was a little bit phony, for sure. Kyle, I don't think anybody thinks he's phony, but, is he a little arrogant? Yes, he's arrogant, but my big thing with Kyle Shanahan is it's almost like he won a Super Bowl, even though he didn't win a Super Bowl. He acts like he's won a Super Bowl, and the media treats him like he's won a Super Bowl.
That's his last name, I believe.
Well,
that he's playing
right.
into that. Okay,
that ain't right.
But I feel like
because a lot of the media liked his dad.
Yeah,
that's not right. Mike in Milpitas, how you doing, Mike? What's up, buddy?
Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, I had a simple question, and only you two guys have the wisdom to answer it, and here it is. If you guys pick any coach, if each one of you could pick a separate coach, pick any coach that you know quite a bit about in your own mind, and ask yourself, if they were the 49er coach this right now for the next game coming up, what would that coach do that Kyle's not doing? Think in terms of the way you've seen that coach. I'll take the answer off there.
That's a great question.
That is fun.
And I don't know how to answer that, but then again, I'm not the guy saying Kyle's misusing everybody. And Kyle doesn't throw to Kittle enough, and Kyle doesn't get Debo the ball as much, and Kyle doesn't my only assumption is that the reason he doesn't let Jimmy Garoppolo throw deep is because Jimmy Garoppolo's not good at throwing deep. So I don't know what Bill Belichick would do. But it couldn't be the same thing if you think Kyle should be fired and you bring in Bill Belichick. How would they look different on Sunday? It's a good question.
Yeah, I was thinking the great coach, former coach, Jimmy Johnson.
Fair. Okay.
The defense would look the damn exact same. But Steiny, they would be trying to get the ball to Ayuk, Kittle, and Debo Samuel in the air. They would do the jet sweep. That's what I'm talking. That's what he did. He don't have that killer instinct.
I don't know if it's... I don't believe that.
Let me finish this, though.
I believe he doesn't think Garoppolo can do it, obviously.
Well, now you're going to say this to me, though, because I can't... I got to ask you this because I know how you're going to answer it. He went shopping. He went quarterback shopping to get something better and greater. And that was Trey Lance.
Right.
And it was a short sample size, but yet we watched one full game, and that quarterback was under wraps. He did the same thing and put him in a straitjacket like he did Jimmy Garoppolo. So I'm starting to believe it's not the quarterback, it's the coaching style. And I know that's just one game. You sound like a fool for the people out there. No. This dude was supposed to have a cannon arm, Trey Lance, and you wouldn't let him let loose.
Well, the question is, are you holding Trey Lance against him right now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I am.
Well,
I'm going Bomani before Bomani about Trey should have been ready last year. If he was this guy that you spent all this draft capital on, we shouldn't have had to wait. You shouldn't have had to wait. He should have been ready. This new toy should have been ready.
But
that was the sign that Trey wasn't.
Sorry.
I'm not mad at Trey.
I'm sorry, Goo.
All right.
This is where Kyle Shanahan thinks you guys are fools. Because he never said, I'm going to have him ready in a year. He never said that.
What was the point?
He just drafted a quarterback, Guru.
But when you had a
That's
team,
all he did.
No, but he spent resources to enhance a Super Bowl ready team. Right. And you did that to wait?
We knew he's going to... I'm just telling you what he's going to say.
What's he going to say?
Of course, we knew we were going to have to develop Trey Lance because we knew how raw he was.
Well, I'll tell you this about that. If you're right, and I think that's not the case because they're lucky asses that Garoppolo stayed here and remained here. Because, Steiny, the part of this story people are missing is your boy should be... the backup should be the starter right now. And then what are we talking about? They lucked out with that.
We don't know
their
that.
asses were not covered.
Well, let's see if they make the playoffs. Because if they don't make the playoffs, he didn't help them at all.
But Brock Purdy should be Jimmy Garoppolo right now.
And would you like that?
It's not a... Obviously,
no, I'm just asking.
I wouldn't like that. I don't think anybody would like that.
You know what?
Now, I can't rob Brock. Now, I got to give him let him go out. But do you get where I'm coming from? This dude... has done what you say he's only doing to Jimmy. To me, he's done it to Trey, just in a shorter time period.
What about to Mullins? Did he do it to Mullins and Beathard? Did Mullins throw the ball downfield
I don't
more?
Know. Normally, I'm off to
Kyle?
Jay-Z.
Kyle's brilliant.
That's wow. What did it look like? If you're telling me Kittle had his most yards with I hear you.
But my point is it doesn't this is where Kyle will get you. It doesn't matter if Mullins threw downfield. Because if Mullins did, if you think he did throw downfield more than Garoppolo, Shanahan will say, yeah, because he has a better arm than Jimmy Garoppolo. And that's built into the game plan.
He didn't, by the way.
Yeah. So he didn't trust Mullins either. You know what I mean? Or it was either going to be the former or he's going to say, or we're going to say he hasn't trusted any quarterback he's had yet.
Okay, and if it's not Trey, oh my Lord, what quarterback is it going to be before you take the training wheels off?
Brock Purdy. Who knows? But yes, I'm not saying you're wrong or I disagree with you even. I'm just saying Kyle Shanahan would dismiss out of hand that he gave any indication that Trey Lance was going to be ready right away.
Wow. And I just...
And this is the thing about Kyle Shanahan that I believe, and this is where his arrogance comes in, and you can tell me if you agree or disagree, 49er fans. The mere fact, like, if Kyle Shanahan heard somebody say, Trey Lance, we thought he was going to be ready from the jump. That's when Kyle Shanahan says, do you know anything about football? That's when he can be arrogant, in fact. That's when he doesn't have to own up to a mistake. He can say, how many Division I AA quarterbacks who played 19 games are going to come into the league right away? Like, do you even watch the games? Do you even watch football? Of course, Trey wasn't going to be good right off the bat. I never said that. We think he's going to be the best quarterback in 5 years, and I'm standing by that. So guess what? Deal with it.
That would be year 11.
Well, wait, for who?
For Kyle.
No,
I mean, but it feels like that. I mean, the cost has a lot to do with the anger.
You're not wrong.
What if they would have got a top old lineman? Okay, and you just wrote it out with Jimmy too, because now you're riding it out with Jimmy and you didn't want to. But what if you would have enhanced another part of your team? So you're telling me they did that, Steiny, to wait to go take a project? And this is no shade at Trey.
But they clearly felt that whoever they took at 3, because they didn't know, I don't think, who they were taking at 3, but clearly they felt whoever we get at 3, he thought, Mr. Shanahan thought, I can get him better than Jimmy Garoppolo in a year or two.
Man.
Like, that's what I think he thought. He didn't say week 1, year 1, and I'm sure he meant he wanted to have Trey Lance sit 1 year. And like, I think the plan was going great until Trey Lance got hurt. Like, he can say that. And people will say, well, geez, you ran the hell out of him. You know what he'll say? You know what he'll say?
Tell me.
Yes, we were running him a lot because over the course of the season, we were counting on him getting better and better and better and learning more and more and more and learning reads and this. So clearly we were going to begin to run him less over the course of the season. But early in the season, we felt that gave us the best chance to win. You can't get him, Goo. Yeah. You can't get Shannon.
Well, he's going to get himself. And he's going to get himself. And
but it's going to take a while.
Yeah, or if they don't make the playoffs this year with Jimmy Garoppolo.
What about that?
Then all hell will break loose from the 49er fandom.
But that doesn't matter.
And it may have already done that now.
Okay, but that's just noise.
Yeah.
He'll be here game 1 next year. You think he cares? He's set for till 2025.
Well, he looks irritated.
Well, irritated is one
irritated.
thing. Well, and you know what? When he gets irritated, he'll get more dismissive of the critics.
And I'm not Dr. Phil. It's just what Coach Dick Vermeil said. You think Kyle's being himself up there?
I do.
I think he's being defensive.
Well, that's who he is. Because he's arrogant. Arrogant people are defensive. Take it from me. I'm very defensive.
Oh.
That's the way some people really don't like to be wrong. I'm one of them. I get that. But at some point, you got to grow up and say,
but when something's presented to you, you will take the L. That I know, and you're in the ball code. But you have, and I've heard you with other people.
But it's hard for me to.
I got to live. But no.
Well, I mean, it's hard for me too, but I'm just a dude on the radio. Kyle Shanahan, you got to understand, like, he's gotten to where he's gotten. And you can't question him. He's the head coach of the Niners. You know what I mean?
Listen to what I'm saying. People like that play themselves. Have you ever had a friend they sing, but they suck at singing, and you don't know how to tell them they're not good at singing? You're like, man, I just can't do that to him. Kyle is on the verge of doing that to where he's being so smart, but he's being dumb to him because it's so obvious to the public that you are like, it's an act now. You're just holding on, being defiant because you think you're the smartest dude in the room. You risk that too, and I
think you're right, but he's always been this way. He's never really paid the price, so I don't like. When's he ever paid for being arrogant? Let's say He's the head coach of the Niners, the youngest head coach in the NFL. Never had a head coaching job. Gets a head coaching job with no experience. Now he's the head coach of the Niners.
What about losing the Super Bowl in 19?
Yes. Again, I'm just presenting the other side. Okay, he lost the Super Bowl. Big deal. That's better than 30 other coaches.
Well, the way you ran your prize rookie in the ground and he got hurt in week 2.
You don't get it.
Okay.
You don't get how.
Guru doesn't get it.
No.
I get it.
I don't know.
Yeah.
He's just not all of a sudden going to be like, you know what? Maybe I don't know.
If he had a different owner, then maybe he would get it.
Maybe.
Yeah. That's why I keep bringing up Doug Peterson and Philly.
A different owner would have never hired him.
Ooh.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Comcast Business text line always open at 888-957-9570. What the hell's going on with the Niners? We'll keep talking about it. You know why? Because it's fun on 95.7 The Game.
The captain of the 49ers defense, linebacker Fred Warner, joins Damon and Ratto today at 5.
Chenault. Ball came out as he got to the 35-yard line of the 49ers. Fred Warner, today at 5. Sponsored by Harris Ranch Beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Bart is turning 50, and we'd love to celebrate with you. Get 50% off your ride in honor of Bart's 50 years of service to the Bay Area when you pay with Clipper. That's 50% off Clipper Bart fares for the entire month of September. Add Clipper to your digital wallet for free. If you're eligible for other Clipper discounts like youth or senior fares, you get to take an additional 50% off those too. Details at bart.gov/50 years. That's bart.gov/50 years. Celebrate Bart's 50 years of service with us this September. Let's go.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/find. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/find. That's ZipRecruiter.com/find. ZipRecruiter.com/find.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and R&S Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rsdoors.com.
The closer of the week is Brandon Ayuk, who shined on a dark night in Denver.
Ayuk inside touchdown. And Brandon Ayuk with the touchdown grab in San Francisco scores first.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with R&S Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener when you purchase a premium garage door.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
I'm Bob Burke,
founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you are eligible. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New Gigabit Extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC-FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Godless.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I want to get back to this texter on the Comcast business.
And I got one on YouTuber.
A gentleman was asking me about my shirt, my T-shirt.
What this? Because the guys in the morning were getting on us.
It's a
Houston Astros.
No, it's a basketball team in Turkey.
I like to know the origin of. How did you get it?
You can check it out on Twitch and YouTube.
That's right.
95.7 The Game.
Let me see.
Yeah.
Let me see. Right now we got 210 on YouTube. I got a shirt on.
You should add about 40. You say 250. Every time I say that.
One of the things that gets you in trouble is lying. Not you, everybody.
That's right.
I don't like to do that.
How much was your convincing check? You lied. You put some extra on it.
213 now. Let's see if we can get up to 300. Take a look at my shirt. It's from the European Basketball League. It's a team from Turkey. And a gentleman wanted to know where I got it, or woman.
Wow.
The bottom line is you can get anything on the internet. Anything. Anything.
But that stuck out to
you.
Huh?
Where are we? A little delay.
Yeah. That was
YouTube.
Fred Warner coming up with Damon Ratto.
I don't want to see Fred Warner. I want to see. There he is. There's Steiny. Steiny, what's up? What's up on YouTube, baby?
That's great. Oh. Hey, listen, the guys in the morning were getting Shafsky and Bonte about, they say we're dressing better playing to the camera. I said, not yet.
It's crazy.
This is Hawaii gear that I had to get to because the cleaners was closed.
Dude, Shafsky did a 4-hour show today.
What did you mean?
He did a 4-hour show.
How did he do a 4-hour show?
He did 6 to 9.
Right.
Then from 9 to 9:30, he did the crossover, changeover. And then from 9:30 to 10, I got the last half hour in the green room.
That is great. Oh, I missed him.
Yeah, his last half hour, his 4th hour I got.
Don't you wish we could do one with Damon Ratto?
No, not really.
Well, we wouldn't get off at 3:30.
Well,
yeah, I'm
exactly.
out. Yeah. Hey, real quick.
What do you got?
Like, we got full line. So,
actually, 4 out of 5. Oh, but I shouldn't lie.
We got full line. Don't rob a bank with Steiny.
Yeah.
Hey, so I've been doing this thing on Twitter with my picks for the NFL. I never once said I'm pro. I've been hot, though. So I'm 17-28 3 weeks in. Why is it Bonte's running with like I'm the worst gambler ever? He ain't saying it, but he's insinuating it, and it's getting to me. 17-28, I'm 11 under. I'm honest.
You're a guesser. You don't gamble, you guess.
That's what all of them do. Anyway, all right, I feel better.
Thank you. Thank you, Drew Down. I appreciate it.
Drew Down.
You know what? We haven't heard from this guy in a while. We haven't gotten the doctor's notes.
Oh, man.
Let's go to Dr. Hustle in San Jose. What's up, Dr. Hustle?
What's going on, Steinman?
You tell me, baby.
Listen to this. You know what that is? That's the doctor clapping. I've been sitting back, enjoying, finally listening. 4.5 years I've been calling in saying, where's this genius offensive coordinator? I was the only one. Now all the callers. Joe Shasky said, oh, the doctor wants to run Charles Shanahan out of town. He's an offensive genius. What's the doctor talking about? Today he goes, what's Kyle doing? Yes, that's right. The fraud that is Kyle Shanahan, offensive genius. He's an offensive coordinator, not a head coach. I said the 49ers win to spite Kyle Shanahan. They won with great defense, with Deebo Samuel bailing them out, and the doctor hates to say it, but I said it. I told you so. I told you so. Those are the doctors.
Not a doctor.
Thank you, Dr. Hustle.
Yeah,
I'll tell you what. Hey, Panja, hit the pike. Hit the pike. You keep doing your show with Willard and Dibs. I'll take Dr. Hustle.
Dr. Anthony Fauci.
I'll take Dr. Hustle any day of the week. He tells it like it is. Not Panju sugarcoating everything.
Nah, he was good today.
He is good.
Yeah. Sean John.
Hopefully Panji can take a joke.
Yeah, well, he can.
And sometimes people.
We go back on the
There's a couple people that, I'll tell you at the break,
okay.
One guy really can't take a joke.
But you normally without him right now. When did you start being PC?
Who?
You would say who it was. Who can't take
Jim
a joke?
Kozimor.
Oh,
there you go. He's in Nashville
He jokes
now.
with the best of
Oh, he
them.
can. He didn't think I was joking once.
I remember.
He got hot, man.
The Raider
You weren't
game.
there. Yeah, it was at the Raider game.
Yeah. Hey, Sean John. See, this what
Nah, wasn't that friendly. He was hot.
You don't
I
know
apologize
that he's
to him.
irritated.
How about that? This is more important. This is about being a big man.
I feel like my kids just interrupted me. Go ahead.
Hey, now you know what it's like for Matt Steinmetz to co-host 12 and 3. Yeah, I said it. He took something I said the wrong way. He jumped me and.
Did you interrupt or you let him get it all out?
Yeah,
you know, when some people go off, you got to wait till it's in. Okay.
Yeah, then I got home and it was really bothering me. It was bothering me, and I called him and said, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean it like that."
Like when you and Willard got into it, you should have called him that day.
I didn't.
Did you call him?
No. Willard ain't no Kozimor.
We love you, Will. But listen, Sean John.
No. Willard and I have communicated twice after shows.
Oh, then that's my teammates.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's how we do it.
Willard's my guy.
You and I, we'll just see you the next day.
You wanted to say something.
Sean John for the 4th time on YouTube, Steiny. You don't know that Kyle was irritated because the media, like you guys, attacked his character, insinuating he injured Lance on purpose.
Yeah, not me.
No malice.
That's you.
Or Guru thinking he knows Kyle's heart.
There you go.
No, I'm just hey, I'm not saying he did it on purpose. I'm not that dude. I'm saying you didn't give a rat's ass if he got hurt because you wouldn't have called those plays. My point is, in that post-game presser, it was all about how dare you insist. I didn't like that. What do you call that? His whole aura.
But
that dude was. It didn't match.
Right. Listen, you're right.
Cracking jokes. Jimmy's still cute.
Well, you know what? And I'm dead serious. You're right. You're absolutely right. But I'm telling you, right after a loss, these guys can get defensive. Like it's like if we walk out after a show.
But that's being phony. Dick Vermeil said, "Be yourself." If you're not that way,
no. He is himself.
Oh, okay.
Just because you're yourself doesn't mean
you can't.
You're golden.
All right.
It just means you have to be to have a chance at being golden. And no, I just think it would be like you and I get done with a show, and because I have a problem with this, you and I get done with the show. I know it wasn't a good show because I know I didn't play well. And we're walking out, and Naheem goes, "Hey, Steiny, come in here for a sec." And I'm like, I know. I stunk today. I don't want to hear it from you now. I know, and I'm going to beat myself up over it.
Look.
So he goes to the post-game press conference, and somebody sticks it in him about Trey Lance. And you know what?
Yeah.
Like Nahegan's like, what was that today? And I would say, what do you mean, what was that today? You weren't very good. Who said? Like, even though I know I was bad, I'm defensive. Oh. That's the way.
Yeah.
See, I know Kyle, because I don't know Kyle.
When the boss hit you with the pregnant pause, he's like,
Which one?
Nothing. That's my guy.
What do you mean?
The boss. I was going down a road. You just turned back.
Okay.
For me.
So, looking back at it, you don't know how I could have made a connection on it.
Oh, no, I totally do. Oh. Then I tried to make it about me.
Oh, okay.
And I went down terrain I had no business going down.
All right.
So I hit a U-turn.
Gotcha. Mm-hmm. Peter and Marin. What's up, Peter?
Hey, guys.
How are you, man?
Hey, man. What's up, everybody?
Hey.
Good
Doing great.
Day.
Yeah.
Hey, I wanted to say, I think Dr. Hustle was onto something, but not only is Kyle Shanahan not a very good head coach, he is a downright awful GM and roster construction specialist. I mean, he basically had an opportunity to have a fully built out roster that was Super Bowl ready, and all he needed was a quarterback. But instead, he decided to go out and draft a guy who, like you said, needed 3 to 5 years of seasoning to be good. Well, that doesn't fit. The timing just doesn't fit.
Yeah.
Right.
That's it.
There's just so many parallels to me between the Warriors and the Niners. Like, we were having this exact same conversation last year about the Warriors before their season started. Is the 2 timeline thing going to work? Can they have Kuminga and Moody and Poole and Wiseman? And can they still win it and develop those guys at the same time? But what really happened?
The guys got hurt.
Wiseman got hurt.
So you had to do it by necessity.
Right. So Wiseman gets hurt.
All right.
Kuminga had less and less of a role as the season went on.
I hated that.
Moody was okay, but he was a 10th, 11th man. And Jordan Poole, who was older than those guys, stepped up.
Yeah.
So the point is the only, if Wiseman plays 80 games last year and plays 20 minutes a game, you think they win a title? No, of course they don't. And but they won a title because some things happened and the big boys took over.
And now I feel like they have those answers to the question, and I know we'll get into Warriors later this week, that if you're right and the big 3 are going to be on a minute restriction, that's too harsh. But we're going to see the younger guys play a bigger role, but that
during the regular season.
It'll be by choice.
During the regular season.
But back to the Niners, and I know you can't compare football to basketball.
You can if you want to.
I'm giving you that
tell
parallel.
me you can't.
No, I'm telling you why. Do it. It's like you swapped out Steph Curry for Dame Lillard. That's what Kyle did when he had something that was working. I know Jimmy's not Steph, but he was your Steph because he's the quarterback, and it was working. And you said, let me go get somebody from Timbuktu
Nobody's gonna
who
like
has
that
no
one.
experience. And this, I know he didn't say it was going to take 2 years. He was going to say, look at me,
it.
I did it, and he put your boy in
Here's
there.
the problem.
And that's stunning.
Here's your problem. Here's your problem.
It works for me.
Here's your problem.
Yeah.
Nobody is going to be able to accept any comparison, and I'm with them.
Okay.
You cannot compare Steph to Garoppolo. You cannot. If you're going to compare Steph to a quarterback, it's got to be Brady. I don't know, whoever the second best one
You are
is.
so right, but I'm saying by importance.
I know you are, but that doesn't still do it justice.
Because the quarterback is the most important position in sports.
But then that's
saying.
like, okay, then that's like saying Jimmy Garoppolo is, let me think for a sec.
The MVP of the Niners?
No, he's Jimmy Garoppolo is Donovan Mitchell. No, he's a good player, but his team's playoff team, and they lose in the first round.
But the swap is the head scratcher, Steiny.
The swap.
I'm going to go draft something while we got a good thing and spend the world on it. That's the head scratcher. The timing does not match.
I'm with you.
How about you get a bowl One you blew in 19 Super Bowl.
Oh,
yeah.
Gotcha. Man. No,
You never heard the bowl?
I didn't know where you were going. Yeah. I didn't.
So at least
the answer is no, and because it's never been called.
You heard offs.
No, I've never heard.
Ponte tried to claim. This is the last thing about there. They tried.
Yeah, I don't like when you do.
He tried to say he invented lab, and then Chasky's like you said he never heard offs until I did it, and then they were playing me saying the offs.
Right.
Kind of hurt. All right, go ahead. Back to our show.
I mean,
those are our guys.
Listen.
It had to miss Shasky.
The problem is, you guys are so young. Back to the Niners.
And hard. Well,
there's so many things that I've claimed, but you got to claim something, and there's no doubt that it's yours. You know what I mean?
The offs is mine.
I would say yes.
The lab.
I don't know.
Some say JD did.
I don't know that. Like all mine are.
Give me one.
Unquestioned. Oh, the white T-shirt. I introduced the white T-shirt to the inner city, and
I never really
young
told you
culture. This. I'm dead serious.
The 3 shows we
I
did.
never. I never wear dark T-shirts. You know that? I always wear white T-shirts. Most of the time, they're oversized.
But those aren't trends.
Most of the time, they're oversized, and I did that decades ago. Well, guess what? Now the inner city, or I should say about 5 or 10 years ago.
You're claiming the long shorts.
I got that one too.
And then you
graduated
said you're from Oakland, the Bay. Remember that? That hurt me.
That's not one.
That was like Dallas
but yes,
in 6.
the big shorts were definitely me.
Yeah, I did.
Look at my yearbook from 1986. That was before the Fab Five.
I hate that. I feel like you're believing this.
I do. I absolutely do.
It's concerning.
I also
look how you're
introduced
thinking.
I introduced, believe it or not, the concept of retro. I introduced the whole concept of retro because in college I wore Chuck Taylors, believe it or not, even though everybody's wearing the Dr. J's, the Converse, whatever they were. But I, believe it or not, wore Converse All-Stars because their sole is by far the best sole that's ever been put on a sneaker.
But the mere fact
that people were like, look at Steiny wearing a shoe out of the 50s. Wow. But it was in the 80s.
What is going on here?
So you're that guy, though.
I am that guy.
You act like you're not, and you frown upon the guys that are really that guy.
Right, but I'm willing to acknowledge when I act like I'm not, I really am.
Steiny, you have never.
I never what?
I been confused for swag.
Oh, please.
And the long shorts.
Somebody on the text me saying I look like Tatum Channing.
Wow.
Dude, I'm just telling you. Look at, you know what? I'll bring my yearbook in from 1986.
Oh, please save us all.
When did Weber call the timeout? Come on.
88.
Yeah.
89.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Right about the time my trend would have started kicking in.
Right. And he would have saw you play where?
Franklin and Marshall College, Division III powerhouse.
Wow.
Division III powerhouse. Also, an unbelievably renowned institution of higher learning. Get to know it. All right, the consultant. Back to the Niners.
What, really?
Steiny, what's up, Goo? Good
what up?
Hey.
Yo, hey, look. I got to reframe this. I think there's a little, I wouldn't call it revisionist history, Steiny and Guru, but a little bit of looking at 2020 through a 22 lens. Look, I think Shanahan and Lynch did exactly the right move. Look at where they were in the offseason of 2020. They were coming off year 3 of Garoppolo, of which 2 of those years he's basically been sidelined with injuries. So you've got a guy that you went to the Super Bowl in year 2, you got injured year 1 and year 3, and you're like, hey, I've got this roster. I've got this rare opportunity where I've got an unusually high draft pick because we did horrible because everyone was injured, including Garoppolo. And the guy's not the one for our future. Everyone's saying it. We got to make a bold move. There were 5 badass QBs on the board. Let's move to number 3. That's as high as we're going to go. And we took the best of the 3 that were available. I am happy that the team did something. They didn't sit on their laurels. They're like, we've got an opportunity. Let's do something with it. And the reality is, we haven't gotten a chance to see even if it was the right move, if they got the right quarterback. But for where it is right now, I think they made a bold move, and it was the right move. Otherwise, we'd be complaining that, hey, they did nothing and they just sat on their hands.
I'm gonna meet you. I'm gonna meet you halfway. Well, the one thing we haven't done is now that's something. This is where the consultants write on. When they made the pick, or when they made the trade, they always said it has a lot to do with Garoppolo's durability. The 49ers said it. They never failed to say it because they were because that was a safe thing to say.
And is
but
valid.
he's absolutely right. Now we all say, well, they went and got Trey because Jimmy stunk. Not altogether. They went to get Trey maybe because they had to, because they knew Jimmy hadn't held up in 2 out of the previous 4 seasons. Now, I'm with him there, but then why'd you draft Trey Lance?
And you said, what did you say to Willard and Dibs? The idea of. They didn't even, I don't even think they were super duper 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 in love with this kid and it was just him. It is so perplexing that Kyle did what he did and Trey Lance ended up with him. And I just feel like the 30 for 30 years down the road, we'll find out what happened with Schefter, Peter King, everybody basically getting it wrong, but did they really get it right? And did the owner have something to do with it? The way Trey Lance was, the plays that were called for him lead me to believe that wasn't Kyle's guy. I said it. And I've said it before.
Filmo Mike.
Our guy.
I was trying to apologize to Filmo yesterday.
For what?
And he didn't want to hear it.
On DM?
Yeah.
Oh, man, what happened?
Nah, you know what? I took a shot at your Insta. You know, Fillmore Mike posts pretty much every day.
Yeah.
It's a blessed day.
Oh, we both love it.
And
I hit like.
And I made a little fun of it, but I want to acknowledge I was teasing.
You gave him love for it on air. You didn't make fun. You said Mike has those inspirational quotes. Abby Davis.
I was being a little sarcastic.
Oh, wow. He fooled me, Mike.
But I do appreciate your optimism.
Well, yeah, man. You know, thank God for another day. We all blessed to be here.
Hey, Philmo, I got a question for you. Since I'm following you on Instagram, I seriously, dude, do you throw a party every day?
Nah, I'll be active on the weekend though, Steiny. You got to come out one time. Bring them Chuck Taylors out,
dude. You're like the king of that postcard that gets put under the windshield wiper. Big action. You rent it out of place.
Do you see him walk into the liquor store? I'm digging that. That's like country way.
But it feels like Filmo's got something going like 4 times a week.
I love it.
Like every Wednesday,
he's active. As they say, he's active.
What's up? All right, Filmo, give it to me.
Nah, man, I was just saying, man, Guru, I love you, but I see why Steiny be mad at you, bro.
Oh, wow.
You'll make a comparison, like you'll say something like you just said it. You was like, I love that quote. Quarterback is the most important thing in sports.
Yeah.
And Steiny get kind of mad because it's like you like the big stuff, but you don't like the in between, the in and outs. For example, if Wiseman would have played last year, like Steiny just said, you would have got to see Wiseman, see how he performed, but we probably wouldn't have made the championship. So, you know what I'm saying? So it's like you want to see the good stuff, but then at the same time, when the good stuff go haywire, it's like, oh man, I'm blaming Kyle Shanahan for this. You can't blame him for that, man.
Well, I'll say this, Mike. That would have never happened here in Warrior Land. This real. This is where I'm going. Steve Kerr has the barometer of the team. If he would have felt like he had to pull the reins back on Wiseman because he would cost him a chance at the chip, then the minutes would have been cut or he would have been put to the bench like we saw in year 1. But I hear what you're saying. I'm going to give it to you.
Hey, Goo, I'm asking real quick. What's your record again?
Hey, Mike, this
do not liquidate all.
Oh, no. Yeah, Bonte's having 17-28. A good week, I'm back 500.
Right,
is he laughing?
Yeah, he's laughing. We all are. Thanks, Filmo. Appreciate the call. I would like to.
Dude, go to all these betting sites.
I don't care about the betting.
I want to talk about under 500.
I want to talk about Filmo's parties.
Oh, yeah.
Have you ever been to one?
Jimmy G.
I scanned the background. No, I ain't been to one.
Because, listen, I don't want to out him, but
he works at KMEL, Steiny, so he's in that life. I know you knew that.
I didn't know that.
Oh, Steiny, he's on air.
Employed?
He's on air.
Filmo's got a job?
Remember we threw him a party for getting
he just hung around the neighborhood.
So he's that's part of his life. So he's in the streets. You need to get in somewhere, holla.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. I don't want to take away from what you think. But yeah, he lives it. Look at you. Now you're not disappointed, are you?
No, I'm not disappointed.
Okay. Yeah, he's a DJ.
So have you ever been to,
yeah, Camille, Steiny.
Hey, Philmo,
you ain't from the Bay. You would have known
Hold
that.
on. I tell you what, let me take a break and check Philmo Mike's Instagram out because we're going out this weekend, baby. We're going out. 888-957-9570, the number, but we going out this weekend. Hey, charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you're eligible. Philmo!
The captain of the 49ers defense, linebacker Fred Warner, joins Damon and Ratto today at 5.
Chenault. Ball came out as he got to the 35-yard line of the 49ers have it.
Fred Warner, today at 5. Sponsored by Harris Ranch Beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
Charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you are eligible. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Flying Ace, this is Sky Hunter. I've got my compound eyes on the target.
Copy that. You're on his flight pad.
I'm going in.
Got him! Nice move, my four-wing friend.
Tasty. That mosquito never saw me coming.
See how dragonflies catch a mid-air meal at Bugs, a new exhibit at the California Academy of Sciences. Explore the secrets of bugs, massive models, and more. Now open. Get tickets at calacademy.org.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
For all contest rules, go to 957thegame.com/rules.
This Hispanic Heritage Month, the Multicultural Institute is celebrating 31 years in the community. That's 31 years of experience coming together to support and uplift each other. The Multicultural Institute connects day laborers and domestic workers with employers to ensure dignity while also providing comprehensive year-round services for the Bay Area's low-income Latinx community. To hire a day laborer or learn more about the Multicultural Institute, visit their website at mionline.org. That's mionline.org.
Why does Comcast Business power more businesses than any other provider? It has technology solutions that put you ahead, like the fastest, reliable network and serious savings. Whether your small business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security. Together for just $69.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Limited time offer, restrictions apply. New 50 megabits per second internet and security edge customers only. Eco-bill and auto pay required. Equipment taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable based on RootMetrics US report. Results vary, not an endorsement. advertisement.
It's Joe Shasky from the Morning Roast. And if you're an independent restaurateur or are starting a brand new business, then you gotta know about my friends at Trimark. Trimark, making independent restaurateurs' dreams come true in Northern California for over 55 years. Whether you're designing your next restaurant or you need equipment and supplies, this is where Trimark comes in. They do it all. And what's most important to them is being a partner to their business customers. Visit TrimarkWest.com. That's TrimarkWest.com.
My friend and I are taking a trip to Mexico this year, but neither of us speak Spanish. So we downloaded Babbel and started learning Spanish fast.
Want to get conversational in another language in as little as 3 weeks? Babbel's quick 10-minute lessons were designed by language experts to be the most efficient and effective way to learn a new language.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas?
Babbel, language for life, celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com.
If you were lied to when buying a timeshare and want out, you need my help. Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, CEO and founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started the timeshare cancellation industry by exposing the ugly truth about timeshare and giving folks the straight facts. I've been fighting the timeshare giants ever since, so no one knows this industry better than me and my team. Today, we have 383 employees and have saved our clients an average of $65,000 in lifetime payments. Imagine putting those timeshare dollars back in your pocket. If you were told at a timeshare presentation that this was available today and today only, that timeshare was a great investment, or your maintenance fees will never go up, call my office now. I guarantee if we take you as a client, we will cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-613-5454. 800-613-5454. 800-613-5454.
In San Francisco today, partly cloudy skies, highs in the upper 60s.
Weather brought to you by Ashley Furniture. Your neighborhood Ashley store has all the styles, selection, and value you'll need to invite fall in this season. Find furniture you'll love by shopping locally or visit ashley.com today.
I use Tress Flowers. It's a pomade.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Careful, some people might think you said it's a palm aid, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
See, I don't usually do the sophomore humor, but I can.
Pull my finger
But just because
stuff.
I can do something doesn't mean I do it. Mm-hmm.
I got you.
You don't have product in your hair now.
It's natural. Juices and berries.
No.
What was the laugh for? I'm dipping. But go ahead. I get a haircut tomorrow. Marky D.
Dude, we're getting a haircut because he knows we're going out on site.
Monday,
on site on Monday.
Dude, don't leave like you do. Get your bag and just run off when it's 3:01. Hang out.
No, it's usually 2:55.
Dude, this gonna be. We gonna walk through
What do
the
you mean
line.
it's gonna be what?
Lit. Your boy Mike might. Hey, what did you find out
Mike
about
who?
him? Philmo might. See, you're just in and out.
Philmo, congratulations on the new job.
They're killing you for not knowing you ain't from the Bay.
Let's go to Justin. Justin's in San Jose. Got a comp. Warriors and the Niners. What's up, Justin?
Not much. What's up, you guys?
Hey,
Guru, man. You was making the comparison with Steph and them, right?
Yeah.
I feel like Jimmy G is more of a Klay Thompson. You know, the stats is there, the numbers is there, but just not the star potential. He's a star, but not a star like Curry. Then I say, what's it called? Was it Draymond Green? He's more of a Kittle. Brandon Ayuk's more of a Jordan Poole. Debo's like a Andrew Wiggins. And then you got your Trent Williams is, that loony type. And then our head coach, man, that's like a Lou Walton. That's all I got for you guys.
Wow. Right. Yeah. I just said.
You gave it some thought.
Yeah, but the quarterback is the most.
Hey, Chris A.
what did Chris
Chris A. on YouTube.
Run this guy.
He says, run this guy.
See, we're on I don't like you looking at what I'm looking at. That means we're on the same page.
Listen.
I'll go to YouTube. I'll go to whatever you do. Twitch.
I'm not Pete Franklin. I don't flush people. I try.
And you're not the king.
I try.
How about that? It sounded worse than what I meant. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't flush people. You know what? He gets the little T. That's all I do. It's a little T.
Dude, we got basketball too, man. They're in China. Japan. Okay.
Big difference.
They're out of town. I'm excited. They're out of town.
Do some geography lessons.
And I lived in Japan. Damn. But, dude, it was about to be hoop and football.
I know. We've got their first game against the Wizards
Friday. When we wake up, they'll be playing.
It's like in the middle of the night, but
3 in the morning.
We're all over it.
What's the line on that?
I don't know.
Yeah.
And you know what? Steph's going to have to play.
Get Guru a map.
Steph's going to have to play. You don't go to Japan and withhold Steph Curry. No siree, no Bob. That's part of the deal. You send Steph Curry to Japan, you got to play 30 minutes a night at least.
Man.
He signed that deal with Adam Silver. Mm-hmm.
And I'll say
I'm kidding, but he's going to play.
Okay, and that's why he stays in the shape that he has. And all the people that said that fall off physically was imminent, I mean, look what he's doing. And Bomani Jones on the roast this day before they got him out of there, they asked him about Steph. Steiny, what would number 5 mean? Oh, you got it.
Here you go. I'll give it to you. If Curry wins it.
What he did to close out last year is one of those, I have nothing left to do or to say to you guys. Right. And where this will get fun to me, if the Warriors win a championship this year, and I think their roster is basically they have too many good players, and I know that sounds strange, but basketball team can really only play 8 dudes. They got like 9 or 10. Somebody kind of needs to go in order to really make this happen, unless you want Kuminga over there on the bench folding his arms, looking salty all year. Right. But you know what I'm saying? Like, where is it that he plays? Like, where is Moses Moody supposed to play? When is Wiseman supposed to play? All those questions. But if Steph wins a championship this year, and somebody says he had a better career than LeBron James, what's your argument against it?
And what's his record, Bomani, in the finals head up against LeBron? I know they're going, you got KD. But, man, this dude, if he gets number 5, and I don't want to make it an individual thing, it's just nobody saw this coming, bro.
Well, they see it coming now.
Well, yeah, nobody saw the he intercepted 4 from Bron. Let's be honest. But if Steph's not here, Bron's got 4. But what does he got?
That's not true.
7, 8. He's Tom Brady.
We don't know that. See, I never. I don't look at it like that.
Yeah, I do. Number 5. Oh my!
When did LeBron ever have a better team than the Warriors when he was in Cleveland? His team stunk.
And he went to 8 straight.
Exactly. Yeah.
No, I'm not taking anything from Bron.
No, you are, and that's what you do. And I got to get. You know what? I got to brace for it. We're coming up on the NBA season. I got to brace
for what?
I got to brace for the pom poms.
Dude, they won a chip.
I know. That's why I got a brace for it.
Oh, you're talking about from everybody?
No, from you.
And ring
mostly
night.
from you.
Ring night.
Well, that's fine.
That's
mostly
the late show. Andy will be in town.
Like, it's going to be a year of no shade at LeBron, but Steph.
No, just if they get 5, what they can call it, the drive for 5, since you drive to their lane. I'm on to something.
Yeah, because I think that's. You know what? I don't think I've ever heard that before. Try for 5. You want to get to your 4 questions or 9?
Yeah. Unless you're really hard to know, we just finish up with a 9. We do this tomorrow. I feel like we'll do it injustice if we don't.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah. Oh, but the music. And LeBron has hair.
You know what we could do is we could talk about Guru's. Okay. Yeah. Guru's got the 4 big questions for the Warriors this year.
I got them in black.
Coming up.
Okay.
Then hold on. We were going to do a segment, but now it's 2:30, and now we're thinking maybe not. Yeah. So
we got 12 minutes.
Do we go with some more 49ers, or we could also talk about Draymond Green? An executive in the NBA said Draymond will not be shy about leaving the Warriors. Mm-hmm.
I'm going to tell you this about
I had that 4 years ago that Draymond's not retiring.
I never knew you to be an eye guy. You've been hiding it. You deserve the Oscar. The real Denzel, Matt Steinmetz.
Since when did you not know
if I hear another eye... Shame on me.
Exactly.
I thought
you
it was
knew that from the get-go.
Yeah.
No, I am all about myself.
Yeah. Personalized plates?
No.
Yeah, I know.
You know what?
Especially nowadays.
How much do those cost?
I wouldn't know. You don't want people to know where you're at nowadays.
Beauty
anyway.
is 888-957-9570. Yeah, Comcast Business Text Line. How much is one of those personalized plates?
I want to say about $150.
I'd say 90. I'm going to say 90.
Well, now for California, you can get the black ones.
Old school. See,
they are old.
It's retro.
How much?
See, they wouldn't even have those if I had not introduced the concept of retro back in the early 80s. Mm-hmm.
I really need one after today's show.
But you're not going to have one after today's show.
Yeah. No, I'm not. I'm going to volleyball.
Larry's in Lafayette. Larry. That's when Bird was honing in on a triple-double back in 1985. What's up, Larry?
Well, gentlemen, I just can't believe we're worried about LeBron James getting his illustrious career in some way damaged by Steph actually outplaying him since 2014. But that's where we are. I'm just going to say this. He's got Clutch Sports, has all the clients that are Clutch sports talking heads all over the NBA and ESPN pushing his narrative every stinking day. And if he can't stand a little bit of Steph Curry is the best player in basketball right now. And, you know, he may not be able to do some of the things Giannis can do or KD can get a shot off over anybody, but Steph has shown he figures out a way, and he's a winner. And I just think we need to, you know, definitely I'm going to be jumping on and, you know, showing my support, and I think a lot of other people will, because we've been blessed with not only Steph, but Barry Bonds and a whole bunch of other people. Wow. We've had the best sports decades in any area for a long time.
Appreciate the call.
Man. And I'll tell you what, I don't know if you heard this over the weekend, Media Day in Milwaukee.
Yeah.
The Greek Freak. And this wasn't, he wasn't being just playing around. He said the best player in the game right now, today, it would have been last week, is Steph Curry. Okay. And my thing to the masses is we're all different, but Steph is the best at doing what he does, knowing when to go in the phone booth and do what's needed when needed.
Okay.
And with that, you talk about Barry Bonds, Jimmy Garoppolo.
Oh my gosh! Why would you do that?
Yeah, I get silly now. But
thank you.
This is the dude is special, man.
Yes, he's special.
LeBron didn't do what I'm about to say to you and Kyle. He revolutionized the game.
He's special.
They're in high school now. I'm in the gyms. They're in CYO and they're trying to shoot like Steph.
Yeah,
I'm waiting for you to disagree.
He's absolutely special. I wouldn't say he's the best player in the NBA.
Okay.
I would rather have Giannis.
I wouldn't be mad at you.
But if I were Giannis, yeah, I'd say Steph's the best.
Greasing the skids to come here.
What's the harm?
No, where did he say he would go? Chicago. Oh, you remember that? Remember he said, hey, who knows? Dude, that's like telling your wife,
I'm not here for the Steph slander. I'm not going to have it.
That's our guy. We got to get him on.
Get him on. I'll do whatever you want with him.
I don't know who this guy is I'm doing this show with, but okay. You got to be like this tomorrow, too.
What's tomorrow?
You're fantastic. Thursday. Just
listen.
Just more of it. Upbeat. You're looking at the world different right now. People are loving it, man. I'm loving it.
No, listen.
You're positive. You believe.
Steph and I.
Oh, my God.
Here's the problem. Here's the real issue. The issue is that huge, big Warrior fans and Steph fans they don't like that I have a personal relationship with him.
You are great. That's you can act, man. Yeah. I hope you don't believe it, but no, you don't. But get him on.
He appreciates me for holding his feet to the fire for 14 years.
You may have created the fire. What did you say? When you doubted him. I think he still has the press clippings. You said, not like Monte.
I said he was a tweener for sure.
Well, I don't know why I don't find that bad.
Well, because back then it was an insult.
Okay.
Now it's a compliment.
All right, wow.
Because he wasn't a true point and he wasn't big enough to be a shooting guard.
Speaking of which, I'm about to take a victory lap and then throw it to you. I know the boss is loving this. I'm the inventor of two-way. Remember Clay? You hated it. Two-way player.
No, you're not.
Dude, Dude, we got in a major brawl.
Right, but you didn't make that up. You purloined that.
From who?
No, you didn't make up two. Are you saying you made up two-way player?
We used to do that in the Union, too. The offense, defense. Penny Hardaway. But you got the ultimate night, and Steph took it.
See?
Look at you now. No, own that. You got night, and you forgot. Who on Twitch reminded me, and Steph took it or borrowed it. We got to collect, Steiny. We got to collect. Steph's got to, See, we got to get a percentage.
This is a very,
William
very
World has
delicate.
Shirts now.
This is a very delicate situation.
That's what I mean,
night.
but he's got to know.
Very delicate. And it's something that Steph and I have to talk about at some point.
I'm gonna be
obviously.
there. Yeah.
But this is one of those where
it's real.
He's Steph Curry, and imitation is the sincerest form of flattery.
Night.
And so that's the way I will
Who knew
view it
Dibs
on
said
that.
the night.
So,
But this is when I wish you still were a writer. Because you could put something on the Athletic, and we know he would see it. Like, he
Well, I
might
got a
not
blog.
hear this.
MatthewSteinmetz.com, I think.
Oh, is that the name?
I think so. I think it's still up.
But the fact you don't even know, I don't even want to go look at it. But Steiny, we got to get to him. He took it from our show.
Yeah,
so I'm involved.
How about that? See, this is where I would freeze you out.
The truth comes out.
This is where I would Kobe Bryant your ass.
Right.
Yeah, we ain't going in to see Steph together.
Wow.
Sorry.
You gonna do an Avanyas on me?
What's
well,
that
you
mean?
invited me. I couldn't go. I didn't have a chicken, really.
Give me some of your questions.
No, I'm
tease them for tomorrow. Okay.
Well, how do you tease questions?
Well, I know what they are, even though I haven't seen them.
You didn't look at my list.
I know I didn't, but I know.
I got a new pen.
That's a Sharpie?
Yeah, I like this. It stays more important, you know? But I won't tease it. This can be provocative. I cannot wait.
I hope so. He doesn't want to do it now.
But can I give you my reasons why I would have followed Kyle?
You want to go back to that?
Yeah, no, really.
Even though everybody
I got
thinks
them written down.
You're out of pocket?
Yeah.
Daryl the Guru Johnson still sticking to this take that is so preposterous. Please don't lump me in with this.
And some
he wants to fire Shanahan. He said he would have fired Shanahan already.
But at number 8,
the floor is yours.
Passing over Mahomes and Watson. When you did that, and it's your prerogative, you showed the world you don't like a mobile running quarter, but you don't like a mobile pass, the dual threat. You're out on that. Okay? Ayuk, I didn't like the way you handled that situation. I still don't know what went down because you weren't the adult in the room. Okay, Ayuk was by not going public. Kittle, you don't use Kittle like a weapon. You use Kittle like he has one hand and 4 fingers. Use him more, and maybe you'll get more points. Right. Offense stale, stagnant. That's your specialty, Kyle. Why is that? That's you. Okay.
What number we at?
All right, we're at number 3. But I got a few more. I want to sequence. Arrogance. It's on full display. You're not owning up to anything. The debacle, which was Trey Lance, how you ran him in the ground would have been the final nail in the coffin. And then the other,
that's only 6.
Trey Sermon, the miss on that, you could say, oh, good, wasn't.
That's Adam Peters.
Stop
It's Adam Peters.
Hey, if you really believe that, I want to do another half hour. You're playing, right?
Well, I'm not doing another half hour come hell or high water.
Kyle runs the show.
I know that.
All right. Upstairs, too. See, that's what I'm getting at the real stuff. Like, he may not have wanted to draft him, and then what's going on to where York ain't flexing?
How long are you going to perpetuate something that we don't know at all?
Until they hoist up a Super Bowl trophy with Trey Lance.
Kyle's brilliant.
Or get to the NFC, win the conference. Dude, you keep going upstairs and executive. The fans are
just
mad.
Like to have it both.
Yeah, the fans are mad. See,
yeah, the fans are mad.
Yeah, no, okay. So you give me
so
that.
are you.
Yeah.
But then Monday you'll be rah-rah.
No, it's bigger than the game,
you may want to give.
There's nuance to this. You miss my nuance.
I just don't understand how you can
tell me
come in one day and say Shanahan should be fired or should have been fired.
But that built.
But they're going to make the playoffs
I didn't
this
come
year.
in at 11:30 and say that. So that's how you know it's real and natural.
Yeah.
Now you get fed up and you want to break up. I've done it.
What do you mean?
Hey, I need to talk to you. When you're in a relationship, you've been dating, and then something just hits you like, you know what?
You mean like me and you?
No, just me and who I used to date.
Oh.
And something just happens, you're like, you know what? I got to call that person. We're done. That's how I am with Kyle. He can get me back, but you got to change your ways.
Of course he can.
And admit your wrongdoings.
He will never admit that.
That's why KB, my coach.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but I agree with Guru. We need to use the pass catchers more, especially Kittle. BG from Roner
It takes throwing the ball to do it. Hello,
somebody who
Kyle.
can throw the ball. You're just, it's just.
See, I've been in this business not a long time.
No, you
but I'm going to walk to the car feeling like we had a good show.
Why?
But I need to go down the hall to verify it, like Twitter.
What does he know?
It's his job. Yeah.
Exactly.
Hey, no meeting tomorrow. He'll be gone. I'm kind of disappointed.
I know you are.
Yeah.
Well, you're getting hammered here on the text line.
On what?
Just.
Not worse than your baggy short take. Dude,
It's not a take.
You were fronting.
It's a fact.
Guru on fire with the fire emoji isn't exactly getting killed.
No, the one about
the shirts
flip-flopping. I react to new information.
I need to go to a new market. You guys don't
You
understand.
better be careful.
You guys don't understand.
You better be careful.
I got a guy that you say one thing, he holds
trying to think about
for the rest of his life. You're held to that.
I'm thinking about Guru in two cities. One like Philly.
Oh my God, Philly!
Yeah, you couldn't
Philly
survive in Philly.
Please,
you couldn't survive in Philly.
Please,
you'd get called out. There'd be people waiting outside the door after the show.
Now that I believe, I'm a lover, not a fighter.
They'd be.
Oh man.
They would hate you because you laugh too much, because you have too much fun.
Who you been talking to?
No, it's a compliment. Don't you get it? I'm putting down people from Philly.
I'm asking. Oh.
You see what I'm saying?
No, yeah.
I said one of the reasons they wouldn't like you is because you have too much fun. They don't like that.
I'm laughing too much.
Who is?
I don't know. I just struck a nerve.
With who?
Me.
You're having fun with.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Remind
Your
me not to rob a
enthusiasm
bank.
is infectious.
Yeah, but remind
What's
me not to
your
rob a
problem?
bank with you.
Why?
You might have a sign on it.
You don't
robbing
get it.
bank.
Guru doesn't get it. That was a compliment.
Yeah.
It's making me sick. No, it's not making me sick.
Who
I'm
the
gonna
boys
forget.
got?
I have no idea. I'm sick of promoting.
You
this
ain't
show.
said how much time we got in a month. I'm getting worried.
Oh, that's right. Fred Warner, 5 o'clock.
Believe it or not, you got a minute left, guys.
Dude,
Fred Warner,
Steiny,
5
you're
o'clock,
having a
Damon
ball,
Ratto.
man.
You know what's funny? Is
You have not asked E how much time we got since July.
Right, I haven't.
No, since the Trey Lance thing.
You know,
You've been on
what
fire.
I think's just the joke is 49er people are like, oh, George Kittle. Oh, yeah, he's top 5 tight end.
Yeah.
George Kittle. Debo Samuel. Oh, he did top 5 weapon. Yeah, Debo Samuel. Bosa. Oh, Bosa's best left tackle in the game.
Those are truths.
Yeah. Fred Warner. Oh, God. Fred Warner. Top 2 linebacker in all of football. No doubt about it. Trent Williams. Oh, God. Transcendent.
99 on
Transcendent. Offensive lineman.
Where you
Unbelievable.
going?
All these good players. Why are they no good?
Well, they were in the NFC Championship game. So I judge them on last season. It's early. I still want them ran.
All right. Are we done? How much we got here, Evan?
10 seconds.
You know what? You take us out. I'm out.
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead.
Fred Warner.
I'm just
5:30. Damon Ratto. 5 o'clock.
I know. I stunk today.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, Click on Qualify Me and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Don't waste your time trying to sell your old car. Donate it to Cars for Kids. It's the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your car today.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/find. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/find. That's ZipRecruiter.com/find. ZipRecruiter.com/find.
We're all on this planet together, so join Odyssey and find your one thing. Fruits and vegetables are very environmentally friendly foods. Make them even more friendly by eating them in season. Join Odyssey, and together each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow. What's your one thing?
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Hey, I'm Ben Kaspick, host of the Locked On Giants podcast, a daily podcast covering your favorite team. The Giants are all in on analytics, and on this show, we talk about the Giants in a way that's data-driven and rational, but also simple, passionate, and accessible to all. We understand sabermetrics, but we also understand what it's like to play this game. Listen to the Locked On Giants podcast every day on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required. Refund available for 60 days after purchase.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. You'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the biggest brands at 90% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but 90% cheaper. It's the same medication you get from your doctor, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. Results are guaranteed or your money back. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/joy. That's 4hims.com/joy for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/JOY.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. for us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Live from the corner of Broadway and Battery, you're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield.
Oy, oy, oy! All right, the button is working. We're working. I remembered to turn my microphone on, and this show can officially start. Welcome, welcome. Good to be with you. Thanks so much for coming on back. Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game. Got a great show for you today. Fred Warner, the man in the middle for your San Francisco 49ers, the man who's right in the middle of one of the best defenses in all of football, is going to be joining us today. 5 o'clock is the time. Fred Warner joins us. We got ourselves a really, really good show for you today because here come the defending Super Bowl champs. And it's odd that you got a little ownage over the defending Super Bowl champions, but that's what the 49ers have. It doesn't include the NFC title game, obviously. And we're going to have to ask Fred, what defines his mind's eye view of this rivalry? Is it the fact that they do have so much regular season success, or is it just the stinging loss of an NFC title game? How does that affect the way you step into Monday night, and how antsy does he get waiting around for a Monday night? Ray, I get antsy waiting around for Monday Night Football. So I would imagine players are just chomping at the bit.
I suspect they hate it almost as much as the short week that comes after. Just, there's too much sitting around, and they are creatures of habit. In fact, just a night game probably annoys them because they're used to being at the stadium by 9:30. Now you get there at 3. It's a lot of downtime.
It is. It's a hurry up and wait industry. I guess when you have to play a Monday night game. But I guess I'd much rather play a Monday night game than a Thursday night game. And as is the way of the modern NFL, we are, 24 hours away from the start of week 4 already. We are moving right along. Let me offer you this, just right off the rip, a theory that I have around Jimmy Garoppolo. It's really not a theory. I mean, it's proven. There are cycles of Jimmy Garoppolo. And remember, that cycle sometimes reassures you, it sometimes upsets you, and right when you are ready to completely give up on that guy or say, I've seen it all before, he plays the level of football that makes you think, how do you get rid of that guy? Should we keep him around? And that, I think, is one of the things that the Niners got going into this game. Jimmy Garoppolo has had his portion of the cycle. And maybe this is going to bring out the very best in him. The best that Jimmy can be anyways. And I'll tell you what, another thing that should, I think, just play into a better game plan for Jimmy Garoppolo, and this is going to sound a little crazy. There's no doubt there's some backward logic going on here. But Jimmy's got to get the ball out fast because we know he doesn't look for the deep throw. He's not looking for the deep target. He's not a stretch-the-field quarterback. He's 15 yards and underneath pretty much in the way he's most comfortable playing. Well, you got to be looking underneath, Ray. You got to be looking for quick release times if you're missing your best offensive lineman. And we know that they are missing Trent Williams to the point where only a moron would say, well, here's the silver lining of missing Trent Williams. But I guess that's what I'm saying. They have to get rid of the ball. We're talking about 3 seconds. Magic number this week is 2.5. They got to get rid of that sucker quickly, which I think plays into the throws that Jimmy's most comfortable making.
It's really kind of a zinc lining, though, because sometimes you won't get 2.5 seconds. I mean, because that's the thing. We're about to find out, maybe for the first time, just how fragile this offensive line is without him, because he could hide a fair number of sins. And if they're going to have to throw, if they fall behind early, then the thing that they don't do well, which is pass block, is going to become more and more noticeable, which means that 2.5 might mean 2. It might mean, just a lot of just shovel passes, if nothing else, just to, prevent the Rams from getting ahead of steam. Because I think they're going to find fairly easy passage to the pocket this week. I just don't know how the 49ers block them.
It's crazy that the Rams are 19-4 against the rest of the NFC West, and that includes Los Angeles' win on Sunday over the Cardinals since McVay has come into town. Yet they're 3-7 in the regular season against Kyle Shanahan. It doesn't make much sense. And they're going to go from a certain style of quarterback play to the polar opposite style of quarterback play. Russell Wilson and Matthew Stafford are the opposite sides of the spectrum for the most part. I wonder if that doesn't make things a little bit easier for the 49ers because they're more comfortable playing against a pocket quarterback than a mobile quarterback. So, look, 1-2 doesn't sound good. 1-3 sounds horrible. 2-2 sounds absolutely fantastic, all things considered. So getting 2-2 out of Monday Night Football, that is obviously job one for the 49ers this week. Ray, we're brought to the good people of the world by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Since opening their doors in July of 2021, BMW Fairfield's become the top-rated BMW dealer in the Bay Area. You can visit bmwfairfield.com today to book your visit. I was poring over just an awful lot of stuff throughout the week. In the name of sometimes did that get past me? Was there a piece of information that I didn't see? I'll go to a beat writer or a podcaster's account or something like that, and open up their Twitter timeline and just start kind of scrolling backwards. And it's officially time to get ourselves out of Denver. I mean, no more crying over that spilled milk. That game is in the rearview mirror. It's all about what lies ahead of the 49ers, and what lies ahead of the 49ers are 14 more football games. But I'll tell you, I did see a little something that I thought was kind of damning, or at least raised an honest-to-goodness level of questioning about how Kyle Shanahan goes about doing things on some particular weeks. Nick Wagner offered up the most damning, I don't know if this is a stat or a trend, about the 49ers offense from this past week. In the first half of the Denver game, Deebo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk, and George Kittle combined for 15 touches, 141 yards, and a touchdown. Look, that's good. That's all good. You'd like to see another score out of that for sure, but 15 touches carved up between your three most expensive players over a half of football, or three most important offensive players, I guess I should say, for 141 yards. Like that's good. Nothing wrong with any of that. The wrong comes into play in the second half, where those same three guys combine for a grand total of 2 touches and 5 yards. How do you go from feeding the beast to letting the beast starve when you need to feed it the most? I will give Denver some credit, because I could just feel you go into that in your mental Rolodex. Denver's defense deserves credit. They make their halftime adjustments. But the defensive adjustments made shouldn't have been the difference between 15 touches and 141 yards and 2 touches for 5 yards.
Well, the thing that sort of stands out to me, just off the top of my head, without really looking into it much, is Kyle Shanahan said on Monday, we're pretty predictable right now. And I wonder if that wasn't sort of a response in his head to, we need to be less predictable. We need to do something different. And when they play with a lead, they tend to just want to go straight power to Jeff Wilson, who's their running back now. I'd have to look through the play-by-play of the second half, but I suspect that's some of it. I wonder how much they had the ball in the second half. I'm not sure what to make of it. I mean, it's not a small sample size, but I don't know how instructive it is. So I'd have to, when we go to the break, I will look at that to see if I can figure out why you would do that the way they did it.
You're going to deconstruct that. So stick around, boys and girls. Ray is deconstructing things. And I don't know how much there is there, but when I was just scrolling through, I had missed that fact from Nick in real time. And it made me, I saw that and I said, well, I'm writing that down. I'm going to bring that into the show today because I think there's something to talk about there. And another thing to talk about is simply with you guys. If we're looking for a little bit more imagination, knowing the parameters, and our audience knows the parameters of Jimmy Garoppolo and Kyle Shanahan in this offense very, very well. Knowing what you know about the 49ers, if it were up to you to shoot Kyle Shanahan a text message with one idea to change this offense, to make it more potent, to make it go, what's the idea you're giving Shanahan? Because, man, I thought of that question, then I saw that Nick Wagoneer stat, and I just kept on thinking, feed the beast, man. The guys that you got that you know are beasts, you got to keep feeding them to the point where if that's how you also want to define predictable, all right, fine. Be predictable then. But be predictable with your best players because you got a better chance to win a game with a ball in your best players' hands, predictably or not, than you do maybe knocking on doors that don't open as easily. So what are you doing? What are you doing to shake up this offense a little bit for Kyle Shanahan? He doesn't want your advice, but I'm sure you want to give it to him. What would you do? What would you tell Kyle to open up this offense a little bit more? 888-957-9570 is the number. We are just underway here on Damon and Ratto. It is good to have you here today. Our best coverage of the 49ers all the time on 95.7. The game is free to you all the time on the Odyssey app. You can download it today and bask in its glory.
The captain of the 49ers defense, linebacker Fred Warner, joins Damon and Ratto today at 5.
Chenault. Ball came out as he got to the 35-yard line of the 49ers have it.
Fred Warner, today at 5. Sponsored by Harris Ranch Beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea? And amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. Explore Wanderwoods, our new outdoor playscape, now open.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New Gigabit Extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
It's the bottom of the ninth, the game's on the line, and your small business needs a loan fast. What's your move? Go to OnDeck.com, America's largest online small business lender. With OnDeck, you can apply in minutes, and if approved, get your funds as soon as the same day. Go to OnDeck.com. Your loan is on deck. Depending on certain loan attributes, your business loan may be issued by OnDeck or Celtic Bank, a Utah-chartered industrial bank member FDIC. Limited eligibility for same-day funding. OnDeck does not lend in every state. All loans subject to lender approval.
This football season, adopt a new tradition that's sure to turn fans into family. The Jim Beam Highball. That's beam and soda over ice with a lemon slice. Share one at the stadium or make one at home. Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume. Copyright 2022, James B. Beam Distilling Company, Claremont, Kentucky. Drink smart.
Neuropathy pain? Call Dr. Robert Dees, DC, 925-393-0100.
This Hispanic Heritage Month, the Multicultural Institute is celebrating 31 years in the community. That's 31 years of experience coming together to support and uplift each other. The Multicultural Institute connects day laborers and domestic workers with employers to ensure dignity while also providing comprehensive year-round services for the Bay Area's low-income Latinx community. To hire a day laborer or learn more about the Multicultural Institute, visit their website at mionline.org. That's mionline.org.
Wildfire is coming. Get set by knowing what to take and where to go. If you need to evacuate, go early to protect your family and community. Wildfire is coming. Do you have a plan? Learn more at readyforwildfire.org.
We're on a journey to make healthcare more accessible and more equitable, to treat the most complex diseases and offer hope where often there is little, to provide better care to more people across the Bay Area. We are more than a hospital, more than a university, beyond science and technology. We are the people of UCSF. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
Are you seeing the telomeres here? Come here, look at the scope.
Dr. Ocasio's lab startup just discovered a gene therapy breakthrough.
The cells have already doubled.
He needs a fleet of research assistants before this breakthrough breaks them.
We need lab techs, research assistants.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
When you can't stop, there's Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub sends powerful medicated Vicks vapors right to the source of your... so you can experience cough relief and breathe easier. Generations of families have trusted Vicks VapoRub to help relieve the worst cold symptoms. So next time you have a cough, reach for the Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub. Cough relieving is believing.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. You know, an oil change with full synthetic oil like Valvoline Advance can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP Extended Life oil filter for only $36.99. Find your solution for better fuel efficiency today at any of our 6,200 stores or on AutoZone.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you are eligible. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit.
So it's not just terrestrial radio anymore. Oh no, we're way beyond that. We are streaming. We are on Twitch. We're on YouTube. You get us obviously on the Odyssey app, which means you could be listening to us from just about anywhere. I don't know where these people who are chatting right now on the YouTube page are all from. I'm guessing vast majority of you are from the Bay Area, but who knows? And having said all that, since you could be listening from anywhere, if anyone happens to be listening to us from the state of Florida, well, first of all, congratulations that you still have power. And if you don't, you probably shouldn't be wasting your batteries on this nonsense. But my God, what is happening to the state of Florida is officially scary. My sister is there in the St. Pete's area. She is in a safer area. She has friends who live much closer, much more inland, so she's okay. And if there were ever the right week for the Duchess to be out here visiting the grandkids, it was this week, and she's here. I can tell you that my mother right now is drinking Irish coffees down at the Buena Vista with my wife and my 1-year-old. I'm guessing Ozzy's picking up the tab. But man, thank God she's here. Just watching what's happening in Florida on TV is scary enough. I can't even imagine what it would be like to be there.
Was her decision to come out based at all on the notion that
serendipity? Serendipity. This was planned months ago.
People have known that Ian was going to hit for about a week. Oh, by the way, speaking of that, did you see Jim Cantor, the weather.com guy?
No.
Get hit by a tree?
Like not a branch, but a whole tree?
Well, a significant part of a tree that had broken off, and he's trying to do a report in 60-mile-an-hour winds because he's an idiot.
A stand-up shot.
And this tree just comes by and just takes him out. He gets up. He manages to walk to a light post and hold on to that while the camera guy tries to figure out how to keep a shot going and grab him and bring him in.
Was he staggered like Tua on Sunday getting up?
He got knocked down, but he got back up because he does that stuff a lot. He thinks it's great television, but this was one of those moments where you go, Jim, it's not as fun as it is harrowing. Get inside.
I mean,
if trees are running by, it's windy.
Yeah, there are certain times where you really want that sexy shot that looks good on TV, but when we're approaching 155-mile-an-hour winds, we might want to wrap that idea up and live to fight another day.
Yeah, this was merely a balmy 60.
Well, again, if anybody is listening, we're with you, Florida. No one in the state of California can point at any other state with any element of schadenfreude when it comes to natural disasters, because apparently, or you can just bet on it, ours is coming one day and there won't be like a 3-week warning like they had on Ian. So, man, it's just I feel so badly for everyone that is going through all that. Thank you so much for joining us today, and thank you to the YouTube Army for listening once again, and thank you to the text line Army. I've been giving so much love to the YouTubers. I left out the text line, and let's go old school and say, hey, thanks to all of the radio listeners who are never in a chat room, never typing, never sending in texts or anything like that. You're just listening and minding your own business like a great audience member. If you don't mind me saying, Ray's preferred audience member, the quiet audience.
Yeah, when they reach out is when they bother me.
Well, on that note, 888-957-9570. How would you go about fluffing this offense? If you had to pass a note along to Kyle, even though you're just some novice Yahoo sitting on your couch watching football, never coaching football, but you've watched enough of it to have an idea or two that you think could actually help an NFL head coach, what would that idea be? Like, you can have any idea for Kyle Shanahan. What would it be? 888-957-9570. Rays, I'm sure yours would be, don't listen to callers from sports talk radio shows.
Oh, if he's listening to any show, whether it's this one or any other.
It's ours.
If he's listening to any of them, he's not doing his job. But
we make nice background noise.
Not really. I mean, not for him.
I mean, personally, I think I'm worth paying attention to.
If he again, he should have better things to do.
He should.
But since you've asked, they were fairly diversified in the first half last week. They got 20 touches to their 3 best guys, or touches or targets. I think once they start to protect a lead, that was the second half, you started them trying to run Wilson more. And maybe the lead wasn't big enough because, first of all, fumble in the first series. Second series is a safety. Third series is a punt. Fourth series is a field goal, but doesn't really put Denver out of reach. And then they give up the touchdown right after that. So maybe if you're trying to say, what are you going to do to juice up the offense, run it like it's the first half. Because first half, guys were getting the ball in proportion to their importance to the offense. Didn't happen in the second half, but in fairness, even there, They had the ball for only 22 plays after halftime and only 10 minutes.
It was surprising because I agree with you. They turned to their running game when Kyle gets ultra conservative. Yet at the same time, they only have 19 rushes in that game? The stats coming out of that box score are a little weird. There's just no doubt about it. It was a weird night in Denver all the way around. And hopefully all the weird that you can fit into the first 3 weeks of a football season is officially now behind this team. But yeah, play to your strengths. Like, keep on going to the play that works until they take it away from you. Now, I'm sure Denver, they get paid to play defense too, and I'm sure they took away some elements of, we're taking away Debo here in the passing game, or we're going to take Kittle away just right at the line of scrimmage. We're going to wipe him out and just make sure he's not getting anything that even resembles a clean release, and we're just going to make his night miserable. Doesn't even really get out of his three-point stance. And then you also had Kittle probably staying back only because of the Trent Williams injury alone. So that probably took him a little bit out of the offense. But now there's Brandon Ayuk. And this would have been an opportunity to maybe get Danny Gray in there. I mean, how many 4 wide receiver sets have we seen from this team? Not many. Not many. So maybe a little diversity in the schemes you're showing other teams, and then just keep on running what is working for you until they make you play left-handed. This is Chris in Fairfield. Chris, appreciate your call this afternoon. You got an idea for Kyle Shanahan?
Yeah, you kind of stole my thunder a little bit. I would like to see defenses figure out a way to play us when we go into trips formation. I would love to see Debo, Ayuk, and Kittle on the right and Gray all the way to the left. I would love to see how that got defended by defenses. We do great in between the tackles, but I don't believe we do enough trips. And the one time we did something similar to trips, it was so foreign to Jimmy, he never saw Debo wide open down the sideline. I believe that could be open a lot. When you have Kittle, who's such a great blocker, in the trip scheme, gosh, we watch McVay and so many other people do so much in the trips formation. I just think that, gosh, why not throw a few of those throughout the game, maybe 5 or 6. And he is smart enough that he can scheme up that trip. I would love to see Kittle and Ayuk and Debo on one side, Gray on the other going deep. I just think that could work. And it's quick, and you get it out, and you get your screens. I don't see any of that. And that's what you were talking about with your 4 wide. I just would like to see 3-on-1, 1 on the left.
I'll tell you, Chris, nobody robbed you of your thunder. That was a hell of a call. Very good call. Thank you so much. And I agree. And what I like out of that trips formation, instead of just me saying 4 wide across, you know what Kyle really is good at? I mean, since we spent so much of this season so far telling you what Kyle isn't or not good at, you know what he's great at? He's great at disguising the illegal play as a legal play. He's great at running picks off of players 6 yards downfield, even though it's illegal after you get past 5. He's great at running picks off officials who got heavy feet. He's great at using what's on the football field to spring other guys open on the football field. And sometimes he knows he's flirting with the rule book. It's like a Zaza Pachulia. I've never seen anyone set a moving screen better than that guy. Kyle's great at setting illegal and moving screens and getting away with them. That's how guys do pop so open.
See, I don't think any of these concepts are foreign to Kyle Shanahan. What I wonder, though, is does he think he can block those for those? And I have my doubts. I don't know that he's got a ton of confidence in his offensive line to pass block the extra half second to a second that it takes for a play with trips to come open. I mean, I don't know the answer to that. But I think part of why Shanahan's offense is not as exotic as others is that his offensive line isn't very good. And bad offensive lines tend not to be able to pass block more than run block. Run blocking is easier. And if you can't pass block well, a lot of your exotics have to go by the wayside. You can't have Kittle downfield if you need him as part of your blocking scheme.
It feels like a funny week to say this with no Trent Williams, but I don't think we can just chalk this up to, well, you got a subpar offensive line and you need to conduct business as such. I actually think they've played beyond their expectations. I think they've been pretty good. So Again, if he's scared to do that, that's not good because scared money don't make none. Not in sports, really not anywhere. And I know that one of the things that I put out on Twitter that got some traction when I just said, Jimmy Garoppolo and Kyle Shanahan really do complement each other in terms of their on-field cowardice. I'm not saying either one of those guys is a coward. My God, Jimmy's in more physical accidents every single week in a football, just going through practice than I'll be in the rest of my life in terms of like any physical confrontation. These guys are grown-ass men. They're not cowards. But I just think that they're afraid to do things on a football field that seem to be standard or other teams try to do them no matter what. No matter what. To varying degrees. If you're the Chicago Bears, the answer right now is don't ever throw the ball ever. I don't know if you can do that yet. If Kyle were the head coach of the Chicago Bears, I don't know if they're throwing a single forward pass. It might be like that Bill Belichick game in Buffalo where he's throwing 3 passes or 2 passes, whatever the hell it was. But that's how you get predictable.
Well, but here's the other thing. The 2 games they lost this year, they threw the ball about 60% of the time. In the game they won, they ran the ball 67% of the time. And that's kind of a meaningful statistic because it bears out other wins and losses that they've had over the years, is that they are much better when they are running at least as much, if not more, than they are throwing the ball. And that's last year, that's 3 years ago, which were their 2 best years. That may be a correlation as well. The more they throw, the worse it gets.
Now you sound like Bo Schembechler. 888-957-9570.
Well, Bo's dead, not here to defend himself.
Carlos in San Bruno. Hello, Carlos. What's your idea to pass along to the coach?
Thanks, guys. I want more George Kittle. I want Shanahan to revert back to 2018 and do whatever he did to make Nick Mullins help George Kittle break the single-season tight end record for receiving yards. So whatever that was, we need some more of that.
Yeah, I say it almost every week. Hey, diddle diddle, where's some more George Kittle? He's too electric of a player with the ball in his hand to not get the ball in his hands. And I know Kyle loves him as a run blocker, and I do too. Everyone does. But let's say Travis Kelce was as good of a run blocker as George Kittle is. Do you think Andy Reid's turning him into a blocking tight end? No chance. How about George Kittle line up in a wide receiver position? How about getting him out where receivers line? How about you got George Kittle lining up against a cornerback? Does any cornerback want to see that coming down the field at him 5 yards at a time? 888-957-9570. Rich in San Mateo. What's your idea, Rich?
Hey, guys. I think my central thing for Kyle, and he is a very, very innovative coach and has a lot of great ideas. But what always rubs my nose the wrong way is that he forgets to use the weapons that he has. Like everybody, you guys have pointed out, other callers have, of Kittle. You've got to use Kittle more. But another guy that is so underutilized is Kyle Juszczyk. Look at that incredible catch, the one catch that he had in the last game. And he's got tremendous hands and is a great short yardage and goal line runner. It's like the way the Niners used to use the fullback back when Tom Rathman was with the team in the glory days. When they won the Super Bowl back-to-back in 88 and 89, in 1989, Jerry Rice was the leading receiver on the team with 89 passes. Number 2 receiver on the team was Tom Rathman with 72 passes from the fullback position. It's like, they say there's a fine line between genius and madness, and it's like Kyle loses his mind, You've got to use the guys that you have and the talent that you have and get everybody involved, right?
Well, yeah. Rich, I didn't think I would be agreeing with the more fullback. But yeah, I do. I do. I mean, I think he's one of the single best football players on this team. I think he is the best fullback in the NFL. And since that's a lever that you can pull, you should probably pull it a little bit more. Now, if you're saving, Kyle Juszczyk for a rainy day, well, okay, at 1-2, hosting the Rams on a Monday night game, that feels a little rainy to me. Conceptually, not actually.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, here's the thing. More Debo in the passing game. Maybe a little less Debo as a running back. More Kittle in the passing game. Not as a blocking tight end. More Brandon Ayuk. Give me some Danny Gray. And Kyle Juszczyk should get 6 touches a game. 5-6 touches a game. Yeah, it feels like a lot, and it is a lot. But no one would see it coming. I'll tell you that. No one would see them coming. No one would see, this is the Kyle Juszczyk game until it was actually happening. And by that time, you might be down a couple of touchdowns.
Yeah, I don't know that you can pre-program touches. Because I think what we saw on Sunday night was an offense that, while it didn't score a lot of points, it moved up and down the field pretty well. And in the second half, they didn't have the ball at all. So that was problem one. And the second problem was Kyle Shanahan was trying to protect a lead that was too small. And maybe that's the problem with the offense, is that it doesn't convert its possessions. Going into halftime, with 10, with 7, clearly not enough. And it wasn't like the offense wasn't dynamic. I mean, Garoppolo was getting throws off. They were running the ball plenty. But the second half, it all stopped because, among other things, the game changed. Denver had the ball for 20 minutes. 49ers had...
Second half.
Yeah.
Just second half.
Just the second half. They had the ball 35 for the game, which is also a lot. But 20 minutes in the second half, I mean, I don't know what offense you can establish.
Well, and what's amazing about that is that the 49ers just forced their most punts in a football game in 6-7 years. It's been a really, really long time since they were just that much 3-and-out. Here we go. Yeah. 49ers defense forced its most punts in a single game in 6 years. The defense even got to Russell Wilson 4 times. So you force 8 3-and-outs. Denver has very little going for it offensively, yet they dominate you in the second half, time of possession? Like, how's that even happen? Again, it was a weird game. It was a really weird game.
Yeah, they're starting to master that.
This is Matt in Novato. Thank you for the call, Matt. You're on 95.7 The Game with Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield. What's going on?
Yeah, guys, I was calling because one issue I've had the last few weeks on top of, what you guys have been talking about, I think comes down to, the overuse. Rather than using all these amazing pieces we have to confuse teams and make it difficult to scheme for us, Kyle seems to use all these, studs that we have kind of like disposable matches. I'm going to run trade till he's hurt or I can't. Then we saw on Monday night, he's basically doing the same thing to Debo, and then he got scared away from it when Debo went down. Then you had Trent getting double-teamed and didn't give him any help, which essentially leads to him getting hurt. And I'm just worried that he keeps doing this. And then on top of it, the leadership of the team, how is it that Kyle never seems to come after the game and take ownership of anything unless it's coming to Jimmy's aid? Monday night or against the Bears, the only guy who stepped up and said, this is on me, was Trey. The rookie comes up and says, I got to do better. I can spot numerous places where I could have done more. And then, when Jimmy comes in with a lead against Seattle, he's at the podium saying it's like riding the bike, and Kyle's joking, he's still handsome. And then come next week, Jimmy says, it's like my first game, and Kyle says he put him in a weird position. A weird position. The football field's been the same length and shape for as long as the game's been going on, and he walked out the back of the end zone. I mean, it's just embarrassing. At what point do these guys step up? And if Jimmy thinks he's the guy and Kyle's going to put his trust in him, you got to own it when it's bad, not just when it's good. But, yeah, I mean, I don't get the point of having more guys in the top 100 than any other team and then just using them one by one until they drop like flies? How about spreading it around and being confusing? Because I don't know any team in the league that could be seeing the Niners on the schedule, even with all the pieces we have, being afraid. I think that Harbaugh-era team, it was scary to face that defense. It was scary to face that Kaepernick in his prime when all things were firing. And now everybody pretty much just schemes that, hey, if we can score a touchdown or a touchdown and a field goal, the Niners can't go get those points no matter what the defense does. And I'm just waiting for this team to be intimidating on any level with the names that we have on it. It's just crazy that we're not more daunting on the schedule.
Matt, good call. I think the Niners do scare teams defensively. Offensively, elements might scare other teams and coaches, but you're right, not enough of it. And I think maybe the best point that you made in your phone call was that Kyle does burn guys out. It's weird. I mean, I began the segment saying you got to keep on returning to your guys when you know something's working. Yet at the same time, you are right. He will, I mean, if Debo got 2 carries in that first quarter that worked well, he's going to get 3 more carries in the second quarter. This is where we were saying, you know, you are overusing Trey Lance. And you can defend Kyle on that, and we can have Kyle Juszczyk come on in and maybe use the wrong mathematical parable to explain it away. But, yeah, I mean, that resonates with me a little bit. It does feel like there is an element of just predictability. Like, who's coming out hot in the first quarter? There is no doubt that Kyle is going to ride that guy into the ground until you know it's coming.
I'm still trying to get my head around what I think is the most pernicious problem along these lines, which is that I think he's just too eager to get into protect the lead mode. Because, again, you saw what he can do when he feels free and easy in terms of play calling, in terms of distributing the ball. So it's not like he doesn't know how, but I think they don't get enough points for him to get into protect mode yet. You need a 2-touchdown lead minimum, and they didn't have that in either of the 2 losses. And in the game where they did have a significant lead, then you can pound like crazy. I think that's the bigger problem, more than he runs guys into the ground. It's that he wants to go to his bellwether guy when a game is too close. And maybe he's just got to be more freewheeling. It would certainly answer the one question that he had before, which was, we're kind of predictable. Well, you're part of the reason.
Yeah, no, there's no doubt. Good use of the word pernicious as well. When we come on back, there will be more verbal dancing just like that, and Fred Warner at 5 o'clock here on 95.7 The Game. We are brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
Who doesn't love a Pac-12 After Dark thriller? I'm Erin Hawksworth, here to help you beat the books with BetQL. Washington is making noise in the Pac-12, but now they have to go on the road and live up to the hype at UCLA. Both the Huskies and Bruins boast top 30 defenses in yards per play allowed, and the BetQL model likes the under. BetQL has under 66 as a 4-star best bet. I'm Erin Hawksworth. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetQL app today.
Is there a calculator that can't compute in your kitchen drawer? Recycle it at Staples. A shredder that won't shred under your bed? Or a collection of cables cluttering up your closet? Recycle them now at Staples. With Staples Free Tech Take-Back, we'll recycle your old tech free. Plus, rewards members get $5 back in rewards. So if you have modems, mice, and mobile phones making a mess of your home, recycle them now at Staples. Limit 1 reward per month. Redeemable in-store only. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/recycling.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charging not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Don't waste your time trying to sell your old car. Donate it to Cars for Kids. It's the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your car today.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/find. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/find. That's ZipRecruiter.com/find. ZipRecruiter.com/find.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Every search you make, every click you take, they'll be watching you.
Tired of companies like Google and Facebook watching everything you do online? There's actually a simple solution. DuckDuckGo. It's an all-in-one privacy app with a built-in private search engine, web browser, one-click data clearing, email protection, and more, all for free. Download the app today and get the most comprehensive privacy protection with a push of a button. DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
Hey guys, Mike Valenti for Cash the Ticket podcast. If you like sports betting or if you just like sports, it's the podcast for you. We try to cover all the big games and maybe some of the games you didn't even know were important, give you some angles, pick some winners, have a good time, and hopefully help you meander through college and pro football season. So join us a couple times a week to get all your information you need to bet the games that you watch. It's Cash the Ticket on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world. Turning to the best in the business for websites, go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Thanks so much for being with us here on a Wednesday afternoon. We're going to go inside the 49ers locker room at 5 o'clock. Fred Warner joins us today, and we're looking forward to talking to one of the best linebackers in the world. He's always been a really good combo. I'd be stunned if he were anything less than that today. I got to say, too, Fred Warner showed up for the Guardsman Sports Auction. A couple of months ago, we had a wonderful charity event to raise money for Bay Area at-risk youth. We honored Will Clark before the Giants actually retired his number. And Fred Warner was there. A lot of 49ers showed up. And man, it was great to meet him. He's a really, really good guy. Very, very nice guy. And looking forward to saying hello to him a little bit later on today and get his sort of temperature on a whole bunch of things coming up at 5 o'clock. Somebody here on the text line, Ray, says, did you guys see the "Your Play Sucks Man" Jimmy Garoppolo lip reading thing? Yeah, we saw it. I even pressed retweet on that bad boy. I never said I knew exactly what he said, but the words "play" and "suck," those are definitely being used. Now, whether he said that play sucked, my play sucked, your play sucked, I don't know whose play he was saying were sucking in the real moment there, but it wasn't good, and he was obviously a little bit frustrated. And somebody here says, I'd like Kyle to run some plays then that Jimmy likes, if indeed that's it. I don't think he's asking Jimmy what he wants to run. Now, I do agree with you there. Kyle is not running a democracy. I don't think he is going to an awful lot of players for feedback about what they really like. Kyle is much more of a dictatorship. And that's why I was saying earlier, like, I hope Jimmy, in a weird way, is now comfortable enough to stage his own eensy-weensy, tiny little bit of an insurrection.
I know, and you keep saying that, and I think, he's not, he's constitutionally, that's not what he's going to do. I think also very few quarterbacks get to defy the coach, even in subtle ways, until they present him with a ring. And Jimmy Garoppolo has not done that yet. Aaron Rodgers gets to run his huddle. Russell Wilson is coming to it late, but maybe he's starting to run his huddle. Tom Brady has run a franchise for the better part of 10 years. But you've got to put a skin on the wall before you even get to be considered to do that.
Nah, I disagree. Because
who else is fighting in the huddle with their coach?
I'm not talking about fighting in the huddle with the coach. I'm saying this play for me, it's just not what I'm comfortable doing. I see something else here. I'm audibling into that something else, and I'm doing that right now. That might get you closer to the pelt than just doing it in ways that aren't producing what you want produced.
But in a control freak NFL, very few quarterbacks get to have that veto power.
I'm saying,
and I don't think
I'm not looking for Jimmy to seek permission. You do it live in real time. What's Kyle going to run out and start tackling guys himself because he doesn't like the way they're doing it? I mean, there's no way.
That's not Jimmy's nature. It's never been his nature, and I don't think it's going to be his now. I mean, by now he is what he is, not just in terms of results, but in terms of, what he is and what he does and how much freedom he insists on, which is not very much. I just don't think he's that guy. And the first time he throws an interception with his play,
what? You're going to go to Brock Purdy? Frickin' dare ya. I mean, that's the thing. He is now in a situation. Jimmy's never been more bulletproof in his entire career. There's nothing. Take me out of this game because you didn't like what I just did, Coach. I fricking dare you.
But he's not the guy who's going to walk into a fusillade of bullets with a bulletproof vest. He's not that guy. You're just going to have to face the fact that he's going to run Kyle's offense the way Kyle wants it run. That's him. And it's not a matter of how bulletproof he feels politically. This is the play. We're running the play. Because it's worked more than it hasn't.
Someone says, hey, if you want to find out, what that lip reading really was, ask a deaf person. They're phenomenal at lip reading. Well, you're right about that, someone from the 510 on the Comcast Business text line, but I can assure you right now we have very few deaf people to ask in the audience. And how could we?
Although, in fairness, some deaf people would find the show more rewarding.
I heard the deaf vote enthusiastically on Damon and Ratto.
Oh, yeah. They love the fact that they can tune in and never be annoyed by either of us.
What a luxury.
Oh, if only I were more deaf.
Jimmy, this is good. Now, they're not with the Niners, obviously, but Jimmy's got more rings than Kyle can even pretend to look at unless he's in his daddy's sock drawer.
You don't get to have a ring just because you stood on the sidelines well.
Oh, no, I'm sure that backup quarterbacks get rings all the time.
Oh, no, I know he's got a ring, but he didn't exactly earn it.
Hey, he's running scout team, baby.
Yeah, that's a big deal on a team like the Patriots.
How do you think they knew how to come back against Matt Ryan? That was all Jimmy. Sorry.
Wow.
Sorry.
How do you do that without pulling a groin muscle?
I know, right? It's pretty impressive. I stretch before the show. I got to go back here to the YouTube chatters, and I'm scrolling back up here, seeing who's got the best thing to say today. And here's a pretty good thing. It's from Philip Don Michael Johnson Thomas. So we obviously have a huge Miami Vice fan somewhere here on our
No, what we've got is a
page.
guy who just ran through the phone number and picked 5 first names.
No, those are all, I can trace them all to Miami Vice. Were you a big Miami Vice guy?
Never watched a minute.
Oh, you missed out, man. Did you ever, Ray, for a millisecond embrace like the Miami Vice look? Like anywhere in your mid-'80s, could I find you with some sort of a like pink pastel shirt and a white jacket?
No.
It's disappointing because you have been wrapped up in fashion trends. I've seen some old Chronicle
You've seen
photos.
one photo, and I've worn a tie twice in the last 55 years. So, no, fashion is not me.
Maybe we could get you like a bolo tie?
Only if I could take it off and strangle you with it.
Philip Don Michael Johnson Thomas says, I see we've reached the acceptance stage in the steps of the Jimmy Garoppolo rinse and repeat. He actually says it's a stage in the 12 steps. Well, there are 12-step groups, but the stages of grief are 5 stages. So let's see where we are. And Jimmy does fit into all these in one way or another. So the first stage of grief, or in this case, the first stage of Garoppolo is denial. Nah, he can't still be here next year. He's not still going to be on the team. You can't go ahead and have that guy sitting behind Trey Lance. It's just unfair. That's the first stage, denial. Anger. I can't believe he's still here. What the hell is that guy still doing here? Kyle owes it to his quarterback to not have that guy behind him. What's that? Bargaining. Stage number 3. You know, if anything were to happen with Trey Lance, isn't Jimmy Garoppolo really the best guy to come in and solve that problem? That's the bargaining. That's the bargaining that you start doing. Then you get depression. Like, did he just step out of the back of the end zone on a safety? Yeah, he did. He sacked himself. That's something else. He sacked himself on a safety. This is depression. And then you get acceptance. Well, it's going to be Jimmy the rest of the way, unless something else happens. So you better get used to that. And then you start coming back to the concept of, I guess, denial. This is the cycle of Garoppolo. Do you think he's going to go ahead and start calling plays and act a little bit more defiantly? Maybe that's acceptance again or bargaining again?
No, that's hallucinating.
So I'm in the ayahuasca phase of Jimmy Garoppolo.
Well, no, I think you're in the, if I were him, that's what I would do. Without taking into account that
my mentals would have made an incredible quarterback. Mentally, I would have been an elite professional athlete. Physically, undrafted.
You'd have lasted 5 seconds.
Mentally?
Just mentally. Not because you're dim, but because you would have said something like, I don't want to run that play. I said, okay, well, stand next to me and you can watch somebody else run that play.
And I'd be in your ear again and be like, he doesn't have my arms talent. He doesn't have my arms. You know that I'm standing here because you're trying to punish me. But every time you try to punish me, you're only punishing yourself. It'd be like if anyone at this station ever had the gall to suspend me. Why don't you go ahead and just lop off your own nose while you're doing that? It's despite the face.
Are you trying to say something here?
No. But you'd be nuts. Suspend me? Under what grounds? Teaching me a lesson?
Well,
Good
no,
luck
there's
with that.
no. Teaching you is a futile gesture.
Exactly.
It's burning with optimism.
So what are we doing here? Let's get to the huddle. Let's run a few plays. Whatever you're angry at, you'll be calm about it as soon as you see how good it is I am at this. I would have been an incredible professional athlete, mentally.
Incredible is the right word in that it means not credible.
Alex is in Oakland. Hold on, Alex. Let me welcome everybody to your 4 o'clock hour here on a lovely Wednesday afternoon.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
Alex, Oakland. Hello, what do you got?
Well, just trying to fluff up Shanahan a little bit. I think you're on the right track there. I think Shanahan's in denial. You got a situation where there's a codependency between the coach and the quarterback, and you got abandonment of some of the players who should get more time. So I think they ought to get a sports therapist for themselves.
Oh, you mean like the guy who comes and helps out in The Natural? Where he starts talking about, oh, God, I forget the monologue at this point. But, yeah, sports therapists? I mean, I don't know how you would have a football... Maybe Kyle Shanahan needs a sports therapist. Has a head coach ever had a sports therapist or called him in? I don't know.
I don't know either, but we are skipping over the one thing that seems pretty evident to me. It's not a very good offensive team. It has too many holes. Most notably, the thing across the front that keeps everybody else safe. That tends to limit your options.
What if I told you that offensive line was actually better than the running back room?
Not even this year. It's a fine run blocking line, and it has been for years. But what people are screaming about is we need more diversity. We need more passing. We need more getting the ball to the big movers and shakers. That requires an offensive line that will give you time to do that. And I have yet to see this offensive line do that. I don't think they did it last year particularly well. And they only did it in 2019 a couple of times, because the first 8 games of the year, if you remember, the 49ers ran the ball down people's throats. I mean, just the first 3 games, I think they ran the ball 40 times each time. And they were 8-0. And I think, if you're looking for some sort of, smoking pistol, maybe that's when Kyle Shanahan said, we're much better as a running team. And that's borne more fruit than let's put the ball in the air.
Yes, but I agree. I agree with a lot of what you're saying, but I don't think Kyle can get much credit for saying, yeah, I want to run the football, and I'm going to do it when I know we can do it well, because that's the way every coach operates, is it not? I mean,
Andy Reid doesn't operate that way. There have been years when Bill Belichick has not operated that way.
If Andy Reid had Derrick Henry and didn't have Patrick Mahomes, I promise you that offense would look so different you wouldn't even think it was Andy Reid's.
No question, but who's the guy who reached out to get Patrick Mahomes because he wanted that offense to be what it is? Andy Reid. Given a choice.
Well, the same way. I mean, didn't Kyle just prove to you that he's trying to do more? He conceptually, through the draft pick of Trey Lance, is looking for more?
I think that's what the theory was. Then he got him in, and I believe he saw all the things that Lance cannot yet do, and he decided, you're going to need a year to watch. And then the second year, he gets hurt almost instantaneously. I mean, and it was a huge gamble, and everybody knew it because everybody said it was a huge gamble. And so far, it's turned out that he hasn't seen a face card yet. So, I think conceptually he understood that, but I think given what he's got right now, which is a second-string running back starting, backup quarterback, and now your best offensive lineman out for weeks. He's good unless he makes a willful attempt to figure out a way to be bold. He's not going to be bold.
Bomani Jones. Who'd Bomani go on with today? Is that the morning? I want to give everyone credit. His morning roast. Bomani was on with the morning roast, and he had this theory that so I think Bomani Jones is one of the more interesting guys in all sports, and I want to hear what he has to say about pretty much anything he's talking about. But when he's talking about the Niners, I really want to hear that. Here's what Bomani Jones had to say about Kyle Shanahan and what he really does want in a quarterback.
What I said specifically that was weird to me is I don't understand what Kyle Shanahan is into when it comes to quarterbacks. The man who passed up on Deshaun Watson and Patrick Mahomes, and to be fair, he passed up on Trubisky too to draft Solomon Thomas, eventually becomes the man who drafts Trey Lance, and then, as he did with Robert Griffin, just because you can run don't mean you're a running back. And so, I find him confusing on that level.
I think that that's fair. And I think that if you brought that to Kyle Shanahan, he would even admit, yeah, if I did have a preferred scent of a quarterback that I were on, I've thrown you off of that trail a couple of times, haven't I? I really have. How about this? I mean, age clearly had something to do with it. Tom Brady? Tom Brady. Tom Brady's not enough for you, Kyle? Really? Kyle? Not enough? He said no. Not interested in Tom Brady. Not interested in Deshaun Watson, Patrick Mahomes. Not even going to scout Patrick Mahomes. Not even going to send eyeballs to go see Patrick Mahomes. It feels like a little bit of a dereliction of duty. Bomani Jones, a little bit more on the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky, talking about how this team's offensive problems, it's not in just one place. And we've been talking about that quite a bit ourselves.
I don't know if there's something wrong with the offense as much as your quarterback just isn't good. And I know that people have a bit of an emotional attachment to Jimmy Garoppolo that I find to be peculiar, but he just ain't it. And he hasn't been it. And every sign that the world gives us that he's not it, you got people that jump up and try to be like, oh, no, but Jimmy's a winner. That's not how things work, man. The dude who closes his eyes and throws an interception in the Super Bowl, that ain't what winners do. The dude that runs out the back of the end zone, that's not what winners do. And so I have just found a lot of his decisions, less as coach than personnel man, to be absolutely maddening and confusing. I think he's put together an incredible roster and has done a great job with that. And I do think he's got an offense that by and large has a very high floor, but this team ain't going to get it done with the backup quarterback. But can you blame a head coach for not being able to get it done with the backup quarterback, even if the backup was a starter before?
Again, look, I love Bomani. I'm not going to get into the whole concept of who's a winner, not a winner, because this entire franchise ain't a winner without Jimmy since Kyle's taken over. They are 31-15 when Jimmy starts, and that includes the loss in Denver.
But here's the thing. The 49ers of the last 4 years have not been winners because the quarterbacks made them a winner. What you could say about Jimmy Garoppolo is he hasn't gotten in the way of the things they do well.
Just don't poop yourself is all they're asking him to do.
So, when people try to frame this team the way they frame traditional teams that run through their quarterback, they miss it. Because this team has won on its running game and its defense. And not necessarily in that order. So the idea that, first of all, the concept of a winner is nonsense. I agree with him completely. It's just teams win. Players can influence that winning, and if you're a great player, you can influence it a lot. But you do not suddenly come into the league and be granted the title winner. That takes a lot of people working together. And I think one of the things about this team so far is that it hasn't operated together. It's had one half of the football that is excellent and one half of the football that cannot get out of its own way. And until the part that's not very good gets better, you're going to have wildly uneven performances. I mean, it's not going to be just, if we only had a better quarterback. No, it's more than that. You know, the things that the 49ers have shorted historically in the Shanahan era are offensive linemen and secondary people. Well, they finally seem to have addressed the secondary issue to a point where it's no longer unsightly. The offensive line, however, is not. It's very much a bit of an eyesore. And that, to me, more than Jimmy Garoppolo, is the one great, if I'm going to use your phrase, dereliction of duty that Kyle Shanahan, as the general manager, has made. He has addressed, but not fixed, the offensive line. And if you're supposed to be, an offensive mastermind, you have to understand that that's the first thing you do.
Kenton in Corte Madera. Kenton, you're on 95.7 The Game. Hello.
Hey, how you doing? I'm all with Ray on this. Imagine instead of drafting Trey Lance and giving up all those draft picks, they had focused on the offensive line and picked up some huge protection for whoever the quarterback is. And I know everybody wants to blame Jimmy Garoppolo for backing out of the back of the end zone and getting a safety, but like the reality is he had no time at all after the first couple of series. They were just coming after him.
Well, they all. I mean, and I'm going to let you keep going here, Kenton. But I'll just say that Shanahan already kind of even did wear that one a little bit, saying I called play action on the 1-inch line, and that was a bad play to send into the huddle. And he's right about that. I'm glad he admitted that much.
Hey, you want? Oh,
yeah. It was. I mean, to me, Shanahan isn't a genius. Shanahan isn't a good coach. He's got a lot of blind spots as far as play calling. He doesn't know how to adjust throughout the game. And, maybe he'll grow into being a head coach, but in my mind, right now, he's not a head coach. And we don't know whether Garoppolo is any good or Trey Lance are any good because we don't know. We don't have an offensive line that can protect anybody. And we don't have a play caller who can be flexible throughout the game and adjust to what the defense is doing. I think those are huge problems.
I think you're right, and Brian Baldinger would be the first to tell you that you should spend every single draft pick on offensive and defensive line, and you build out any football team from its middle to its outside, and you'll be better off for it. And to an extent, I agree. There are a lot of really good quarterbacks who are winning with something less than the most outstanding line that you can find in football. Again, so where does the rubber meet the road on the protection you need to get good quarterbacking play and a quarterback who can rise above the lack of protection that he might be receiving to still make the right play? And that is the needle I think everyone's trying to thread in some way. 888-957-9570. More of your calls when we do come back. And a question, theoretical question, about who might point the finger first when it's all said and done. Come back with much more of that. And remember, Fred Warner in less than an hour from right now here on 95.7 The Game. We are brought to you by the Odyssey app. You go download that bad boy today. Oh, we're also brought to you by the Caltrans Stormwater Program.
We see a lot of trash on our highways and in our waterways. This isn't what we want. Clean highways, clean water. Now that is what we want. You can help change this to that. Learn how at cleanwaterca.com from the Caltrans Stormwater Program.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New gigabit extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and R&S Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rsdoors.com.
The closer of the week is Brandon Ayuk, who shined on a dark night in Denver.
It's Ayuk inside touchdown. And Brandon Ayuk with a touchdown grab in San Francisco scores first.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with R&S Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener when you purchase a premium garage door.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
When Big Mobile charges you an arm and a leg, they're taking your money and your power. And your arm and leg. Boost Mobile gives your power back with an unlimited plan for $25 a month on one of America's largest 5G networks. We can't give you back your arm and your leg because we're not qualified surgeons. Unless you're an iguana who can grow limbs back. Switch to Boost and get an unlimited plan for $25 a month. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power. New customers only. One line, $25 per month with autopay. Additional restrictions apply. See boostmobile.com for details.
Chest up, engage your core, dig
At
deep.
Misty's gym, boot camp gets pretty close to the real thing. She wants to spot a personal trainer with a military background.
I can cover this week's boot camp, but we need someone stat. Isn't your cousin a Marine?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
When Big Mobile charges you an arm and a leg, they're taking your money and your power. And your arm and leg. Boost Mobile gives your power back with an unlimited plan for $25 a month on one of America's largest 5G networks. We can't give you back your arm and your leg because we're not qualified surgeons. Unless you're an iguana who can grow limbs back. Switch to Boost and get an unlimited plan for $25 a month. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power. New customers only. One line, $25 per month with autopay. Additional restrictions apply. See boostmobile.com for details.
In San Jose, partly cloudy overnight, lows near 60 degrees.
Weather brought to you by Ashley Furniture. Your neighborhood Ashley store has all the styles, selection, and value you'll need to invite fall in this season. Find furniture you'll love by shopping locally or visit ashley.com today.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome to you here on a Wednesday afternoon. Damon and Ratto. Everything we do is on the Odyssey app. Everything we do is clearly on 95.7 The Game, the good old-fashioned terrestrial radio way. From 3 to 6 o'clock, everything we do is on Twitch and on YouTube as well. We are streaming. Come on in and see one of my 7 Indiana T-shirts, which I basically rotate throughout the week. Not a lot of variety. Jillian was rubbing me. She's like, these things are now on like Twitch and YouTube. Don't you have to start dressing better? And I'm like, nah, it's still a radio show. I don't care. Turn your mic on. God bless you.
I was just enraptured by Jillian trying to lecture you on fashion.
Well, she knows more about it than I do.
Well, no, I know, but she's like trying to educate a pig.
Thank you.
Well, I'm just saying, what do you wear? You wear one T-shirt 7 times or 7 T-shirts that are exactly the same 7 times?
There's a lot of repeats. I mean, how much more? How much different does one red IU T-shirt look from the other 5 that I have?
Well, they're all the same one.
It's pretty much. It's the way that I tell most of my T-shirts apart is by the armpit staining. It's like counting rings on an oak tree.
See, for me, it's the height and the hamper.
The
higher up you are, the less soiled it probably is.
Yeah. I always like to say, hey, I'm helping, conserve water and conserve energy and save on soap, because I'll rock a T-shirt 4 or 5 times before it hits an amper if I'm not sweating that day.
Yeah, I'm sure Jillian is delighted by that.
Yeah, she loves it. She insists. She's like, let's go ahead and wash that up. I'm like, I'm just trying to help.
That's why the kids have that funny look when you say, come here to Daddy.
It's why Daddy has the funny smell.
Thanks, Dad. How about working some soap here first?
The old-fashioned Comcast business text line brings up a pretty good point here. And there was something else that I was going to get into. Because if there's predictable and bad offense, if you're ever looking for someone who comes from a fan base, someone who grew up a Bears fan could tell you all about that. I mean, I do implicitly know what having to win through only an offensive line, a great defense, and some special teams looks like. Somebody here from the 650 says, guys, there's no big difference between Kyle's offense and Jim Harbaugh's offense with the 49ers. I would say you're right. And actually, I wouldn't be surprised if Harbaugh's didn't have an element of more dynamic to it. I'd be really surprised. Because to me, I think that there is an element of conservative to the point of, well, now you're almost shooting yourself in your foot with your offensive conservatism that follows Kyle week to week, game plan to game plan. Never really thought that about Harbaugh. And this is going not through the Colin Kaepernick is surprising everybody in the league, Jim Harbaugh. I'm talking about Alex Smith, Jim Harbaugh. Alex Smith with skills that are maybe more to draw a straight line in between, certainly, well, him and Jimmy Garoppolo than Alex Smith and Colin Kaepernick. I think there's something there. And I don't think that that's necessarily a good thing for the 49ers, because Kyle Shanahan was supposed to represent a broader horizon of offense. And I feel like our vision has gotten a little more narrow. Now, when narrow's working, that's fine. Like, you don't need to show me the 5th page of your playbook if the first 2 pages are working like gangbusters. And for an awful lot of Kyle's tenure here, the first 2 pages, right, they worked like gangbusters. He had that running game, which the entire NFL admired. He was able to generate big chunk plays all over the field. They're doing less of that now because I believe that the league can study someone so much that they know everything about him. And I think maybe Kyle has to admit, I've been so studied and copied that I might need to change things up a little bit, because, boy, the kids that are taking my test didn't just come in with all the answers. They know what the questions are.
The texter, and I can't believe I'm saying this out loud where people can hear it, is right, though. 49ers under Jim Harbaugh We're 19th in rushing, 3rd in rushing, 8th in rushing, 4th in rushing. And that's yards per game and yards per play. He ran the ball a lot more than he passed it. He was not an intrepid play caller. But I think the one difference is he would color outside the box from time to time. He would go for it on 4th down when it didn't always merit going for it. And that was at a more conservative time in terms of sort of punt philosophy. So I think for the most part, that guy's right. I assume it's a guy. Shame on me for assuming that, but
they, them, Ray. Let's keep it safe.
I have enough trouble with correct pronouns. I think Jim Harbaugh coached Big Ten football when he was here too. So I don't think he's far off.
Shanahan coaching Big Ten football? A little bit, but not all the time. He'd use his fullback more.
I mean, the truth is, you saw a relatively modern offense in the first half of that game Sunday night. You didn't see a ton of points. That's the great flaw. But they were doing a number of different things. It's when he's got a lead that all of a sudden he goes, I don't know that I can afford to take a chance here. And I think that's probably because he's learned that when you take chances with this quarterback and this offensive line, you get into more trouble than it's worth.
We're going to get into who might point the finger more at the other guy in the Niners documentary that hasn't been filmed yet in just a little bit. But a few more calls coming in here from Thomas in San Francisco. Thanks for the call, Thomas. Thanks for listening. You're on with Damon and Ratto. What can we do for you?
Yes, sir. Hey, I want to see if I can get this off. I just don't know what Kyle Shanahan is doing. He could have the team that he had before as the Falcons. He could have drafted a lineman. He could have drafted a big receiver like Julio. This is what we're missing. We have a Ronnie Wright and Brandon Ayuk. We have something new in Debo, and we could have a Tony Gonzalez and George Kittle, and we have a good running back.
Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson. Is that what you're talking about?
Either one, either big type receiver that like Julio, and like I said, we got Ronnie White and Brandon Ayuk, and we got Tony Gonzalez somewhat if we could get in George Kittle and a decent running back, just like the Falcons, and an okay quarterback like Jimmy G and Matt Ryan. I don't know. Maybe it's too much going on in his head or too much on his shoulders. Maybe I don't know, but we have all the pieces that we need, except for that big type receiver that go downfield and the lineman to help out Trent Williams.
Well, I tell you, the lineman used to be in the huddle. His name was Laken Tomlinson, and I thought letting him walk away for any price was the wrong decision. I think that might come back and haunt what the Niners' grand plans are more than DeForest Buckner's absence is going to haunt what their plans are, because hopefully Kinlaw or just a bevy of rotating defensive linemen can make up for what DeForest Buckner was for this team. And I think in many ways we've seen it happen. Like the 49ers have officially lost DeForest Buckner, but have not lost their reputation along that defensive line at all. The big play receiver, yeah. I mean, every single NFL team's looking for him. You know, it's very easy to say, well, we need our Julio. Well, everyone needs a Julio. The Falcons are now officially looking for their next Julio.
You don't think Cordero Patterson is that guy?
Probably not. But look, everyone's looking for that player. Every football team in the world gets better with a 6'5" beast of a human just pulling passes down with a catch radius that looks like I don't know, what's something that's got a big radius, Ray? First thing comes to the sun. The catch radius, the size of the sun. Yeah, give me one of those guys. And yeah, I do think that they're missing a guy like that. But isn't Debo supposed to be that? Isn't Debo getting paid like that now? The answer is certainly yes to that. So, and then even if you had that, do you then have the quarterback who can get him the ball? And do you have the offensive line who can protect the quarterback in time to get that ball down the field? And it all it all goes together.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much about offense that Kyle Shanahan doesn't know. So the people who say, well, he can't coach, well, that's just stupid.
Right.
You know, that's the sound of an idiot making noise. If there is a deficiency in the offense, it is that the general manager has not done well enough by the head coach. Because, I get that they didn't, okay, you didn't get Jamar Chase because you needed the quarterback more. That's fine. But it's the fact that the things that really are irksome about the offense, most notably the offensive line, is no better now than it was 5 years ago. And you have plenty of opportunities to make that better. He hasn't gotten the right guys. I mean, they've drafted offensive linemen, but they haven't gotten what they're after to run the full panoply of offense that Kyle Shanahan purports to want. I mean, that's how hard it is to build a great offense. You have to have a bunch of different guys at a bunch of different positions. It isn't, give me a big skill guy and give me a guy with a big arm.
I mean, they've spent early and premium picks on this offensive line. Mike McGlinchey, Aaron Banks.
Yeah.
Other guys have been found and have performed well from later in the draft, and that's what you're hoping. But, yeah, I mean, too much Daniel Brunskill. Not to put it on Daniel Brunskill.
No,
like he's the center of the problem.
He's served admirably given what he is. But,
Colton McKivitz.
Yeah,
we'll see
he's no Quentin Nelson. I mean, who is? But that's the point. You can't have home runs in every time you pick somebody. You just can't have, huge mistakes. And when you're talking about an offensive line, you cannot have a whole chunk of it, namely everything east of the left tackle, as a problem.
Somebody says, wrong. Jets,
Okay.
no, not you wrong, but Jets media is already complaining about Laken Tomlinson. Well, Laken Tomlinson playing next to Trent Williams, there was nothing to complain about. And Laken Tomlinson played more snaps, I believe, over his time with the Niners than any other San Francisco 49er. The guy was always there.
Players are not Lego pieces. You put them in a different situation, they're either better or worse. They don't stay the same.
Mo from Oklahoma City, OKC. Mo, what do you got? This better not be about Durant. We've done that.
Hey, what's up, guys? Can you hear me?
We got you.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, hindsight, of course, is always 20/20. And if you look at both teams that the Niners lost to, both in the Super Bowl and in the NFC Championship, one thing they had in common was an elite man in the middle of that interior defensive line.
I tell you what, Mo, your phone is breaking up, and I'm sorry that it's breaking up. Give us a call back. We'll try to get to you. Maybe you're in the middle of Oklahoma and there's no tower. I don't know. Look, here's what I can tell you. That when the Niners had gotten bounced in the Super Bowl and in the NFC title game, the team that bounced them was the best team in football that year. I don't know if that helps you sleep better at night. But I've always thought if you got to lose, it's better to lose to the champ. Because at least you know for sure, well, that was a really good team because they're the champions. So I'll give the Niners a little bit of a pass there.
There are a lot of reasons to give them a pass. I mean, they have not underachieved by any means.
Right.
It's just that through these first three games, the offense has been lower fifth.
It's amazing the difference between a 3-0 start, a 2-1 start, a 1-2 start, and an 0-3 start. And it doesn't sound like a lot, but it is just the way that teams who are sitting at 1-2 right now are just looking down at the Raiders going like, ugh, you're just untouchable. Ugh. Like, I mean, you're not far away from being 0-3 yourself at 1-2.
Although the way they won their one, they won it with great ease and comfort, which is probably part of what's so maddening. I mean, 27 points is 27 points. That's a pretty good haul on a day. But it's the 10 and the 10 that surround it, and it's the way they got to 10. And even if you want to put the asterisk on the first game because it was played in Fort Myers, it's still 10. Because for the first half, that was a playable field. And if there is a common thread here, it's that the 49ers don't put people away early so that they can try more stuff, and so that Kyle Shanahan doesn't have to be the guy who says, I have to protect this lead at all costs.
One of the guys that Kyle Shanahan entrusts to protect leads at all costs is middle linebacker Fred Warner. He joins us at 5 o'clock here on 95.7 The Game. And right now I can tell you that this defense, it's going to have to be the calling card. As opponents begin to improve, as, yet again, here we are spinning our wheels in the mud that is this offense is a work in progress. This defense is going to have to lead the way, and so far, they have been. Number 1 in the NFL against the pass through 3 games. They were number 4 against the run. They're allowing 227 yards per game. That's the second best in football. The defense allowing 12 points per game over its first 3 weeks. That's the third best in football. Just handle your business. Don't turn the ball over. Score 17 to 21 points, and that's how you're going to have to take your chances from here on out. When the documentary comes together one day, Ray, it's going to be fascinating. Like when everyone is far enough away from the topic where they actually become comfortable talking about it. The side-by-side shot of Jimmy Garoppolo and Kyle Shanahan is going to be fascinating. When Jimmy and Kyle reach the end of their road together and they're ready to talk, who do you think dislikes who more? And I know that there is an element that they both do like each other. If there was a level of dislike that dominated how they felt about each other, Jimmy would not still be here. There's no way Kyle's ego would let him stay around someone so closely that he did not like on some level. So there's no doubt that there is an element of a healthy relationship between Kyle and Jimmy Garoppolo, but there's also a little of the toxic buildup that always comes when you know that your spouse is cheating on you or is prepared to leave you for another. There's always an element of, well, what happened? What did I do wrong? Look at all the success that we might have had together. Who's the more guilty party? Who's going to more point the finger at the other guy saying, we didn't accomplish what we wanted to accomplish because of that guy?
I'm not ducking the question, but I'm not sure that that's the dynamic here, because they did accomplish things together, and when Shanahan wanted to get rid of him, he couldn't, and now he's got to be with him another year. So that however this ends up, they're both going to go out the way they thought they would go out, which is Garoppolo playing every game for Shanahan. Now, I think there would have been much more bitterness on Garoppolo's part if they had moved him or if they had cut him. But the fact is, they're in a shotgun marriage that they've both kept together for the better part of 5 years, and it's going to end that way.
But part of this shotgun marriage is Kyle pointing it at Jimmy saying, get off my porch.
Yes, but Garoppolo then in turn said, okay, I'll get off your porch. Help me get off the porch. There are no stairs to get off the porch. And by the time, Lance got hurt, there was no porch left. I mean, circumstances have wedded them together to the point where I don't know that they have anything to fight about. Yeah, there was some humiliation in the offseason, but it was largely tempered by the fact that humiliation failed. Because Garoppolo's still here and he's still getting every snap. And however it happened, Garoppolo could say, well, you tried, but you couldn't. So where are we?
By the way, you know the type of porch that Jimmy's most comfortable on? Screens. A screened-in porch. It's terrible.
I'm appalled. And I appall easily. I just think that they are, that all the opportunities to resent each other have now been cleared by, we're stuck together and we're going to have to survive together. We don't have time to, enjoy the fruits of, late career revenge. I think they're glued together at the forehead, whether they like it or not.
Somebody says we need to win something for us to get that movie. We do need that movie. We do need that documentary.
Well, it can't be a 30 for 30 because they don't score 30.
And it can't be The Last Dance because they never really danced the dance of total victory. The last, I don't know, what would the never won a Super Bowl Jimmy Garoppolo, Kyle Shanahan documentary be called?
The Shining.
Why?
Because I get to see Kyle Shanahan stick his head through the door and yell, "Here's Johnny."
Who's at the end of this documentary? You and I can so rarely talk movies. This is exciting.
Yeah, well, this is one of the very few I remember.
Who is Jack Nicholson sitting in the hedge maze, frozen to death with the axe in his hand? Is it Kyle or is it Jimmy?
I would say it's probably Garoppolo because when he's done with football, Shanahan won't be.
Does that make Kyle Shanahan Shelley Duvall?
I suppose, though, it's not a convincing casting. I have a feeling it may make...
Who's the Red Romp kid? Is that Parag?
No, it's Jed.
Jed's the Red Romp kid.
Yeah.
No, Jed's got to be the manager of the Overlook Hotel. Grady, the guy who talks to him, and the ghost in the bathroom who says, you know what you need to do? You need to stab your entire family in the head, neck, and face.
There's a lesson in that.
I've always wanted to go to that hotel. I've always wanted to see it with my own two eyes.
Like you always wanted to go to the
I'm not going to bring the kids.
Psycho?
Yeah, no, sure, I would go to the Bates Motel. I'm surprised that they haven't opened up a Bates Motel that you can actually stay in on the Universal lot right in front of the home.
I don't know that they haven't.
Dude, the amount of morbid curiosity that runs throughout the whole, for pleasure, I listen to podcasts about mass murderers. You'd think
another musical comedy.
Yeah, you'd think the Bates Motel would be an actual thing. Maybe it is. Got any inside Bates Motel information? We'd love to hear from you, and we need to hear from you. Before we get to Close But No Cigar, man, we'll come back with maybe a few of these names when we return here, and we want to remind you that at 5 o'clock, the man in the middle of all of this defensive acumen is Fred Warner, and he joins us at 5 o'clock here on 95.7 The Game. It's Damon, it's Ratto, and we are brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Willie Nelson and family are on the road again, live in concert.
On the road again.
With the Avett Brothers.
There ain't no man can save me.
Black Pumas.
If there's a fire.
Larkin Poe, Particle Kid, and more at the 2022 Outlaw Music Festival Tour. Friday, October 14th, Shoreline Amphitheater. Tickets are on sale now at livenation.com. The Outlaw Music Festival Tour, part of the Allegiant Always concert series, produced by Live Nation.
The Black Keys Dropout Boogie Tour. October 5th, Shoreline Amphitheater.
They want to get my gold on the ceiling.
With special guests, Band of Horses. And the Velveteers. Tickets on sale now at livenation.com. The Black Keys Live and Loud. Produced by Live Nation.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
Does your heart long to wander? To
To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea and amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. See rare specimens, ancient fossils, and more at our new exhibit, Hidden Wonders.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/find. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/find. That's ZipRecruiter.com/find. ZipRecruiter.com/find.
The Grand National Rodeo at the Cow Palace, October 7th and 8th. Don't miss the action of bronc and bucks, bareback riding, stair wrestling, bull riding, and more. Get your tickets for the Grand National Rodeo at the Cow Palace today at cowpalace.com.
We are all on this planet together, so join Odyssey and find your one thing. September is World Ozone Month, so it's a great month to get rid of all your aerosol sprays and harsh cleaning products. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow. What's your one thing?
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Have you ever hired a commercial painting company, then been stuck managing your own project? Hi, this is Matt Jesse, president of MB Jesse Painting. We know how busy you are and that you need professional painters who are actually professionals. My team has the experience, training, and credentials to get the job done. If you've been waiting for the right time to paint, this is it. Call 855-MB-JESSE today or visit us online at mbjesse.com.
MB Jesse.
If you were lied to when buying a timeshare and want out, you need my help. Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, CEO and founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started the timeshare cancellation industry by exposing the ugly truth about timeshare and giving folks the straight facts. I've been fighting the timeshare giants ever since, so no one knows this industry better than me and my team. Today, we have 383 employees and have saved our clients an average of $65,000 in lifetime payments. Imagine putting those timeshare dollars back in your pocket. If you were told at a timeshare presentation that this was available today and today only, that timeshare was a great investment, or your maintenance fees will never go up, call my office now. I guarantee if we take you as a client, we will cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-613-5454. 800-613-5454. 800-613-5454. Now back to Damon and Ratto. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Anything you might need, anything you might be curious in, any element of fantasy football, actual NFL football, any team-specific football podcast you'd like to listen to, you can find it all on the Odyssey app, which you download, where you get your favorite podcasts, which is Obviously, the internet, go there. You'll find it all. It is really good to have you here today. I asked what would indeed the Jimmy Garoppolo, Kyle Shanahan 30 for 30 be named, and Ray said they never scored 30 points. Very good. But there are a couple of ideas. Fantone24 among our YouTube chatters says it should be called The Last Pantsed. Oh, yeah, maybe. Somebody here named Rob on the good old-fashioned text line said right through his Shanahans, the Kyle Shanahan story. That might have to be it. That might have to be it. Right through his Shanahans. Not bad. Not bad. Not bad.
What else you got? And I realize I'm asking something I really don't want, but go ahead.
That's it. If it's going to be a fight, if it's going to be a documentary about who didn't like each other more, another person from the 408 says just call it "Where's the Beef?" A lot of instead of "Last Chance," or "Last Dance" of "Last Chance." It's a humiliation sensation. Again, they weren't humiliated; they just haven't delivered everything you wanted them to.
Yeah.
To have and to have not.
I mean, that's the other thing is, the people who have enjoyed themselves complaining about this marriage don't want to remember the fact that this has been a pretty good marriage by most NFL standards. It's just a weird one.
Yeah. I mean, when healthy, success has been found. Ultimate success? Have you officially splashed into the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow? No. 650 with a late clubhouse entry. Maybe call it the Last Lance. Not bad. By the way, speaking of the Last Lance, we have about 500 Trey area signs here at the station. What are we supposed to do with those? I guess we can sit on them until next year?
Exactly.
There we go.
Boy, that's a great question.
So we're prepared.
Next year might not happen, though.
We're prepared. What do you mean might not happen?
Hey, what if they run deep again? Brock Purdy.
Jimmy time.
I'm willing to consider any and all options with his goofball team.
Somebody on Hype says it should be called the winning percentage. Yeah, there is a good winning percentage. Very good. Yeah, I don't know what we're going to do with those Trey Lance placards.
Yes, you do. Dumpster.
Do you realize the budget of at least $85 that was spent on those, and we're not in the business of saying goodbye to $85 printing budgets, Ray?
No, they'll just take it out of your next paycheck.
Oh, super duper. That's great.
Never question their ability to take your money.
A truer statement has never passed your lips. I've been given some breaking news, though. I'm very happy to report to you that coming up at 5 o'clock, we are indeed having Fred Warner. After we talk to Fred and then talk about some of the things that Fred and Ray and I talk about, I've been told by Lucas, who has already put his own 2 ears on this, that we have nothing short of the single greatest call in the history of Jaime Moreno's Spanish language broadcasting career for the Carolina Panthers. For those of you who've been around a long time, wait a minute, why are they hugging in the Yankee dugout? Tremendous. Is that a replay of last night's game?
Doesn't matter. Nothing happened.
Okay. The Yankees are hugging like they just did something. They clinched last night. I do know that.
They're up 3-0.
Okay.
Judge has not been in evidence.
Okay. So
well,
there
he's
you go.
walked.
I just thought. Maybe something happened. Whenever Aaron Boone is looking for men to kiss, I assume something happened.
That might have been from last night.
Jaime Moreno, as you all know, is the Spanish language broadcaster. Well, maybe not as you all know, but as you longtime listeners know, is a Spanish language broadcaster who we absolutely fell in love with when the Carolina Panthers came into Levi Stadium to play the Broncos in the Super Bowl. The calls that this guy produced that year specifically were fantastic. The greatest Jaime Moreno call of all time is what Lucas tells us we now have. We also have a little slice of Bill Belichick. I want to play that for you now. Bill Belichick was asked about Mac Jones today. Mac Jones has a high ankle sprain. Count the high ankle sprains. This, by the way, was edited by, was it NBC Sports Boston? Is that where we got it, Grandy?
That's where we got the idea from, but there was some annoying music in the background, so I just took it upon myself and edited it myself without the music.
Great. Oh, okay. Now, do you have the dings in there?
I have the dings in there.
All right, here we go. This is an incredible 59 seconds to spend with Bill Belichick.
Saw Mac a little while ago. Definitely getting better. Probably won't practice today, but made a lot of progress here in the last, 48 hours. Keep plugging away and take that day by day, see how it goes.
Do you expect Mac to start on Sunday for you guys?
Take it day by day. Brian's got a lot of experience. He's done everything that we would want to do. Mac be able to do it, with, I think, minimal practice if that was what it was. Just take it day by day. We're not really doing anything differently. Day by day, Phil. Day by day. That's the plan. Day by day. Day by day, he's getting better. See how it goes. Day by day.
Does he have a high ankle sprain?
Day by day. What do I look like? A doctor? An orthopedic surgeon? I don't know. Talk to the medical experts.
What are the medical experts on staff say?
Day by day. We'll evaluate him. What difference does it make to me? What do you think I'm going to read the MRI? That's not my job. So, yeah, it's day by day. It's getting better day by day.
Oh, it's performance art. You can hang his press conferences in the Louvre. You really could.
He's laughing. He's having a good bit of sport with the fellas.
Absolutely, he's enjoying himself. Not since we saw the dog representing the entire New England Patriot front office in the draft in front of the laptop in the dining room has something so charming happened from the land of Bill Belichick. That was great. And let me just, as we get closer and closer and closer to, I want to remind you again, Fred Warner at the top of the hour, as we get closer to the NBA season, and by the way, the Warriors have touched down in the land of the rising sun. They are in Japan right now. I'm sure they're all listening to us. Odyssey app, take us anywhere. They're getting ready for, the Washington Wizards? Is that who they're playing a couple of exhibition games? And when are they, 3 a.m. Friday? That's when they tip off? Are we carrying that sucker live?
We are taking it live 3 a.m. Friday morning, and then we are also replaying it at 6 p.m. So for most normal people who will be awake at 6 p.m. and not 3 a.m., you can hear it relatively live, kind of live, but also on tape delay, 6 p.m.
We don't want to move up that, 1 hour and maybe give us a little jump on the weekend? No? Okay, fine, 6 o'clock it is.
Bastards. And I do mean bastards.
Let me just tell you, as the NBA season is approaching, we're not going to get a great season from the San Antonio Spurs, but we are going to get a great season from Greg Popovich. If you have not seen some of the Greg Popovich Media Day presser, oh my God, it's fantastic. Greg Popovich is officially, not that he ever lived comfortably in the mansion of, I'm worried about what I'm going to say, but he now officially lives in the I don't care what I'm about to say neighborhood that he's always flirted with. He's always been checking out real estate in that neighborhood. Greg Popovich has had it with formal back and forth with media. Had it. And it was an incredible performance. The other thing that we haven't talked about at all, Ray, did you see any of that Brooklyn Nets media day?
Yes, I did.
That thing was freaking interesting. That was weird. Durant trying to talk his way around it. You have basically Kyrie Irving remaining the sport's most quotable idiot, wrapping himself in just moronic decisions, and he wears them like a badge of honor. You got Steve Nash and Sean Marks kind of looking at each other saying, how do we get better here? Ben Simmons is now in the mix. If nothing else, the Nets are going to be fascinating. I'll give them that much.
I watched it, and I was already sick of them by the end. And they didn't even have Ben Simmons. Ben Simmons had talked 2 days earlier, and they asked how many threes he was going to take, and he goes, I can't say it without cursing. But he said, I don't know, which is to say none. So they'll still get the same
Steve Nash says he doesn't care if he shoots a jump shot ever as a net.
Yeah.
He's versatile. Well, not that versatile if he doesn't shoot any jump shots.
No, this is a team of extraordinary talents that don't mesh at all. At all. I mean, there's no reason why they shouldn't win the Eastern Conference.
Let's see, though.
Except that they're them.
I mean, let's see. Let's see it all. I'm not here to tell you what they might be because I haven't seen them actually play well or even like each other for a single day together. So let's see if that actually happens. But when it's all said and done, ladies and gentlemen, he is coming.
First name Stephen, last name Curry. He came into my life, now everything is less blurry.
3 a.m. Friday morning. Steph Curry's going to be hitting threes. Not just for us, but for everyone. Steph doesn't just hit threes for the Golden State Warriors. He hits them for the planet. It's his gift. It's like Johnny Appleseed. Instead of walking through the world, planting apple trees, he's just giving out threes. You get a three. You get a three. You get a three. I give threes. The man gives us threes.
No, he takes threes.
He takes threes. You're right. But he's not taking them from us. He's taking them for us.
Well, for you anyway. I don't care.
Oh, yes, you do.
First name Stephen, last name Curry. He came into my life, now everything is less blurry. Oh, Steph Curry, Steph.
Love it.
Me out, turning me into the best.
Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait. I'm ready for a little hoops. I'm not going to lie. It's great that the NFL is back. Thank God baseball's almost exiting stage left, or at least the baseball that we have to pay the most attention to. By the way, congratulations, Logan Webb. Won his 15th game of the season. Career high last night. Some celebration of Jaime Moreno coming up in our 5 o'clock hour. Looking forward to that. A What If Wednesday. What if I told you that instead of a What If Wednesday, we might have some Jaime Moreno for you? Would you be excited about that? I hope you would be. But what you have to be the most excited about as a Bay Area fan is the fact that we're about to talk to Fred Warner here as we enter our 5 o'clock hour on 95.7 The Game.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
Inside the 49ers locker room is brought to you by Harris Ranch Beef. Visit your local Chavez supermarkets for all your beef and tailgate needs. In his 5th season now, Fred Warner has turned himself into one of the best linebackers in the NFL, and he's the man in the middle for your San Francisco 49ers. In his 5th season already. Fred, time flies when you're just whooping butt, doesn't it?
Man, it flies. It sure does. But it's been a great ride. Seriously, it's still going strong, man. We're, I just love playing for this organization. Love playing this game, and it always presents different challenges, which is always fun too.
Well, thanks so much for joining us today. Really appreciate your time. Before we get into you, the team, and how everyone is playing, how's your body feeling after 12 quarters of NFL football this season?
Yeah, no, it feels great. I would hope it would. Only 3 games into a long season, so it feels great.
This defense has been pretty dominant through 3 weeks. What do you think has been the best part of your side of the ball so far?
Yeah, I think everyone just really playing together, playing hard. We preach, swarming to the football. I think that's what separates us from a lot of different teams is you turn on that tape and you're going to see all 11 flying to the ball every play. We play assignment down football. We don't do a whole lot, but we do it fast. We do it physical. So I really like what I've seen out of the guys.
You were critical at times of your own play last year. How different is it this year? Can you characterize that difference?
Yeah, I think just as I continue to grow, I think the great thing is I'm still young. I still have the swag and the confidence of a young guy, right? But I have that older experience now to know what I'm doing, know what offenses are trying to do to me and to our defense, and so it's a great combo right now. I feel like I'm exactly where I need to be. I'm seeing things clearly and just flying around, honestly. And I know the plays will just come to me as I go, and I keep playing hard and keep doing my job.
Fred Warner of the San Francisco 49ers here on Damon and Ratto. So I know that you were all very, very hard on yourselves after losing in Denver. Even though your side of the ball only gave up 9 points, you basically said, well, hey, we didn't cause any turnovers, so we're not about to victory lap anything here. How important do you think is the turnover to just an overall performance? Like, what is better for you guys? Holding someone to 10 points with no turnovers, or holding a team to 17 points with a turnover?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good question. And I think we talk about it all the time as a team, how important the turnover margin is. We always say we want to be +3, which means that our defense is taking 3 from the other team, and obviously the offense gives 0. And and forever in football, that's kind of a good indicator of winning and losing is what did the turnover battle look like. So, like you mentioned, us not getting any takeaways didn't help the team to win the game. And I'm not sure if there's a good recipe, like, should we hold them to 9 with 0 or 17, 1 takeaway, right? I think every game is unique, and I think the great part about it is you always have an opportunity, especially when you hold a team to a lower amount of points, but it's about really just finding a way to win from on any side of the ball, right? I mean, there's so many opportunities in that game for us on defense or any other phase of the team to win the game, and not just wait for somebody else to make it. And so I take pride in as a defender and our side of the ball that we always have an opportunity to not only stop the other teams from scoring points, but to also get the ball back and possibly score points for our team. So we're looking to do that coming this week.
This coming Monday will be the first time you guys have played a team with what people regard as a high-octane offense. How different do the Rams look on tape, not necessarily just from the 3 teams you already played, but from how they looked in the championship game last year?
Yeah, I think right away, just from watching some tape early on, is they're missing a couple guys on their offensive line, from injuries, and obviously they don't have Odell like they did last year, which he was a huge weapon for them. And I also think they just lost Jefferson as well as Van Jefferson, but they did gain Robinson in free agency. Obviously, Cooper Kupp is exactly who he's always been. Matthew Stafford is exactly who he's always been. And the run game as well is they have really good running backs, and their scheme is really good. So, like you mentioned, they're a high octane offense, and we're for sure going to have to bring our A game come Monday night.
Fred, with the kind of overwhelming regular season success that you guys have had against the Rams, do you lean on that at all, or is the sting of dropping the NFC title game more of the dominant feeling in your mind around this rivalry?
Well, that's obviously what's most recent. Everybody talks about the streak we had of winning games against them, but I always look back to what's most recently happened. They've won a Super Bowl most recently, right? And this is our first opportunity to compete against them since last year. And every game is its own game, honestly, too. Even back when we, back last regular season or in previous games, you have to treat every game like it's its own game. You don't really kind of dwell on the past of what has happened. Every game is different, whether it's the Rams or Seattle or the Cardinals, all divisional games. Each one's different. So we have to treat it as it is, and make sure that we're on point with our preparation.
Niners linebacker Fred Warner here on 95.7 The Game. Can you put your finger on any correlation that you have ever found or, come up with because some stat geek brought it to you, or you came up with it in your own mind, as to why you had so much success against the Rams?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. Nobody has ever brought any information to me. I don't know exactly what it is. I think some teams just match up well. Seattle for a long time, it's been hard to beat them. They just match up well against us, and we match up well against the Rams. I don't know what to point my finger on or whatever. But like I said before, every matchup is its own matchup, and they're going to come as hungry as we are. It's going to be a battle. It's a primetime game, so it might come down to exactly what we mentioned at the beginning of this talk is the turnovers. Maybe that it could possibly just come down to that.
With all the chatter and drama that is surrounding the offensive side of the ball after 3 weeks, how grateful are you that none of it touches your unit at all? That you basically, people now sort of take your unit's excellence for granted, and that you don't have to deal with any of the outside noise?
Well, I guess you could look at that a couple of different ways. I as one of the leaders of the team, not just on defense, but this is a team. It's not just offense versus defense. It's offense and defense, and this is our team. And our team right now is 1-2. That's the reality of it. So regardless of if the offense is getting scrutinized and we might be getting a pat on the back, like at the end of the day, if we're not winning football games, then we're not doing our job. So we have to figure out ways to be better and to learn from our mistakes to ultimately win football games. That's what this is about. You're in this business to win, and at the end of it, to win a championship. So whatever we need to do to make that happen, that's what we got to do.
Can you tell us if you've noticed, and obviously there haven't been that many reps with Jimmy this season as QB1, but do you notice anything different about him this year as opposed to other years? Now that he's been reinstalled, does it feel like you're looking at a different offense in practice than you were a couple of weeks ago when it was Trey Lance's offense?
No, I mean, Jimmy's the exact same. He's always been always a true professional at what he does. Outstanding player. And I obviously the offense is going to look different with Trey in there compared to Jimmy. Trey having the ability to obviously run the zone replays and stuff like that Kyle was scheming up. But it's all looked the same as previous years.
Has Kittle passed around a new helping of Jimmy Garoppolo beefcake T-shirts to inspire the team?
No, not yet. Maybe he needs to whip those out this week.
Why hasn't he? I mean, it seems like the obvious thing to change the team's odd luck so far. You need to lean into him.
Yeah, I'll talk with him tonight about it. Don't worry.
I mean, you're a team leader, Fred. Maybe it's up to you to print some T-shirts this year. That's all I'm saying. We don't want to put too much pressure on you. Fred Warner of the 49ers. Do you guys get antsy sitting around waiting for a Monday night football game? Would you rather play on a Sunday?
It's I think it's always cool just to play in prime time. I love playing a night game. This past game, in Denver was really cool, and playing a primetime game at home is always even better. So I'm really looking forward to it. Monday or Sunday, doesn't matter.
When you guys do play on a Monday night, do you spend Sunday at all watching other games, or do you just try to keep away from all the extraneous noise that comes with 14 football games?
No, yeah, I for sure watch. One, being a fan, and two, it sometimes gives me like inspiration, or I'll see something which might help me for our game on Monday. Whatever that may be. So I love to watch the other games too.
Yeah, I was wondering if just an afternoon on a couch watching football isn't like a really casual sort of around the league film study for you. I mean, that you can't be watching through a fan's eyes as much as you used to be. You must be always looking at a football game through a middle linebacker's eyes, right?
Yeah, it's a little different now, I would say, but it also is from the fans' eyes too. I mean, I truly do respect a lot of the players around the league, and it's fun to watch.
Who's your favorite watch? What is there a team so far, or a player that if they got the ball and they're in the red zone, you're not flipping the channel?
Oh man, I don't know. I mean, there's so many good teams out there. A lot of good offense, a lot of good defense. It's obviously fun to watch the Bills. They're really good right now. Miami and the Eagles are off to a really hot start, so it's been fun to see that too. But all the teams. I mean, it's just cool to watch. You sound like a red zone guy, then. There you go. Right. Whoever's hot. Yeah.
Fred Warner here on 95.7 The Game. Azeez Al-Shire goes down for a couple of weeks here with a knee injury. How much more gets put on your plate, Andre Greenlaw's plate, with that injury?
No, I wouldn't say more gets put on our plate, by any means. I think that Aziz is an outstanding player, and having him on the field makes our group, what it is. But so it is a huge loss to us. But at the end of the day, it's next man up mentality, and whoever fills his spot, I think that they're prepared. I think everybody in our room, we have a very deep room, and the standard is the same across the board, regardless of who's out there. Aziz will be missed for the time being, but next man up always.
I mean, I think you're very much a do-it-all linebacker. You play well moving in every direction, either towards the line of scrimmage, into the secondary, or sideline to sideline. You really are. You're omnidirectional, man. You're like a joystick. So since you play like that, what makes it easier? Not that any of this is easy. What makes you more comfortable as a do-it-all linebacker? Having that defensive line in front of you, or the job that the secondary does behind you? Which allows you to play freer in space?
Oh, man. I don't know if I could just choose. If I could just choose one, I think I'd be doing a disservice to one side or the other if I did choose. We all truly do work in unison. The defensive line, the way that they penetrate, the way that they attack, run game and pass game, it makes my job a whole lot easier. But in the back end, those are the guys I'm talking to, down in and down out in terms of coverage checks and different calls, things that we need to make sure we're in unison on in coverage in the back end or in the run game. So everything works in unison from front to back.
Now that you're a wily old veteran of 5 years, can you remember the last time a player on your side of the ball did something that amazed you?
Oh, man. I mean, shoot, probably every game somebody does something amazing, to me at least. I mean, I think Hufanga's been pretty amazing through 3 games. Some of the stuff that he's been doing, just coming off the edge. And some people might think, oh, he's just lifting off the edge and making it. No, like this, it's happening every game. You would think that people would know how to stop him by now, but you can't stop when a guy's just relentless, and playing fast and physical. It's hard to stop a guy like that. But I'd say every game somebody does something amazing. Debo Samuel's constantly doing something amazing. He's running through somebody or maybe some kind of cut or something. I don't know. It's pretty cool to watch.
Can you tell us, Fred, a little bit about D'Amico Ryans and how, if at all, he's different in year 2 as this team's defensive coordinator?
Yeah, I don't know if he's much different, honestly. If anything, he's just better. He's just a better version of himself, which is the goal amongst everyone, is to always strive to be better. And he's been exactly who he's always been, the leader, the mastermind behind everything. He makes sure that he never gives us too much to handle. He keeps it simple for us so we can go out there, we can play fast, play physical. He always holds us to the standard and challenges us to push past and to push past the standard, to push the standard. So, he's outstanding.
Does everything come in on an iPad or on the Microsoft Surface tablets? I mean, let's get it right. That's what the NFL would want me to do. Does everything happen on a tablet? Like, when's the last time you actually saw a chalkboard or touched a piece of chalk?
Never have I once touched a piece of chalk, especially not in the NFL. Yeah.
Things have changed.
Have you broken any tablets yet? That does seem to be the new thing this year.
Right. I mean, if the GOAT's doing it, maybe that's the thing to do. But it's not my thing.
Yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Since he is officially one play away from being the starting quarterback the rest of the season, how's Brock Purdy coming along?
Yeah, Brock, he looks great. Obviously we see him a lot, him being the scout team quarterback. And I really love the way he's progressing, the type of competitor that he is. He's shown a lot of poise, as a rookie quarterback since day one. It's been pretty impressive to watch, and I love competing against him day in and day out.
Does downshifting from Russell Wilson to Matthew Stafford, just in terms of how much one guy scrambles to how much the other guy is married to the pocket, does that make your job? I mean, it clearly makes the job different. I don't know if easier or harder would be the word. I guess what's harder to chase down, rocket legs or a rocket arm?
Right. No, I wouldn't say one's easier than the other. I think they're both. I mean, especially you're talking about two of the greats right there, Russell and Matt. So I couldn't choose one. I know it'll be a great challenge for us, and just like last week was a challenge for us. Every week kind of presents its own things that we have to be aware of, and Matthew is one of the best.
Having the pleasure of having met you a few times, Fred, and boy, I sure do appreciate you supporting the Guardsmen and coming on out for our sports auction earlier this year. That meant an awful lot to us that you were there. I would say that your voice matches your body. For example, Nick Bosa's voice does not match his body at all. It does. How did he get the Saturday walkthrough hype talk bestowed on him, and what do those sound like?
Yeah, no, I mean, he's just being one of the captains, one of the leaders of the team. Everybody, he doesn't say a whole lot, but when he does, people are tuned in because he's earning that. He has that respect amongst his teammates, and I can't give too much away of what is said, but he always just keeps it pretty. A clear-cut message that he wants to give, maybe, on those Saturday, after those Saturday walkthroughs, and just keeps the guys dialed in.
He's built like a dinosaur, and he's got one of the softer voices I think I've ever heard. Fred, thank you so much for joining us. Does the leadership, the captain's council, whatever you call it, do you guys have like a bowling night or a movie night or a secret handshake or anything like that?
No secret handshakes or movie nights, but we always try and find time to do some type of team bonding or camaraderie throughout the week outside of the building. So yeah, we'll see what we get up to this week.
We're going to give you a chance to do a little grilling with your leadership council because our friends at Harris Ranch Beef, Fred, are going to give you a 10-pound package of prime porterhouse steaks, and make sure you tell everyone in the locker room you come on with Damon and Ratto. They ship you beef, delicious beef. So keep on doing it. We really, really appreciate your time. Good luck against the Rams on Monday night, and thank you so much for joining us today.
Yeah, of course, man. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Ray, that's how we're going to continue to lure fantastic guests. Again, thanks for the 49ers for hooking us up with their captain, Fred Warner. We will dangle beef, raw beef in front of them. It works. They keep on coming back.
It's probably the only thing that works, to be honest with you. Because I think on our charm alone, we'd get crickets.
Speak for yourself.
I just did.
A few things there. I thought it was interesting that he hasn't seen anything, different from Jimmy, and he really hasn't seen much different from the offense that he's practicing against now that Jimmy is playing the role of Trey Lance. So it didn't sound, it's really weird. We keep on hearing from the coach himself and from players that there really isn't much of a difference from Trey Lance's offense to Garoppolo's offense. Yet we saw Trey Lance used in such a different way on games. I wonder what they're looking at in practice. I mean, I guess you're not running Trey Lance into the teeth of defense in practice, or if you do, you're doing it with a non-contact jersey, so it doesn't really matter as much. But for something that's supposed to be so similar, I've not seen similar, really. Because, we hardly got to see what Trey Lance is.
Yeah, I was about to say.
I don't even know.
I think that Fred Warner gave the safe answer, which is there isn't much difference. Because there's nothing to hang your hat on in terms of, wait, they do this different or they do that different. And if there was, he wouldn't say anyway. So, I think for the time being, you have to imagine that Trey Lance has never been here. Because,
it's probably the easiest way to just get yourself through it, right? You can't miss what you never really had in the first place.
Well, you can't miss what you can't define. Do we know what Trey Lance is? Do we know what Kyle Shanahan believes Trey Lance can be? We still don't have any answers to any of it. I mean, it's almost like Lance started 3 games, but was still the backup. So, I think there's not enough for even Fred Warner to put his hands around. And if there are differences, again, I don't think he'd tell, because he is well schooled in the art of being articulately vague.
I mean, I thought he gave. I think that everyone we talk to is hand selected to talk to us because they can do that dance with the media better than, let's just say, the players they're not giving to us.
True.
So I'm never going to hold a player guilty of that, because I also think that that's a skill, and it's a skill that a player needs. It's about diffusing bombs or setting them off, and he goes about diffusing bombs as he talks.
Well, but there's a skill in not doing any of that either, because then you don't get asked, and you just don't have to worry about it. But yeah, do I believe the 49ers select their guys with that in mind? Yeah, I do. Of course I do. And I don't blame him for being articulately vague, because that too is part of the job.
No chalk? No blackboards?
Well, the fact that he's never broken a tablet, I mean, that may be an indication that he doesn't want it bad enough.
The Chicago Bears knew that they were ready to go out and play the Super Bowl in 1985 when Mongo stood up in Buddy Ryan's team meeting, picked up a chair. Remember, this is 1985, so these like old pokey metal chair legs. He threw it against the chalkboard, and the metal leg buried itself in the chalkboard. So now the entire 1985 Chicago Bears defense is looking at Buddy Ryan and a chair sticking out of a chalkboard in the belly of the New Orleans Superdome. Buddy Ryan claps his hands and said, "Meeting's over. We're ready. Let's go."
I'll tell you what. There are meetings I wish I could do that.
Like today's?
I'm not going to say. But you are certainly free to infer.
I think the 49ers are chalkboard deficient, and if they're trying to get a little bit more old school, I mean, think about it. A really conservative offense should have some chalk talk to it. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe that's why they're 1-2.
But Ken Dorsey showed what you can do with a tablet.
Oh, did Ken Dorsey ever show us what you can do with the tablet? Did you see how well he cleaned up after himself? He cleaned up his entire work area almost instantly.
Yeah, well, you don't want to leave a mess.
By the way, Ken Dorsey is the Buffalo Bills offensive coordinator who flipped his lid at the end of their loss to the Miami Dolphins.
Yeah, he literally picked up his tablet as he was getting ready to leave and slammed it on the tabletop, I believe 5 times.
Somebody said, great Fred Warner interview. Did you see how quickly that the hand came in over the camera too? Like, oh no, this is on camera. We've got to cover this up.
Yeah.
Too late.
Yeah, sorry.
Damage done. Great Fred Warner interview. Thank you very much. Guy's a pro. I mean, there's no doubt about it. He's a pro, and he's one of the best at his position in the entire league. He is state of the art. And one of the things that he did get into was how he feels, I think Fred Warner knows that he has completely arrived. And that gives him the wide berth to be even more publicly critical of himself, because that's confidence. When you're ready to point the finger at yourself, even in a great year, what I can still do better, that's confidence, that's know-how, it's all come together. Everything, all the lines that intersect to make a player as good as he can be in the prime of his career, I believe those lines are intersecting for Fred Warner.
I think they intersected last year when he did not have a great year and he was even more critical of himself. He didn't duck a question and was pretty forthright in answering it, because the only person he was burning was himself. He said, yeah, that's on me. I haven't been playing well. And that's a level of candor most athletes don't want to engage in. And he said, no, I know what I am. I know what I ought to be, and I know this ain't it. So I think last year probably was his breakthrough year in terms of self-confidence and thorough understanding of who he is and what he ought to be.
Somebody says, Damon, you don't even realize it, but you created a new drop. We will dangle beef. That's got to be a drop. Probably not.
No, really not.
Pound it, pound it, pound it, pound it.
Jaime Moreno. I'm getting excited. Can I take it? Can I just, before we got calls coming in, 888-957-9570. Would love to hear what you thought about Fred Warner, who to me is just a stabilizing force and a bumpy start to the year. I think that they know that they got to go ahead and play well this Monday night. You know, I was reading some some Tim Kawakami, and he was talking about a path to a postseason. It's real simple. You got 8 home games remaining. Believe it or not, they do. They have 8 home games remaining still. They got an extra home game this year. 8 home games, 5 true road games, and 1 neutral site game in Mexico City. So you win a large percentage of your 8 remaining home games, and you go at least 500 in your 6 remaining 9 Levi's games. You'd get to that. You're 10-7, and that's usually a ticket that gets punched to the postseason. And that's still the math, by the way, with the 1-2 start. You know, they're 3-0 right now. They've basically already clinched a playoff berth. The way that the NFC looks like it's shaken out early on here. But I can tell you, the whole conversation of like, what do the Niners need to do to get back into it?
They're in it now.
Exactly. Folks, they're not out of it. They're not out of it. Now, they have suffered a couple of injuries that make you think the trap door that gets you out of this could materialize a lot faster than you think it would normally. And you're right about that. You know, you lose your starting left tackle, your starting quarterback. These are things that don't sound like great ideas to me. Then you lose a starting linebacker in Azeez Al-Shaair for a little while. These are not great starts. You lose your starting running back. These sound like trapdoors to me, but they're still on very good footing in the meantime. They really, really are. By the way, Jaime Moreno singing with yours truly and Gianna. Gianna. On Radio Row back in, what was that, Super Bowl 50? It was Super Bowl 50, wasn't it? Here's a happy Jaime Moreno because his Panthers were about to play.
Camino al Super Bowl, camino al Super Bowl. Les vamos a ganar, les vamos a ganar. Camino al Super Bowl, camino al Super Bowl. Esta es la 95.7 FM, donde está el partido.
The game.
The game.
I mean, that's a hell of a station promo right there. I don't know how we ever went away from it. God, that's great. That is great. How can the 49ers defense throw a chair through a Microsoft Surface tablet? They need a chalkboard. They need more chalk. I'm convinced.
Well, they just need the board. You can get a whiteboard and use those goofy, smelly markers that they have.
Yeah. What are you, a marker sniffer?
No, but when you take them off.
Pick the wrong week to quit sniffing glue?
There's no wrong week to sniff glue.
Harvard Business School spent millions of dollars retrofitting their classrooms with the latest technology. The one request from teachers, just leave the chalkboards. In fact, they actually installed microphones behind the chalkboards so the sound of the chalk hitting the board becomes amplified in larger lecture halls. That is from the franchise in Danville. I did not know that. I'm glad that I do now. Thank you for sharing that. I'm telling you, man, chalkboards.
You're going to take that home, tell Jillian, and she's just going to go, you bore me.
You know what she did, though? God bless my wife, but she's got an idea that I don't know if it's the greatest idea. She got a cork board that she's going to hang in our children's room. So when they get like a ribbon or, you know, some art, you can put it on the cork board. And I just saw that and I said, honey, are you really comfortable with loose tacks around our children? Somebody's going to swallow a tack. Somebody's going to push a tack into Jack. I could see Ozzy doing that. He's going to need a weapon since he's the younger one. What do you think about random tacks around curious children both under the age of 4? What could go wrong?
It depends on the kid.
My kids.
Oh, then I'd leave boxes of them. No, that's easy to get around. You get those magnetic tacks where there's like a metal thing behind
it's a cork board, though. She bought the Johnny cork board.
No, but, well, then...
We're pot committed to the cork board, yeah.
No, but I've seen like cork boards, but there's a metal thing behind it, and they have these, basically, they're fasteners. They're not really tacks. They don't go into the board, but they act as a magnet.
Yes.
You just have to get them big enough so that the kids don't think they're food.
Yeah.
Let's face it, nothing that your child can reach is not danger. You need to put everything up in netting from the ceiling.
The amount of choking hazards out there in the world are something that you don't even think about, not for a millisecond of your entire life, and then you have kids and then choking hazards. It's like the Matrix. It's all you're able to see at that point.
Oh yeah. Have Have you child-proofed the corners of your coffee tables and all that stuff?
So it's the first thing my mother did, actually. It's the first thing my mother did, actually, and it's really good because the amount of times I've seen my kids walk into the corner of this dining room table. Like, this kid Jack bumps into the corner of this table like he was a Roomba trying to vacuum up the floor. It's ridiculous.
Well, because there's no danger.
Exactly.
His grandmother made it too safe. And what did she do about the gin?
Drank it. It was a strong move.
Well, yeah.
It was a strong move. The Duchess is here watching her hometown of Sarasota, Florida, underwater today on CNN, so she's drinking, I'm sure.
But does she do it from a sippy cup?
We have plenty available. I mean, what vessel would you like to get drunk from? We are the right house for you.
I mean, because really, the only thing you really need from a sippy cup is an aperture big enough to put the ice in.
There you go. Aperture. I'm telling you, Ray. God, 50-cent words all over this show today. You use pernicious. You dropped another good P word earlier in the show today. I can't remember what it is, though, at the top of my head, so I'll just congratulate you.
Did you go to a class at college? These are not difficult words.
I'm going to say that you could listen to just about any other sports talk radio station in America today, and you're not getting a pernicious.
Oh, you know so little.
This is a pernicious-less media for the most part. Medium. Anyway, David is in Brentwood. It'd be pernicious not to talk to him. How are you, David? Thank you for calling. You're on 95.7 The Game.
No, thank you for taking my call. Damon, I'm kind of baffled by Jimmy Garoppolo. I keep wondering, how did he get so bad so quick? And then I had a chance to take a quick look at the game between the Niners and the Saints, where he had over 450 passing yards and 4 touchdowns, and they scored 45 points. How did we get to the point where he can barely go over 130 and score?
Well, here's the deal. David.
Yes.
No, well, it's just real simple. That game in New Orleans was an outlier. It wasn't the standard which he should measure up against. And honestly, and we were talking about this earlier in the show, man. Thank you so much for listening. Really appreciate you calling in. Jimmy Garoppolo is going to have a good game here. In his next 3 games, he's going to have a really good game. And so we'll begin the cycle of believing in Jimmy before he does something to make you not believe in Jimmy, before he does something to make you want to get rid of Jimmy, before you see what life is like after Jimmy, and then you're missing Jimmy again, and now we're back in the same cycle. It's the Jimmy cycle.
And the New Orleans game, let's not forget that the Saints had leads of 20-7 and 27-14. So there was no lead to protect.
And I think, wasn't that one of the more historically easier to move the ball on defenses we've seen in a long time? Like, that was not a good New Orleans defense at all.
No, not particularly. But, they got 157 receiving yards out of Emmanuel Sanders. Deebo Samuel was 5 for 76, might have been his first big game. He was younger. Kyle Shanahan wasn't protecting a reputation yet, and he certainly wasn't protecting a lead in the division because they were already, it was week 14. I think they were 10-3 or 9-2 or 10-3. So, he had pretty much
devil may care football.
Well, they fell behind, so he could take some chances without, oh my God, this could screw us in the playoffs.
Somebody says, no, Jimmy's not going to have that game coming up soon. His shoulder's not right. I don't know that, and you don't know it either. We haven't seen enough of it yet. I mean, we've seen enough of Jimmy Garoppolo to know what his tendencies are, and if you agree to that, he's going to have a couple of really good games this year. It's what he does. He makes you believe, then he rips your heart out. Just straight up Temple of Doom, Moram Sugaram style. Just grabs it, pulls it right out. You know those vocabulary words? Morganam, Sugaram?
I got it.
Okay. You're a Temple of Doom? You're a Temple of Doom guy?
No, you've said it before.
Oh, okay.
No, it's that was an outlier, but every once in a while conditions are such that, hey, we better get something going here. We can't do it by handing the ball off. That'll happen, but It's just the idea that they're in trouble is probably overstating it after 3 games, just because they did get a win out of one of them, and a fairly convincing one. So it's not like you have nothing but bad results in front of you.
No.
The offense did very well for 3.5 quarters in that game. It's just that
they didn't score.
Yeah, and the fact is, a lot of people, I thought, believed that they should start 3-0 because this was a fairly doughy part of the schedule. Well, they're clearly a part of somebody else's doughy schedule right now.
Bomani Jones was on our morning show today, and he might have framed what we're about to see as good as any guest has framed probably what we're likely to see here as well as anyone.
Oh, yeah, I definitely think that they can. For one, that's not a very strong division.
No. Right. First of all, he's talking about the question was simply, are they a playoff team? At 1-2, with Garoppolo back in here, with the injury to Trent Williams, as much as people are saying the sky's falling right now, are they still a playoff team, Bomani?
Oh, yeah, I definitely think that they can. For one, that's not a very strong division that they're in, right? Like, the Seahawks are, okay. The Cardinals, okay. The Rams, let's see how they get better as the season goes on. So, yeah, I think they can still make the playoffs, especially in a world now where 7 teams in each conference wind up making the playoffs. But is this a team that can win a Super Bowl? No, I have no reservations about saying that ain't something they can do.
Yeah, I think they're going to be a playoff team that doesn't win the Super Bowl. That feels about right.
But it felt about right before Lance got hurt, too.
It did.
So, essentially, there's a lot of turmoil here, but all you've done is churn up water. You're still in the same place you were.
Even though everything has changed, practically nothing's changed, with the exception of we're sure missing some chalkboards around here. Look, when we do come on back,
I'm stupefied.
I can tell you this. What if I told you we didn't prepare a What If Wednesday because we had some Jaime Moreno to share with you and just celebrate? Lucas has said Jaime Moreno's single greatest call ever happened this past weekend, and you will hear it next. Here on 95.7 The Game, we'll even wrap up with a call or two. Don't you go anywhere. We are brought to you by News Nation.
Chris Cuomo is back with a new show on a new network. Cuomo premieres on News Nation Monday, October 3rd at 5 p.m. Pacific. To find News Nation on your television provider, go to newsnationnow.com/join us.
Watch 95.7 The Game on Twitch and YouTube.
Jimmy can't cook. He can barely boil water.
I agree with you.
He'll never be able to cook.
I agree with you.
Let Sumo eat. You know how people be like, you can't waste Steph Curry's prime. Our defense is at a prime right now.
Yeah.
We can't let that go to waste, man.
This is
for real.
This is the Bay Area's sports station. 95.7 The Game.
Willie Nelson and family are on the road again, live in concert.
On the road again.
With the Avett Brothers.
There ain't no man can save me.
Black Pumas.
If there's a fire.
Larkin Poe, Particle Kid, and more at the 2022 Outlaw Music Festival Tour. Friday, October 14th, Shoreline Amphitheater. Tickets are on sale now at livenation.com. The Outlaw Music Festival Tour, part of the Allegiant Always concert series, produced by Live Nation.
The Black Keys Dropout Boogie Tour. October 5th, Shoreline Amphitheater.
They wanna get my gold on the ceiling.
With special guests, Band of Horses. And the Velveteers. Tickets on sale now at livenation.com. The Black Keys Live and Loud. Produced by Live Nation.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Attention veterans. If you were stationed at Camp Lejeune between 1953 and 1987, you and your family may be victims of toxic water poisoning. Cancers, birth defects, deadly illnesses have all been linked to the contaminated water. Congress is now holding the government accountable. You could be awarded financial compensation for your suffering, but you must act now. Visit sickvets.com for your free case review by True Law. That's sickvets, like veterans.com. sickvets.com. Visit sickvets.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/find. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/find. That's ZipRecruiter.com/find. ZipRecruiter.com/find.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had 2 challenges: improve their brand presence and message, and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to KansasCitySteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WebNow1. That's 877-WebNow1.
Charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you are eligible. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Here's what happened today on The Game. Presented by the County of Santa Clara. The morning roast from 6 to 9.
Stop using Debo on the jet sweeps and the end arounds and all the stuff where he's not a legitimate running back.
Willard and Dibs from 9 to noon.
That hit me the other night, but well, that's what Jimmy does. I'm like, no, he doesn't. He walked out of the back of the end zone. He doesn't do that.
Anytime you pull an Orlovsky, it's the worst game you've ever had.
Steiny and Guru from noon to 3.
You cannot compare Steph to Garoppolo. If you're going to compare Steph to a quarterback, it's got to be Brady.
And Damon and Ratto from 3 to 6.
1 and 2 doesn't sound good. 1 and 3 sounds horrible. 2 and 2 sounds absolutely fantastic, all things considered.
The best of the game, presented by the County of Santa Clara. Book a COVID-19 booster shot now at sccfreevax.org or call 211. Now back to Damon and Ratto. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
All right, boys and girls, we're at the end of today's show, and I might have actually saved the best for last. I have not heard this. But we have heard plenty from Jaime Moreno throughout the years, our favorite NFL Spanish language broadcaster. He is the broadcaster of the Carolina Panthers. He has given us such gold as this.
¡Superman! ¡Mi querido dinosaurio! ¡Vuela que vuela! ¡Vuela que vuela! ¡Touchdown! 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 ¡Báilale! ¡Báilale! ¡Báilale!
You can never forget the Luke Kuechly pick six.
Ha sido una masacre defensiva la que ha hecho la Furia Felina con este equipo de Arizona el día de hoy. Nuevamente. ¡Hay intercepción! ¡Luke Kuechly! ¡Métete, Luke! ¡Métete, Luke! ¡Métete, Luke! ¡Métete, Luke! ¡Touchdown! 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 ¡Eres Luke! ¡Eres Kuechly! ¡Luke! Si la vas a salpicar, salpica la pelusa. Te invito a comer trozos de sandía, melón y papaya, terminando este partido. Pero antes, Luke, suéltame la pelusa. Pelusa por aquí, pelusa por acá, pelusa por delante, pelusa por detrás. Confesor, se las volviste a hacer.
3rd and 6.
Magnificent. I mean, magnificent. So, Jaime Moreno, forever in our hearts. Apparently, we haven't heard anything yet. Lucas, what have we got?
It's going to be hard to top those, but this one is, the quality is impeccable, and here is the play. So, the Panthers won this game this weekend against the Saints. They're now 1-2, and Laviska Shenault, who Pac-12 football fans would remember from his time in Colorado, he has just been traded just about 2 weeks ago. He has yet to catch a pass from Baker Mayfield, and he finally gets a touch. This is the fourth quarter, and this is his first touch as a Panther. Take it away, Jaime Moreno.
Baker manda sus números, tiene tiempo, se deshace de la pelota, le entrega. La Vizca va a romper por fuera. ¡Vamos! La viste, ¡vamos! A la 15, a la 20, a la 10, a la 5. Métete la Vizca. Hasta la Vizca. Métete la Vizca. Hasta la Vizca. Hasta la vista. Touchdown. 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 Touchdown, la Vizca, hasta la vista, confetis y serpentinas, con fuegos artificiales, con chispas encendidas. Báilale, 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 y si vas a bailar.
I mean,
6.
No, but hasta la Vizca is incredible.
Come on.
That's absolutely incredible. And him just screaming, touchdown, 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 touchdown. That is more original than touchdown San Francisco.
Yeah.
Which is a terrible call. Let's be honest.
Well, I don't listen to football on the radio unless I'm trapped in a car. So, no, screaming touchdown about 12 times will give you the idea that something momentous has happened. Because it's literally football's version of the 45-second goal call, which has also been popularized by Spanish language announcers over the years. Because you don't get touchdown, touchdown, touchdown from any English-speaking broadcaster at all.
No.
They immediately turn it over to the analyst who tells you why the blocking in the A gap was so impeccable. Shut up.
Okay, so I'll tell you this right now. If someone did scream, like Gus Johnson were to scream touchdown 5 times in a row, you would hate him so much the following Monday, you'd do segments on it. You do segments on it.
But if he does it once, forgiven. It's the second time that he does it.
Instead, he just screams random words. I don't know if you've noticed. That's kind of what Gus Johnson does. He'll just scream, hot dog, America, apple pie, football. You've never heard that?
I never really noticed that. No.
Yeah.
We were I can't remember what sports bar we were in, but I was with my buddy Ryan, and we were watching a Final Four game, and something happened crazy in a Final Four game, and he just starts yelling, "Sports! Sports! Sports! Sports!" Like 3 minutes later, guy at the very next table leans over, and he's like, "Did you just scream sports?" It's like, yeah, he did. He just started screaming sports. All right, I got to hear. I know that we have people on hold. I'm sorry. I love talking to people. I love that you listened. I have a choice today. I can talk to Mark in Oakland about Jimmy Garoppolo or Doug in Berkeley about Kyle Shanahan's offense. I love you guys. Thank you for listening. I don't know if we can get anything original out of you that's going to be better than Hasta la Vizca.
Baker manda sus números, tiene tiempo, se deshace de la pelota, le entrega. La Vizca va a romper por fuera. ¡Vamos! ¿La viste? ¡Vamos! A la 15, a la 20, a la 10, a la 5. ¡Métete la Vizca! ¡Hasta la Vizca! ¡Métete la Vizca! ¡Hasta la Vizca! ¡Hasta la vista! ¡Touchdown! 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 ¡La Vizca! ¡Hasta la vista! ¡Confetis y serpentinas! ¡Con fuegos artificiales! ¡Con chispas encendidas! ¡Báilale! 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 ¡Y si vas a bailar!
Fantastic. So the best of the game is officially coming up next year. And I don't know what would do better, if we actually ran the best of the things that we did today, or if we just took that about minute-long soundbite and played it 60 times in a row.
Oh, you definitely know what you should do.
That should be, it should just be the Hasta la Vizca hour coming up in lieu of best of. But I'm guessing Sterling already worked hard on it, so we'll let him do that.
No.
Thank you so much for tuning in today. The fact that you're just wanting more at 5:54, Ray, is amazing.
Well, yeah, but I'm not going to be here to hear it.
Thanks to Fred Warner for joining us. Thanks so much to Jaime Moreno for just sprinkling a little magic on our entire afternoon. Thank you very much to Lucas, to a leader in the arena, according to a meeting that I attended earlier today, Mark Grandy, for being named 95.7 The Game Employee of the Month. You get this on-air mention. Congratulations, Mark.
Thanks. It means an awful lot.
It should. Take that to the bus and see if you can get on it. You'll find
I'd show you what I'm going to give you, but we're still on Twitch.
Yeah, well, I mean, look at it this way. Ray's going to give you poultry. It's a bird. There's no doubt. Thank you very, very much for tuning in. An awful lot of fun today. We'll be back tomorrow. Until then, please do remember that sports don't build character. They reveal it.
And like that, he's gone.